How to Live Forever, Reincarnated Villain Chases Eternal Youth with Alchemy. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, Pursuit of Perpetuity. If darkness was called the lack of light, this was certainly darkness. A suspending feeling of falling. Like a ball of wool unwinding, the elements that made him unraveled through the tail of wool. Memories, language, senses, emotions. And then everything fell out. What will remain of him afterwards? Nothing. Being conscious of that in a split second, he became terrified, horrified, and was unable to endure it. Even as he frantically tried to piece together his dispersing self, trying to hold it back, they continued to disappear. No matter how much he struggled, he was unable to prevent his defeat. I am going to vanish. I am going to die. Lies. It had been likened to sleeping, but it was definitely not such a gentle experience. Parting with your core as though as you were melting, its violence can be compared to being digested inside the stomach of a beast. There was no such thing as tranquility. It was simply an uneasy feeling of losing your faculties. And at some point, you would feel emptiness. You don't even feel nothing. You become zero. I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. I hate for this to have ended. Am I destined to remain in this emptiness, this world where nothing exists? Are you saying all that I have lived for to this day was to welcome such an end? That would be too much. I was stirred awake by my own sleep talk. The view of the place plunged into my eyes, the flickering light from the lamp, a wooden desk, and on top of it, a rat cage and countless number of medicine. It was an underground laboratory that I was used to seeing. It seems like I had fallen asleep while in an experiment. It was a nightmare earlier. A nightmare that I saw many times over. It seems like I have seen it again today. It could have been because I have seen this so many times that now, I no longer scream and jump off awake. However, the terrible feeling was real. Getting up from the chair, I could feel the soaking sensation of sweat throughout my body despite it not being warm here. It was always like this after seeing that dream. The dream before I was reborn, or the dream after I died. Even though I having seen that dream recently, why am I having this dream now? Kai kai kai. Towards my monologue, the caged rats squeaked. It felt like they were mocking me. Ah, that's right. I have decided on the cause. It was because I have reached the limits of my research. A research that I absolutely had to do because of that. The research to achieve everlasting youth and longevity. It should have been longer. And yet, only 10 minutes has passed. As I said, my hands were raised towards the luminance. Their smallness cannot be compared at all with their original size. The fingers were small, and the hands that had never stopped growing were without a doubt the hands of a child. My own voice that sent vibrations to my eardrums was the high-pitched voice of a child that has not broken his voice. Even the hair that was entwined into my fingers that were scratching my head had the color red, a copper-like red. It was absolutely not the usual black. I see. This was the me that had been reincarnated after experiencing death in my old world. Talise Shernan Obniel, who just became 8 years old. The cycle of transmigration. No matter how I see it, that was the phenomenon that I had underwent. After dying once, I was reincarnated with my memories and personality intact. Why was I reborn? To that question, I have a never-ending supply of interest, but at present, the reason was unclear. At the very least, there were no similar kinds of people near me, and even if such a person existed, it was just myths and fairy tales which couldn't be distinguished from fiction. What kind of life did I bid farewell to in my previous lifetime was something that I did not have to say, I believe. Just like my current life, I was a male and was born in 21st century Japan. I died young without experiencing any bit of adult life. If that was all I remembered about my previous life, I wonder if it would be particularly problematic. Anyways, what was important was that I died once and had been reincarnated with some memories retained. Yes, I still have memories of my death. Was it the effect of being shown something by the brain, or was it a vision I had after my soul melted away from my flesh? I was forced to taste the sensation of returning to nothing, a taste that can only be described as revolting. What happened after that, and what kind of good fortune passed my way? Somehow I was given a second life. However, whenever I dreamt about that moment, I would go crazy. No, perhaps I have already gone mad. After all, I am still seized by this fear of death. Humans have to die one day. That has been the unbending providence of the world. Even if I reincarnated like this, one day I would grow old and fall ill, or I might meet with a mishap. Under the most brutal circumstances, I might be killed, but either way, all paths lead to death. I don't want that. The reason as to how I reincarnated was not yet known. This means that I have no way of figuring out if I would be reincarnated if I died again. I have a hunch that I won't be coming back this time. The feeling of dispersing after dying. That, and also because my good fortune might not show itself a second time, these were more than sufficient reasons to convince myself. That's why before I was even 10, I had been conducting this research. What kind of research? I have repeated this research over and over again so that there are no more failures, though. I threw out a rat from the cage, as I said. That rat's forefeet was missing on one side. I had cut it off for the sake of the experiment. Probably remembering its leg being cut off in its tiny brain, the rat struggled endlessly. I paid no heed to it and applied a suitable amount of ingredient on its missing leg. Next, I sang the incantation. Alchemize. Faint glittery particles gathered on the ingredients, and just when it started sparkling, the light that had been collected in that one place took on a different shape. It was the rat's forefoot. The part which I had purposely cut off had begun regenerating. By none other than my hands, regeneration had been achieved. Alchemy, a form of magic to turn materials into a higher value item, such as transmuting iron or lead into gold. To go into extremes, it could also be called a magic that extracts the soul to lift humans into the plane of greater existence. That was what I, Thales Shernan Obniel, had been studying. A study to investigate the possibility of evading death. I might have forgotten to mention this, but in this world where I had reincarnated to, stuff like magic exists. Alchel Kingdom, Royal Capital Bralsanal. This was not a name that your average Japanese, born in the beginning of the 21st century, would remember hearing. In truth, before I born into this world, this name had not been familiar. It was a fortress city that was protected by stone walls that were built in the shape of a circle around the city's outer circumference. The city was divided into two sections approximately by the Ammon River that crawls and flows from the northeast to the southwest. From a bird's eye view, the landscape of the city should appear as what they call an yin-yang circle in the Orient. The mansion of the Obniel family, where I resided in, was also in this city. Thales, are you still fooling around with that vulgar business? At the head of a long table which could easily seat 10 people in each row, a middle-aged man's voice bellowed. He was my father. He was wearing a loose gown. Peeking inside the well-tailored clothes was also a hum. An equally liberal arc was drawn. It was an impressive potbelly. His complexion was good, and his physique wasn't that bad, so it would have been better if he did more exercises to strengthen his body. Please stop saying that, father. I assumed he would continue with his lecturing, and lifted my eyes absent-mindedly. The scenery of the mansion's dining room encroached into my sight. With the break of dawn, the extravagant ornamental chandelier glittered upon being struck by rays of sunlight from the window. That was about the size of it. I inadvertently imagined that if the lamp was light up, night would feel as though it was noon. My father, who was the current head of family, was seated, and behind him a painting was hanged from the wall. The painting was drawn in an enigmatic style and illustrated a scene from 200 years ago, of the founding head of family who completed a meritorious deed in battle and was being given appointment by the king of that time. Whether it was the glossy carpet laying on the floor or the expensive-looking vase placed along the wall, the vivid hues and shine from just about everything was hurting my eyes. For me, who has yet to fully cut off the connection of being a plebeian in my previous life, I could not get used to this excessively pompous interior design. It was as though this was a palace for royalty and titled aristocrats, but something as lowly as alchemy, what else could I have called it? It is no good for the child of the Count Obniel family to be getting his hands stained in such a crude activity, said father curtly. That's right, the family I was born into in this life was somehow aristocratic. Furthermore, it was fairly a high position of peerage, at the count level. The Obniel Count family established itself 200 years ago, but in comparison to this country which holds a history of 500 years, it was a relatively new family. In any case, the founder of the family was a descendant of a powerful aristocratic family that has gone largely extinct but earning merit from the war with a neighboring country. He was returned the peerage of Count by the king of that time. Honestly, to what extent is this true bears doubts. For a person of an originally low social status to rise that much in rank, it could have been that the person in question obtained a pedigree family's ancestry after buying it. After all, it has happened before in the history of my previous world. Tokugawa Ieyasu is a conspicuous example for this. I remember having read from some book that there was a rather ridiculous theory that he was, as a matter of fact, an impostor who bought the name of Ieyasu. Well, I shall depart from this topic of family lineage. To have been born into the Obniel family was, to me, extremely lucky. That was because in this world, as can be seen, the aristocrats held considerable powers, a feudalistic hierarchical society. Had I been born the child of a peasant or something of the like, I would not have been able to face the future at all. Let alone studying about immortality, just trying to maintain a daily life would be more than enough to handle. To have been born into affluence was, in combination with my reincarnation, an inconceivable blessing from the heavens. Living in the capital was also good. Father did not have much zeal in the aspect of managing the territory, and as such, devolves that job to his retainers while giving his all to his social life in the capital. Thanks to that, instead of living in an inconvenient place like the countryside, I could live with little hassle in the city with infrastructure all built up. The exception to this lifestyle was that the pressing problem of father objections with my alchemy research. In any case, Oteles, if you had that much talent, why don't you stop relying on this narrow-minded skill and work on being a magician like everyone? That way, even as a second son, you would be able to be an imperial magician and create a path to be renowned. Isn't being an alchemist a vulgar occupation? It is as good as a dubious roadside peddler selling drugs. Yes, I gave the default reply, which I have always referred to, when responding to his incessant nagging. Just as he has said, alchemy's place in this world was unfairly low. The reason being that magic was often made the yardstick for alchemy in this world, and magic was quite a strong thing to compare against. Of course, it was possible to summon fire or lightning from staffs. In general, injuries and illnesses can be treated if you request treatment from the priests of churches. Even if you carry around medication made from pounding of mortar and pestle or weapons infused with magic. Backwards compatibility of most magic at present was great in that they would be able to easily substitute them. From the perspective of a modern person like myself, it would be a theory that would make one burst out in laughter. Substitute them? Won't that be awesome? Being able to substitute all sorts of items effectively would conversely mean that it would be able to mass produce. Though it was rather lacking flexibility given that magic was an innate talent limited to few users. That being said, to most people, their reply to people who use alchemy and the like to create things as a job would be that magic was more than enough for them. What are they saying? The cost would inevitably go down with mass production, and considering that the entrance space for magic is so narrow, the number of people who are able to receive the blessings of magic would number few. Furthermore, recovery magic for medical treatment is oligopolized by the fellas at church, and so, no matter how much time passes, the medical fees remain stubbornly high. For the peasantry who do not have money, if ever an epidemic strikes, they would only die in a struggle. This was why population growth is sluggish and the development of the borders cannot proceed. Despite all this having repeated itself countless of times, there were no signs that things were about to change. Well, all this comes from my logic as a former modern Japanese who hails from the world of advanced science, philosophy, and economics. If majority of the inhabitants of this world, the Idausera continent, lived prosperously, I don't suppose they would interfere with the status quo, though. That was a hindrance to my research, however. Father's dagger eyes continued to appear stern, attacking me regarding what he calls a vulgar business. Do you not think it would be good for you to scold him over such a minor matter, Father? Cutting into Father's lecturing with a calm and classy tone was a youth who had been watching over the course of events while in silence. He had luxuriant, soft golden hair and blue eyes. The facial features on his slender face was neat and tidy, and the expression that was suspended on his face oozed of well upbringing. Lines strain Obniel. My elder brother who was born 7 years before me. Thales is a clever child. That he holds so much enthusiasm in tackling this path, won't be it better to support him to some extent? Oh, as expected from elder brother, he said it with so much understanding. I shouted with exultation. He was different from father, who constantly neglects his domain. When it comes to father, he always claims that he was busy with social relations, but in reality, he has only been indulging himself in opulence while in the capital. It wasn't just once or twice when I heard invited guests at night parties badmouthing father's extravagant lifestyle. In complete opposite, brother Lines was a studious worker. The only luxurious thing to speak of him was his interest in teas. Otherwise, he was a person who lives his life unaffected and sincere, with fortitude and vigor. All I can think of is that if after today or tomorrow and father passes away, it was likely that the current situation would be better compared to now if he inherited the family. That's my review of my brother. He has been a great help to me. Nevertheless, father looked like he was sulking as he slurped his soup and snorted with displeasure. You decided to talk insolently, Lines. A greater displeasure compared to how he usually preaches surfaced in his eyes. That's because it would be very convenient for you, as an unworthy heir. He remarked, why exactly was he finding fault with brother? Father. Brother gulped. It was true that if there was strife among us brothers to be the next head of family, it would be convenient for him for his rival to be indulgent in a shady hobby. However, that convenience extends to me too. If elder brother was an able successor, I would be able to dedicate myself to my own research after all. If someone as splendid as elder brother was considered as unworthy, father's expectations must be too high. I interjected in an amazed tone. If you so desire such a capable successor, why don't you get yourself a second wife? Oi, Thales. Father's eyes opened up widely in extreme upsetness. He is, currently, a widower. The woman who was the mother of both brother and I died soon after giving birth to me. It was said that her postpartum recovery was difficult. Even though father's white hair has started to stand out, he was still in his primes. A second wife would not be out of question for him, but he already has 2 sons and consequently had little luck with a new one. Even though he might be a joke of account, his financial standing was not too bad. I wouldn't be surprised if there were 1 or 2 ladies out there scheming to gain money and social status by marrying into a count family. He said with a foul expression, "If you wash your hands of alchemy, how about me fulfilling that wish of yours?" What is this person saying? Please stop. Despite there not being any clear deficiency in brother's conduct, the order of young and old has been thrown out of order. This meaningless quarrel must be the root cause. I beg for your forgiveness, father. Something like eliminating the eldest son, who did not comment on the younger son's cuteness, was a very famous death flag in the annals of the 3 kingdoms. Among the big camps that Cao Cao destroyed was both the Yuan family and the Jing province Liu family, which both fit this current situation very well. It was the same in that era when either Liu Bei or Sun Quan was the stronger party. There was no reason for the Obniel family to follow down that path as well. After all, one of the most fundamental of the fundamentals in the Alchemy Kingdom was that the eldest son would succeed the family. I openly articulated my thoughts about it, but father, who was calmly ignoring my warning, must be quite the imbecile. It is common in the world for parents to favor more capable children that were born later. All the more, it being irrational to treat our family property as a plaything. First of all, no matter how I, as the younger brother, see it, elder brother is a worthy successor. Right. I sent a gaze that demanded agreement, and brother's face stiffened grandly. To hear you say that, I am very happy, Thales. Then he sighed while muttering, "Really? You are just a child, yet you are acting so impertinently. This is how you grown up to A. I can hear you, brother. You must have intended to say it quietly, though." Father was likely thinking that perhaps I must be child prodigy that has surpassed elder brother from the adult-like way I have spoken. They were simply what I remembered of my behavior when I was an adult before I reincarnated. In short, a scam, also known as a cheat. If I had to say it, my 15-years-old elder brother was an excellent child that has devoted himself to study for the sake of being the successor. Compared to the 15-year-old me of the past, he was definitely more outstanding. Having said that, I do not plan to act like a child now. I was resigned to my fate as a baby when I could not stop myself from soiling myself from bottom to top and also had to suck milk from the breasts of the nursing mother. That kind of play was, for a human who has no such inclinations, only agony and suffering. I had endured that over a year. If I was able to have the consciousness of an adult and was able to walk upright on my own, it was only human that I wanted to assume that kind of adult-like tone. Though it can be said that not having patience and not keeping a low profile was overly childish move. Ahem, father cleared his throat. Well, we shall leave that be. You are already 8. You can't be spending your years playing and amusing yourself. This coming from the aristocrat who makes merry every day, but I shall bear with it in the meantime and nod my head. The authority of the family head was absolute. It was one of the rules of an aristocrat's family. You are also roughly around the age when an aristocratic boy should learn how to use people. That being that, you will leave for the slave market in the afternoon to get one. A slave. I could tell that my facial expression was turning grim. Slaves, they were at the lowest end of the hierarchy in this society. This was a world which was indifferent to the modern-day concept of human rights, and thus there exist slaves. As long as there was a harsh environment such as a mine, slaves were mainly the ones employed for the task. Also, there were among the aristocrats and commoners in the affluent class who would buy these slaves to do their housework. It goes without saying that slaves were made to do anything and everything for everyone. When it comes to one's future wealth and rank, though, it was essential that the vassal serving you was compatible to your family's status. In the case of the Obniel family, given that our peerage was that of a count, a compatible status would largely refer to plebeians. As for close aides or personnel who participates in governmental affairs, a secondary retainer, think of it as a retainer serving a retainer from a lower class, aristocrat family, would be serving them. For a count family to hire a slave back home would mean having to do the tough and dirty jobs. Or maybe being the subordinate of a child who has not gotten used to using people. Starting with slaves, then moving on to commoners, and finally lower aristocrats, all in order. This was how it goes to get used to ordering people. Certainly it was appropriate for an 8-year-old to start practicing that, yet I have nothing but bad premonitions about it. I asked timidly, I do not mind, but how much would the estimated budget be? Your worries are unnecessary. I will give you an advance on next month's allowance and send it over. I knew it. I shifted my sight into skies instinctively. The funds for my research were naturally from the allowance that I received from father. Although it may be an allowance for a child, it was an allowance as part of the only 2 sons of the count, and besides, it was money that was simply passed by hand. It was an ample budget beyond the means of a normal 8-year-old child. However, using next month's portion of allowance on buying a slave, what would happen to my research? Without sufficient cash, wouldn't that cause trouble to the expenditures of my research for the next month? It's not like the materials and experiment equipment come by free, so just using them as per normal would lead to a decrease in my cash flow. There was also the problem of maintaining a slave. Even if we have her eat leftovers and thus save food costs as much as possible, there was also clothing expenses to consider. As the vassal of the son of a count, it is important that the slave has a fitting appearance. Moreover, if the slave gets sick or is injured, there would also be treatment costs incurred. For all these expenditures, would father cover it? Nope, there was no way he was forking out the cash. Since the allowance every month is more than adequate, it would be the end of the story by simply diverting money from that front. Raising the discussion that I would be unable to conduct my alchemy research would bring father back to his previous objection. Father smiled with a got ya expression. A fine opportunity. It would serve to help you shift your mind's focus and put you back on the right path as the son of an aristocrat. To put simply, this was a stop research order taking on a different shape. Stop joking. For me to have given up on alchemy research would mean that I must have died and that my life has come to an end, because only then I could accept it. Despite being blessed with much luck and reincarnating into this world, there was no way I can accept being sent back to that world of emptiness without having lived for at least 100 years. I have to repeal this somehow. No, wait, Having a slave would mean getting the slave to do as I will. For instance, if one human moves as I will without any problems, oh, that's it. If that was the case, being a helping hand in alchemy would not be problematic, yes. Even if I have to say so myself, that was an interesting notion. At any rate, I feel like I am mired in a deadlock in my research recently. No matter how much of mature knowledge and intelligence I possess, it would seem that I have reached the limits of what a person can do alone. Furthermore, with an increase in manpower, the breadth of what I am able to achieve should be greater. At the very least, if the slave was at the same frequency as myself, the head count would be raised from 1 to 2, and by simple calculation, it means a doubling of manpower. Of course, if it was a slave that barely has any knowledge, time would have to be spent into training the slave in alchemy, but if I am able to make the slave skillful in alchemy, the returns would be higher. Now that I think of it, this wasn't that bad of a trade. Anything but a windfall, or like how one finds a boat just when one needs to cross a river. Indeed, as Father has mentioned, it is perhaps a golden opportunity. I concealed the emotions on my face, and tried as much to appear crestfallen while replying. It was so that I can hide my scorn for the party that I am deceiving that I have to hide my joy, which might suggest that this was actually a good idea for myself. This should be sufficient. It was a purchase that would nearly completely wipe out next month's allowance. I would at least procure a slave that stands out from the crowd as much as possible. Towards my reply, Father did not even bother hiding his self-satisfaction, whereas Brother gave a scrutinizing eye to me, as though something feels off. As such, we made our way to the Bralsenal slave market. It might be called the corner of a street, but it was a raving trade zone in the royal capital of the world. It wasn't that I had no opinions of it as a former modern Japanese, but that was that, and if there was nothing to force my hand, I should be able to tolerate it to that extent. All hail the principle of letting the sleeping dogs lie. So, young master, what kind of slave do you desire? The subordinate tasked by Father to act as my bodyguard and to look after me spoke with ostentatious bravado. He was given the name of first-generation knight and was a former commoner, so it seems. I'm not close with him and do not know much about him, though. Even though we may not be well acquainted with the commoners, I still have some limited knowledge of it. This was what it means to have a world view. The look on his eyes while staring at the price tag on silver collars worn by the slaves were colored more strongly by pity than of scorn. This was likely because they were of a lower strata comparatively. Nevertheless, the look of contempt could never be erased. That much I can perceive from how he looks at the slaves of the commoners, though they are of close social strata. I want someone who would serve as a study material for my education on vassals. If possible, someone who is young and close in age would be nice. I am also eyeing the possibility of having the slave as my helper, so it would be even better if the slave has foundations in magic. Ignoring the convenience for him, I stated my requirements and standards from start to end. Alchemy was both a study and a type of magic at the same time. It would not be worth considering anyone without a minimum level of magic ability. On a side note, I am able to manipulate magic. I could somewhat use flame magic to the extent of playing with fire, and could also heal small wounds. Something like being pretty and all isn't any of that part of your scope. With that included, won't that increase the price? Additionally, having that kind of enjoyment at my age would be too early. Well, having a pretty and cute appearance might be good for my mood, but throwing a large amount of money for that purpose was absurd. While you are at it, I'll like to see them according to their prices, starting with the cheapest. A slave of a young age would be cheap as long as it was not an anomaly. A child of a similar age that I have requested should be relatively concentrated in the marketplace. Oh. The attendant replied and switched to a businesslike expression. Fine by me. What he might be thinking of now was of no concern to me. Doing what I have to do and not doing what I don't need to do was all I should be concerned about. Thinking with zero charm of a child, I scanned through the slaves. As expected, the products were mainly the children of peasants, whose parents had sold them. For a society with an undeveloped agricultural industry, just a single blizzard or drought could put most of the peasantry in a dilemma. Even without any natural disasters, as long as there was a foolish lord who levied heavy taxes, their circumstances would never recover. With these conditions, and the added fact that there were families who bore babies unreservedly like mice, whenever the situation turns for the worst, they would sell the children whom they are unable to provide for. This country, Alchemy Kingdom, should be relatively blessed in terms of food security compared to other countries, and yet, why was there this many peasants facing such destitute? No doubt their hardship was proportional to the idiocy of the group lording above them. People like the head of my family, huh? Back to the topic. In the second group, there were many criminals. The Isekai continent was medieval-like, but civilization here was at about the level during the Renaissance period. There was no such advanced thing like a prison. At least, I do know that there was no such facility in which commoners would be housed after being arrested. Criminals who committed a small crime would be detained in a cell temporarily upon being captured, and would subsequently be asked to pay a fine. Those who were unable to pay for their fines, or who had committed large crimes, would fall into the shackles of slavehood. And there were those who face immediate execution after committing unpardonable atrocities. There were cases of powerful aristocrats or high-ranking clergymen being allowed to retire at the borders, a euphemism for soft detention. But well, they were the exceptions. Would it be all right to buy slaves that were former criminals? That was what was in my mind, but there was that. A spell to force the slaves into submission to prevent rebellion had already been activated on them, the result of which was the silver collar that they wearing on their necks. As expected of this fantasy world, as long as there was magic, nothing was out of question. And the minority among the slaves were the demi-humans, elves, and dwarves. That's right, demi-humans. There were other living beings with intelligence in this world. Apart from these human-like races who tend to live long, there were also talking dragons, but I have not seen those yet. They were statistically rare, and it was also a pain to capture them. Naturally, even if they were circulating in the market, their prices would be exorbitantly high. Honestly, it wasn't something that could be purchased with the allowance of a child from a count family. To make matters worse, the loyalty of these races as slaves were low owing to the wall between races. Also, the elves had a natural gift in the arcane arts, and there were fears that they could undo the spell that forces their obedience. It would be romantic, but given my circumstances, they were definitely not within consideration. What I am looking out for would be the slaves that I mentioned second, the former criminals, or more accurately put, its analogs. Due to domestic squabbles or suspicions of rebellion, an entire family might be crushed, and to avoid the implications of such, there are children that have fallen to the ranks of slaves. This means that there was a possibility that a slave that has been conveniently educated to a certain extent existed in the market. I would be able to spare the effort of teaching the basics. My desire for such a slave was such that my hands would come out from my throat. In fact, if it was the child of an aristocrat, there was a greater likelihood that the slave could use magic. The roots of magic. These were determined innately, and so, to some extent, magic could be inherited from parent to child. Above that, magic requires chanting and skill to be used, so children have to be taught properly to use magic. This was fundamentally a trait of the high society. Besides that, in Isekai, science was undeveloped, and thus the main choice of weapons were swords and magic. It would be disastrous if the populace starts a revolution and therefore, people talented in magic and important texts for magic acquisition were strictly regulated by the noble class. Utility men that might be called adventurers might have magicians among them, but these people were probably bound to the wills of aristocrats or were fallen aristocrats. These thoughts ran through my mind as I checked the slaves one by one in the order of price. Their levels of magic comprehension can be estimated from the amount of magic they discharge in the air. Similarly, there were tricks that could be used to hide these discharges, but if there were slaves who possessed such a skill, their prices would be markedly higher too. Would the seller deceive me so as to reduce their prices? Any respectable vendor wouldn't do that. Nobody would wear both home clothes bought at a bargain sale and a branded suit at the same time. If it was really made cheap, it would be because there was an expectation for a favor to be returned later on. For me to sell my personal belongings and assets would mean that I must be in a scenario where I had been driven into a corner. But I would still follow my principles of selling as high a price as I could. Yep, I do not sense anyone like that among them. Slaves who possess magic really do number few. Same goes for slaves that have received education. No choice here, I have to try another shop with products of a higher grade. That was when I felt it. Oh. I could feel something attracting me, a rather fine quality of magical aura. Though it was certainly a feeble sensation, it was quite refined. Still, the attraction was in no way weak. As far as I know, the quality of magic was usually proportional to the quantity of magic. It was considerably rare to feel this excellent quality of magic, yet meager quantities of it. Could it be that the source of it was dying? I have always secluded myself and focused on research, and so far, the people I have met were all healthy people. I hardly had any experience with people gasping for survival who were on the brink of death. All the more people with such scarce quality of magic. I have witnessed countless scenes of slaves being killed after incurring the rage of father or brother, but these victims never did possess any roots of magic. At any rate, the way brother killed without any hesitation was indeed testimony as to how slaves were not treated as humans. Anyhow, with the possibility that I have found myself a bargain, I looked towards where the magic was being emitted from. This one's condition is kinda severe. Towards where my line of sight lay, the male attendant spoke in a muffled voice. Indeed, this slave was in a tragic state. That slave was probably a young girl. Comparing her physical body to mine, she was 1 or 2 years younger than me, I suppose. There were vestiges of her long black hair being combed, but currently it was in a disheveled state. Judging from her well-built body and the whiteness of her skin, I could only imagine that before she descended to such a level, she was living in a reasonably well environment. However, that only makes it a greater tragedy. Had she been badly beaten up repeatedly, every spot from her eyes to her nose was swelling. I had to make a deduction at her gender and use the word probably because of her battered condition. This must resemble nothing like her original appearance. The crude slave clothing, a simple attire consisting of a large piece of cloth with a hole in the middle for the head, on her can only be described as a jute bag full of holes. Taking a closer look, there was dried blood and dirty black filth on the region between her thighs. It may be because of the lacerations on her lower body that she was unable to stand. Before falling into the market, this must have been the state she has been after being violently used by the previous seller for enjoyment. How could one break a person whose age remained in the single digits to such an extent? It was a world which I cannot comprehend, truly a terrible lack of self-control. Had she been sold when she was still pretty, she would have been worth a sizable amount of money. I took a glimpse at her price tag. How expensive, I unintentionally muttered. The price written was a price that just reached what I would call expensive based on the budget I received. It shouldn't be the price to a person who was barely even breathing and slowly losing to death. Given that she possesses a rare and excellent quality of magic, there was no choice about it, but at the very least, it would have been better if she had received some treatment. If that had been done, I am sure she can be displayed on the second-grade shops. No, if she was in her healthy state, her magic quantity should return back to normal levels, and just that alone, it wouldn't be strange if she fetched the highest price today. Well, a slave market isn't a magician's service office. Even if the shop vendors knew the amount of magic one has, they would not be able to understand the true degree of it. I can sense their lack of effort in the trade, but all the more I have no duty and intention of demanding improvements. Let's go, young master. These kids are so pathetic they shouldn't even make the cut. The male attendant lightly pulled on my sleeves. I shook him off. Wait a moment. Ignoring my attendant who gasped, I leaned to the side of her. I made another inspection on her, and as I had deduced, her hands show no trace of labor. Her right wrist appeared to be fractured, having been grabbed strongly on it, but otherwise, her palm was beautiful. Her barefooted feet had been grazed by the stone bed, but the shape of her nails were intact. The tip of her feet and her ankles had not been in contact with the bed and so were unhurt. She must have been using shoes or socks before being sold. All this points to her being a child raised in a well-to-do household. Either her family has met with ruin or she was kidnapped, ending up in the slave market. In other words, she was likely the candidate I was looking for, a child who has received education to a certain level. I brooded over this for a short interval. First of all, she was near my age, so father would find her a suitable subject matter to train me in using retainers. On another note, she was what I was looking for, a child who has probably received a fair amount of education. And her magic was top-tiered. To put it bluntly, if we include the possibility that she might be an outstanding talent in the future, this doesn't seem expensive at all. It was actually a bargain sale, which placed the price within my reach. The only problem here was that she was a defective good that might die anytime soon. Was she really a good buy? If I could bring her home and she survives, that would be a cause for celebration. Still, if the worst came to be, there was a possibility that I would have wasted the entirety of next month's allowance in purchasing a dead corpse. What would I do if that happened? After doing such a dumb thing, being remonstrated by father would seem like an overly optimistic scenario. If I was unlucky, I would no longer be entrusted with large amounts of money, and it was highly likely that my allowance in the coming months would be reduced. Was there any other way this could play out? Nothing else especially. It goes without saying that my standing would decline sharply. Father would probably show less affection towards me. However, what of that? The real issue is that father has been showering excessive care for me and might make me the next successor. If that happens, it would be inevitable for a clash to occur between brother and I. Even if I won against him, I would have to pursue a career in politics as the head of a count family and would have to abandon my research. No, in the worst case, the authorities might use domestic quarrel as an excuse to crush us. With that in consideration, more or less losing points now would be within the range of making an investment for the future. It should be okay to rely on brother, who was sincerely motivated to take on the role as family head. As long as I can receive a certain extent of financial support and can continue to conduct my experiments to achieve immortality, I am satisfied. The only inconvenience of buying a dying slave, in fact, one who next to death's door, might be that the temporarily halting of my research. In any case, I have already reached the limits of what I can do alone for my research. If that actually occurs, all I have to do is to save up money while thinking of it as a long break that the gods are giving me. If I missed, I would be back to zero, but if I hit the mark, I would profit. Thinking of it that way does make it look like I was buying a lottery ticket. I could manage injuries somehow or another, so I would heal this girl's injuries and give her another chance at life. Elder brother's position as the successor would be secured with the failures of his rival, so father should be able to tell who is really appropriate to be a successor. Let's just deal with whatever that happens later. All right. This child am buying her. Young master. The male attendant following me opened his eyes wide in exaggeration. I cannot believe this, was plastered all over of his face. A typical and normal reaction. Ignoring that, I peered into the face of the young girl who was cowering. I disregarded the acrid odor invading my nostrils. Having experience of handling chemical compounds when brewing medication, I have already gotten used to this level of stinkiness. What is your name? Ugh. The young girl with a swollen face mumbled something inaudibly. Did she give her name as instructed, or did she hurl some vulgarities in a fit, or was she just muttering incoherently? I could not make an accurate assessment on that. Well, I will hear it next time when you are able to reply. Therefore, could you bring me to someone whom I can discuss this purchase to? She brought me to the person, as I had asked of her. The deal was brokered within 2 replies from the slave vendor, even though he gave a suspicious look throughout. Well, it must be because she was a slave that had 1 foot in the grave, and was not a slave that most people would give a second look to. He must be thinking, this child must be rather dim-witted no matter how inexperienced he is. With that, I managed to procure her. I did not know what kind of meaning she might bring from here on. Chapter 1. My First Lady, First Half. I brought my first slave and future helper candidate, number 1 Chan, temp back home. And as I had expected, a small uproar erupted. Father was visibly shaken while brother appeared as though he has just seen a monster. The other servants were boisterous. All in all, it was terrible. Well, that was a reaction which I had foreseen. Treating father's lecturing and whatever else he was saying as wind in the air, I returned to the lab which was located underneath the mansion. I made number 1 Chan sleep on the bed, which I usually reserve for napping. She was still breathing, though I have no way of knowing if her heart would stop beating later. Being a self-learnt alchemist and also a person who has reincarnated from modern Japan, I had some understanding of medical science. Albeit it being superficial knowledge, a novice like me should be able to understand one thing or two from conducting a medical examination. It seems that the violence inflicted on number 1 Chan was more gruesome and dark than I have imagined. What was written on her body as a recurring theme were the marks of hesitation. Deserving of special mention were the bones on her face, which appeared to have been recklessly smashed while healing magic was applied. This sort of life prolongment wasn't the product of overflowing kindness. It was something more insidious and hideous. Simply speaking, the broken bones were patched up in a distorted shape on purpose, so as to prevent her face from ever becoming what it used to be. To make matters worse, her misery was extended to the skin on her face. It had been bitten and torn apart, to the extent of pus oozing out from here and there. With this, even if her life was spared for argument's sake, the rest of her life would be spent in this condition. There were probably few priests in the church who would be able to heal her. Not only that, factor in the medical costs, which were commonly termed as alms, would cost quite a bit. This means, for a being like a slave who had no connection to money, she would not be able to get healed her whole life. No matter how you think about it, this shouldn't have been done on a young child whose age ranged in the single digits. In fact, it should not be acceptable on an adult either. From the relentless theme of destroying her appearance, I couldn't help but think that this was an act committed by another female, who had profound jealousy or some obsessive hatred towards her. It looked similar to what Chinese Empress Lu Zhai or Wu Zetian would do their husbands' lovers. Was she sold as a slave to achieve that very goal? Was this the so-called human swine, an anecdote notorious for its cruelty, or something of the like? After making her a slave, society's lowest denominator, she was further ridiculed since nobody would be interested in her as a slave. An inhumane plot. Well, all this is of no concern to me. I purchased her, not the other way round. I was in no way hired as a lawyer. I am not in the least interested in getting entwined to someone who would inflict such an unspeakable suffering on a young girl. What I will do to her is a separate topic. Kai, 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 squeaked the rats that were trapped in the cage. Ah, right, it was time to feed them. Facing the rats, I threw sunflower seeds at them. The rats in the cage picked up what I had thrown at them with both hands and nibbled on them. Full body anesthesia, blood-thickening medicine, ablation of suppuration area, realignment of distorted skeletal structure, grafting of artificial muscles and artificial skin on the face, etc., etc. In any case, I tried many procedures. It was also my first time doing a human experiment on a genuine human, and so I tried my best. This was because I have only played small-scale, childish pranks on the servants. It goes without saying that no matter how much adult intellect I held as an reincarnator, I am still an amateur in alchemy, and it was not like I studied to be a doctor previously. There were many instances of first-time surgeries failing. Possible ways to fail include cutting things that were not supposed to be cut or maybe making mistakes when the supply of anesthesia has been cut off. It was especially difficult without anesthesia when removing the skin on her face to remove pus. I was afraid that number 1 Chan, Temp, might tremble in pain and awaken. If that was the case, I rather she just scream. It was important to be able to continue the surgery without being noticed, since the pain might lead to shock-inducing death. I managed to overcome all the possible ways to fail and managed to complete the general treatment. It might as well been magic. The skills I have employed were the basics of the basics, what you might view as having only learned techniques a level 0 would have, but even then, the damage done to her blood vessels were to the extent which could be healed with recovery magic and other kinds of useful healing items which had been prepared. Since I could freely use all these, I could make up for the pitfalls in my inexperience. Fantasy is really awesome. If magic was that convenient, I don't think there would be any motivation to advance science, especially analysis magic, which could decipher the composition and structure of a material. It was really amazing. Thanks to it, I was able to decipher that number 1 Chan, Temp face, had been disfigured with malicious intents and could also infer the original shape of her face. No, it was more like the fruits of my labors. Understanding the structure of materials were the very fundamentals of alchemy. However, despite the room reeking with the stench of blood, I was wholly calm, and yet, my mind seemed to feel somewhat dizzy. I might conclude that this was all for treating someone, but the me from the previous world would have never thought that I would insert sharp tools into other bodies. I have repeated this quite a few times, but I wasn't a doctor previously, and in fact, I detested injections. I would have never imagined myself pointing a knife at someone, even in a brawl or something. In fact, that I was able to so naturally do this to a slave, that I would accept doing such a human experiment, it could only mean that. Yes, I might not have lived in this world for more than 10 years, but my mind and soul has long been poisoned by the nobles of this world. If you are not a noble, you are not a human. Something like that. Humans often allocated unique duties to others, and the others would further allocate these duties down the hierarchy. Such behavior, which was modeled as a theory in psychology, could make for a theme in a movie in my previous world. Wasn't this similar to what was happening in this world? Or perhaps the roots of my personality could just be broken. Well, I am a person who has died once. My view on life and view on humans would have more or less changed. It was inevitable. I digress. As I have mentioned, number 1 Chan, Tempest's treatment was for now successful. Her face, which has been distorted with ill will, returned to its former state of beauty. The portions that were violently cut were also fixed. There were no signs of infections given that the place was well maintained and sanitized. Still, what I'd done was only treat her physical body. The aspect of mental care was entirely untouched. I do not know the accurate events that occurred, but she must have been the daughter of a person with status, and one day, she was attacked suddenly by a beast and made an outlet for lust. Moreover, her looks were thoroughly destroyed. And let's not forget that her age was still in the single digits. There was no way this wouldn't leave a trauma on her. More like, if that wasn't the case, then something must be very wrong with her. And the proof was that she was already able to speak without any difficulties, and yet, I have not heard her utter a single word which held meaning. This includes her name. Thanks to it, I am stuck with calling her number 1 Chan, Temp up till now. Of course I did not actually say the words temp. As I was saying, that aspect is beyond my expertise. A. You ask why can't I do counseling as a person with knowledge of the previous world? You must be kidding. I hardly venture out of the mansion after being reincarnated. If you put it nicely, I can be considered an indoor person, but the mean way of saying it would be that I was a shut-in. As a shut-in, there was no way I was capable of counseling. You could say that I have a smattering amount of knowledge in the field of psychology from my previous life, read from the internet entirely. My level of knowledge could be considered to be at a miscellaneous level. Just Freud's dream analysis and his theory of psychosexual development was more than a handful for me. Even for the medical treatment for her body, I should be able to manage with my magic and what I can remember from my days of being a student in a biology class. Any expectations beyond that would be troubling for me. Just to confirm again, there was a possibility that number 1 Chan, Temp, would become more petrified than before if I were to deal with her poorly or make her work cruelly like how the others did. When I took her back, I had no idea if her life was a candle burning out. After that, I prescribed medicine of which effects I did not understand well and tweaked her body while she was unconscious. All this was a gamble. It was the same for the previous world. Even in a climate of advanced medical science, before a major surgery, patients would have to find their peace as they entrust themselves to their surgeons. Even at the dentist waiting room, there were many people who wore faces like that of a prisoner awaiting their execution. All the more for children. Moreover, I was barely an 8-year-old child who was naturally unlicensed. Though in the first place, there was no such thing as a doctor's license in this world. That's why distrust and fear for doctors was like unagi rapidly swimming upwards. If it was me performing the treatment, it would definitely turn out that way. It was a nuisance, and I wanted to have her work as my helper after treating her too. Having animosity and distrust against me would hinder me from educating her. Certainly, the magic to force slaves into obedience was active by default, so I could still bulldoze my way through, but it goes without saying that it would be greater progress if I could get the person herself to proactively collaborate in this endeavor. I pray that the distrust she carried against me would be as small as possible. A few days later, in the same old laboratory, Yo, number 1 Chan, temp. Today is finally the day the bandages can be taken off you. It was unbefitting of my character to say it with this much spirit, yet the response from number 1 Chan, temp, was silence as she raised her head covered full with bandages. In the end, until today, we did not establish a single conversation. I did attempt to communicate with her many times, but number 1 Chan, temp, always kept hush. There were no defects in her vocal cords, and her tongue, which was bitten probably when she was being hit, was healed too. Despite so, she did not even let out a scream of agony. It was like she had rejected everything of this world. Even though it would be great if it was possible to open up her heart slightly with this opportunity. Well, if I was her in shoes and I was treated without giving my consent, I too would not trust nor have any confidence in that person. As I ruminated through my thoughts, I made her sit on a chair and face a full-length mirror that was installed by the wall. She offered no resistance, just like a doll. Somehow, it felt as though I have become a beautician. Rather than actually giving her a haircut, it was more like mowing grass though. That was because it would have gotten in the way of the surgery. It's not like her hair wouldn't grow back. Now then, I am removing them. Don't move, okay? Cutting off the knots with a pair of scissors, I unwound the rest of the bandage slowly from the cutoff piece. There were faint sounds of cloth rubbing off the skin, but nothing worrying like foreign substance adhesing itself on the skin occurred. It was truly a smooth peel. Sure enough, her bare face was something acceptable for my eyes. A smooth and natural line was drawn on her outlines. Her skin was rich with youthful vitality. Her facial features were still that of an immature child, but there was not a single distortion to her mold. To anybody out there, could you, upon seeing this face, imagine that a thoroughly ravaged appearance could be reborn like this? Flawless. A flawless success, wonderful. A sudden tremor passed through my spine. The sense of achievement I felt from this was unprecedented, even considering all my other experiences from my past life. Really wonderful. I, with my own hands, was capable of using a delicate technique to come this far. And this so-called alchemy industry could bring forth such a miracle. I wondered if she reacted to my words. She lifted her eyelids slowly. She opened wide her big and beautiful green eyes and stared at the person in the mirror. The countenance on her face, as well as the reflections, became that of bewilderment, surprise, confusion, and likely delight. Her white skin, her reddening and dampening eyes elucidated an emotion that was by no means a minus. How is it, number 1 Chan, temp? This is some piece of work, isn't it? Honestly speaking, I myself never imagined that it would turn out like this. Sniff, sniff. Despite having congratulated her, number 1 Chan, temp, started to sob uncontrollably. Compared to her earlier self when her expression changed, it was as though there was no pause in the change at all. The muscles on her face governing emotion seems to be functioning normally. Thank you very much. I could hear her uttering in a blurry voice. Thinking about it now, this was the first time I heard her say anything at all. To have so frankly given her thanks to me, even though I did whatever I pleased as much as I liked till today. Truly a well-brought-up child. I suppose her parents taught her discipline well. No way, I should be the one giving you my thanks. You have really endured a lot to have made it here. It was a valuable experiment. Overcome with emotions, I embraced her, and she soon returned the embrace with her tiny hands. Tears and mucus dirtied my clothing, but I couldn't care less. Compared to the bloody pus that I extracted during the wretched operation, this was nothing. Inside the dimly lit basement, the young us caught hold of one another as we immersed ourselves in the joy of initial success. Talise, who is that child? I brought her out from the basement and father saw her. He was clearly taken aback. Naturally, I threw my chest out without the slightest hint of guilt and replied, "What are you saying, father? This is my slave." Huh? Unfortunately, my reply had only induced more and more confusion in father. He blinked his eyes in rapid succession. "You bought a second one. You are mistaken." Before then, her figure was in a tragic state of injuries, and she couldn't show her true face, but now I have finally healed her. And thus, I brought her up. "Come on, give your greetings to father." "Nice to meet you, I am Yuni." Former number 1 Chan, temp, held on the sleeves of my shirt while giving a clumsy bow to father. How it ended up being Yuni was because it would obviously be disastrous for others to know that her name was number 1 Chan. Temp, so it was the name she thought of hastily. I have a faint inkling about it, but I am sure that its meaning was a single object. To have pass off a name related to one, because her name was number 1. It felt like that there was no big change to her name. Incidentally, I do not know her real name. I tried asking what happened before I bought her, but the reception from her was unfavorable. I couldn't tell if she refused to reply or whether she was unable to reply. What I merely healed was her outer appearance. Her interior must be in disorderly state, even now, I suppose. To the extent of not knowing oneself, even though she was herself. I am interested to know more about her personal history, but well, that can be left for later when she composes herself. Ha! Father opened his mouth wide. He must have thought it to be inconceivable that a half-dead person with a face full of swellings could, in a short period of time, recover to this state of beauty. That must be it. My only bet was that she would survive and had predicted that some degree of scarring should remain even if she did not die. Yet, she overturned that verdict and exposed a face with not a single flaw to the world. This extent of treatment has been pulled off by a kid who wasn't even 10. Being in disbelief should be expected. I believe I would laugh scornfully if I heard from others about a similar tale like this. Father took roughly 1 minute to digest the situation, but he still showed hesitation as he stammered. Yes, an excellent job, Thales. To have personally healed a completely defective slave, your ability has left me in utter wonder. No, it must have been the result of her life force. I never expected that her recovery to reach this extent. Ha. Being excessively humble would only make you sound sarcastic, though. Somehow or another, him praising my skill would mean that the integrity of his head has grasped what has occurred. Father coughed and continued. However, have you forgotten the objective we laid from the beginning? I made you buy a slave so that you could learn the ways to tame your retainers. Even though your practice at healing has gone smoothly, I will not permit you to neglect your main duty. Yes, certainly. That goes without saying. From the start, I picked Yuni on the basis of her magic powers. From here on, this child would become my loyal servant and also a promising helper. For that, I would definitely have to thoroughly educate her. Regarding that, Father, I plan on having her learn the basic etiquette for now. If it is possible, may I have the help of the maids from our mansion who are not busy. For starters, we will work on the superficials. There is a saying that goes, the face follows but the stomach opposes, but to really detach the face from the stomach would be both unexpected and difficult. Much less of Yuni, who doesn't seem to be a reincarnator like me. She was a 100% genuine child. If that was the case, if I let the way of living obediently under others seep into her mind from young, when she grows into an adult, she would probably have a submissive personality. Without any inclination that I was thinking about such insolence, Father nodded his head in what appears to be annoyment. Do as you like, I would allow that kind of activities. Thank you very much. The conversation ended, and he left the venue in a rush. All right, I obtained permission from Father. I would have you work hard immediately from today. You good? Yes, Master. Yuni spoke in a flat voice that did not hint at any emotion. I wonder if it was because of the gratitude from being healed, but for now, she behaved loyally to my orders. Still, there was no way I would be satisfied with just that. Humans were living beings who would grow to become independent. We might be bound by the slave contract and her gratitude, but there was no proof that this kind of relationship would continue forever. Firstly, her magic alone had a substantial quality to it. Being my helper, she would have to accumulate information on alchemy and magic, and if so, it was plausible for her to dispel the obedience magic by herself. To maintain this relationship of master and servant, I would have to strictly teach her the behavior and etiquette, and through repetitive learning, firmly instill faithfulness. In the future, I am considering the possibility of applying a sophisticated brainwashing magic, otherwise known as brain restructuring. This might be too cowardly of me. However, I am a reincarnated human. A human that has died once. I am going to have to say no to dying a second time. That's why an existence that follows my command and move as my arms and legs absolutely cannot betray me. As much as I could, I produced a kind-looking face and grinned at her. A week from when Yuni started her training, she became able to behave at a bare minimum level for a servant. As expected, before she ended up in tatters and being sold to the slave market, she was likely born and raised in a family that should have a social status equivalent to that of an aristocrat. She was able to perform the basics of courtesy like the ABCs, and her speed of learning wasn't bad either. Still, once her free time started, it was time for her training to be my helper and bodyguard. What we did from the start was to build up her strength. Hey, your legs are coming to a stop. Move. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, master. On fine days, I brought bodyguards out to the outskirts of the city and made Yuni run. Before becoming a slave, she must have been the esteemed daughter of somebody, and after being a slave, she lived in the underground lab for treatment. After going through that kind of life, she could not even last 5 minutes before starting to pant. Well, this wasn't like a park or an exercise field like my previous world, and was a wild field overrun by weeds and small stones hidden in the shadows. Supposing that she was confident in her endurance, it would still be tough, I guess. Young master, what is the point of doing this? A servant said in puzzlement. It was the same servant that accompanied me when I was buying Yuni. This time, too, he came along as the bodyguard and the coachman. Can't you understand from looking? I am building physical strength. I have to occasionally bring her out to do some exercise. No matter what one is doing, the most important is one's physical strength. In a fantasy world where magic roams freely, that was the first thing I learnt. Offensive magic or recovery magic, and on top of that, transmuting substances with alchemy, etc. Each and every one of these magic progress according to the consumption of the user's magic powers. In this aspect, it does bear semblance to computer games in my previous world. Still, it differs in one area. Once one's magic power was depleted, it would have an effect on the body. In most of the cases, symptoms of shortness of breath and palpitations, dizziness and confusion to one's awareness would surface. To put it bluntly, exhausting all magic power would render one incredibly tired. When I first picked up magic, I did not have a good gauge of my limits and had the experience of fainting multiple times. There was this one time, for example, when I was in the middle of mixing some strong medicine when my consciousness receded, and because of that, I nearly caused a fire in the basement. And thus, ever since then, I came up with a countermeasure. To endure the acute tiredness when one has been drained of magic powers, one has to train the physical body as far as possible. It was a simple concept, but it should be enough for a measure. It was just at the level of a hypothesis, but I think it was a hypothesis with a rather high accuracy of being right. The evidence was that I heard from adults that most people who faint from magic exhaustion were children or the elderly with poor physical constitutions. There were limited examples, but the evidence pointed strongly towards people with weak bodies. However, this was hardly a methodology. In any case, most of the magicians devote the majority of their resources towards attaining the greatest magic powers or newest magic skills. And in my case, for an alchemist, it would be assigned to experimenting and creating magic equipment. There would not be any free time dedicated to building the body. The house tutor who taught me magic, who has stopped coming exactly a year ago, was also rumored to sweat like a barbarian. Well, there was some point to it. Time flows infinitely, but human lives have their limits. It was entirely rational to concentrate the maximum amount of time on one's priorities and keep the others to a minimum. Increasing one's magic powers to the upper, most levels would naturally mean lower chance of magic exhaustion happening. However, what I hoped for Yuni wasn't to just be a fixed artillery, chanting magic. To go adventuring in place of me, to collect required materials as my helper, as well as to act as my bodyguard, since I was a non-combatant. It would be unimaginable if she were to be exhausted due to a lack of magic power. There was a need to nurture her reflexes and forge her stamina while she was still a child. I never expected this fella to be so stringent. That young lady hasn't had time to recover from injuries, right? Like I said, I have to build her stamina quickly. That way, her training later can move in the right direction. At the very least, she has to recover to the point of being able to walk about in the mansion without any problems. That's why I have to quickly train her. Exactly in this period, since I bought her, I am strapped for cash and the research had to stop temporarily. For the sake of Yuni, and while I have time to spare, it was the evident conclusion to have her basic abilities improve now. In addition, included among the treatment performed on her was artificial skin grafting. I would love to obtain data on how she reacts to long exposure to sunlight. Also, I could harvest medicinal plants in the vicinity or think about how to counter monsters that appear in proximity of civilization. You heard me right, monsters exist. A long time ago, a demon lord existed. Also, I could also learn about the raw materials that can be obtained by being present on the actual site. 3 birds, 1 stone. Do not worry. I have no intention to destroy this hard-found talent before my eyes. I shrugged my shoulders and said. I pointed towards the shoes that I bought for Yuni to walk in the fields and the socks worn inside which would prevent blisters. I even prepared water and would make sure she hydrates herself plenty when the opportunity arises. If she trips or gets bitten by poisonous insects, I could treat her. I can hardly understand what young master is thinking. The male attendant scratched his head with a pained expression. That was not the way to speak to the family of his employer, but I'll let that slide. This would be the normal reaction of an adult. It was only because I felt that it was necessary, else I wouldn't be doing this either. This might not be very persuasive, but I do not have a hobby of bullying girls. It was just that as I watched the figure of Yuni in the distance, trying her best to fulfill my expectations, a deep emotion prodded my chest. 1 TW, 1 TW, ha ha. Soon, the attendant and I became silent, and the only sounds that filled the plains were the shouts and rough breathing of Yuni. At the end, Yuni became entirely spent after around 30 minutes. She couldn't even get on board the coach without my hand to support her. For the first day, she worked very hard. I think I would treat her to a miracle drug that rejuvenates later. A month passed. Yuni, today I'll have you remember the recipe for a simple drug. Understand? Yes, Master Sama. Rather than a long way from growing, she seemed to be entering a full-blown period of growth. Compared to a long time ago, she has physically improved to a large extent due to daily training. I do not think she would give up if it was just mashing medicinal herbs with a pestle. Using the herbs found near the plains of the outskirts, when she was working out as the ingredients, the lowest grade of potion can be made. I have to ensure that she was at least able to make that. You don't have to be so nervous. I was able to do this 3 years ago, so it shouldn't be that challenging. Remember, the first step is to. Another month passed. Finally, our medicines have hit the market. Congratulations, Master. We gathered around a table, which had a leather pouch on top of it. We were captivated. Inside the pouch was the currency of this world, the lowest denomination with the lowest worth, copper coins. Something cheap would be worth this much coins. If we go to the money exchanger, this should be worth a few pieces of silver, I reckon. Father indicated his displeasure upon hearing that our homemade medicine was sold out in the market. The reason being that a person in an earl's family should not be imitating the vulgar business of a merchant. Persuading him was especially bone-breaking. Compared to making the merchant guild recognize the quality of my products, I felt it was far more troublesome. However, I managed to procure an income source that was somewhat passable. When I considered that, I couldn't help but lift my lips into a grin. Up till now, all my research funding depended on the small allowance Father gave me, but since I could do my own trade now, I should be able to be self-sufficient despite it being a very small sum of money. If Father's patience runs out and he decides to stop the alchemy research, it shouldn't be a problem now. I won't be able to avoid shrinking the scope of the research, but at least I can continue the research by my own efforts. Just a bit more savings, and I should be moving on to the next stage of research. A month later, NGG Nguo. Master Sama, number 2's body temperature is climbing. Perspiration has also been observed. The status of the pupil of the eye. It is contracting. As I heard the report from Yuni, I started listing down the data on a piece of paper that I was holding onto. In the middle of the room, there was a newly installed operating table. On it was a male who was gagged and chained. The metal fixtures that constrained him rattled endlessly. What am I doing? As you can see, it was a human experiment. In order to materialize my ultimate goal of immortality, it was essential to have data regarding the biology of a human and its various functions. For example, medicines have to be tested in advance, and whether it is administered to myself or to others. It was important to determine the effectiveness of medicines. Previously, I had Yuni conduct a few experiments on animals, and there was plenty of data resulting from it, but for more intricate and complex medical procedures, data from human experiments was still fundamental. Hence, newly bought slave number 2, adult male, former criminal, was a rather helpful specimen. He had a sturdy build, and what's more was that he has no useful skills whatsoever and was thus priced economically. He did not have a single ounce of magic power, and so, the obedience spell worked finely on him. Not to mention that he contained a great dislike towards nobility, and his attitude towards them was the very worst. Despite prescribing the strongest medicine and conducting radical experiments on him, my conscience didn't weigh on me one bit. In any case, this round of experiments were a failure. The muscle-strengthening medicine derived from full moon scopolia, even though the theory should be correct, was its toxicity not attenuated sufficiently. Falling into a state of abnormal excitement, inability to discern things, and the cloudiness of consciousness were observed. I managed to find a prescription text from an old bookshop, and by making references to it, I tried to make a medicine. However, after replacing the main component with a more potent medicinal herb, it didn't seem to go well. Rather than thinking about the expected effectiveness, the risk of side effects have risen too much. Should I do a full reevaluation? Still, swapping to it, a less poisonous variant would make it more expensive. Should I employ adventurers to collect them for me? Instead of buying directly, this would help reduce the costs. As I grumbled on, Yuni drooped her shoulders disheartenedly. I beg for you forgiveness, master. Why? Yuni has been continuing her training, but I am still not good enough to be of use. Also, she bowed her head down apologetically. Oh, so she has a cute side to her as well, huh? You don't really need to pay too much attention to that. The training program would be refined and polished annually. I anticipate another 5 or 6 years before you are combat ready. Yes. I gave her the affirmation right from my mouth, but from her appearance, it seems like she still has worries about it. Perhaps she associated the worst situation because of the next stage of the research, human experimentation, that involved utilizing slaves. More specifically, she was afraid that she would become a specimen for the human experiments. Nevertheless, Yuni was a scarce talent that could be hardly found anywhere. I looked through the entire slave market and rarely saw someone who had her level of magic powers. Slaves who had such magic powers were attached with a price tag that only relatively high peerage holders or owners of small castles can afford, and these slaves were all elves too. It was really a godsend fortune that I was able to procure Yuni at that price. Consequently, rest assured, Yuni, I would not simply abuse someone of your caliber because that would be incredibly foolish. I made a very clear-cut declaration, and it seems that her anxieties faded to some extent. Yes, Master Sama. Though I must say, this was a somewhat ominous sign. The small animal-like fear and braveness that arose in her were not feelings that would occur if one was loved caringly. This release of what was on her mind, in short, implied that she was fearful of me. Even if I removed the fear she has of me with whatever reason or anything, there would not be any guarantee that she would put her live on the line for me. For example, if one day, someone who protects her, replacing my role, appears. It was a plausible situation. After all, I did say I wanted to give her the dangerous task of searching the ingredients that were necessary for alchemy. Actually, it was because of the direction of the progressive training that she could see that I was pushing her to be my helper. If one day, Yuni's dissatisfaction is not stifled, or if some meddling person extends a helping hand because of pity, there were countless of possibilities if I just thought about it. Of course, the obedience spell was currently active, though I did repeat several times that this was not an absolute measure to gain trust. For that reason, I need to bring her heart closer to my side. I examined the possibility of using brainwashing magic or brain restructuring, but it is not something of my league currently. To make it something that I could do would require more time. I have to prepare some kind of a plan. Master, what should we do with number 2? Her voice brought me back to reality after being lost in my own thoughts. I can't be like this. Brooding over things endlessly was one of my bad habits. For now, please help me administer the 14th antidote. There are many, many more experiments that I want to do with number 2 after all. Have you memorized how to do it? Mix the water in, insert the catheter into his mouth, and use the pump to pour it into the throat, right? Yes, yes. Be careful not to mistakenly insert it into the respiratory way. Is an injection no good? You know we are doing a clinical trial of a muscle-strengthening medicine, yes. In this situation, the bulging muscles would be a hindrance and would prevent the needle from entering. Sorry. Ahaha, you do not have to stress yourself out. Having doubts and raising questions are the signs of a good servant. I continued to guide her. I was pretending to be kind while thinking of more wiles to deeply cajole her into trusting me. Another month's passing. Demon, you all are demons. Ah, all right. You are so noisy, could you please be quiet, number 3. Ah, made that mistake again. Shut up. Ugh. Infusing some magic into my order, the female slave was robbed of her voice promptly. The obedience spell was quite convenient. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, with just this alone, my life must have been rosy. Incidentally, this female was a slave that I recently purchased. The effects and side effects varies between males and females. Just number 2, who is a male, on the operating table wasn't enough. Yuni, help me restrain number 2-kun. Yes, master, Yuni held the unconscious number 2-kun with both her arms and brought him to a cell. The sight of a child laboriously dragging an adult by the armpits was somewhat surreal. Though I did know that she had gone through many trainings and she has built up quite some strength, seeing her lift another human that exceeds her own weight was still startling. In my previous world, moving unconscious people would be difficult even for adults. The muscular strength exhibited by Yuni was a commonly seen attribute of a fantasy world, but it was still praiseworthy. Zug. It was very slight, but the noise of number 2-kun groaning reached my ears. He became noticeably weaker in recent days. When I first bought him, having the vigor of a former criminal, he constantly spit vulgarities and even tried to lay his hands on Yuni. It was quite a troublesome matter. In the end, the obedience spell was revised to include another rule that the slaves of his master cannot be harmed as well. Well, thinking back upon it, it was a good learning experience. However, he has become rather quiet as of late. Rather than that, he started blabbering nonsense all the time. His movement capabilities have also declined to the extent where he required help or else he would not be able to move normally. And despite all that, due to the effects of the muscle-strengthening medicine experiment, his body was still well built, giving off a tragic out-of-place feeling. Looks like we are approaching the limits for this guy. He should be dying soon. By none other than our experiment. He might be a former criminal, but we were still killing a full-fledged living human being. No, currently, number 2-kun's mental and physical state has already decayed away. There was no hope of him returning to an ordinary lifestyle or recovering to his previous personality, even if we released him from our experiment. Number 3-san, who I made to shut up a while ago, would probably suffer the same fate. Though my heart was strangely unperturbed by these events. Even though I was conducting such cruel and evil things. No matter how much this country laws dictate that owners of slaves can do whatever they want with them and will not be punished, as a human being myself, my conscience should have been tinged in guilt. Towards my rhetorical question, something that resided my innermost depths laughed. So what? It says. My goal was to become immortal. I felt it before I was reincarnated, the dying sensation of having your roots, branches, and everything you were robbed from you and turning into nothing. To escape that fate, I would do anything I can. That's why I absolutely have to devote myself to alchemy. That's why I have to conduct many experiments. How many people would die because of it? It doesn't matter as long as I am able to evade death. Doesn't it? The snake that coiled inside my stomach bragged aloud. The task of moving number 2 is done. Yuni's report broke my train of thoughts. Good work, Yuni. Let's have another mid-noon break today. As I told her such, Yuni's eyes gleamed dimly. The change in her expression was sparse, but at least it proved that she wasn't without emotions. And due to that, though it was small, there was a chance that she would betray me. What held her back were the obedience spell, the debt of saving of her life, and also the whip of fear towards me. As of such, I have to ensure myself by throwing sweets at her. literally sweets. Regarding the sugar from my previous world, humans already knew how to make it BCE, before Common Era. It exists in this continent too, but it was low in production and commanded a high price. Still, I was an alchemist. As long as I have the proper equipment and that there were maple sap available in the nearby woods, I could make enough sugar that could cost an entire family's income. As one would expect, turning this cash flow route into a stable source of income would be pretty intense, but it could at least provide for some small change. To make matters worse, the era in this world was similar to the Middle Centuries, and culinary remain largely undeveloped. Considering that, even though I have some knowledge of my previous world, I wasn't any confectioner, so the most I can do is to provide refined sweets. Feels like cheating. And children have a weak spot for sweet things. An uncontrollable weakness. This was an era when there were few entertainment that can distract people from stress, and also that the lowest stratum of society were slaves. What would happen if these luxurious sweets could match the tastes of the royalty and the aristocrats? Naturally, it would be like a dream. Today, what shall we have? Maybe donuts. What kind of food is that? Simply speaking, it is a pastry made by frying uncooked dough covered with sugar. Ah, which reminds me, we succeeded in cultivating yeast earlier. If we add that in before frying it, it would become much fluffier. She was unfazed by what I said, but I could hear the sound of gulping. An honest kid. To gain the trust of a person, rather than pointing a sword, grabbing hold of one's stomach was much easier. At the same time, if one's tongue is satisfied, there wasn't a need to say anything. Though, this much was still lacking. In order to ensure that she doesn't disobey me, I have to make her ever more dependent on me. I have to discipline her more precisely. Looking back into history, there were many people who chose betrayal even after being rescued, being tied by chains of fear, having one's desires fulfilled, or even if love was given. I do not want to die. Dying once was more than enough. I do not want to despair. I am going to live. I would live in the most amusing way possible. For that end, the hard-found game pieces that I possess, I would make sure they absolutely do not become traitorous towards me. Chapter 2, My First Lady's Second Half. A month passed. Master Sama, it is time to wake up. Ugh. As I lifted my swollen eyelids and sobered up, I could see a girl wearing a crude one-piece and a white apron looking down on me. Needless to say, she was Yuni. Since she was learning etiquette from the maids of our residence, it wasn't far-fetched to say she was apprenticing under the maids. Of course, her appearance was also appropriate, but as a slave, she had to consider the quality of her clothes. The Obniel family was of a considerable standing as a house of Earl. When one becomes a servant, even if one was among the ranks of a commoner, they could be assigned to someone close to an aristocrat or a lower-ranked aristocrat's child. If one was a slave, due to their rank, it was common to see them being allowed to only wear clothing that were several ranks inferior. Morning, Yuni. Good morning, Master Sama. I brought my body to an upright position and exchanged morning greetings. It has been nearly half a year since I brought this child to the household. Could it be the results of her daily training? Yuni was gradually outgrowing her choice of words and the way she totters around like a child. It seems that she has been receptive and enthusiastic to the training by the servants that I borrowed from father. She was moving in the right direction. Hammering the mold into her from the start would allow her to learn to behave and obey others slowly. It would make it easy to suppress her rebellious spirit if she possesses one. Habits that are picked up by the body cannot be easily forgotten. If I trained her to enjoy lowering her head and do her best for me, I can look forward to her having a greater loyalty towards me when she grows up. I stretched my arms out as I got up. I stayed up too late yesterday, got my hands onto a piece of interesting information, and had to finish it no matter what. Please have some self-love. If you hurt your health, you are no longer a child. That's true. Before attaining my long-cherished dream of immortality, I cannot afford to die young. I started changing my clothes while engaging in trivial talk. Yuni bravely stripped off my pajamas and helped me put on my shirt. Having a younger girl assist in my change of clothes did leave me with a bit of embarrassment, but it was the duty of the aristocrats to allow the servants to help out in ordinary day-to-day affairs like this. Indeed, it must be linked to creating employment, but Yuni was ultimately an unpaid slave. This wasn't good for the economy, but well, I can think of this as part of nurturing a heart for service. Hearing as you have obtained new information, would there be a change in today's schedule? After changing, she asked me, why would I change my plans for today after obtaining information? It's obviously because I would be conducting new experiments. However, it wasn't the case this time. Deciphering the old text would take some time. For the meantime, we shall continue with the current experiment. Yes, certainly. Then I shall make the necessary preparations, Yuni said, as she lowered her head in a natural motion. Her gestures when giving respects were starting to look decent. Being trained by professionals really did make her learn quickly. As I smiled fondly at her progressive growth, I thought that today would be a good day. Half a year passed. Gyuha. Thrusting forcefully, a wooden pole used for training into his solar plexus, the man's bushy area collapsed. As always, Yuni looked down with not a single hint of emotion, even though she completed the achievement of beating down an adult alone with her childlike body. 1 year has passed since the training program to elevate her physical potential started. Said man was a first-generation knight who once participated in a war and attained himself a meritorious deed, but this was the outcome. This grown-up man was defeated by a 7-year-old guessing girl. Furthermore, he was given the initiation attack. No, it was likely that she would become scarier than this. Thank you very much for the guidance today as always. What guidance? With quivering feet like that of a newborn fawn, the knight took close to a full minute to recover his footing. He must be enduring Yuni's single blow to a similar extent. After all, her strength has been augmented thanks to medicine I concocted. It was a medicine that was discovered with great difficulty. It would not inhibit a person's skeletal growth, as it does not increase the quantity of muscles, but heightens the quality of the muscles. It took no less than the pointless deaths of 5 slaves. All of them were the cheapest. If they had no worthy skills, the slaves could even be cheaper than toys or sweets. But still, it was undesirable due to the time wasted on handling their disposals. There was this once when father found fault with my cremation of a corpse. He reprimanded me severely and brought me all the way to a church to be preached to. However, it did bore results, and it made Yuni's physical capabilities improve to a large extent. If she were able to fight like this at 7 years old, then she might be able to handle the job of searching materials I need much earlier than expected. Chuckling to myself, as I pictured a bright future, a knight serving my family faced me with an austere expression. Young master, please let this girl's opponent off for today. This voice sounded different from pain and felt like the trembling of something instead. Yes, why? Honestly, there is nothing more that I can teach above this. Also, if this continues every day, my body will not hold. As he said, he pointed out to his stomach and wrists that had been repeatedly beaten. There were also countless of bruises on his face. Certainly, Yuni has grown much stronger than he was now. It was at a point where nothing much can be learnt from this man. Furthermore, he even allowed a child to reach all the way to his solar plexus. He has lost all of face of a knight. Considering that carefully, it should be about time to round things up. Well, I heard that he became a first-generation knight not because of his outstanding services in war, but rather because of his value as a personal valet. I did not know what was the average fighting capability for combatants, but I am quite confident he wasn't high up in the hierarchy. It might already be time that Yuni requires a much higher-level teaching material. I nodded in assent, and the man scuttled off. Now then, what shall we do from tomorrow? Maybe I should employ an adventurer to teach magic or searching skills. Is that okay? With that, the money reserved to purchase an experimental tables and other materials. Ostensibly, Yuni said so admirably, though her concerns were unnecessary. If you reach a competent level quickly, we can recover all that losses later. I rather you reach that point earlier. We would gain much more eventually by doing this. Acquiring raw materials would cost money, since we would have to specially buy it from people. If we can collect these materials ourselves, the cost in that field would practically become zero. Well, until we make the arrangements for the new teacher, you shall be going monster hunting in the outskirts. Can you do that? Yes. The likes of goblins, which often appear near the town, would not be any trouble. I have confidence in that, Yuni declared coolly. Actually, she was the one who was beating all the monsters that we came across in these plains. The knight that I borrowed earlier helped us out only at the start for approximately a month. She was capable of exploring the nearby forest, but I do not know if something might happen in a real battle. It was possible that she meets a large flock of enemies at one go or fight a series of battles and become fatigued or injured in the process. Thus, suffer an embarrassing defeat. To genuinely do exploration, it should be more than enough to have another 2 to 3 more years of training. Although things may look this way, I did push forward the timeline from my initial plan. This was due to her advancing quickly, surpassing my expectations. I am in no rush. Layering diligence over diligence, I proceeded carefully. It was because there was nobody else with her degree of talent. 3 years passed. The opponent were also adventurers, and the result was as expected. Even though it was Yuni, you did not go injury-free. I said to her, with a body inflicted with injuries here and there, while treating her injuries personally. Yuni would be able to use recovery magic to heal herself if it was just this much, but leaving behind any kind of scar would be troublesome in the future. In that aspect, I can happily brag that I am second to none in terms of leaving no scars after treatment. After all, I was the one who healed those cruel and vile injuries. There were no reasons why I couldn't treat those battle injuries now. I have caused you trouble. No, I was the one who requested you to do this unreasonable job. You shouldn't be apologizing. I consoled her, whose facial expression remained unmoved as she lowered her head. No matter how much time passes, she hardly shows any emotions, but that was due to the way she had socialized for many years. I could at least see that the bottom of her heart was, in any case, disheartened. At any rate, those teachers were bothersome. They were trying to snatch Yuni away from me. Yes, if they weren't planning that, I was thinking I should have been able graduate with a more appropriate step. Good grief, I let out a sigh of exasperation as I nodded. The ones who inflicted injuries on Yuni were her masters. They were basically people not from the residence who were giving her guidance. However, somehow, it seemed like they suspected me of conducting human experiments. With that as their force for persuasion, they suggested that they take custody of her since I may turn to her next for the experiments. She might be said to be a slave of a noble, but she was still a child. If there was a negotiation with the owner, it should be possible to buy her out of her contract with money, they said. If something like that was done, I would not be able to go against the wishes of my father, who was the head of family. Because, even at the best of times, I was devoting myself to alchemy research, which was a deviation from what he wanted of me. He would definitely let Yuni go without a shred of hesitation. Naturally, they haven't told me all of this directly. It was in the middle of her training when they casually devised plans for Yuni. And when I heard about the betrayal from her, without a moment's delay, I ordered for an assassination. If she didn't want to do it, I was considering the use of the subordination magic, but she didn't refuse. She went to kill her teachers, whom she owed a debt of gratitude to and whom showed affection for her, without any second thoughts. I was the one who brought her up like that, but frankly, she was one terrifying child. They were both adventurers who made a name for themselves with just their skills alone, but not for a single moment would they have thought that the person they were trying to save would be the very person who killed them. Since she was the so-called solo adventurer who doesn't form parties, if it was just one of them at a time, just Yuni, a budding fighter, alone was more than enough to send them to their conclusions. The female magician that was teaching her magic was ended by a single stab on her back while unaware. The bigger problem was the male hermit, a scout who was a professional at picking locks, who was teaching her the essential searching skills. As expected of his skills as a scout, I heard he astutely sensed her killing intent and retaliated with ferocity. In the end, the most he could do was deal a few cuts to her. It was some good luck that it didn't end up with him fleeing. From Yuni's report, to be extra cautious, not only did she deliver the final blow to him, she also buried him. There was also the fear in this world where the dead revives as an undead. Therefore, she had to bury them in a graveyard where memorial services were conducted regularly. Crushing the corpse can fully ensure that they could never become zombies or skeletons, however, there was the danger that they became ghosts if they were overly consumed by hatred. There were both merits and demerits in this so-called fantasy world. To ensure that a dead man tell no tales, another light push was needed. Incidentally, among the slaves who were spent by the experiments and who were cremated, there were a few that did become ghosts. Still, after exorcising them with magic, the same individual can never emerge as a ghost again. Surely, as their soul dissipates, they feel the same as I did before I reincarnated. Leaving that topic aside. Graduation, While it was true she took them by surprise, she was at a level where she could defeat both of her masters. This should be a suitable time for Yuni to head out for exploration. May I have your permission? Yuni lifted her head up, and her eyes were fixed at me as she gazed at me. It was the same expression when I was praising her. She behaved the same way when she was given sweets or equipments. Did she really want to go adventuring that much? After completing most of the treatment, I took a seat and continued my suggestion. You are already much better, and I wouldn't have to pay for a home tutor. The expenses can be used for new experiments. If you are able to do it, by all means, I would want to go with that plan too. Thank you, Master Sama. Suddenly, with a sound of her clothes fluttering, Yuni prostrated herself on the floor. Definitely, I swear I will become more useful than ever before. Alert! That was startling. She was always the quiet child, so I never expected that she would raise her voice as though she added an exclamation mark to the end of her sentence. It appeared that she noticed that I was taken aback. She brought her head, that was elevated for an instant, back down. I have acted disgracefully. Please forgive me. No, I am not angry. Also, you do not have to kneel down before me in such a grandiose manner. It's not like others are looking over here. Come on, stand up, stand up. I let out a small sigh as I forgave her. I wonder if it is because of the servants whom I entrusted the learning of manners to were strict. Some of her gestures when giving gratitude or apology were exaggerated. Certainly, since slaves were a lower class than that of commoners who were beneath that of nobles, the lowest of the lowest class, it was correct to behave obsequiously. That was the common sense of this world. Although seeing someone do this every day would be suffocating for me instead. I do desire an overflowing heart of loyalty, but the last drop makes the cup runs over. I want her to be more fun. Once I ascertained with my own eyes that Yuni had stood up, I changed the topic. Well, I would be happy to see an enthusiastic Yuni. That's how it is. From now on, we need to face towards Yuni's adventure debut and should make preparations for it. Let's register at the guild in the start of the next month. They were troublesome, but necessary formalities. If one becomes an adventurer, he or she would be able to enter dangerous areas unallowed for ordinary people. So far as it goes, it seems that there are unlicensed adventurers who skip registering with the guild, either because they are some shady lot who have a serious previous conviction record, or are active criminals, ignoring standard procedures. Nevertheless, those were the root of superfluous quarrels. Being found out and getting fined was just the start of it. Coming across official adventurers while at the exploration destination might end up in a squabble, and there was also the fear that they might be accused of illegal activities like poaching. In the case of being found guilty of committing unpardonable evil deeds, one could be made the target of a subjugation just like monsters. Such troubles are not of my liking, so I would make sure to register. For now, let's get the exact types of equipment ready. Do you have any special requests? The one using them would be Yuni, hence, do not hold back and give me your opinions. Then Master Sama. After being prompted to speak at ease, she talked, but somehow with a tendency to hesitate. How about something like a rugged combat treaty made uniform? What was that again? Made uniform. I doubted my ears instinctively and asked her to repeat herself. In response, she nodded. A made uniform. In any case, my hearing was normal. She was anxiously avoiding eye contact with me, but still, that was what she said. Exactly where and how did she come up with that kind of request, I wonder? True, she was used to wearing the maid uniform and moving in them would likely be easier for her. Be that as it may, does she have the intent to wear that out while adventuring? Perhaps this was some first-rate joke by Yuni. As I considered, she stared at me earnestly. That may not do. Her pair of upturned eyes looked uneasy as she asked me. This kid is serious about it. I have confidence in that. No, maybe she got a shock from personally taking care of her own teachers and was in a state of confusion. It left a strong unease in her, but when I was giving her treatment, I made sure to check her vitals. Her pulse and perspiration were both normal. Therefore, I could unmistakably declare that she was sane. Thoughtlessly, I placed my hand on her forehead. I hardly troubled Yuni. She was always following my instructions. I didn't have to use the magic on the collar or the other measures that prevents rebellion. Moreover, what you see was all the result of training. She has by far outstripped my expectations. Such an excellent child, where and how did I make a blunder that she would answer with maid uniform when asked what she wanted for her equipment? As I remained baffled, I said, "Well, I'll handle it." I am sure my face was mostly cramping up. While I replied with an unusual answer, I was the one who started this topic. Furthermore, this request was made strongly by a child that barely asks anything for herself. It wasn't something that couldn't be done, so if this much was able to satisfy her demands, it would be considered a relatively cheap business. I decided to think this way. As expected, she reciprocated with a deep bow. For listening to my impertinent request with all ears, I am immensely thankful. I pledged to become ever more motivated. Oh yeah, do your best. This was my first time saying something like that, and I answered while chasing more thoughts. Maid uniform, if I tailored the white Alice band, the one that is worn on the head, or the apron, as an equipment, it should come out as something that can withstand fights and adventuring. Above all, it was the same kind of clothing that she wore on a daily basis. Hence, it can also be said to have a high concealability in her everyday life. With that line of thought, it wasn't a bad suggestion to make such an equipment for Yuni. Don't tell me she made that choice with that in mind. I drew up a plan in the back of my mind while contemplating. 2 years passed. Now then, the final test. Kill yourself with what you are holding. Immediately after giving my orders, the slaves that were holding onto the ends of the rope with both hands pulled and tightened it without any hesitation. Even though it was wrapped around their own necks, sounds resembling a frog being strangled to death by a snake arose. Having one's neck tightened was agonizing. Breathing would be blocked off, and even blood flow would be obstructed until consciousness was lost. At the end of a few minutes of struggling, the slackened lower half of the body would discharge feces and piss as they die. Among the methods to commit suicide, I suppose it was the lowest of the lowest. Under actual conditions, there were people who writhed in pain while having their necks hanged, causing the rope to snap. Much less to say using the strength of hands to suicide. If there wasn't a sufficient amount of determination, it couldn't be pulled off. However, the slaves that have been ordered by me did not waver in their arm strength, continuing to kill themselves with the rope. Because I used the subordination magic. Nope, wrong. Yuni has the magic activated. No, both emission of magic and magical techniques have not been detected. All right, then there are no problems. At the same time, when I nodded with satisfaction, the test subjects, the slaves, trembled and collapsed on the operating table. And then, a horrid stench that induces one to pinch their nose enshrouded the underground lab. They have died. Not by coercion from magic. From the start to the end, it was only verbal instructions. The subject's vital signs are confirmed to have stopped. The experiment is a success. Yuni's soft voice announced the great progress of my research. I was in the mood to laugh out loud and do a small dance, but I paused. Because of the things that leaked out in the final moments on the operating table, it wasn't that big of a deal, but it wasn't an environment in which I wanted to breathe in deeply. That took a long time. That is to realize complete control over a person through brainwashing. That's right, brainwashing. As I have mentioned countless of times, the collar on the slaves that forces them to submit to me was something that could be deactivated by their magic. In order to completely overcome that, there was a need to restructure from their brains to obey me. Opening their heads with a scalpel, tampering with their brains, to the very end, all the methods used to take away their will to betray were surgical, or it could thought of as embedding the thoughts of obedience. Someone from somewhere once did use this method to mar Yuni's face, and I later put the same method to practical use when treating Yuni. The parts that were desired were temporarily destroyed and regenerated to a desired shape. The crux of this method was that it isn't possible to deactivate the brainwashing by magic. After all, the brain of the subject after the operation would be healthy, so recovery magic will not be able to heal it. The only way to treat it might be to temporarily destroy the part of the brain that creates the effect of brainwashing, and then healing it to its original form. This means that the same operation has to be repeated. Even if someone tries to dispel brainwashing magic, it wasn't like I was controlling them by magic. Hence, even the target for the magic was lacking. For argument's sake, there might be a loophole, and there might be a risk that the real brainwashing magic could overwrite the controlling rights. But such a brainwashing magic user does not exist, and therefore, I did not have to consider how to cope with this fatal magical attack and could devote myself to research. Most importantly, it was the best measure to prevent betrayal that I wished for now. Congratulations, Master Sama. Yuni reverently lowered her head, congratulating me on the success of the experiment. For no apparent reason, her cheeks were blushing faintly. Possibly, the joy she was experiencing was much greater than mine. By receiving this procedure, Master Sama's slaves can become more idealistic, yes. Somehow, she murmured together with a feverish sigh. The reason for it was as she have said. The her from before seemed to have been greatly dissatisfied with how I constantly drew a line with my actions. From day one of obtaining Yuni, I have been doubtful of the power of the collar to make the slaves submit to me. Yuni's magic was above average, and I prescribed miracle drugs of which were gotten from experiments, further boosting her powers. That's why even till today, I interact with her while always being on alert for hints of betrayal. Even during the experiments, mealtimes, and sleep time too. From time to time, I would hand down some orders restricting some specific actions. Also, I would never let go of my protection equipment when sleeping. Well, such kind of things have been going on the whole time. From the time I bought her, I have been teaching her to have loyalty, and yet, every day I continue to be skeptical of it. If it was me instead, just one day would be enough for me to throw in the towel. To date, the other slaves that have been purchased with the same motive as Yuni only accept the person herself. The other useful slaves who could not sustain ended up dead. Separating them into categories, 20% of them killed themselves, 10% broke down mentally, and the remaining 70% secretly planned to rebel, so I sent them to their ends. All of them were capable with magic and in their own ways were expensive slaves. Nothing beats such wastefulness. And thus, even for her who has endured such a lifestyle without a word of complaint lately, she leaked out them like tears falling. Please, allow me to become a more complete slave. She said. I committed to memory this feeling of being so overwhelmingly happy that I wanted to jump out in joy when I heard those words. It was the instance in which the many years of education have yielded fruit. I am sure Helen Keller's teacher, Sullivan, felt the same as I am now in that moment when Helen spoke of the word, water. Of course, there was a chance that this was cajolery in order to get my guard down, so for now, I was trying to recover my focus. For that reason, while remaining unperturbed and vigilant, I said, this is no more than securing some early success. The same operation on Yuni would have to take more examples, I believe. Yes, I understand, Master Sama. Yuni faintly lowered her brows. Not sure if it was because she was always expressionless, and that I am not used to it, but I could see the clear disappointment on her face. That this might just be for appearances was among the realm of possibility too, though. If that is the case, I have one suggestion. What is it? She said while pulling out her handkerchief. For next time, before entering this final test, may I ask that the subjects put on diapers? Unwittingly, my mouth was left agape, the stench that was barging and made me feel sick. I grew accustomed to some degree of stink from repeating human experiments, but it was not like I could completely eliminate the unpleasantness. Leaving that aside, it is true that each time the same thing was done, the lab would become contaminated, and for that, I seek your forgiveness. Doing experiments here was tough for me, and for Yuni who has to handle the cleaning up afterwards, it must have been much harder on her. Mother of God, had I not realized about that thing? Filled with regret and self-loathing, I brought my arms to my head. Since the operating table was designed for cases when there was a loss in body function, things like diapers were always kept in reserve. To think that I would have clean forgotten about it. Such a miserable, silly mistake thinned down my joy in achieving experimental success. I only realized just earlier too. Yuni said so in an attempt to console me. Seriously, I had what number of years of experimentation under my belt, and yet I failed to notice something this simple. However, well, this was also a good opportunity to fix my lax mood. Lights are usually followed by shadows, and it took us great pains to get to this final stage of the experiment too. After clearing things up, we shall have to rethink if there are any other problems. I understand. After finishing up with the tremendous cleaning that we were both reluctant to do, we re-examined the problem areas of the experiment anew. There were no other problems found. 1 month passed. Don't see come, do not come, I'll do anything so please don't come near me, get out. I got it, just getting out is good, right? In an attempt to quell the screaming from behind, I got out of the room. Even after I closed the door, I could still hear ceaseless shrieking from inside. Father has been always acting like this as of late. Every time he saw my face, he would expel a strange voice. It looks like he has finally lost it. Despite being ridden with an illness, he wouldn't even let me conduct a medical examination on him. Secluding himself to his bedroom, there was no way anyone could have met him unless they expressly made a visit. I wonder if it could be considered a blessing. If we were at our meal area and he was screaming like that, it would be out of this world. How pitiful. That voice emanated from my brother, Line Strain Obniel. It appears that he had been watching from outside the room. Having entered adulthood, his manliness has all the more surfaced, just like a noble youth with a fair complexion straight out from a picture book. The only thing was that he has been recently furrowing his brows all the time, creating an unapproachable aura which was a fly in the ointment. Yes, really. If he could at least calm down, I am sure he would be able to receive treatment from the church. At how I lamented at father's condition, brother laughed scornfully. Who I was referring to was you. Amy, why? As I blinked my eyes at those unexpected words, he sighed back at me in a flaunting manner. What the heck was he trying to do? You do not understand. Apart from entering a lowly business, you sullied our family's social status, and finally, you have even ran out of father's favor. What else can we call that but pitiful? It appears that he was speaking with sarcasm. From the start, we weren't close brothers, but a few years back, whenever I saw him, he was like this. Whenever he sees a human face, he would treat it as though he came across a cockroach, and father would make a fuss equal in intensity. In recent times, however, I could only feel hatred from the way brother looks at me. Yes, I see, that is one way to look at it. There was not a single worth in seriously accompanying in this competition. I nodded with calmness. Now that he mentioned it, it was tragic. I, who have been pampered by father since I was a child, had become a target of animosity by him. It was certainly disaster for a child who has lost the love from his parent. In any case, father wasn't pleased with my continuous killing of slaves on the operating table. Why that was so was odd. In this country, it should be the case that not a single hoot will be given no matter how many slaves were killed if they were your own property. In order to ensure that my research could continue safely, I made sure to check whether there was anything that was considered against the regulations beforehand. Furthermore, whether it was father or brother, it wasn't once or just twice when they killed slaves who has their disfavor. And so, why am I the only one who was reproached for it? I cannot understand at all. No doubt I was consuming them at too fast a pace, but was it something worth scolding over? Well, I couldn't be bothered with what father thinks. As long as it does not pose any demerits to me, I couldn't care less if I was loved or hated. Not only were my research funds already covered by the sale of potions, as an adventurer, Yuni could earn an income. Therefore, I had no need for a small allowance. The problem was at the very end of losing his mind. He excluded me from inheritance, but even if I was carrying out a crime, carrying out but not yet exposed, it wasn't considered impolite in terms of social etiquette. In fact, it was not like I took part in social life. Yet, father considered that there was no law in what I did. Perhaps uninterested in my response, brother twitched his brows and stiffened his cheeks. HMPH. It looks like it's impossible for you to comprehend. Maybe, so is that all you have to say? If that is so, I would like to be excused. I turned around while saying, honestly, having a conversation with brother was tiring. Every single time we met, all he had to offer was either sarcasm or orders for me to stop my research. Even though I would have to die someday if the immortality research couldn't be completed. Does this person see no problem in my death? There was no meaning in endlessly continuing a conversation which no end could be seen. What I hated most after dying was pointlessness. Just as I was about to walk back to the lab. Speaking of which, Thales. Obstinately, brother called out to me again. Where is that slave of yours? For some time now, I haven't seen that slave. The person he was asking for was likely to be Yuni. All my slaves existed for the laboratory table. Generally, they died due to the effects of the experiment, or they were dealt with because I had to prevent information leak. That's why when he referred to a slave by that slave, it would mean the long-lived her. What is it, elder brother? Are you interested in Yuni? Even if you desire her, I will not give her to you. Supposing that this country's king tells me to hand her over, I would have to say no. Having costed me a colossal amount of time and money, I have finally brought her to a satisfactory level. I have no intention to pass her over to a bunch of people who do not even know the alphabet A in alchemy. All the more for this fella whom I know so very well. Turning my head over my shoulders to look, brother was grimacing in an extremely vexed manner. A slave that is the same kind as you, getting tainted by the stink of intestines, I would have to ask to be excused from that. I was simply curious. What a rude thing to say. We are always watching out for our hygiene. For me and for her as my helper, we were not imbeciles who couldn't clean ourselves and remove the filthy stink. Not only do we use the bath frequently, we make sure to change our clothes too. In terms of maintaining the cleanliness of slaves, I dare say we are the best in the capital, no, the entire world. As you know, bacterias are the source of experiments going awry. Regarding sterilization and disinfection, I obsess over it like how I deal with corpses. I know the smell of the disinfectant could be said to be strong, but describing it as an intestinal stink was really out of question. Brother made a slightly pleased expression towards my faintly sullen look. I thought, possibly, that you have finally sacrificed that girl to your experiments. And now he was being more sarcastic. Saying this would be mean, but I couldn't contain my laughter at his statement. Use Yuni in the experiments? From the day I bought her, I have always been doing so. Even now, I am doing that. I was just about to go and meet her. So then, my apologies. Putting an end to this fruitless and unproductive conversation, I hurried to the underground basement. Good grief, the long-awaited day and this messed up thing happens. Despite this being the day when she finally clears the first stage. Well, whatever. The jeers from these people who can't understand was as good as background noise. Rather than be preoccupied with them, I might as well speed up the procedures. Because once this is done, I can finally complete my first pawn at long last. Laid down above the basement's operating table, she was sleeping. The anesthesia was adequately showing its effect. The operation will soon be finishing. The cut from opening the head has already closed, and her hair looked better than ever before. You've worked hard, Yuni, I muttered while stroking her hair unconsciously. A flood of emotions and thoughts weighed on my chest. In the span of 6 years, she was my prided slave that met my expectations, received training, and continued to pile up accomplishments. The day when she would become more or less complete has come. There was no way I felt nothing about this. She, who had her eyes shut while in a tranquil slumber, looked as beautiful as a princess from a fairy tale. That was how I sincerely felt. She had long eyelashes that decorated her closed eyelids and a straight nose that was well-shaped. In spite of losing some color from her lips due to loss of blood from the anesthesia, her lips still boasted of an elegance that gives the impression of petals. A top-rate sculptor would be able to perceive the final form of his work from the gradations of a raw stone. But if that was true, I don't think I could reach great success on that path. This was because I wasn't able to imagine 6 years ago that she would transform from a broken body and shattered soul discarded at a slave market to being a beauty today. Even after I healed her, I remember being deeply awestruck by the gap before and after the operation. But the her of now who has experienced growth leaves a far deeper impression than ever before. I'm sure, as she becomes an adult from now on, she would probably become more beautiful. And I know that underneath the beautiful mold, a more profound functional beauty is lying dormant. I knew the strength and sharpness of a lunge of a sword from this slender arm. The speed and elasticity of those legs when they were dashing on the ground. Skills to conceal one's presence and to discern the enemy's presence. The many, many stockpiled skills and knowledge. The extent of her magical power, which was the reason why I picked her, was such that even as she sleeps, the faint magical power leaking from her was enough to overwhelm me. Above all, the fact that all of this exists for the sake of me and acts for the sake of me was wonderful. From this round of operation, Yuni lost the element to disobey me. That portion that carries such a thing has completely disappeared from her heart. Literally, word for word, her everything has become mine. Phew. Reflexively, my cheeks felt slackened. It was a feeling like I held on to all the treasures of the world. For my immortality research, the first step was just to obtain a supporter that would absolutely not betray me, and yet, it felt this fulfilling. If the time comes when I achieve my long-cherished desire, I wonder how much exhilaration I would savor. I wonder if this child would wake up early. There were countless of things I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the next research and the next experiment with Yuni as early as possible. I suppressed my stray emotions. Undoing the anesthesia and forcefully waking her up was an easy matter. However, watching her doze off calmly like this creates a surging emotion that makes me want to, as much as possible, allow her to wake up in the most natural and most comfortable way. It was because I made her work thoroughly hard up to now, and I would have her work even harder for me from now on. I want to bestow at least this much kindness. As I was thinking, MNNs. Yuni's eyelids quivered and opened slightly. Her awakening was very much earlier than expected. Could this be because of her increasing resistance to the anesthesia? The once vacant jade-green eyes of hers became focused, regaining an emerald glimmer. A cool and clear awakening that reminds one of the blooming of morning glories. I greeted her while caught up in the moment. Morning, Yuni. Good morning, Master Sama. And 4 years passed, Chapter 3. Adventures of the Snake Domestic Arc. At a tavern, in the capital Brosnell, testimony of a former retainer from the Obniel Earl family. The High Court of Justice is really full of free time, huh? As you see, I am just another drunkard. Something like the dirt that emerges when you hit something, or like the tab at the tavern. Gahahaha. Yeah, it is as you say. Even though I look like this, back in the past I was given the title of first-generation knight. I was unstoppable, they said. Thanks to that, there was a little brawl at the tavern, and that was how I returned to being a good-for-nothing commoner. So, what do you want to ask me about? You will be treating me for tonight, right? In return, I will answer anything you ask. Obniel, you are asking about the succession matter in the Obniel family. Ha. I'll be lost for words if you're joking with me. Everything at that house is going without a hitch, since the eldest son inherited the position of family head without a problem. If you're poking at that, you are just wasting your time, Or could it be that? What they call political tussling between bigwigs above the clouds? Royal court factional disputes? If that was the case, it would have been tough on the young master. That the stomach would be felt when there was no pain, and that he would be under house arrest until the succession finished. Oh, right. Indeed, I worked for their family. That I was rewarded for my long years of service, decorated as a knight, and honored was also thanks to the Master Sama, the previous generation head of family, who had passed away recently. Well, at the very end, he ruined himself, and the person who kicked off sand with their hind legs towards his kindness was none other than me. That being said, I myself am deeply indebted towards that family. That's why, even if you slit my throat, I won't be saying a bunch of half-truths that would trouble them. I am mistaken, not the tug-of-war between aristocrats, something that personally interests you. Mister, I am not going to be saying nasty stuff. Creating smoke where there is no fire will earn me not a single copper coin. In this world, each and every one of us know that there is no point in going against the flow. Anything but being a nuisance to others. That is where I draw the line. So, what is it that you are curious about? I have already drank the alcohol, rather, the ship has sailed. I'll listen to your questions instead of the other things going on in the tavern. You're saying that the succession of the household by the eldest son went too smoothly? Why instead of a succession dispute, the other side, the second son backed down so easily? What, that's it. The residence I was in back then, how much do I know about that second son, or whatever young master? He was child prodigy who studied alchemy on his own in spite of his young age. a shrewd fella who sold in bulk the potions he concocted on his own, and was also the prodigy that the neighboring country's magic academy invited. Surely, just by hearing this, others have said that he was more suitable to succeed the family instead of the mediocre elder brother. Ha ha ha. Still, well, shall we look at it from another perspective? That guy, how useful would he be if he was the head of the Earl family, would you say? I don't want to badmouth the former master's son, but an alchemist is, after all, just a vulgar fraudster. From dubious prescriptions that cannot be distinguished between poison or medicine, to tall tales of transmuting lead to gold, and last but not least, immortality too. There must be a limit to big talk. There is no way a parent would want to pass the role of family head to a child who wears such a hat. From what I heard, that Master Sama absolutely refused to drink the medicine his son prepared even on his deathbed. Well, that was the extent of it. Even peddling potions in the city isn't acceptable. Isn't that right? For the big shots, it isn't their job to do trade. Their job should be making their subordinates do trade. They aren't allowed to put on the shoes of others. To begin with, he spent only a year abroad at the acclaimed academy before getting expelled. What in the world was he guilty of? Yes, I have no idea what happened over there. I'm sure you'll just need to do a bit of sniffing to find out, but young Master Thales, the second son in question, before entering the academy, he gave the knights the sack. You should be able to understand from this much, right? From the start, he wasn't a suitable vessel to inherit the Earl family. Hence, he wasn't a fella that would carry the entire family on his shoulders. Even with nobody running the show, it wasn't like the family would collapse and disperse. Therefore, that was how the elder son became the head of family with little resistance. Is that enough for you? You get it now? That the young master did not become the family head was completely something he brought on himself. There was not one bit of the plot that could be extolled at a cheap opera. Yeah, had that eerie brat inherited the Obniel family, it wouldn't be strange if the entire family went downhill. Everything was just about to come to an end too. This way, it is good as it is. Huh, what do you say? You are asking me how I feel about that young master? Heh heh heh. You'll be hearing some unpleasant stuff, mister. Ah, that's right. It seems like tonight's alcohol expenses is going into this sickening conversation, but this must be what they call a confession. Suppressing everything in the heart alone is, in any case, this way, holding back is no good. Spilling out everything can be some fun, yup, I was afraid. No, wrong, even now I am afraid. You ask if he was that violent of a child? Wrong, you are mistaken. Just that one thing, just that alone is kinda good. It's the complete opposite. He was really a calm child. I have never once seen him lift his hand against the servants. Even in selfishness, I hardly remember him saying things like that, except when it had to do with his expensive hobby of alchemy. I do recall him asking for allowance in advance a few times, but if the previous head told him off strongly, he would back off docilely. Yes, him starting the sale of potions was also because he needed another source of funds apart from his allowance. You know, after Marlin, over it a tad bit, doesn't it feel disgusting? Aristocratic children, no matter how well-bred and disciplined they are, usually cannot shut out their dislikes and selfishness. On the contrary, I have one or two memories that hint towards some kinda ambition in IM that is. As though he was an adult in the body of a child, he was good at being obedient. To the last, the only selfishness that stuck through was that he wanted to continue his alchemy research. That was the only thing he would never back down on. More than anything else, just that alone. What is it? You think he is just like any other obedient child if that is all? Yes, let's see. If that was all there was, I would have settled with that conclusion too. Though, if you knew what happened, yeah. Thinking back upon it, I can only feel that his usual behavior was incredibly eerie. At first, it was just weird. Back when that young master bought his first slave. Yes, as you know, he was brilliant since his toddler days, but still, he never once took the stance of someone who stood above others. Yes, as the head of family said, it was a chance. If I remember correctly, that was when that guy pardoned me, when the young master was around 8 years old. He was still a child, and if he properly taught, he should have been able to wash his hands from the likes of alchemy. That might be what was on his mind then. At that time, the one acting as both attendant and bodyguard to him was me. Though it was an aristocrat buying a slave, he was still a child. He wouldn't be forking out a large sum. Therefore, he rummaged through the slaves in order of price, from the lowest. The slave that the young master chose was in an extremely severe condition. From behind, I could tell that she was a wee lass. The seller must have been a crazy, despicable fella. Her face was beaten and swollen, her consciousness cloudy as she stood on the brink of death. A wretched state. What I meant by from behind was that, as long as her injuries weren't treated, I couldn't tell if she was male or female. In all likeliness, her parents must have incurred the wrath of somebody. And because of that, she was specifically tormented, and despite that, she barely managed to survive. Hence, instead of killing and throwing her away, she was sold off to the slave market. Right, she definitely wasn't fit for sale. After all, she was a child and a lass at that. Selling her with that kind of motive, her spirit must have been shattered, yeah. Assuming she was treated, she would probably bear conspicuous scars thereafter, and let's not forget it was still questionable if she would live after receiving treatment. That was the kind of situation she was in. Yes, he bought that slave. He was deep in thought for a moment, but he came down to a firm decision. In any case, it seemed that she wielded magical powers. Furthermore, she was an unbelievably superior good in such a cheap slave market. Surely they thought she couldn't be sold in her condition, so she was priced accordingly. They didn't think she was at a level where an aristocrat would take notice and buy her. The one who panicked was me. If I passively let him buy a slave in that terrible state, as the one who was ordered to attend to the young master, I wonder what the head of family would say. Right on the money, when I got back, he flared up. What the heck is that inauspicious thing? Throw it away? No, kill it right away. That was how it was. It was pitiful, but wasn't she a dying slave? The young didn't try to cover for me, and as soon as he got back, he avoided everyone. It seemed as if he would take care of her until she died when he brought her down to the basement in a rush. And then, he isolated himself with her in the basement. His father could do nothing about it and gave up, letting him do as he pleased. From then, about a week passed. The young master revealed his face from the basement at long last. Oh, besides that, that slave might have finally kicked the bucket, that was what I thought. A girl I have never seen before stood by his side. She appeared to be around 6. She was fair-skinned and had big eyes. Certainly, she would become a fine beauty when she grows up. However, she was covered in bandages and her face was uncannily doll-like. Yes, she must be the slave bought just the other day. That half-dead, half-living slave, who still looked like she was dying, should have had a ruined face. You might not believe it, but she seemed to have been fully healed. A child, barely 8 years old, accomplished it with his alchemy. Even I had difficulties believing my own eyes. Recovery magic is, come on, not something that unexpectedly accommodating, right? Among my acquaintances, too, there was a guy who quit being a knight, with a strange twist of fate, after recovering from a bone fracture. From how I saw it, that girl's face was purposely shaped that way. Nevertheless, she recovered with not a single scar or blemish. Rather than feelings of admiration, doesn't this send shivers down your spine? No matter how intelligent he was, it was something beyond the capabilities of a child. I cannot even begin to imagine something worse than that. After that, if he had raised the girl properly, I might have seen him in a different light. He worked her considerably hard. What's with that? It probably isn't that big of a deal if slaves were just treated roughly. Well, had it just been the ordinary kind, I wouldn't bat an eye, but his was of a different nature. Now, just listen up. First, in the morning, the maids were borrowed, and under their guidance, etiquette would be driven into her head. Well, that much was understandable. From the start, she was a slave purchased in order to allow him to practice training servants. That much cannot be avoided. However, in the afternoon, this is where I start to not comprehend. He brought her out of the mansion and to the plains in the outskirts, and there, she was made to run non-stop. A race? Nope, not that. The young master simply watched her in silence the whole time. At the start, she lasted for 30 minutes, and as she became used to it, she ran longer bit by bit until the sun set. I had no idea what was happening. When night fell, she became a helper for his alchemy experiments. The young master was selling potions to merchants, right? That was what she was helping with. Apart from these, she was also made to do many other things. The girl herself was very obedient. Well, I suppose she was worked as hard as those farmer brats. And it was when she became used to that lifestyle. This time, it was weapons training, not the young master, but the girl. At that time, I finally understood. Making her run around those grasslands were for this purpose. That is to build her foundations. When she was purchased and brought home, she was very weak, so she had to start from physical strength. Once that was done, he made her, a girl younger than himself of all people to choose from, wield the sword. I was so shocked, I couldn't say a word. Yes, I accepted. It was the request from the son of the head after all. I wasn't too invested in it, but the slave who begged me for guidance was frightfully serious. Once, I tried asking her. Why was she so enthusiastic about it? And so, the girl replied flatly. It was to protect her master Sama, she said without any hesitation. No matter how much obedience magic was on her, it was still praiseworthy that he brought out her servility to this extent. When she became reasonably good with the sword, next, it was magic. I somehow paid adventurers money to employ them as teachers. The money was from the proceeds from the sale of potions. Ultimately, the young master took an eye to her because she possessed magic. Compared to her sword training, I fully understood. But why go so far with a slave? In the first place, if he was employing teachers, wouldn't it be better if he was the one learning magic? Rather than some mafia-like business, the job of a magician was far more prestigious, since there were cases of court magicians gaining peerage. And what happened next, you ask? Well, it seemed she became good enough to be considered a decently skilled adventurer. She went out in search for stuff the young master wanted and also did other requests to make some money. It's some miserly tale, isn't it? Even as a joke, the son from an earl family shouldn't be raising a slave for these kind of things. Instead of making a slave a trainee adventurer, couldn't he directly make a request to the Adventurers Guild? In the first place, it was because doing so would be so troublesome that the guild was established. That would be mistaking the insignificant for the essential. What? That much is no big deal. You don't particularly see a problem in his eccentric way of using slaves? True that, though this is just the tip of the iceberg. From now on, it's the real deal. Please don't hurry me, mister. In no way is this some boastful talk. I wanted to leave this for the end as much as possible, Yar. That guy, the young master, bought another slave not long after buying his first slave. It seemed around the time when his potions were selling well. Without the help of the family head, this time, he bought a slave with his own savings. Nevertheless, that slave died. Even when the first one he bought was still alive and kicking despite her initial condition. I think the slave didn't even last for half a year. Before the second slave died, he had bought his third slave. It wasn't something I paid close attention to, yeah. The fourth person was it the fourth? I don't really know. One day, the slave girl that was bought first carried the corpse of a slave I have never seen before on a cart out to throw it. Other than just that girl being under that guise, the young master's instructions to leave the mansion, there were also other unknown slaves that brought more unknown slaves' corpse out to throw. Yes, that guy was killing those slaves. Ha ha ha. You are making quite the mystified face. Mystified as to why he had no qualms about killing slaves despite not raising his hand to his retainers and maids or throwing tantrums at his family. Oh nope, I ain't criticizing him. Certainly, I agree that those slaves do not have citizen rights, since they are just belongings. That's how it is written in the laws of this country too. The same goes for Sankt Gallen and Marlbert. If they're just belongings, even destroying them, killing them, is not even on par with kidnapping. It's up to the owners. All depends on their moods, yeah. My way of speaking was poor, really. Rather than killing, it was torture. Without a care for their cries or screams, he let them die in the end. No, wrong. What you said was that he might be sadistic. He was something different, I believe. From my long years working at that family, and also from the rumors of other families, I learnt quite a bit. It wasn't just my second or third time hearing about masters from whichever family having a strange habit of strangling women's necks, when he felt like it, or masters who find it pleasing to whip mistresses who come from lowly backgrounds. Yes, there are many people with peculiar pastimes in this world. Among them, there must be people who enjoy killing or enjoy necrophilia, aren't there? Wouldn't you say that it is harmless if he just stops at slaves instead of citizens with rights, or, much less to say, other aristocrats? That monster isn't something that simple. Calmly, he did so calmly. Regardless of whether the person was crying, screaming, groaning, dying, he doesn't cry, rage, laugh, or rejoice. His frozen snake eyes follows the slaves as they writhe and die. Ah no, wrong, I was wrong, totally wrong. His reaction was that of indifference. However, right, he did say those were part of his experiments. Yes, indeed. Alchemy experiments, he said. He fed the slaves drugs, gave them injections, cut their skulls or stomachs open while they were still alive, and dissected them when they died. Unbelievable. Doing all that calmly when he was just a brat. When they grimaced in pain and died as he had planned, he would snickle. Yes, it went perfectly, he would say. The experiment was a success. When it doesn't go as expected and the slaves die, he would click his tongue. God damn it, what the heck was that guy saying? What did he think the lives of slaves amounted to? Doing all that. It was as though he was a demon. Yes, right. At long last, the family head couldn't take it and rushed to the church, claiming his son had been possessed by a demon. However, the pastor diagnosed him to be clean. How can that be possible, such utter bullshit? If that wasn't the deed of a demon, then what else could that be? That's right, it was all his fault that the master was at a loss. At first, he ignored it while feeling disgusted. And he was an aristocrat too, just the slaughtering of slaves. But he was doing it every single day, countless of people. How many did that guy kill in the residence? Dead in the night, there would be an open fire in the courtyard. I knew what it was a cremation. Slaves who were pale as sheets were transporting dead slaves on wagons and flinging them into the fire. While in fear of being next, arg damn, I remembered. The burning smell of meat mixed with medicine till today, even today. Oopsies, I lost control there. Haha. But I ain't spouting lies here. Really, that monster really is abnormal. It started when he turned 8, yeah. A normal brat would still be in his runny-nosed years, but he's still going against Providence. I kid you not. Yes, that is so. That was when I started to escape by indulging in liquor. He put in effort in silencing the slaves as much possible, and was afraid of public scrutiny, but I was appointed the role of patrolling the mansion as if it was karma. I saw it many times over. That hell countlessly. Mister, you don't believe me. You totally cannot believe me at all, right? Haha. I forgot, this is just some nonsense from a drunkard. If that ain't it, it would just be the imaginary prattling of a crazy bastard. Phew. But there's nay helping it. I must have gone nuts, since I saw that. As for him, maybe he was insane too. That's right, he must have been insane, that demon, and that girl who sticks by his side all the time. Section. At the Adventurers Guild, in the capital Brosnell, Testimony of the Receptionist. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Are you looking for quests today? A. No, you are here to ask questions, on behalf of the Court of Justice. And no. Over here, we're as sound as a bell, we definitely do not engage in activities that warrant extra supervision from above. It's about an adventurer that registered with us. Phew, you gave me a scare. No, it's nothing. Yes. And so, what would you like to hear about? An employee of the Obniel family? A person who takes on primarily material collection quests. What has the child done? So you want to investigate on the incongruent points surrounding the succession, and you wish to learn more about the people involved with the second son? I understand. If that is the case, we will gladly cooperate. Well, I don't think we would be of much help regarding the succession issue, though. Yes, I remember clearly. Since that oddball was always standing out. When was that, though, since that happened a long time back, and what is it? With that gaze of yours, how old am I? My age has nothing to do with this, right? Isn't it all right to work until whatever age I want? It's my personal discretion, isn't it? I beg your pardon. We were on the topic of that child, right? Yes, she was indeed a child that leaves a deep impression. Everything about her from top to bottom was strange. From the time she registered with the guild, she towered above the rest. It was weird. Anyhow, she was such a small child. That is so. We are not even sure if she is 10 years old. Moreover, she was a girl. I was quite shocked. When I noticed a carriage bearing a snake insignia had stopped in front of the guild, a noble child and his attendant maid got off. I initially guessed that he was the client for a quest. It was rare for a child to be the client, but obviously, he was an aristocrat, so that was possible. Perhaps he succeeded the family at a young age and maybe had one or two important errands that he wanted the guild to put requests for. However, I was mistaken. That child came to register as an adventurer, you see. Yes, that young master, the second son of the Obniel family, said so himself. I was taken aback. What are you saying, child? Are you sane? If he asked to register himself, I would be able to understand, just barely. It was common to see boys yearning to be adventurers, and there were cases of aristocrats becoming adventurers when they weren't inheriting the family. That being said, the person he wanted to register was his attendant maid. I asked him to repeat a few times, but he would reply that it was this child each time. So, I took a good look, and the thing was, the tiny-looking maidson wore a collar. A silver, crude-looking collar. Yes, it was a slave collar. Well, registering slaves as adventurers was, not totally unheard of. There were parties that had slaves to carry their luggage or to act as meat shields when the time calls for it. Or on the extreme, a rich person might form an all-slave party and use them fully until they were wiped out, that kind of stuff. Still, a girl? Furthermore, she was a cute doll-like and slim girl with a fair complexion. No matter how you think of it, rather than give her the job of an adventurer, I think she should have remained as a maid. Not only would that not pose a problem to the system, it would also be totally up to the owner to use his slave too. And yet, wasn't what he was doing throwing aside all face and rational thinking? And that's why, just to make sure, I asked, "Do you really want to become an adventurer?" I said to the slave child. It is written officially in the regulations that a requirement to be an adventurer is that the person intends to go adventuring. With this, if the child was unwilling, I would have called it off. Well, had the obedience magic been used beforehand and she was instructed to say yes when being asked like that, then it couldn't be helped. Nevertheless, the person who brought her was a child too. I was sure that he would be caught in this trick of mine. And next, somehow the child agreed readily without stumbling. She was willing from her heart. How did I know? Though there might be obedience magic, it is still unable to change one's intentions. With resistance from slaves themselves, orders that bend one's will would make slaves behave slowly and hesitantly. Still, that child showed none of that. It really was her own desire. I accepted the registration since there was nothing more I could do. I am a receptionist, after all. It may sound harsh, but in this field, the fundamental principles are freedom and self-responsibility. Freedom is to allow one to become an adventurer, even if it is illogical. Freedom is to allow one to take on requests that are beyond their abilities. Freedom is to allow one to die for the aforementioned reason. I cannot hinder a person who wanted to be an adventurer from doing so. Naturally, as befitting of my position, I would earnestly recommend that they take quests which are aligned with their abilities whenever possible. Since this concerns the trust between us and the requesting client too. My apologies, I veered off topic. That child's name was... Her name was Yuni. She did not have a surname. She registered at the age of 10. Her registered class, a name that reflects one's signature moves and job scope, was Spellsword. Isn't this amazing? A spellsword is, among the adventurers, a start amongst the stars. Wielding both magic and the sword, a spellsword can easily deal with any situation. Saying it from the mouth is easy, but it isn't just about innate talent. It has to be complemented with a correspondingly high level of training to be fit for this class. Bluntly speaking, it isn't something a slave can become, much less a 10-year-old girl. Oh, yes. From what I overheard, there was a puzzling request from the Obniel family many years ago. Anyways, it was something about requesting for adventurers to teach skills to a slave. The request was handled by a senior of mine, and when I heard about it, I thought to myself that there really existed weird aristocrats. But now, on hindsight, it was in order to train her, I suppose. Obviously, she became famous in a blink of an eye. She was a slave, a girl, a spellsword, and a maid to boot. A clump of controversies. Had she anything to do with maids, you ask? Of course she had. That child, for some reason, was wearing a maid uniform. Even when she came to take requests, or to receive rewards, or when shopping in town, always. Most likely, she dons that outfit when she goes adventuring too. That's what the rumors, originating from the town's gatekeepers, say about her. They said they let a collared maid with a sword through. Weird, right? It wasn't just one or two occasions when other parties caught wind of the rumors and asked the owner to sell her to them. As you know, she is a slave, and if the owner was agreeable, her status was such that her very self was a tradable product. It is human nature for a buyer to want to get their hands on an excellent rookie. And to top it off, since she had a beautiful appearance, don't you think she has the makings of an extraordinary meal, if you get what I mean? Well, the young master did not part with her in the end. You ask how she fared as an adventurer. Undisputedly stellar. Because she did not form parties and went solo, what you may term as a lone wolf. She did not go for large-scale quests which required the strength of numbers. However, her request completion rate exceeded 90%. Most of her failed quests were due to other adventurers who booked it and established a lead. For a solo who does mainly exploration and item-finding quests, she probably surpasses the skill level of a ranger. She stopped at rank C, but if she took on most quests like how other normal parties do, I believe she would be a class by now. Originally, the right to give yourself a nickname is reserved for rank Bs and above, but for her, we made an exception and allowed her to do so at rank C. Currently, she is known as Yuni the Silver Wolf, and her name has spread so wide that if you are an adventurer in these parts, but didn't know her name, chances are you are an illegal adventurer. You cannot grasp the extent of her abilities. A rank A adventurer might be tasked to subjugate dragons. Does that make it easier to understand? An incident that requires the mobilization of an army of significant size can be dealt with the capabilities of a few rank As, or possibly just one alone. Right, she has no impressive achievements that can be examined for reference, but from my standpoint, she is doubtlessly a rank A just that. Well, she is a troublemaker. She was a docile girl and was not the type to start a tussle. After all, she stands out, doesn't she? Adventurers are a capricious lot who live acting fancifully and showing off. Among these brutes, as long as you are too outstanding, you'll be embroiled in conflicts in no time. For example, let me see. It happened when she was still a beginner, I guess. There was a group of 3 people coming from some other place to the capital. And so, like her who came to take on a request, they came to book a request they wanted to do. And the case was that the other side was senior, larger in numbers, and what's more, male. They took a high-handed position and recommended that she hand over the request. However, she didn't back down. That child became an adventurer in order to secure funds and desired materials used for research for her master-sama. Basically, she wanted to have the request in order to gain permission to enter the hunting ground, which is normally restricted for entry. Thus, one of the members of the party exploded in anger. Since she was wearing a collar, they could tell she was a slave with a glance. If they let this slave make light of them, wouldn't their future progression be doomed? As I mentioned earlier, it was common sense that slaves were sacrificial pawns made to carry luggage. Hence, they thought all they had to was to show her some pain and she would back down quietly. Using just their hands, they tried to smash her and send her flying. Right, emphasis on tried. That child nimbly dodged and dealt with the ones who made a move on her by tripping them, making them fall in an unsightly manner. That made me chuckle. No, looking back on the incident, I didn't think it was something funny though. By now you should be able to guess what happened later, yes. In front of crowd, and a very busy one at that, they became notorious for getting lightly dealt with by a tiny girl. A great disgrace. Under these circumstances, whatever they do would just be piling shame upon shame, since it got so out of hand. Like this, they seethed with murderous intent. You're just a slave, what are you trying to pull? And so was Yuni resentful of them, you ask? She wasn't an ordinary person, though. No matter how much she was denounced as a slave, she kept a clear and composed look. What is a slave, anyway? That was the feel of it. She must be loyal to her master-sama from the bottom of heart, I thought at that moment. Still, that kind of attitude of hers just added more fuel to the fire. Even though it would have been all good if the chap who attacked her first and the others gave up then, they said it. Insults to her master-sama, that is. Please don't ask me for the details. By any chance, if word gets to that child, my life would be in danger. And by the time I realized what happened, the area became a bloodbath. She really did it, that child. A quick job that even my eyes couldn't keep up with. I remember that scene where the breeze blew with a whoosh. Despite being indoors, she must have used some Gale-type magic. She drew a one-handed sword, connected it with a swing, and brought down one person. She used magic to deal with the remaining two with her other free hand, one by one. That was what happened, I think. Since I couldn't catch sight of it, it's just conjecture. Can you believe it? A 10-year-old girl freely slaying 3 men who were greater in age, body, and probably experience in adventuring. Had I not known how that girl operates, I would most likely be having nightmares. She was blameless. The loss of a battle between fellow adventurers was decided by death. They are a lot who spend their years battling monsters, and consequently, many of them were quick to pick a fight. Furthermore, most of them have fighting ability appropriate to their way of life. Therefore, mediating would be a pain. That's why, well, dying in that kind of situation meant that the dying person was in the wrong. A person worthy of the name adventurer adventures day in, day out, and it is the maxim that they protect themselves in these adventures. Of course, if someone murdered ordinary townsfolk, they would be excommunicated from the guild and be made a subjugation target, though. Leaving that aside, the real scary part starts from here. It being a one-sided slaughter rather than them killing one another made it all the more scarier. She was shaking. She was an expressionless girl who was always quiet, smileless, and did not even sulk. That was the first time I've seen her emotions thrown off balance. Large tears welled up in her eyes, and she bawled her eyes red. At first, I got the wrong idea. Yuni was indeed a girl. That crying in regret after murder was something likely for a girl. However, she might have been a newbie, but she was still an adventurer. Someday, when she gets used to her requests, she will find bandit subjugation requests among them. If I'm not mistaken, that young master did show interest in a portion of the stolen goods and negotiated directly with the requester to obtain them in exchange for the reward money. She had already killed people. I remember her plopping down a leather bag containing a freshly severed head as proof of completing that request. It totally killed the mood. In that case, I considered if she would be arrested and punished, but that won't happen. Since she knew how to read and was a serious person by nature, she should have remembered the rules of the guild. I did pass her the rules of the guild when she was registered. She should at least know that there would not be any punishments regarding her case. And so, I asked her even though it would have been great if I'd just kept quiet. Yuni-chan, what's the matter? Wasn't that question out of place? I'd likely lost it after witnessing the blood sprays and smelling the intense reek of blood. I usually won't be near such scenes. Saying such a thing to a child who had killed just a moment ago, despite knowing that a calm human would consider this being a child killing an outlaw. She replied, saying that she went against the instructions of her master-sama, that she did that despite being told not to start disputes. I could hear my own blood changing color. I felt cold, sweat flowing profusely, that there were monsters that bore such resemblance to humans. A monster that I could never hope to understand by way of thinking or behavior. In fact, it felt like it had suddenly appeared in the middle of town. I mean, is this the first thought of a person who just killed someone? Before feeling guilt or fear from punishment, her first concern was her master, you know? I cannot comprehend her reasoning. I had believed that she was that afraid of being punished, but it appears that I was wrong. From what she said, her master-sama was benevolent, that he would smile and forgive her for any small mistakes. And yet, she went ahead and disobeyed his instructions because she was pampered so. She said she was afraid that she turned out to be such a bad slave. She must have been flustered too. That scenario of her describing clearly her true feelings was the first and the last, though that is as far as I have heard. She was bearing out such a unique and crazy way of thinking after all. My brain couldn't keep up. I felt a terrible nausea, but it wasn't just because of the disastrous scene. I was afraid. In front of me was a 10-year-old child crying uncontrollably. The reason for her crying was still ambiguous. And what next, you ask? There was nothing I could do, so I called for her master-sama. That child cried for as long as she stood, so I wanted him to come and take her back. I wanted the shepherd who could precisely control that unfathomable living thing to help bring her back home quickly. I mean, isn't that the case? Not only does she kill others without hesitation, I do not know what goes through in her head at all. That being is constantly in a state that goes beyond the boundaries of reason. That is enough to be considered terrifying. That young master, the distinguished son of the Obniel family, made a can't-be-helped expression before accompanying me, with really quick steps, because it took great pains to explain the situation to the residence's doorkeepers. He was a friendly person to an extent where you wouldn't think he was an aristocrat. Oh, sorry. You were from the High Court of Justice and are an aristocrat too. That was a slip of the tongue. And so, the young master brought that child back and the day ended. She was amazing, you know. As soon as the young master arrived, she got onto her knees. There was a puddle of dried blood on the floor, but she didn't seem to notice at all. Her beautiful appearance, unshowered by a single spurt of blood, was stained red in the time it takes to say, ah. It was unforgettable. While going down on her hands and knees, she apologized many times over by saying, I am sorry, I am sorry. The young master's reaction? He smiled and forgave her. Yes, he was a really valiant and broad-minded person. In addition, he possessed wisdom. After hearing what happened, he quickly guessed that the party she fought with were wanderers not from these parts. He consoled her by telling her that it didn't seem like they would have backers in this area, so it wasn't that serious of a fight. Wasn't he a kind master? The bad impression that I had when he first brought her here was instantly blown away. What is it? I am making a weird expression. You ask if I didn't feel anything scary or weird from her master? Ahaha, please stop. I have no reason to think like that of her master, right? I mean, come on, right? Judging based on our conversation here, right? Please guess my answer. Really, I beseech of you. Well, these kinds of things happen. From then on, whenever the adventurers in these parts spot a maid, they would pay attention as to whether that maid had a collar on her. Sometimes there would be freshies who are unaware of that, and upon incurring her wrath, they would disappear into an unknown darkness or something like that. Such a ghost story is also prevalent here. Ahahaha. There seems to be several similar cases like that, but the one that leaves the biggest impression on me was this incident. After all, it happened before my very eyes. My liver went cold, honestly. Besides that. Please do not get me wrong here. I've said quite a fair bit, but I do not really dislike her. I see her often on a normal basis. She always behaves seriously, and above all, she was talented. Though she is a little hard to understand, gives full priority to her master's affairs, and thinks very little of killing others. I can say this because I have been in this industry for a long time. I have grown used to seeing people who are different from others or people who are broken somewhere. There's a fairly large proportion of these kind of people, yeah. Of course, her level of anomaly was rare though. But. For an adventurer, some level of madness would make it a right fit for the job. For a first-rate adventurer, if they accomplish one big job, they can profit enough to live enjoyably for a while. It was an amount that a commoner would never be able to make in his whole life. Nevertheless, there exist a whole lot of them who are never satisfied and would continue braving the risk. Despite there being the danger of forfeiting one's life with a single blunder, no matter what kind of job it is. They would gleefully poke their heads into quarrels and continue stepping into labyrinths. Don't you find that weird? Every last one of them wore down their minds by continuously putting lives on the edge. Surely they have a loose screw somewhere. And so, for these people, when they become absurdly skillful, they get out of hand. That's why I have a hypothesis. A person being mad somewhere is, in some way, a requirement to be a top-notch adventurer. Humans who stand in places where ordinary people wouldn't, would naturally possess something different in their hearts. In that case, she is unmistakably top-notch, I guess. In fact, the job is perfect for her. If the master doesn't want to let her thread on a tiger's tail, we would not have any qualms on our part. Adventurer is the perfect calling for her, though her real job is a slave maid. Can I say whether she is here? Unfortunately, we had to relinquish our valuable talent. Yes, regarding the master studying abroad, I heard he was at Sankt Gallen, truly wasted, though I hear he has returned as of recent. Still, I haven't seen him at all. Maybe he is busy with work at his residence. Well, there is no doubt she is with her master. If you do meet with that child, please send my regards. Also tell her, please do consider doing some quests at our guild when she's free. I am still somewhat apprehensive about her, but as long as I do not meddle unnecessarily, she would be a reliable person. To her master, please tell him to hold on to her reins tightly. Yes, that's all I can think of to say to him. Still, about this conversation, is it really related to the succession matter? Chapter 4. Adventures of the Snake Overseas Arc. At Sankt Gallen Federation. Galerin Magic Academy, Testimony of Professor Pau Egbelt von Glommen. Welcome to this far, faraway land. I can't offer much hospitality, but you may make yourself at home. Anyways, this is really, wow. The Alchel Kingdom's High Court of Justice is surprisingly blessed with human resources. Although it's just for an investigation of an Earl family's succession, you guys actually sent people to other countries. What? You came here to investigate things you wanted to know? It's not an official dispatch, but by your own leave. That you came here out of pocket and not with taxpayer money? Ha ha ha, wow, I'm impressed. Your hunger for knowledge, your aspiring passion, and your curiosity. Absolutely wonderful. To us alchemists, this quality is the most necessary. More so than magic to shake the heavens and the earth or the intellect which see through all nature. How about it, dear guest? Wanna join me as my disciple? You are still young, aren't you? Starting out this path now isn't late at all, yeah? Not interested? I see, it's a pity. Well, alright, let's get to the main point. So it's about that Albenial? That guy was truly an excellent student. He was enrolled for merely 1 year, 1 month and 23 days. But in that time span, he left behind contributions which cannot be counted with all my fingers and toes. That level of talent was in the history of our Alchemist course. No, rather, even if you unraveled the entire school's history, there'll be nobody as talented as him. It's most disappointing. If he didn't drop out of school midway, he might be using his smarts as my right hand right now, or perhaps he might be sitting in my position. Oh, isn't that an exceedingly surprised expression you are making? You find it unbelievable that I am lavishing praise on him? It seems that you must have heard quite some negative rumors about him before coming here. That is unavoidable. The history of alchemy is the history of battling prejudice and misunderstanding. Just by hearing the name itself, people would be filled with misconceptions and misunderstandings. Alchemy, the act of converting iron or lead into gold. Among the numerous people who tried it, only one succeeded. The metamorphosis of the material and evolution of the soul to a higher-order spirit, that was the original aim of alchemy. There are imposters who heard about alchemy and would do some monkey imitation of it randomly, by dyeing iron the color yellow just for appearances. And yet, the fools of the world spread what they have seen, as though that was the true nature of alchemy, as if alchemy is just another thing that fraudsters do. This happened more than 400 years ago. The people of the world are still dancing to such rotten rumors. HRM, looks like I caught your attention. How about it, guest? I would like to hear 1 or 2 anecdotes about the him you know and your impression of him. It should be interesting to judge how your country perceive alchemy through your evaluation of him. Anyways, just listening to me talking alone would make this somewhat dry. A souvenir in the form of a tale wouldn't be bad. Deplorable. As expecting, gaining acceptance from the world is surprisingly difficult. What? Aren't I angry, you ask? Whether I am bothered by his way of trampling on a skill which I put in so much effort to learn. For the present, I don't really think much of it. Human experimentation, the use of slaves. Nobles are blue-blooded beings, doesn't it not matter how much dirty blood they shed? What kind of crime can that be classified anyways? The laws of your country are shadowy, but I do remember that the laws for treatment of slaves is roughly the same as other countries. So there really is no difference. Then there shouldn't be a problem. What? His acts were twisted. Certainly it wasn't something fanciful to see. But what of it? In the first place, alchemy is something that resides with the truth of the world and the secrets of life. And the truth is more often than not cruel, and most likely, life itself is something that possesses many dirty facets. Think about it, you must have held a woman before. What are you blushing for? This isn't something to be embarrassed about. Isn't the interaction between males and females a ritual with a lofty vision to bring about the next generation of life? Chen, I am going off topic. Ha 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 ha, what are you saying? I am just using an analogy to make this easier for you to understand. You think this discussion of holding woman is some vulgar commoner gossip, don't you? The natural act of intercourse to make children shouldn't be spoken of overtly, huh? This and that Albenial dude's experiments are on the same axle. For all living things, by searching every nook and cranny, we would discover their vulgar, ugly, and disgusting aspects. Take our meals, for example. For humans, if we don't eat, we'll starve to death, won't we? That's why we eat our meals. We eat to fill our bellies, to regain our energy, so that we may live to tomorrow. Now then, what happens to the food we ate? No matter how appetizing the food was, as long as it enters the mouth, it is diced by teeth, run through by the tongue, and smeared by saliva. It becomes a miserable sight. Later it enters the gullet, falls into the stomach, and is digested until not a single trace of it remains. That means, no matter how effort the chef puts into decorating the food, it is as good as an ugly slime. What's more, it enters the intestines, have its nutrition and moisture absorbed into the body. Finally, it is expelled from the buttocks as excretion. Yes, shit. Gourmet food eaten by royalty or wheat porridge eaten by lowly commoners, as long as they are eaten, they end up as shit or puke. The same goes for research. Whether you like it or not, without facing that kind of ugliness, one would be unable to progress. Let's assume that a diarrheal disease is endemic in this country. If the outbreak is to be suppressed, the patient's stinky and dirty excretion, which can be as formless as drool, has to be examined in detail. How did it become like that? What has to be done to bring the patient's body back to a state when they excrete normal shit with normal frequency? Without putting in serious thought, it won't work out. His experiments do exist for a prolonged period too. To the untrained, it must appear creepy and cold-blooded. What was the objective of Albenyl's research? He was an all-rounded individual after all. As long as it drew his interest, he would expend whatever he can on it. From improving experimental tools from a mechanical perspective to the compilation of research history. Mixing of miracle medicines, manufacturing homunculus, creating chimeras, casting of equipment. He does anything. However, all these are just footholds for him to strike at his main research. The field that he wrestled with the most enthusiasm was biology. That is also a domain that has to do with the root of life. Why are humans humans? Why do we think? Why are we born? Why do we die? Why are we? Why are we? Why are we? The answers to this bottomless question is not something that can be concluded after many days of thinking. He left such a thesis. The correlation between a living being's brain function and the soul. This is probably some grand compilation of the things you have heard he has done, particularly the ones you feel are disgusting. First, slaves were prepared as experimental subjects. With regards to this and that, he wasn't that indecisive. At worst, he might be a topic for the gossips. And so, he cut open the heads of the test subjects and anesthetized a portion of their brains which correspond to a particular human function. Do you understand the functions of the brain? Don't know? You don't know? Whoa, what in the world? To think the world is still this ignorant of the structure of life. Sorry, lost my composure there. Well, to put it simply, the brain is what governs the mind and body of living things. So if the brain of a person is destroyed, he cannot live. Of course. Just like how a country is fragmented when they lose their king, a human's body stops altogether when the control tower, the brain, is lost. The heart stops too. Death. That is where one would end up when the brain, the controller of the body, is gone. Do you understand this now? Know it now? Okay, good. Next is the role of the heart. The functions related to the heart, like thinking and feeling of emotions, are also under the jurisdiction of the brain. If you cannot understand it, surely you can feel it on your skin. This is what most people will say when they meet a lunatic. Crazy in the head, they'd say, that is what that damned Albenyl is attempting to do. Crazy in the head, madman. What becomes of the hearts and the souls of such people? To find out about that, he first obtained some healthy subjects. Next, he sliced their heads open and destroyed the part in the brain that controls the heart. Another person had the portion which govern emotions destroyed. Another had the part retaining memories destroyed, etc. Naturally, the subjects became insane, and he euthanized them. Stay with me to the end. He wasn't particularly glad when he had to kill people after they lost their sanity. It was necessary for his research. Soothe your soul and listen calmly. If anything, do you need some painkillers? You'll calm down immediately. Why no? What, don't need them? Then you can calm your spirit through your own will. Here's where the meaty part is. In this magic academy, there are teachers specialized in various spheres, teaching each and every subject out there. Nevertheless, the multi-talented Albenul had a different specialization from them. Isn't it normal for mages? Particularly for this research, whenever there is a technique relevant to it, he would definitely learn it. And, in exchange for some help in other study subjects, a certain mage participated in his research. A necromancer. You're pale again, are you all right? Shall I continue? Apart from anesthetizing a part of their brains, he called upon the souls of dead test subjects with necromancy. From conversing with spirits and assessing their mental state, he observed the effects on their soul the damage on the brains of their bodies had done. And you know what? He discovered something shocking. The madness of most of the souls of the test subjects were proportional to the time after the operation. For example, amnesia. A person who died quickly after the operation would be able to recall memories of his life even if he had forgotten who he was before dying. However, for those who were alive for longer, they won't even be able to decipher language. Do you know what this means? His experiments demonstrated that the brain has the role of processing information from ears and eyes and sending them to the soul. Insanity is a phenomenon that occurs when the soul receives disorderly information from the brain. Furthermore, the soul, memories, and consciousness closely influence one another, but they are all different things. That boy managed to pull off the excellent job of establishing that kind of proof. This is likely considered a great finding. You should have heard of these fairy tales when you were young. The reincarnation of a great hero and an evil sorcerer who replaces his aging flesh using black magic. This is no hallucination. It is very possible. It is possible to move a soul from one body to another. Trials to reproduce the results have so far ended in failure. That is to be expected. Whenever those necromancers are involved, even bringing out the souls of the dead and talking with them has yet to be established to date. They haven't even come close to it, but from now on, it'll be different. The soul and memory. Firmly maintain these two and transplant them into a body with a healthy consciousness. By doing so, a person can preserve his existence in the present world eternally. Of course, that is not possible now. The theory is there, but we don't know how to put it into practice. However, this marks the baby steps for the cause. Pseudo-immortality. That boy has splendidly taken the first step to get closer to answering the biggest problems of alchemy. Whoops, I lost my cool again. I unintentionally remembered my euphoria back then. These old bones were overwhelmed by his deed. It seems that this Albenul dude must have at a considerably earlier stage, likely before enrolling into the academy, formulated this hypothesis. After all, he was familiar with tampering with human brains. He must have not announced it earlier because he did not have the right person to demonstrate it to. Truly wonderful. Establishing such an advanced theory in his teens, as well as being conscientious towards studies related to demonstrating his theory. A model for alchemists. Despite this, that damn board of directors. Finding fault with something lame and expelling him. This is something that would make, if I may exaggerate, a Weissman meeting weep. Ah, what a waste. The reason for his expulsion, I do not know the details. The duties of an academy lecturer are to do research and conduct lectures. Consequently, I hardly pry into the private lives of my students. Speaking of which, I should have grasped some aspects of his personality by now. If I had guessed his circumstances, I might have been able to protect him. Arg, is this what they call letting a big fish escape? Yes, right. He from start to end spoke about research and nothing else. He actively participated in debates, yeah? He didn't dine in the mess hall. As I have stated just a while ago, no matter what the food is, in the end, it will end as shit from the ass. It is best to quickly gain nutrition. I doubt he had spare time for eating in a mess and socializing. Moreover, doing that while chatting with others is the height of inefficiency. Eating and socializing, what meaning can there be to do these two contradictory actions in parallel? Separate whatever you can separate, this way it is faster to finish all of them. Isn't that the wisdom of humans? Well, I will tell you the gist of it. A fight occurred between him and a certain student. I also heard that it was about an illicit love affair. Of course, it was that student who started being violent first. That Albenul shouldn't be too fond of pointless fighting. The conclusion of the fight was that the student had the tables turned on him, suffering major injuries, and was left in a half-dead state. To top things off, his disgrace was in full view of the public. In bitterness, he must have gotten him expelled from school, I believe. That student was this country's, how should I put it, in any case, a blood relation of a high-ranking aristocrat. Slave maid? Oh, that is also some good stuff. One of Albenyl's masterpieces. Combining both form and function, that golden ratio is the work of God. Speaking of which, I have a feeling that the person in question who was the target of that illicit love was her. A nonsensical attempt. He wouldn't even let me meddle with her. I really wanted to try to dissect her, but unfortunately, I couldn't. Not to mention the trivial and blasphemous lust I felt towards her. What was she, you ask? Just an ordinary human. However, she was frighteningly capable. Even I mistook her for a homunculus initially. It appears that it was the result of continuous prescription of strength-boosting medicines and the conducting of elaborate high-level training. Monster. Wrong, she was a monsterish human, just like how a chimera isn't a homunculus. She was genuinely a human. Though she was the product of top-class alchemy, she did not purely display skills that are visible, and instead improved her abilities steadily and diligently. Certainly, it is true that transplanting other living beings' genes, like a chimera, would make it stronger. Still, there is always the risk of rejection, and there are negative effects on future potential. He must have disliked that. Progressively prescribing medicine with few side effects and piling up effective training on her, that maid became a human that overcame the limits of a human. If I may say so myself, it's an artificial hero. We hear it in abundance in legends, don't we? Stories of a sage who had to study hard and a hero who had an unusual power. This time, it's the alchemist as the medium instead. Thinking about it, what's frightening is the beginning phase. Other than just needing to expend a startling amount of time, this method gives no leeway for second chances. Probably, him and her started the process when their ages were in the single digits. That's how she became so perfect. That damn Albenyl humbly claimed that it was only because she was an excellent material. Isn't that laughable? How is that only because of that if he had studied on his own when he was a child and managed to produce such a wonderful work as an alchemist? What, wouldn't this be considered illegal? What are you saying? Prescribing the appropriate medicine, taking care of her whether it's rainy or stormy, all he did was raise her carefully. All he did was that. Is that an illegal act in your country? Surely not, I presume. In fact, he has gone out of his way to do a good favor, hasn't he? Oh, you are going pale again. Are you chronically sick, though I might be able to understand if your cheeks reddened from being touched by his actions? Can you keep up with what I'm saying? Are you satisfied with hearing about his achievements as an alchemist? But I still have much more to say about him, though. It cannot be helped if you are feeling unwell. A poor body constitution worsens the blood flow in the brains. In that kind of state, work performance declines. Please take care of yourself. Ah, if you'd like to know about his behavior as a student, I know where to find you a former classmate. Let me write an introduction letter for you now. You are in luck, since I hardly have any contacts with the students. By the way, do you really not aspire to do alchemy? I see, that is unfortunate. I don't have much hope that you'll be as skillful as Albenyl, but I still lack talent under my wing. My remaining years are short after all. Where is that person who would complete the Immortality research before I pass on? Section, at Sankt Gallen Federation. Galerin Magic Academy, Testimony of Student, Frederica Julian von Kastelburen. A referral from Professor Glauman? How rare of him. To think he would actually bother with something else other than research. Was he in an extremely good mood? So then, what business did you come here with? An investigation centered around a particular family succession. Albenyl? Could it be Thales Shernan Albenyl? Ah, how can this be? When I had finally forgotten about him, I hear that guy's name again. Yes, right. Personally, I feel nothing like coziness and friendliness with him. That guy goes around creating trouble, and every time, he would one-sidedly push the cleaning up to me. Believe it is because the professor likes to regularly meet with his favorite students that he actually remembers me. If that wasn't the case, there is no way he can recall both a person's face and name correctly. God damn it, we're all studying in the same course, but why am I the one drawing the short end of the stick all the time? Am I well acquainted with him? Is that a first-rate joke from your country? Didn't I mention it earlier? There is nothing like that between him and me. In the first place, I don't think that guy is capable of something that refined, much less him being popular with the girls. Having a friendship with him is only possible if you become his sacrificial lamb and let him tamper with your brain. Are you clear now? Well then, I'd like you to retract your previous statement, please. Since you come from the High Court, surely you are fully aware of what defamation means, yes? Good. Now then, let's make this brief. This conversation would just be a pain for both of us. Yes, a person who finds the affairs of that guy interesting is probably a fella who enjoys a third-rate comedy. It was the spring of 3 years ago when I first met him. I said this earlier, but we were in the same course. Before the lecture began, he was the subject of rumors among the students. Even though alchemy is considered to be under the field of magic, it was an insular practice and is easily subject to misunderstanding. What an oddball he must be to venture overseas to study alchemy. Ah, please do not misread me. I am not like that repugnant maverick nor that eccentric Professor Glommen. I am not so devoted to alchemy that I would abandon my humanity. My goal was to learn some practical skills that can be applied to medical science. During epidemics, there will be people who fail to get treated with recover magic, not to mention that mages are scarce, aren't they? For that matter, people with weak magic can create medicine if they have the raw ingredients and can produce a significant portion in one go. Back on topic. About Albeniel studying abroad, it seems that it was a recommendation from his family. I do not know of the details, but I heard word that it was either an instigation from his brother, in which he was falling behind in the inheritance dispute since he was dedicated to alchemy, or his father who gave up on him and chased him, the nuisance who had been conducting overly immoral experiments, out of the family. From my perspective, both are equally plausible. With his passion for alchemy, he would not be cut out for the responsibilities as the head of an Earl family, and also, with him doing those kind of experiments at home day in day out, it must have caused his parents to go crazy. My first impression of him? I guessed he was a docile and harmless person. From the rumors, I heard that he was a match for Professor Glommen and imagined him to be a person who pays no heed to anything other than research, so anything different about him would surprise me instead. His getup was orderly, conventional, and clean. Not a loquacious guy, but when hit up with a conversation, he would reply clearly. As long as it was normal situation, as the descendant of an Earl family, his conduct cannot be considered passable nor is it failable. However, Yuni-san, a maid who wore the symbol of a slave, the collar, and accompanied him from his house, was somewhat unacceptable. Still, that was just for appearances. Doesn't the same goes for you? The face you make when encouraging your colleagues at work. The relaxed face you make towards your family. The face you make when you are alone and not particularly facing anyone. Everyone carries along with themselves many different faces, but in his case, the difference was like night and day. I noticed it when we were doing a practical on dissection. Please don't make that expression. It's not like I was in a merry mood while chopping up the corpse. It was purely because it was a required lecture. I don't have a hobby of cutting up bodies to the extent of manufacturing corpses like Albeniel. So anyways, it was at that time. It was also my first time unearthing a body like that, though it wasn't my first time being in proximity with human death. I have seen refugees dying by the roadside, slaves at my family being granted death after earning displeasure, or relatives passing away. Nevertheless, despite what I just said, putting the scalpel on a corpse was a completely different sensation. Actually, the lecturer was the person performing the operation. However, as I was looking at the body that was being cut opened, or staring long and hard at the hollow face repeatedly, or looking at the grotesque inner entrails, or smelling the mixed smell of rot and medicine, I felt nauseated. My body clattered, and a hard lump of nausea forced its way up my stomach. I wanted to flee right away from the practical and hide under the covers of my bed in the dormitory. Somehow, I remember feeling how pathetic I was then. I aspired to save the suffering of people who were ill, so I pushed through the opposition from my parents and enrolled into the academy. And yet, the first step, the practical of learning the construct of a human body. Being fed up with myself, I thought of myself as an awful disgrace. However, I was also reluctant to escape from the lecture. I averted my gaze from the specimen. At that time, I tried to observe the faces of my classmates around me. Those that were making the same expression as I did were still enduring it. This detestable and repugnant feeling and the urge to hide was the same for everyone. Thinking that everyone was going through the same thing, I could hold my ground. Perhaps it was just a matter of me being not looking at an opened corpse, but still, thinking about it today, I still believe that was how I felt then. The other students attending the lecture had pale expressions. It must have been their first time bearing witness to a dissection too. Ah, so I wasn't the only one that was in dread, I thought, and heaved a sigh of relief that was kinda out of place. They also noticed what I felt and naturally felt less tense. Nevertheless, while the majority felt the same way as I did during the dissection and endured through it, there were people who were exceptions to this response. First, people who displayed a greater rejection towards the dissection. I guess they weren't doing so well. At the start of the dissection, there was a person who covered his mouth and ran out to the hallway, and another 2 people followed him out thereafter. They didn't excuse themselves, and yet the lecturer didn't seem to pay any heed to it. It must be a yearly thing that there are people who cannot take it and run away. I can understand how these people feel. I too felt queasy, and even if I got used to it, I won't be able to do it in a good mood. The next group of people are the ones who have experienced dissection before entering school. There are people who voluntarily entered school to do alchemy, well, the enthusiastic people who would go out of their way to do some research before learning at school. Naturally, this research includes dissection. These people who have done it before cracked jokes together with the others who were the same as them, and immersed themselves in their superiority as they look down with derision on people like me who shudder at their first experience. Furthermore, they were completely cool about it. If I may say so honestly, I don't think it was that good of a hobby. The last group of people, yes, it's Albeniel. Without a single change in complexion, he quietly observed the progression of the practical. At the start, I thought that he might have dissected humans before. No, he definitely has experience in it. However, compared to the other experienced people, he had a different atmosphere. I had involuntarily mulled over it since I wouldn't regain my senses until my attention was diverted. Anyways, I was distracted by something else later. And so, I nonchalantly studied the difference between him and the other experienced people. I understood the distinction immediately. Indeed, he had an unusual appearance compared to others who have done dissection before. Rather than being fidgety, he was more mesmerized, though the bottom line is that he wore a different expression from the rest. Isn't it true? No matter how well accustomed you are still coming into contact with the death of a person. It is difficult to maintain the same everyday emotion in that kind of scenario. In some sense, they were all greenhorns, becoming so used to the dissection that he was able to keep his nervousness in check and switch into his normal mood. Cutting the dead body by himself, observing the insides without any deep thoughts, and keeping his hands and eyes sharp. Having a loose tongue and looking down on others, those experienced people were just airheads. They were just comforting themselves that they have experience and were only pretending to be fine with it. It occurred to me that he must have done it countless of times. Albeniel was poles apart. The lecturer, or the me who had done hands-on several times, we were still a far cry from him. He gave off the impression that it would be weird if it didn't feel normal. He didn't turn blue and run away, neither did he put on an exhilarated front to deceive others, nor did he psych himself up to appear normal. His eyes were the same as when he was joking with friends, drinking soup at the cafeteria, or reading books at the library. He was so adapted to it that he didn't even change his expression. A cold shiver ran down my spine. He was the same whether it was related to the life of a human or its death. What was his frame of mind such that he could have eyes of unchanging color? In the moment this question arose in my mind, I felt more ill than ever before. I dashed out of the practical room too. Strange, huh? Certainly that is it. In other words, with just one look into his eyes. If that alone was enough to judge a person, there shouldn't be anyone having difficulties in making a living in the world. Initially, I believed it was because I felt unwell, it was merely a delusion. However, I had a vague uneasiness, or a kind of foreboding, something of that kind, you know. Surely you've had a similar experience when you suddenly felt sick in the stomach and had a bad premonition about the future, like a harbinger of misfortune. It seemed like I was the only one who was perturbed by Albenyl's attitude during the practical. I myself reassessed my trivial assumptions and shortly after, treated him as a mere friend. During the course, he was by no means a popular person, but he had a large group of friends. Besides, it seemed that he proactively interacted with students and lecturers of different courses too. Don't people consider alchemy as a more insular subject compared to other courses? Procuring things like medicine and experiment equipment that were required for magic research were mainly the job of the alchemy teachers. In contrast to other magic teachers, they were treated more like some contracted utility man. Even under the best of circumstances, we would be considered a rung lower than others, and despite so, Albenyl went against those preconceptions and gained a reputation for being quite a misfit. Yes, that is true. Normally, being so proactive in entering social circles would earn you favorable remarks from the rest, right? He was a competent alchemist and appeared to be a gentle person, so all the more so. But he did not have a person to particularly call a friend. He was always with someone, smiling affably, and if you have something to ask of him, he would generally help in the capacity of an alchemist. So why was he unable to have friends or unable to make friends? It was a mystery. Putting some thought into it, it did look like the wiles of a merchant. Approach people with a calming smile, flatter the other party's strong points, and provide what they need. Most probably, that was what he sought out to do. He wasn't out to make friendships and wanted acquaintances instead, building the foundations for connections, so as to make small progresses in the preliminary preparation that he cannot personally do for his next research. Have you heard about this from Professor Glauman? His most notorious research. Yes, that devilish experiment to artificially induce madness in people and then kill them to examine their souls. He brought a necromancer to his side for this sake, didn't he? Similarly, he sought the help of many others in different fields to help in his research. He must have established connections with others for this very purpose. In order to maintain a business partner kind of relationship, he avoided personally interacting with people, while not failing to make courtesy calls whenever the situation called for it. Seriously, he pulled it off so well. Because of him continuously performing those experiments that makes one's head spin just by hearing about it, the voices which spoke well of Albenyl disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even I would once again be reminded of the unpleasantness during the dissection practical. Still, in no way did the students rebuff their transactions with him. Sometimes the teachers too would have dealings with him. Just by giving him some help, they were able to receive a greater compensation in terms of effort. From valuable secret medicines to handmade equipment, he could offer help in almost anything. Sometimes he would even make use of slaves with few abilities. If research was the deed of a devil, these people were all making a deal with the devil. It would be different if these people were experienced people, but the people here were mostly young students and researchers with little experience in society. Brushing aside and ignoring sweet temptations was too much of a load for them. The slaves? It seemed like he was procuring them from the city's market. After feeding them some questionable medicine and doing some operations on them to strengthen them, he assigned them to the parties who had dealings with him. It was just annoying, though not considered an illegal action. The owner is free to do anything to their slaves. It is the same in any other country. Even if the person was tinkering with the slave's body with alchemy and selling the slave to other people. Though you can be exposed with a crime if you're caught under the possession of dangerous living things like a chimera, golem, or homunculus. A magnificent loophole in the law. I would be surprised if anyone says how could he have done something so despicable. Nevertheless, in the end, with that as the basis, he was chased out of the academy, so he wasn't something the world can accept. The reason Albenyl was expelled from school? Was that what you wanted to know the most? Have you heard the rough details from the professor? Then it looks like our conversation will end fast. It happened as soon as he became a second-year student. If I remember, Albenyl temporarily returned to his country because his father was gravely ill, and it happened shortly after he came back to the academy. It was during a lively period when the academy was welcoming the freshmen. He was also quite sensational among the freshmen. Though his dealings were not illegal, they were plenty shady. It wasn't something that people would discuss out loud, but still, it wasn't enough to shut their mouths completely. Students who had some connections with him talked about him to the juniors. Maybe they were proud about the goods they got from him, or they were trying to startle them with his affairs instead of a ghost story, or perhaps they were pretending to be nice and was telling them who was the boss behind the school. All of these were possibilities. Then there was this one freshman who became interested in the rumors of Albenil. If he was the one paying for it, he could purchase top-quality slaves inexpensively. I suppose that was what the freshman thought. Yes, that's right. It might be vulgar, but he thought he can have that slave to serve as an outlet for a gentleman's desires. People who knew about him could tell that it was an absurd rumor. Albenil was a guy that was undeniably more of a merchant rather than a mage. But due to that, there were severe loss and gains for him. To people who gave him little, he would reciprocate with equally as few. In the first place, the slaves he managed were mainly for protecting him or labor. Well, if he was given a request, it wasn't like he would definitely reject. But for that kind of slave, they shouldn't be worth that much in terms of price. That was what I heard he had said. No matter how he went about it, though, he probably wouldn't be able to get his desired result. Of course, negotiations were quickly cut off. That young man was an aristocrat of this country and was also in the family that had significant clout in the directorship of the academy. Therefore, he should have been able to afford it even if the price was slightly beyond what is reasonable. Still, he was certain that he could get that fine slave cheaply. Well, if he could be of assistance to Albenil's research, he might have been able to get her for cheap or even for free. Though for a freshman that had only entered school just a few weeks ago, it might be an impossible task. If he had backed down then, the incident should have ended there. However, the youth caught sight of the slave there. Not just simply a target for his lust, it was something he wanted to get his hands on, no matter the cost. Yes, Yuni-san, Albenil's attendant maid. She was quite famous within the school. She was a beautiful person, even from how I see it. She had an orderly appearance and behaved with impeccable gracefulness. Her lack of smile and silence was grating, but the way she privately snuggled to her master and devotedly attended him, it would be no exaggeration to call her the ideal servant. I hear that she had served as Albenil's slave since she was a child, but his parents must have pampered him too much. That was because, no matter in which department, in looks, etiquette, and her magic aura, all of them were first class. I can only believe that his parents were bedazzled by his cuteness and spent a fortune to get him the best slave and also provided his slave with training. Well, since she was involved with Albenil, there were quite a few astounding rumors related to her. For example, she was a homunculus made by Albenil, or that she was a flesh golem put together by choosing the best part from the people he killed. I cannot help but laugh at these rumors. Even if he concealed the unique aura of such a magical beast, he would be in a fix if somebody uses perception magic. Actually, I have never seen that masterpiece of his. Surely there will be many people who will be fooled into thinking that it was a real human if he placed an emphasis on her appearance. But still, if a spell was used, he would be troubled if she indeed a magical beast. Ah, I went off topic. Now then, about the freshman in question. The first time he set his eyes on Yuni-san, he fell completely head over heels for her. I heard he saw the silver collar, which represents her social status as a slave, and clean forgotten about the failed negotiations earlier. So he hounded him to give her to him. Please, give her to me. I will definitely not be rough on her. If she so wishes, I can free her from her position as a slave. I'm serious. Well, really, this was when he had just previously asked him to sell the girl's slave at a cheap price. Nevertheless, if it was love, then maybe it was possible. Sweeping away all embarrassment and honor, the past and the future, all he could see was her. In that case, this emotion of his was something that couldn't be made fun of. However, Albenil declined bluntly. He had raised his demands during the negotiations earlier, and if he could fulfill his demands, then he might respond to it, but this time, he gave no chance at it. I will never sell her. That was Albenil's reply. I hear even Professor Glauman, who supports Albenil, harbored an interest in Yuni-san too, but even if he was a professor whom he was gratuitous to, he wouldn't even let him touch her. Not to mention an underclassman whom he just met. There was no way he was gonna agree. The youth became frenzied at Albenil's reply. That his request, grounded in his subjectivity, was being taken advantage of, moreover. His affection towards her and his desire for this beautiful female slave to wait upon him was brushed aside without any care. In his eyes, he must have been a demon lord keeping captive of a princess. This is completely irrational, but I must agree that Albenil was a scoundrel. In any case, the youth lost himself in anger and struck Albenil with magic all of a sudden. But the attack didn't land on Albenil. Yuni protected him. She did not merely possess magic, she was also superior in her usage of magic. The youth's magic was promptly blocked by a barrier, and it can be said that his clothing were not ruffled one bit. The one finding it unbearable was the youth. Not only did he rudely attack an upperclassman by surprise, the one whom he had fallen for at first sight had protected him. You could say everything was going wrong for him, and I kinda feel sad for him. The youth flew into a rage and shouted. "Cowardly, to have a female act as your shield," he said. He was the one who picked the fight, so what the heck was trying to? Are you thinking about something along those lines? Though, well, what is it? If he didn't say that he wouldn't be able to live with his head up. Even if, for an instant, the surprise attack was targeted towards his upperclassman, it landed towards his loved one. And having his painstaking request thrust aside, the attack he launched didn't even reach him. I considered what he said to be some sort of a scream containing his feelings of guilt and humiliation, though I am not keen to defend him any further than this. By the time he realized, the area was filled with quite a lot of people. The place of this private talk was at the dormitory, in Albenil's room after all. It was natural for the boarders to check out the commotion. Despite being in plain sight by all those people, he didn't pay them any attention and raised his voice at Albenil, denouncing him. According to him, Albenil was a nefarious student freely strewing kickbacks in school. He was a demon who conducted immoral experiments repeatedly. He was a sex maniac who forcibly made a girl become his slave and raped her. Well, there were some truths blended into it, but these 3 lines were, when I think back on it, things I wanted to say so myself. The prevailing mood in the surroundings soon became tainted with a color that made out Albenil to be the bad guy. Of course, I agree totally. The fault in this incident lies entirely on the side of the youth, but that does not write off the evil deeds Albenil has committed. There wasn't nobody supporting Albenil, but they stopped at no more than a few of them. Many of the students who benefited from him were afraid of being associated with his crimes. Good grief, since all of them were keeping up with appearances when they were with him, I thought it would turn out like that. Furthermore, the people whom Albenil lent his hand to were mainly students from the same course who sat near his desk and a portion of the teachers who sought his help. Naturally, the group of people who didn't receive anything from him, most of them held animosity towards Albenil. Someone from the crowd yelled, "Duel! The freshie is challenging Albenil, that snake bastard, to a duel," they badgered. It was nothing like that, but from the perspective of the full house of onlookers, their confrontational pose couldn't be anything else other than a challenge to a duel. That was how some excited students misunderstood the situation. The youth was caught up in the moment. From the loser who launched an attack on an upperclassman in indignation, and yet had his attack parried by the girl he had fallen in love with, he swiftly took the stance of a hero who was taking on a great evil. Without delaying any further, he recovered the elegance of the son of an aristocrat and challenged Albenil to a duel. Given that I was just testing the waters and that she blocked it with a barrier, my earlier attack felt weak. Don't be naive and think that I will make such allowances for you in a 1v1 fight. He added all those useless taunts in his dare. I wonder what he would have done if he started criticizing him for having struck earlier before even challenging him. Though speaking, with such a large crowd, it was indeed difficult for the villain to make an escape. Being a person who dislikes annoying conflicts, he wasn't eager to have a duel at all. Additionally, if he tried to run away from the drunken mob, who knows what might happen? A large-scale riot was possible. That must have been within his calculations. In any case, the person who responds to a duel has the smallest risk of being culpable. If not for that, his usual style was to avoid such a conclusion. I forgot to mention, the Academy forbids non-official duels. Fights between magicians, even if it was only a brief squabble between fellow students, there might be significant damages. It wouldn't be strange if there were casualties too. Therefore, severe punishments would be doled out to offenders, though hardly anyone ever broke this rule. The response from the teacher's side was slow too. Since Aubeniel distributed his items and new theories, the political balance within the school had been shaken among the board of directors and the lecturers. There might be one or two of them who wanted to see Aubeniel beaten up, or even better, becoming a dead man from the duel. Otherwise, they could interrogate him and detain him. Have you ever considered that? Though these are all my speculations. The location they decided to have the duel was at the plaza, in front of the dormitory. His opponent was the all-notorious Aubeniel, and if you gave him time, who knows what he'll do. That was his argument for having the duel right away. Some simplistic thinking he came up with on the spot. By then, the commotion reached the female dormitory, so my friend and I rushed there. At that time, for some reason, I was given the role of controlling the uproar created by Aubeniel, hence, my friend dragged me there. When I heard about the chain of events, I was surprised. No denying that he was a wicked person, and even if I thought he would be abusing a trick or two to slip through the cracks in the legal system, I didn't think he would be implicated in such stupidity, nor cause an incident like this, where direct responsibility cannot be shirked away from. There was no way he could be done in by any cheap trick too. I felt a deep, dark pleasure in knowing that the time had finally come for that scoundrel to learn some rules. As the saying goes, heaven's net has large meshes, but nothing escapes. When I arrived, the duel had just started. The young freshman left an imposing impression on me. He was full of confidence. We alchemists are mostly weak in magic. From the very start, this wasn't a popular course since it doesn't ensure a promising career. Consequently, the number of people studying alchemy was decreasing yearly. On one side, it was an aristocrat youth who was enrolled in the popular military magic course. Using combat magic on the battlefield was the most common ideal in which magicians were raised to become. A natural born in fighting. No way would he fall behind to something like an unprepared alchemist. On the other side, Aubeniel was looking the same as ever. Yes, there was an air of tranquility around him. The look in his eyes were the same as normal. Those were the eyes he makes when it was business as usual. Be it attending lectures, having a friendly conversation with friends, enjoying a book, ascertaining the chopping of a corpse, or slicing the head of a living human. The only time the color in his eyes change was when the results, regardless of it being a success or failure, of his experiments are out, or when he conceptualizes a new experiment. Else, it would be when he received quality materials or quality equipment. The youth probably amounted to nothing but a pebble by the roadside in his eyes at best. In short, this means that he deemed us, the people whom he interacted with daily, akin to something like that too. Meanwhile, the duel began. It was a traditional duel where both parties were accompanied with one observer each. The observer from the youth's side made some assertive remarks, but I can't remember what he said. That was because I was more interested in the identity of Aubeniel's observer. Though it was implicit, Yuni-san would have a problem in terms of social position, won't she? Adhering to the formalities, she would have no choice but to refrain from becoming an observer. In that case, who would stand in as his ally, I wondered. The observer from Aubeniel's side was the student in the necromancy course who participated in the previously mentioned experiment. That crazy experiment, that is. Since we all know he had shown support to him in that incident, he can't say he had nothing to do with him now. How pitiable. The outcome of the duel you must have heard from the lecturer, haven't you? Aubeniel won. The youth who challenged him was seriously injured. How did the battle progress, you ask? I don't really want to say much about it, but if you insist on asking, I guess I can't say no. Although I don't want to explain what happened, it wasn't that complicated a story. You see, Aubeniel wears a handmade defensive equipment with him even during normal occasions. And you might think he makes a killing by distributing them, but he simply stockpiles them to the extent where he literally has more than enough to sell. The amulet in his bosom was just the beginning of his set of equipment. He also wore a mantle, which serves as the school uniform, with a protection seal embroidered on the back of it. The mantle was woven with a silver thread which holds the power to repel monsters. In addition, he wore shoes infused with magic, allowing him to run quickly. It was as if he was a moving fortress or a walking equipment market. Some might think he was fighting some war with a country if he was seen with the full set under ordinary circumstances. If he had that much spare time to manufacture all that equipment while conducting his experiments, I don't really want to admit it, but this guy can definitely be called a matchless prodigy. Of course, with an opponent fortified this much, there was no way the freshman's magic could pierce through his defenses. Fire arrows, wind blades, and lightning whips, none of them had any effect. There was no need for Yuni-san to step in and protect such an invulnerable beast, I reckon. The youth must have gotten wrong idea that he could win him alone because she thoughtlessly defended him then. If that was the case, doesn't that make her a sinful woman? He was cowardly. Yes, I think so myself. It's just that I feel he is cowardly based on the fact that he prepared this much equipment for times of crisis. Did they not have any time to think about battle tactics? That is, of course. The same applies for both of them. They dueled with whatever they had on them then. Moreover, the youth was the same in that he had equipment with him. The staff that magicians carry with them usually is an equipment that boosts their magic, isn't it? The things the youth had were also extravagant goods for aristocrats in high positions. If having equipment of a higher grade than normal people is a crime, then he was equally reprehensible. Sorry, I went off track again. Now for more details of their battle. The battle progressed one-sidedly. His magic couldn't hit Albenil at all. No matter how desperately he launched attacks on him, the battle unfolded automatically as if approaching the limits of the laws of physics. He couldn't endure one bit of the magic that Albenil sent at him. He was beaten as Albenil freely willed. The outcome of the duel was clear as day. Nevertheless, the youth did not give up. Honestly, he should have conceded. He refused to give up only because of his stubbornness. Furthermore, it was an obstinacy that was clearly wrong somewhere, since he would be left with nothing if he conceded. Because it was a duel in which he staked his minuscule pride in, he didn't allow himself to quit. He had the nature of one that lost big from gambling. There were some fights which shouldn't be picked, and even if you did take on the fight, there were times when you should step down too. Albenil gave a really fed-up look that was unusual of him. I do believe that was the most human-like expression he has ever made. Next in line has got to be his cruel look when working on human experiments. He looked at him as though he was an insect. The face of someone who was annoyed by a fly that wouldn't stop flying around him no matter how he tries to shake it off. He had been going easy on him so as to make him surrender, since that was the best way to resolve things amicably. Nevertheless, his opponent persisted on, and all he could do was feel irritated. In the end, the youth refused to admit defeat even though he was losing his consciousness and was in critical condition. Although Albenil won the match, not only did he break the rule of no personal fights, he showed immaturity in punishing his junior and was swiftly given the boot. If not for this incident, he might still be wiping out the slaves in Galarin by using them as materials for his human experiments. The aftermath of the youth, he has since recovered. Originally, his serious injuries were treated with recovery magic, but due to side effects of this unnatural treatment, the bones of his limbs were crooked, and it seemed that he had troubles moving them. Though, thanks to Professor Glauman's surgery on him, somehow he was able to get back his body, good as new. Ironically, those surgical procedures were written on Albenil's thesis. Albenil accepted the expulsion more readily than predicted. On the contrary, because of the uproar over the duel, Yuni-san seemed to have an unusually pale expression. Instead of him being expelled by the academy, it seemed more like he left after he was done playing with his toys. The budget for the alchemy course was rather limited, so it was quite possible that an alchemist working for a powerful aristocrat would own better facilities. Furthermore, it was immediately after his trip home due to his father being gravely ill. He could leave so gracefully because he thought he would be able to get the inheritance after his father passes away. You are investigating on his family's succession, aren't you? Is his elder brother that much of a problem? Not particularly. It was because you heard from the rumors that he was a gifted child, and yet he willingly backed down. Now then, you should be able to resolve your doubts. That guy was only engrossed in alchemy. And for alchemy, he was monster who could abandon anything and everything aside alchemy. He would rather avoid the disadvantageous obligations created from being the head of family than enjoy the rights of one. I mean, government work and socializing both take up time, and he wouldn't be able to work on his research. Moreover, that guy who puts enough armor to be considered a fortress probably did not forget to consider the dangers of pitting himself in a bloody battle with his brother. If ever he finds himself needing some political power to proceed in his research, though, he would be in trouble. I was planning to make this short, yet we've talked for so long. This is also because Albeniel, for better or for worse, my bad, for worse or for worse, is a man with an abundance of topics surrounding him. My thanks for keeping up this long with me. Oh, right, may I add a last one? This is just a conjecture of mine, but take it as an advice from me. Presently, that guy is meekly allowing his brother to inherit the family while fully immersing himself in his favorite research, I think. However, he is definitely not satisfied with that, and is definitely plotting something behind the shadows. After all, he is the monster who accomplished that blasphemous research and a person who would exhaust all means for his research, despite being just a lone student. As long as he hasn't stopped studying alchemy, he would sacrifice whatever he needs to continue his groundbreaking research. He is quite capable of crushing 1 or 2 Earl families, no, probably even countries too. Before that happens, that guy has to be killed as soon as possible. You think I'm joking? I'm being serious. This is what I observed from watching him for an entire year. I have thought about it. Section at St. Gallen Federation. An inn in the capital, reflections of a certain court investigator. As I opened the door of the room I was allocated with, the scent of a flower I do not recognize wafted inside my nostrils. The smell was overpowering and made my head dizzy. Was it some kind of a deodorant that cheap inns use? It's an awfully bad service for a customer paying this much money. I laid down on the bed while feeling melancholy. Using my leave and my private expenses, I came all the way to a neighboring country for an investigation, and here I am, treated like this. The succession of the Albeniel Earl who passed on recently. It was predicted that a succession dispute would occur, and so, since the second son quickly came down to a decision to withdraw from the succession, I personally became curious and put off the final conclusion into the matter until I finished investigations here. The little brother graciously handed over the seat of the head of family to his brother. It was excessively clean. I sensed something amiss and have come this far. Isn't this prodding the bush and frightening the snake? The person in question, Thales Shernan Albeniel, is the Albeniel's second son, and the more I learned about him, the more I find him a queer young man. I heard that he started killing slaves deliberately since he was young. He created a monster girl slave. He intentionally induced madness in people and violated their souls after they died. All of these are possible plots for a shoddy mystery novel. How am I supposed to report my findings? From the onset, this was an investigation that I insisted on doing myself. If I submitted such a report to the higher-ups, what would they say? I might be rebuked for needlessly getting to the bottom of a succession in which no problems surfaced. Had I known things would end up like this, I would have just collected the usual statements from the start to the end and closed all of this faultlessly. At this rate, I would leave a bad impression on the higher-ups and incur the displeasure of the next generation Earl family head who had his inauguration delayed. And more importantly, this monster, Thales Albeniel, what on earth is in his mind? From what I have gathered of him, the manifold appalling incidents he has conducted has, quite staggeringly, completely been untouched by the law. Certainly slaves can be treated as and how the owner likes. They are free to inflict pain, torture, make them crazy, and kill them. He came into contact with necromancers who have an extremely terrible image, but he requested help after going through the appropriate formalities, and the necromancer requested belonged to a public institution dedicated to research. His dealings with students and lecturers couldn't really be called bribes. The only distinct violation was the duel, but it has already been internally dealt by St. Gallen. If this issue is brought up again, we would be infringing on the jurisdiction of St. Gallen, and it might possibly become a diplomatic issue. Darn it, how did it end up like this? I feel like punching the me of a month ago, when I was self-confidently voicing dissent on the succession which was easily concluded. Back then, a friend who joined the court around the same time as I did advised me strongly to drop this case. He must have heard a few rumors here and there about Albeniel's second son and knew more than I did. To think that this investigation, which stemmed from my trivial unease over the matter, could sow the seeds for this disaster. No way can we allow such a dangerous character roam around freely. Nevertheless, it is impossible for me to corner Talie's Albenul with the plans I can come up with. At the very most, the rumors I can stir about him can only scratch him. And having opposed him, what kind of response he would take is still unknown. I think the least I can do is to report that the girl is possessed by a demon. Preferably the church takes my advice and burn the girl on stake. However, his deceased father did try to bring him to the church, and they didn't think anything was wrong with him. It seems that claiming that she is possessed would yield the same result, unless we dare to bear the crime of bribery and buy the pastor over. What should be the best course of action? Whichever angle I think from, I can't think of a strategy against him. A sense of powerlessness and futility washed over my body. I feel overwhelmed. Even though my consciousness is still here, I still feel my mind heading towards a direction of endlessness, as if my thinking cannot settle down. I am so sleepy that I feel as giddy as I would be after pulling an all-nighter for work, but my nerves are fully dominated by nervousness, and I totally cannot sleep. My situation was something like that. I could only rest my eyes meaninglessly at the ceiling of the room. Furthermore, there was an unpleasant aura in this place. My nose was still unused to the scent that assaulted my olfactory senses when I first entered the room. The sweet flower smell was thick enough to penetrate through my nose to my brains. My brains are going numb. Yo, good evening. The door opened abruptly, and a voice flew over. The person stepping into my room rudely was a young man that shouldn't have yet reached the age of 20. He wore well-made garments, an aristocrat, and yet he was such an impolite guest. He was paying a visit, and yet he didn't even give a single knock before No, wait. Shouldn't the door be locked? WH. As I was about to ask who he was, the young man seized me. Don't mind me. Please relax as you are. Aren't you tired? The soft voice slipped into my ears readily. Just like how the smell enshrouding the room engulfed my nose, all my tension came loose. I stopped trying to jump off my bed and repositioned myself again. That's right, I shall do as he says. I am so tired anyways, and I don't want to think about anything. I don't want to care about anything. Actually, I have some things I would like to ask of you. They are yes and no questions, so you can just nod or shake your head to reply. I just want to hear honest and frank answers. You understand? I nodded. Splendid. Now then, let me ask. You are from the Alchemy Kingdom's High Court, yes? I nodded. Your job, this time round, is to investigate the Earl family succession. I nodded. Can you allow me to read the investigation record? I hesitated. I have the responsibility to keep the investigation confidential. Shall I phrase that again? Where is the investigation record? You may simply point your finger at it. I pointed at the bag, laid by the side of the bed. I looked behind the man. There was a silhouette that seemed to belong to a girl there. I believe she was wearing a set of maid uniform. Maid? Do not be concerned with her. Please only think about what I ask you. Is that understood? I nodded. From where I pointed, the shadow of a person went towards my bag, soundlessly opened it, and retrieved the bundle of parchment inside. And then, she respectfully got down on her knees and presented it to the man. HMPH, let me see. The man swiftly skimmed through the records. I did nothing. My mind became dim. The only sound in the room was the monotonous rustling of page flipping. Saliva gathered in my mouth. Swallowing was too troublesome. Eventually, the man finished reading the records and lifted his face while sighing. Really, this investigation report contains some brutal content, huh? Don't you think so? I nodded. In that instant, I felt a drool drooping from the corners of my mouth. You are seriously one diligent investigator. You think yourself as one, don't you? I nodded. I felt like dozing off in my blankets. I could accept all these praises while in that kind of state. If that is how you are, can you believe such a preposterous content from the investigation? I nodded. I hesitated due to the outrageousness of the testimonies, but I am a high court investigator. I have faith in my investigations. Oh, so the bottleneck is the trust you have towards your investigation. Well, when you first heard about this, didn't you have doubts? I nodded. Right, so, however slight it may be, you do think that it all sounds like a lie, right? I nodded. Perhaps the people who provided their testimony were all lying to you. Have you considered that? I nodded. He smiled. Doesn't that mean you have no faith in their testimonies at all? I nodded. He smiled. There is room for doubt. I nodded. Even if you talk to them, you don't have enough confidence to believe. I nodded. You doubt the testimony's authenticity. I nodded. In that case, you can't possibly use these testimonies in the report, can you? Me. CC ka can I? I nodded. His smile widened. Then, such a report is as good as trash, isn't it? I nodded. Then please burn them all when you wake up tomorrow morning. I nodded. Just send a report with ordinary information to the High Court. I nodded. Excellent. Now then, it is about time for me to go. Yes, the minute we go out and close the door, you shall sober up. At that point of time, you will forget ever seeing us, but please make sure to do what I asked of you, okay? I nodded. After confirming that I agreed, the other person, for some reason, I cannot grasp her appearance, retrieved the incense burner placed in the corner of the room. As soon as she did that, the sweet smell thickened. That was where the scent was from. The someone who picked it up blew away the flames. The sweet scent faded. Farewell, please do keep your promise. They left, the door closed shut. I was nodding. My consciousness returned. Somehow, it feels like I had dozed off. It must have been because of the long journey, I guess. I shook my head and dispersed the sleepiness. Then I reached for the report in my bag, which was placed back where it was, and reevaluated it. Because there were some points about it that bothered me. I am a thorough and hardworking investigator. I came all the way to gather evidence using my own expenses. I cannot allow things that bother me to be in the report without confirming it. Damn, what is wrong with me? Involuntarily, I scratched my head as I cursed it out loud. Looking through once more, I understood. Why didn't I notice earlier? This report is. Isn't this completely bullshit? Some tall tale about alchemists that a drunkard would mumble about, or what a receptionist who is left on the shelf would gossip about. Furthermore, the content leaves me with nothing but a vulgar and horrid taste. If I submitted something like this, there is no way I won't become a laughingstock. I have no choice but to rewrite the entire thing. No choice, I have to falsify the documents. I have to fabricate an appropriate and harmless report. After all, there won't be anyone in the High Court who will be interested in the background checks of each and every second son among the aristocrats. Let's end it by following the flow and making do with a trivial trial. The young me had been too indignant and asked for an investigation on the succession. This was the result. I might be looked down upon by the boss, incur the displeasure of the new head of Earl family, and be ridiculed by my colleagues, but I count myself lucky for getting this lesson for cheap. At the very least, it is better than submissively handing over this waste paper. When daybreak comes, I shall discard it. No, I'd rather burn it personally. Having made my resolve, I laid down on bed again. Time to sleep. When I wake up, I will burn up the nonsensical report and quickly return back to my country. Luckily, I still have some days of leave left over from those that I took for this dumb investigation. At least I have enough time to invent some normal-looking report. The smell continued to linger faintly in the room. Chapter 5, O'Neill Brothers. Half a year ago, father passed away. His condition took a turn for the worse last spring, so I extended my spring break to take care of him, but it did not turn out well. That was because father's dislike towards alchemy became revulsion towards me, and thus, he completely rejected any treatments from me. I am already 18 years old. I was a half-assed alchemist a decade ago, but now I am recognized as a successor from a highly acclaimed professor. An illness of that level would not pose a problem to anyone who went through the trainings from the academy, and yet, father was resolute in rejecting treatment. At that moment, I was made to quit school and had to make a round trip home. Just when father thought I had gone overseas, I reappeared, and due to that, his conditions suddenly worsened. Well, my pace of expending slaves in my radical human experimentation was too fast, horrifying father so much that he brought me to church. The trust he has in me has reached rock bottom. The medicine that I had provided him with probably seemed like poison obtained by trading with the devil. Honestly speaking, I am hardly sad at all. To me, my parents are the parents of my previous life, and even though I feel indebted for him raising me, he treated my repayment with disdain and died in the end. On the contrary, I am the one being painted in bad light. Even if I say so myself, I thought it was cold-hearted. And that was how I really felt. The only problem that cropped up was that brother was supposed to easily inherit the family headship when father passed away, but the lawyers administering the country's court were, for some reason, delaying it. I made Yuni investigate, and it appears the reason lies in me. I heard wild rumors in the streets that someone like Talise Shernan Obniel would have no qualms deposing his brother from being the next earl. They are greatly mistaken. Profiting from the sale of potions and selling equipment, I made myself in the academy would project the image of avarice to others, won't it? All I wanted was just a place to research, funds, raw ingredients, and cooperative people. The lecturer who is my mentor often says, "It is extremely difficult to gain the understanding of people." In any case, this was handled amicably again. The investigating officer did realize himself that he had partially misunderstood, and while resolving the remaining doubts he had of me, I took the chance to request a few things of him, so he reported nothing problematic to the High Court. Incidentally, the investigation log that I read wrote the circumstances of a former retainer from my family. Hence, partly because I am still thankful of him, I treated him, who loves drinking, to homemade quality liquor. Right now, he must be having the sensation of climbing up into the skies. I mean, that first-generation knight did take care of me in many ways. This is just my way of thanking him and silencing him. Now that all is back to normal, brother finally became the head, and with my share of inheritance, I can research to my heart's content. A win-win situation. After all, the Academy's alchemy faculty has a smaller budget. Above that, it was also a governmental institution, so there was surveillance too. It wasn't just once or twice that complaints regarding the research were directed towards me. It was an attractive prospect to have the help of mages who were familiar with fields outside my expertise, but I'm sure I'll be able to work out something outside school as long as I have money. Now that I have amassed a large fortune, I am aiming to conduct a research more complex than ever before, even though I am no longer part of the Academy. I have written copies of important documents from there and have self-taught a significant amount of know-how too. I no longer have any regrets about leaving, and thus I have no worries for the future. No worries should have been the case. "How are you doing, brother?" I asked, facing the new owner of the office in the mansion. Brother called me into the room while handling paperwork. As though the chair that was occupied by father before he was bedridden was completely his, brother stopped signing off paperwork and looked up. "Did you not hear? Then I shall say it once more. Under one of our land, I plan to dismantle and reorganize a manor that has been acting as the prefectural governor. At the same time, you'll be entrusted with the rank of a viscount. Since you have been given this role, you have to go there." This brief explanation at point blank, I am given peerage and territory. At first glance, it probably sounds alluring, since I can set foot on the path to success as an aristocrat. Normally, this would be something to cry about with tears of joy. However, being the owner of territory would mean I have to relocate to the actual region. It means that I have to abandon this relatively well-built city, abandon the safety of the capital behind the imperial guards, and go to the countryside where there are many inconveniences and less public security. Put simply, brother is saying that a good-for-nothing second son should be contented with fleeing the city. This is no joke. A large-scale city like the capital, Brosnell, has the most optimum slave market to restock the crucial guinea pigs for my research. Furthermore, many goods circulate to the capital through the links to the highway. To be forced to leave this kind of place, I would have no choice but to reduce the scope of the experiments. I could substitute the slaves with the local residents, but that would be a terrible move. By doing that frequently, it would create negative effects on the management of the land, as the manpower of farmers and workers would dip and motivation of laborers would decrease too. To make matters worse, if I excessively convert commoners to slaves, I might be charged with excess misconduct and appear on the radar of the High Court of Justice that I tried so hard to avoid. At that point of time, it won't even be about continuing the research, it'll be my ruin. Also, I hold control over the company that sell potions, my source of income. It would incur a heavy blow on me economically. No way, I cannot accept this at all. Please wait, It has not been long since brother took over the role of family head, hence, dividing the land might cause confusion to governmental affairs. Yeah. Why don't we not do this? I summarized my points frantically, but brother simply snorted. Damn it, acting like this because he got his most desired position as the head of the family. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have chosen the option of grabbing the headship even if I had to kill him, though there are many risks associated with doing so. What are you saying? The royal court has already begun to move. If not so, I couldn't have given you any peerage. If you object here, it would be cause of confusion instead. Surely you are capable of understanding this much. You were the one who made the royal court move in the first place. Not everything is difficult. For this country, and other countries too, the title of Viscount could be called Viceearl, and is mainly a subordinate of the Earl. Even if it is a court rank that can be granted important roles, it is basically following orders of an Earl and its family members, not to mention that I am being made to follow those orders. In short, the right to appoint roles lies with the country, but with brother's position, exercising his powers and influencing would be an easy task. That is true, though. Also, we can't have the son of the glorious Obniel family rotting away aimlessly at home all the time, can we? Shouldn't you consider this an opportunity, since it hasn't been that long since your path to scholarship was severed? This is your chance for you to endeavor in a path fitting of an aristocrat. Such a solid argument, he then turned his around. A well-executed way of cutting off my escape route. If I were to reject him now, I would be considered as neglecting my responsibility as an aristocrat, and society's trust in me, even though it may not be high, would become zero. That is as good as declining a life where I can support myself in a feudalistic society in which social status and power determines all. Speaking in terms of my previous world, it is similar to a company which can no longer take loans. Nobody would want to deal with such a person. It would be problematic in discussing business with merchants and cut off the funds required for purchasing guinea pigs. Nevertheless, is this how you treat a younger brother who is quietly held back over the inheriting of the family headship? I don't expect him to be choked full of tears of gratitude, but he should at least have the generosity to support the dream of his adorable brother. No way I could say that, though. Brother, do you wish to chase me out of the house that much? It was a question which I didn't expect to be answered. I meant it to be the frivolous whining of a sore loser. However, brother glared at me with flashing eyes. Of course, he declared. How bad do you think the rumors about our family have gotten because of your blood-stinking experiments? It's true that all of those you killed were slaves at the most. I'm not saying that it is run counter to the laws. However, surely there is a limit to everything. He slammed the desk, stood up, abruptly walked towards the window area and opened the windows forcefully. Look, we can see the remnants of the cremation at the courtyard from here. Did you know that because of you doing all those things year in year out, except when you went abroad for studies, we weren't able to hold any night parties at home? Not only that, it has been more than once or twice that other households are creeped out whenever they see from afar a fire being lit in our courtyard. Do you understand how miserable we were then? Brother appeared to be unsettled, as he gestured with trembling hands and scratched his head at times. Moreover, he did it in rapid succession. He didn't even give me the chance to squeeze in a few words. What can I do? It seems that I have flipped a bad switch. In addition, do you know how old I am? 25. Not a strange age to be having children, right? Despite that, I am still single. That's all thanks to you. All the families are afraid of you and don't want to send their daughters here. Let's not even mention my very first fiancé, whose parents came begging in tears to cancel the engagement. No way are we allowing our daughter to marry into the Obniel's man-eating mansion. And that's not all. The number of people in the house has dwindled shortly after you began your experiments to the extent where it isn't even half of what it used to be. No matter how crude we are still an Earl family, aren't we? Why yes. Do you know how much fear you brought to Father? Hoon. Because of your poor taste in hobbies, Father became sick, and also because you showed your face, Father fell into critical condition, dying just like that. Did you know? No, perhaps you were the one who laced his food with some unknown poison. Say it truthfully, you were the one who killed him, huh? That is quite a far-fetched accusation you made against me, brother. He might have been affected by anxiety to some extent, But when I examined him, I could tell that he had become as gravely ill as his depraved lifestyle. After all, he had all kinds of illness caused by lifestyle like diabetes, gout, high blood pressure, creating complications for his health. Certainly, I had hoped that he would part with his fortune quickly, but still, there was no reason for me to kill a person that was already at death's doorstep. What? At my rebuttal, Brother flew off the handle and climbed over the desk. He was completely enraged. A clenched fist flew over. At the same time, my equipment activated automatically, and I became enveloped in a transparent barrier weaved with magic. It received Brother's fist. Nevertheless, Brother did not seem to realize it and continuously rained punches on it. Stop feigning ignorance. You bastard, you were the one who killed him. Mother died from giving birth to you, you demon. You parasital demon. Just how much are you going to rob me of until you are satisfied? Answer me, Thales. Please calm down, Brother. You will break your fist, you know. I shrugged my shoulders and urged him. Brother finally stepped back. Blood dripped from his fist and stained the floor. My warning came too late. Oh dear, it can't be helped. Because it can't be helped, I decided to treat him. It was the recovery magic that I have trained to analyze up to fractures from my long years of human experimentation. Apart from alchemy, my skills in other magics are mediocre, but I still have much confidence in it. Since Brother slightly stirred when I took his hand, I said, "Please do not move. If I make any mistake here, your bone would become crooked, yeah." Shut. Well, with my surgery, I'll get it patched right away, though. I cautioned. He seemed to have understood and stopped fidgeting. As soon as the treatment was done, Brother swiped his hand away from me as though he wanted to protect the hand that I was holding. A reaction as though he had touched germs. Really, that was so rude. I didn't think Brother hated me this much, and this is how you repay my kindness. I shall humbly accept what you have said. Humph, if you were like this from the start, it wouldn't have turned out like this, Brother said as he sat on the chair once again. As expected from the head of an Earl family, he has already recovered from his rage and has, to some extent, regained his composure. His animosity towards me hasn't changed, though. From the start. I would have wanted you to discuss this with me beforehand, so let's talk about the details then. I can go anywhere I like. Here. Brother put on a sour look as he spread out a map and pointed to a spot with his finger. The name of the place was, Marlin. I have never heard this name before. It was in the region of Valden, which has been the territory of the Obnials for generations, and was located in a corner. It's really a corner. Isn't it just at the corner of the map? It's roughly 350 km southeast from the capital. From the perspective of a former Japanese, it would be Tohoku traveling north from Tokyo, or the Lake Biwa area if traveling west. That's quite far, isn't it? Anyways, it is also the border with a neighboring country. For a head of family who had just started, this would be a land in which he would want to place his most trusted men, yes. Such hypocrisy. It's true that east of Marlin or east of the Valden region, which has been part of the Obnial family for successive generations, is Sankt Gallen Federation. However, in actuality, a chain of mountains divide the two countries, so the common way to pass through is further north. Not only that, as pointed out from the map, the boundary lines of the territory were wider than I imagined, but it was mostly mountains and forests. In short, the remote countryside. Speaking of which, it was once famed for its rich copper deposits. Brother said in an effort to comfort, though it was plain as day he didn't care about me at all. Once was when. In any case, since he is forcing this land on me, there is no doubt that the copper veins have been exhausted and the only ones left are unprofitable. I mentally prepared myself, but this is depressing. Being forced into such a place, what in the world can I do? Wait a sec. Land, Viscount, it was something that I secretly looked forward to in my heart. However, Brother has yet to realize it. While intentionally making dark expression, I lowered my face so as to not be seen through, as I continued asking for more details. How about the previous prefectural governors? They will be put under your command. Handle them well. What's he trying to do by throwing a newbie into a sphere already dominated by vested interests? How about the mansion where government affairs are conducted? You are allowed to build a new one. You are the sibling of a head too. It wouldn't look good if you are using hand-me-downs from the previous prefectural governor. Allowed only so he wouldn't be backing me with cash Is that right? When do I depart? Tomorrow. Hey, hold up a sec. His reply caught me off guard, and my cheeks couldn't help but twitch, but I endured somehow. That soon. Due to hiccups like the investigation by the High Court, the succession took a far longer time than expected. Consequently, before I became the head of family, much of the governmental work in our territory froze. That is the situation we are in. In order to resume work, this has to be hurried. For someone who is describing a serious problem, he was enjoying himself too much. How dare he say something like that so shamelessly? And ever since father became bedridden, he took over the job to some extent. There were many other things I want to add, but I have to swallow my complaints and stay silent. This guy wants to dump the difficult problems onto me and make my life difficult. However, I don't have to listen to his every bidding. Yes, I understand. In that case, since we are short of time, I will make my preparations now. Wait. As I was about to turn my heels, a stiff voice kept me in check. What is it? You have been bestowed with peerage, and even though the land is in the outskirts, you are still a person who will be managing that land. I will not allow any more of your profligate behavior. I know. You are telling me to stop my alchemy research and lock up my underground lab, right? I was already planning to do so. I am not that bold a person to leave my vault full of secrets as it is. Good. And one other thing. The preparations have been made for you. I won't accept any failures regarding the job. If you do something unpardonable, don't blame me for making a painful decision as a brother. From a glance, I could see bloodthirst inside brother's eyes. Unlike the childish exasperation earlier, it contained a level-headed and refined purpose. Grasp the opponent's weakness and denounce him publicly once something happens. Use not the sword but authority to slaughter. That is the murderous intent of an aristocrat. I think I am trembling in excitement. With my meager abilities, I will do my utmost best. I said and completely turned to face my back at him. What I have been granted was a cage. A cage meant to lock out wild beasts. Feed them some crude bait so they don't become violent from hunger, weaken them gradually, and finally kill them when they expose a chink in their armor. This is what has been prepared for me. Still, how naive. That he specifically reminded me of that basically means he doesn't have the resolve to kill me. Time is an alchemist's friend. While brother hands out his business cards and strengthens his determination, I will be able to prepare a new countermeasure. A land that presents problems in procuring slaves. An area cut off from the cities. A place with nothing but hills, fields, and forests. What can I possibly do in a place like that? At most, it's just a place for people from the capital to go sightseeing, isn't it? I hid my snickle, lowered my shoulders, and exited. As I put up a feint, I pondered what to do with the new toy brother has given me. Speaking of which, when was it that I had a similar conversation with father? I left the office, and by the side of the door was Yuni. Brother hates my slaves, so there was no way I could let her in. With no choice, I told her to stay outside. Good work, master. It wasn't to the extent of work. What about you? Thanks for enduring. I said and wiped her mouth. My fingers became stained in blood. Most likely, Yuni must have resisted her instincts to barge in when brother was trying to hit me, and thus, she must have bit her lips to bear with it. There were no scars left behind since she was at least capable of healing herself. I am truly unworthy of such kindness. She lowered her head deeply. When I was studying abroad in the Magic Academy, Yuni had unnecessarily protected me on the spur of the moment and instead created a bigger commotion. This child is sometimes inflexible. Well, since she was able to put up with it this time, she does have the wit to not repeat her mistakes, so I doubt this would be a problem. Anyway, were you listening? As I whispered into her ears, I twisted my stained finger into her lips. Before the sensation of hitting her front tooth, my finger was wrapped in the softness of her lips, and then, the finger was cleansed comfortably by her warm and moist tongue. Buha. Make the preparations before our departure and lock up the lab, right? Yuni replied while carefully wiping the finger, which has been pulled out, with a handkerchief. It might been because of the regretful parting of the finger from her tongue that she was unable to pronounce. Yes. It's not like I was doing this in the corridor during the day, and there's nothing to argue about if she used her own handkerchief. Well, this falls under skinship with subordinates. It is quite the sexual harassment, but if the other party doesn't mind then that isn't contradictory, I guess. Yep. Exactly. Get them ready fast. I understand. M0123. The moment she called out, 3 women silently appeared and kneeled. It's not like I can be pleased just playing with Yuni, so I created a sound barrier on them to maintain private conversations. The barrier I created couldn't completely shield sounds from inside, because it was a lower-class magic. However, its upside is that it is easier to conceal the existence of the barrier itself. For magic other than alchemy, I am more well-versed in pony tricks like this and recovery magic. If I was better at those gaudy offensive magics though, I would use them. M01 here. Same for you M02, come here. You too M03 here. All of them produced the same clockwork expressionless face as their names were called. On their necks were the glimmer of a silver collar. And on their bodies were the same maid attire design. Despite the differences in their facial features and physique, they were this symmetrical. It might feel eerily discomforting to others. They were the products of manufacturing based on the experimental data I got from Yuni. They were the fallen products of slaves which I held expectations for. People call them, I don't though, the M series. Incidentally, the M stands for the M in maid. Please don't call them cheap, that would hurt me. Simply speaking, they were mass-produced Yunis. Of course, making each and every one of them as multi-talented as Yuni would require long-term training, and that would be unrealistic. Hence, applying the same technique to manipulate the mind, basic functionalities are inserted directly into the brains and later. Medicine would be administered to further boost their abilities. Naturally, I have to at least configure their brains to prevent rebellion. Their abilities on the battlefield goes no further than average, but they are more than sufficient for normal maid duties and helping with research. While we were at Sankt Gallen, these girls were good enough to entrust with the sale of potions. Also, these girls do not have names. Unlike Yuni, the super Dolphy of a product, the M series set forth mass productivity as the prerequisite. I don't have such a good naming sense to name each and every one of them. For the time being, if there is an inconvenience with the lack of names, I allow them to call themselves by their real name before their restructuring. Tomorrow, the master has to leave. Do the preparations quickly. You know what has priority for moving right. Yes, Chief Maid. According to the 3rd emergency manual, the appropriate measure to take is to quickly move the rare C rank and above tools and materials. The rest are to be shredded and discarded. A question for the Chief Maid. Regarding the raw ingredients that are currently being mixed, may I request in-depth instructions for the settings? Answer to your question. Activate those that are in their final stages and have completed the Opus 2 setting. The rest are to be disposed of regardless of their priorities. Understand? Yes, Chief Maid, we shall do as you have said. Good. So then, after relaying the same message to B01 and B02, quickly proceed to work on your assignments. Over. Yes, Chief Maid, over. Replying in unison, the 3 maids from the M series backed down. This conversation. Rather than being in a middle-century fantasy world, it was more like a modern military or a near-future dystopian science fiction. This doesn't match with current state of the world. The one who created this amusing scene was me, though. By the way, B01 and B02, who are not present, were a different model, the Butler Type B series model. Of course, B stands for the B in Butler. Tough men were picked as raw materials for this series, hence, their speciality was that they were better at combat. This means that their B could stand for Battler too. Despite being cheap, they were not much different. In any case, I was looking at Yuni. Looking at Yuni shoot orders to her M-series subordinates from the perspective of the person who altered her brain, I can't help but feel that she has grown significantly. Gallant and imposing. That I was able to raise such a beauty was something that I couldn't imagine when I first set sights on her at the slave market. I remember noticing during the bone reconstruction operation that her bones were well-shaped, but I had no idea that it would like this after growing up. I am experiencing the same deep stirring as I did 4 years ago when she was completed. Even so, no matter how many times you taste something good, they will still be good. While I was lost in thought, Yuni looked at me with some anxiety. What happened, Master? No, nothing much. I was just thinking, Yuni is so beautiful. I declared without reserve. She submits to me fully. Thus, there is no need to lie. frankly saying what I think is of no concern. Ah, how wonderful a relationship without lies is. Yuni blinked her eyes in a moment, but immediately bowed elegantly. These words are more than I deserve. I am grateful, master. For some reason, I felt stimulated by that reply and nodded once to her. A perfect maid. A truly perfect maid. I have known her for 10 years. She has gone a long way to become this complete. As long as I hold this greatest trump card, I have no need to fear something like the malice of an earl. I am being immersed in the feelings of omnipotence because I have my prided product serving me. No, this can't do, this can't do. I have to remind myself that letting your guard down is your greatest enemy. Chapter 6, Zweihander. It's raining. With the leaves covering up the sky, it was as dark as the night inside the forest. Within the darkness, the gentle and slow drips of water cruelly stole heat from an emaciated body. I made a blunder. The man mumbled noiselessly. It seems you're quite capable. There is a difficult mountain to cross, but won't you go with me? Those were the words that started off everything. The party leader, who was of the same rank as him, called out to him. He was a person who seeks the thrill of adventure and would travel between different cities to try something new. He talked with gusto. Something about high-ranking adventurers forming an alliance, a union of party members or solo adventurers, to challenge a high-level dungeon together. Laid waiting for us, there were vast rewards, rare resources, legendary treasures, and formidable foes itching for a fight. I've been making it a personal principle to be solitary and not rely on others, but being baited by the talk to help that other party was the limit of my luck. It was all good up until we got into the dungeon and took down the boss guarding the treasure. But what awaited after that was a sneaky deceit from that very same guy who sold me the talk. Now that I reflect upon it, apart from the core members of the party, others, including me, were mostly solo adventurers. There must have been plans to cut these solo folks off once they've taken hold of the treasure. Now, it's a widely established theory that compared to adventurers similarly ranked as me, I am stronger as a lone wolf. But that's only true in a perfect world where the battles are one-on-one. So when they sneakily push troublesome things on me along the road, and once I've exhausted myself they sneakily ganged up on me, at that time, I couldn't resist them. On top of that, there were these folks in uniform they've had been hiding all along, and they went all gung-ho on me. Out of the solo adventurers joined that alliance, I'm the only one left alive. I was a fool. The adventurer was a man classified as a veteran. He was still young, but he has trodden in this path for very long. Born as a commoner, he sharpened his skills at the town's vigilante corps. He abandoned his seemingly unending monotone life by leaving his hometown 7 years ago. If you can manage a year in this promising world, you must be sufficiently talented. Well, this is the result. Killing fellow adventurers is a dastardly act. I should have never shown my back to fellows I know I couldn't trust. I broke my cardinal rule due to some unnecessary greed, and here I am paying the ultimate price. I crushed those turncoats in that ensuing battle. That's good and all, but as a result, I've received wounds that's definitely not shallow. I've used up all my recovery potions, and what's left in my hand is only the sword I'm carrying. And it seems that I'm about to meet my vain end holding this very sword. To think I'd end in a place like this. Intense regret filled my chest, along with it, intense pain. No, I don't want to end this way. Dying in a forest where there is no one, dying and turn into a skull. That's still fine by me, but there's no way I want to die in a half-assed way like this. I want to wield my sword more. I want to master the sword more. I want to fight with my sword more. When all I did was passing meaningless time in a certain small town, I had thought upon reaching the highest height of the art of sword. It was all I have as a man. Money, women, alcohol, food, nothing is as important to me as winning with this sword-carrying arm. I'd swing my blade in every free time I had. I'd slash my enemies with it if there's one, and never there was a day when I don't improve my skills. But this day, at this time, all of it just went to nothing. This is too much, I thought to myself. I have tried to build a stronghold of sword. It was like picking river pebbles and stacking them up until this very day, and now with just this one mistake, it'll collapse without a trace. How regretful I am. If the one who ended it was a master in the art, then I can still accept that, but to think that it's a traitor's blade that would send this body to meet its demise, It's regrettable. What a pity. I don't want to die. Finally, the remaining regret fills the rest of my line of thoughts. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Rely on the sword, and without being carried away, swing it. Such was the pride I've imposed on myself. Even if one tries to overturn or bend this principle of mine, all I wanted was to live single-mindedly according to it. I wanted to life more as I slash and kill under that belief, while I send all dead bodies to bite the dust. If you think that's pathetic, go ahead and laugh. If you scorn me for being a man without honor, then go ahead and do that. My only honor from the beginning were only this arm and this sword of mine, anyway. I will never bear the fact that this would all be scattered away by a foolish brute who did not understand the path of the sword. Let me live. Grant me the power to ward away these arms of death. Now for that, I'm willing to do anything. I'd cast away my pride, I'd sell my soul. Just for me to live by the sword once again. It was at that time. It was then, what he heard was the sound of horseshoe as it hit mud, and with that, the sound of wheels traversing over rough grounds. A carriage? He came to realize that he's currently on a highway. Apparently, as he unconsciously crawled in dirt and hanged on to what little life he had left, he had finally cut his way through the forest. And now, a carriage is coming over his direction. With a horse's loud neigh, the carriage stopped before it could run the man over. A figure alighted from the carriage. The ground was wet and muddy from the rain, and yet the figure made no sound as it descended. As the man inadvertently doubted his eyes, he lets a sound. What appeared there was a young woman. In this darkness, the woman's white, delicate skin stood out even to his hazy eyes. The pair of eyes staring down at him was like a pair of large grain of emeralds. Fascinating as it was to behold, there was a certain coldness and rigidness in it. Her elegant features were breathtakingly remarkable. But while she possessed such an insuppressible beauty to gaze at, it was not the only thing that surprised the man. She was wearing a one-piece dress with elaborate embroidery on the cuffs, and a white apron that seemed to shed light into the darkness of the forest. A piece of white cloth adorned her glossy black hair. Her left arm was an armband that jokingly read, La Première Servant. Maids, servants that work in households of noblemen or select wealthy merchants. Why is someone like that currently here, in a rainy road by the forest, standing in front of a dying swordsman? It was a strange sight. Certainly it isn't weird for a person that can afford to be carried in a carriage to be accompanied by a maid, but normally if one encounters a collapsed person in injuries on the road, they wouldn't get off their carriage first and foremost. Well, he thought he was seeing things, as what he saw before him was making no sense. The man thought he was going senile at that time, but then he came to a realization. She's carrying a sword with her. Hanging by the woman's left hip was a sheathed sword. The make was of a double-edged blade. The width of each blade was probably about 60 centimeters. But although it was indeed a suitable weapon for ones with slender arms, it was still strange that a servant woman would carry it about. On her left chest, over her apron, stretching over like a name tag was the Adventurer Guild's plate tag. And that shiny silver-colored thing on her neck, is it a slave collar? A maid with a sword, and on her the Adventurer Guild's ID and a proof of slavehood. There was only one woman that meets such specific characteristic that the man knew. Silver Wolf. It was a rumor that he had heard in the neighboring country's capital of the Kingdom of Arkwell, Brauson. Among the adventurers based on this town, there is a certain slave maid kept by a nobleman. She was known by the name Yuni, the Silver Wolf. She wasn't one that can simply be made light as a collar-tied bitch. Her true nature was of a silver-colored cursed wolf. She was named as the sort of a hellish beast who would decapitate one without fail once she sees the other party as an enemy. It has been a while since people called me that, such a nostalgic name. To the man's words, the woman replied. Her tone was dry and inorganic, but her voice was one of a very young woman. Age can't be discerned from her extremely gracious look, but what from he observed, she was in the middle of her teens. It was all consistent with the features of the Silver Wolf. You called me with that name, who are you? The woman observed the man with the likes of the watchful eyes of a hound dog. She's strong. The man's hunch tells him so. Her height is lower than him by 2 heads, and she should be quite light, probably half his weight. Even so, he could feel her bloodthirst even when she wasn't actually letting out her fighting spirit, and such feeling of intimidation resonated with his wounds. Perhaps, even if he were in a perfect condition, he wouldn't get far if she were to be his opponent. There's no mistake. The woman must be the Silver Wolf. With such conviction, tales of the woman's deeds floated in the man's mind. She became an adventurer at the age of 10, and she was promoted to D-class adventurer within just a year. At that time, she slayed 3 Class D adventurers who insulted her master for their rudeness without giving them a chance to fight back. After she became rank C, she stayed at that rank, but she was one of the few special cases, one of the 2 names, awarded for exceptional rate of request achievements. But out of all those stories, this one is the best. There was this wretched party who tried to monopolize a good hunting place by driving out a few good B-class adventurer out of town and occupying the town's dungeon. Then something came along and slaughtered the party in the blink of an eye and left. The guild was caught up in it and was all like, oh good gracious, did a high-ranked monster appear there or something? It was then when one of their receptionists jokingly said, "This monster you people are talking about, could it be, perchance, a silver wolf?" Like that, just before the incident, someone said that they saw the silver wolf's figure heading for that dungeon. Those stories might have been unlikely tall tales, but here, the man's vivid sense of reality is pushing against him. The sound of rainwater mingled with the sound of cold saliva ringing through his throat. He thought to himself, so this was the sensation of holding my own breath. To the rigid and trembling man, the woman asked another question. Do you wish to die? Huh? If you're not one that would bring harm to master, he might grant you mercy, and that way your life may be saved. Those words caught the man's heart. Can my life be saved? Can I avoid my death? This woman, she said that right? The man clung to the hope that was reaching him like a stretched straw. I will ask one more time, who are you? But her voice was cancelled out. The man let out his true will. Don't want to die. First, I'd like to ask who you are though. Don't want to die. I don't want to die at all. His voice, filled with anxiety, resounded in the dark forest. For the man who was turned a blind eye by both God and saviors, it was a desperate, pathetic plea. But that plea seems to be granted. Do you really mean that? There, before his eyes, was the devil himself. Master. The silver wolf looked up to the alighted man thoughtfully. Master, she said, is the person the silver wolf's lord? He was a young man. Apparently he wasn't in his 20s yet, but while he might be in his later teens, he retained most of his youthful, boyish looks. His eyes were blue in contrast of his red, copper hair. His facial features was all in a good order, but it didn't give off any sense of individuality. Like a cheap doll, his looks was a balanced one that would not invoke any impression upon a glimpse. No matter how the man him, he could only see a mediocre-looking aristocrat in front of him. Is this awfully average-looking young man really the silver wolf's master? The young man, slowly, took another step closer to approach the confused man. Please stand back. I have yet to discern this individual's identity. Isn't he just an injured person? He seems to be an adventurer. There is a possibility that he could be an assassin pretending to be one. The woman repeated her statement to the young lord, who's looking at the man without a care. But the woman's master treated her words like a passing wind and continued to approach the man. Even if that's true, what can he do in this state? His words was full of calm confidence. If he were another normal man, even if the other party were out of blood or in deep wounds, even if he was in the presence of the silver wolf, it was an insult that could get him killed by the opponent. But the man realized it. The ambience that the youth in front of him carried was not of a careless contempt at his half-dead self. Even if the man was in perfect condition, at the very least by no means, the youth would let himself get wounded. The silver wolf quietly backed down, perhaps she understood this too. I have overstepped my bounds. It's fine, I don't mind it anyway. While waving his hand to his servant, he crouched down beside the fallen man. Then he whispered with a gentle voice, I don't want to die. You certainly said that right. All right. The man responded to the question in affirmation. No matter what the price, you don't want to die, right? Right. The man responded to the question in affirmation. Even if your sword is turned against anyone, you still don't want to die, right? Right. The man responded to the question in affirmation. Even if you turn into anything, you really don't want to die, right? Right. The man responded to the question in affirmation. Don't want to die, I don't want to die. As if to wash away mud on his face, his tears flow. Slush mixed in with the snot he sniffed. It truly was a pathetic sight. Is that how an adventurer, a swordsman, supposed to look like? Even so, no matter how unsightly it was. Even if I have to abandon my pride, even if I have to sell my soul, don't want to die, I don't want to die. Very well. The devil acknowledged his answer. That answer is more important than who you are, and more than anything you have invoked my empathy. Will you help me? Yes, of course, Yuni, help me carry him to the carriage. I thought this was going to be a boring business trip, but it appears that I'll be picking up an unexpected thing on my way back. As master wills it. Well then, first of all I must do the emergency treatment, I suppose. B01 if you have a moment. Fetch me the following from the piled tools: disinfectant for powerful anesthesia, bandages, splints, and hematinics. The young lord issued orders to the maid, and the man who terribly lacked in presence. To his profile, the man unconsciously asked, "Hey, you," if I were to reply, "I didn't say that, then what were you planning to do?" At the verge of his death, he accepted his obsession with life and reached out to the first party that offered a helping hand. If the man were to refuse the youth, what would happen then? It was a question that he could not stop minding. Let's see, if you answered that way then. And the youth indifferently returned a terrifying answer. I'd grant you death that you would have wished for. Then I'd do experiments on your dead body. Is that so? The man closed his eyelids without prying too much on the meaning of those words. You really don't have anything to be afraid of, you know. Your answer was the correct one. And then his consciousness sunk to the darkness. As the men fell asleep, he prayed that the next time he woke up, he'd be alive as his usual self. The man's wish will be granted partially. That is, even if he'll be alive and he'll open his eyes once more, he will not find his own unchanged. Section? Ah, what fine weather. While holding up a hand towards the sun, I stretched myself as far as I could. With that, I deluded myself into believing that the fatigue in my joints and muscles that went through work last night melt away in the morning light. Well, a delusion can only be a delusion. But this weather sure is comforting. Sure is an ideal morning to set off for a trip, don't you think so, Annie? I said so as I look behind to the very man who spent all night packing up my stuff. To that word, my brother, Linus Strain Albaniel, returned me a radiant smile. Ah, that's right, Tullius. The sun sure is spectacular today. It's suitable for the day when my little brother finally sets off from this mansion. It totally is. Even on the day of the parting, our laugh cheerfully intertwined with each other at this time for us two brothers. It truly was a heartwarming, wonderful sight. Despite that, why is it for some reason the vassals' faces that went out to send me off were all straight or frowning? Probably it was because the exchange was full of hypocritical sarcasm, couldn't be helped though. Are you all set? Well, off you go then, said my brother, whose face turned serious again. His mood was unexpectedly good. I revised my evaluation at that moment. Well, while it is better than dragging it out, I did expect a little more sensible response. Yes, well then I'll see you later. Oh my, Tullius. It's a bit embarrassing that you used the wrong expression here at this time. You should have said goodbye. Ahahaha, Annie, you sure is harsh. But didn't you use the wrong expression too? I don't think I have another word to say to you anymore. Ah, there you go again. I thought you wanted to say something along the lines of like, I showed and moved my lips without making a voice. Go to hell. Like that, right? This bastard with the tension after staying up all night incessantly non-existent for the joking me, my brother laughed casually while showing a thick blood vessel on his forehead. Ah, that's not good. Due to what I've done, the mood over there is starting to put too much pressure on his body. As expected, being sleep-starved just won't do, so I thought while looking ways to end our conversation. But then, are you brothers done with your two-people skit? A low, brazen voice broke in. It came to our notice that by the mansion's main entrance, a man was standing there while leaning on the doors. His black mantle was full of holes here and there were many cracks on his cuirass. The brigand-looking man was clad in tattered black. On his back, however, rested a crossed Zweihander. The intrusive atmosphere it created gave an impression that he was not an ordinary person. Who are you? My brother asked him with a rough voice. Of course, he never saw the man in the mansion even until yesterday. That said, he didn't seem to be a person that belonged in a place like a nobleman's house. The way my brother looked at him was a dangerous one, like at those times when he'd occasionally pick a fight with me. At this rate, he might call the guards and order them to knock him down. I decided to stop him before that happens. He's an adventurer I hired to escort me. Or not, since he'll be working exclusively for me from now on. I suppose a former adventurer would be more proper then. There was no need to spout a lie, so I told him the truth. As a response, bluntly, "It's not like I would mind accepting a request for another escort from you, you know that." He put his words in. My brother knitted his brows. Wasn't the departure order issued yesterday? Indeed. I know it's absurd of me, but he's just the right man. He was in the neighborhood and he was acquainted with Yuni. Although I felt sorry for him because my request was sudden, I decided to ask him to escort me anyway. To my brother, my explanation may only suspicious, but apparently he judged that there wasn't a lie in my words. He humphed as he snorted. "Apologies for my rudeness," my little brother's guessed. "If possible, can I know your name?" Although he said he was sorry, he didn't seem to be at all compunctious. Well, he's an high aristocrat and an acting count. Probably he doesn't see the dirty-looking adventurer folk as a fellow human. The man probably understood that as well, so after he shrugged his shoulders lightly, he asserted his name. Du Schwarzer, rank B adventurer. If you're familiar with the industry, I go around with the name Two-Handed Sword Du. Pardon me, but it's the first time I heard of that name. Right, said Du, as he let out an exaggerated sigh. My brother might have put out a request at times, but probably he just went straight to the receptionist, laid out his terms, and pay out the rewards. Usually noblemen would either do that or hire their own exclusive adventurers, so they wouldn't care about other adventurers. In the first place, it's commonplace that aristocrats would see other commoners, except for those in the priesthood or a few merchants, as livestocks and naturally look down upon them. Of course, they see slaves as lesser than that. If you kill a livestock, you can still get indicted, but when it comes to slaves, you can actually hunt them as some sort of a prey. But as you can see from the infamy that is mine truly, it's not actually a completely accepted practice. And so, my brother's elusive attitude pretty much falls in the category of a common sense in this world. Du wouldn't be angry, or at least I think he won't. Have you finished profiling him, Annie? You. Then Du, you get into a carriage too. I would suggest you use mine there. There is another carriage for my escorts, but its ceiling is low, and I suppose your prided sword would get stuck, and we don't want that, do we? All right. Truly is an honor to accompany the new Viscount. Du headed towards my carriage as he said that. My brother carefully watches over his back as he went. To think that you'd hire an adventurer other than that girl, do you find your prided dog lacking? Perhaps he wasn't done with his sarcasm. It's annoying to let him say that, but for now I'll swallow it and let it slide. I received a great peerage, and I don't think her hands are enough to help me around. So I thought it'd be better to increase the number of hands available, else her beauty may get impaired, you see. The face of my brother when he heard my answer was quite a sight. Section. But this sure feels weird. As we spent a while treading the highway spanning from the kingdom's capital, Du opened his mouth. He was stroking a part of his forehead, just above his eyebrows with one fingertip, while I was looking at the scenery outside the window. You said you tinkered with my head as you liked it, but what I feel is oddly refreshing. I thought there'd be more dizziness, nausea, things like that. That is because I did my utmost to avoid such after effects. While leaning on my cheek and leaving my body to the vibrations of the carriage, I entertain myself by talking to him. Truthfully, I'm really sleepy and I can't stand it, to the point that I want to sleep all the way until we reach our inn. But the data for my new work of which I have completed adjustments upon is also valuable. As a result, I instead decided to draw out various responses from our conversation. That's right. The swordsman clad in black, adventurer Du Schwarz. He is the product of my most earnest efforts that I hadn't been doing for a while now, and thus he is now my second masterpiece, Opus 2, following Yuni, my Opus 1. The remodeling given to Du to improve his abilities, compared to Yuni, who were strengthened by medication from her childhood, along with growth nurtured by efficient training, took a contrasting approach. with reference data taken from the slaves' forced remodeling procedures of mass-produced type. Such as the M series, he was thoroughly remodeled after his body has reached adulthood. I reinforced the strength of his skeleton to optimize the placement of his muscle tissues, and improved the transmission rate of his nervous system, and so on. That would make his physical ability to jump dramatically in a short period of time. Well, it should be. I don't know since I have yet to conduct the product test. So to speak, the contrasting approach were between Yuni, whose modifications took a long time by utilizing medicine and training, and Du, whose remodeling surgery took a very short amount of time. Regarding which approach is better, well, probably it's better to say both of them has their own advantages and disadvantages. In Yuni's case, her brain was modified during her early childhood during its developmental stage, and as a result of multidisciplinary education, she has become exceedingly versatile as one individual unit. It did take time to train her, but as a result, she is now a prodigal generalist. Meanwhile, in Du's case, he has already accumulated experience in one particular field over so many years, and therefore to fully utilize this specific advantage, adjustments were made to make him a specialist. While it means that it'd be hard for him to be flexible in combat, it can be expected that he'll exceed further in his field of specialty. On top of that, as long he meets the conditions in his prime field, sooner or later the immediate disposition that he may develop will be his selling point. However, Yuni still has a hidden card. As I think about various things. That said, we and our Lord sure are bad with people. So said Du with a laugh and a wide grin. What are you talking about? When you introduced me to your older brother, you see. How to say this, you did make quite the big lie there. The master did not lie, not one bit. Yuni, who had silently been documenting our conversation in the corner, raised her face and started to argue. I was the one to met you first, and your body was kept in the basement of the mansion, which means you were in fact in the neighborhood. Your final adjustments were done in haste due to our sudden departure. And thus, while it is rude to infer the master's will, in a way we do owe you an apology. Then, she continued, though I'm being presumptuous, in my opinion that wouldn't be necessary though. As expected from my childhood friend, can I call her that though? She understands my intention well. Certainly, it was Yuni who first found Du, who fell down in the way of our carriage, when we were getting back from St. Gallen after we returned the Investigator. He wished to avoid death no matter what I do to him, so I remodeled him as my personal guard and he gets to hold on to his life. And of course, when I said he was around, I meant that he was in the lab, which was emptied before today's daybreak. Just as she said, I didn't lie when I explained it to my older brother. There were just more or less some missing facts. Du opened his mouth widely and laughed. Ha 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 ha, you sure are a smooth talker, Silver Wolfson. Or would you prefer me to call you Senior? Call me as you please. Anyway, it came to my attention when we met, but you sure are cold, Senior. Is it because of that? The difference in the way our heads were tinkered, the generational gap of our surgery. No, I did the same thing. Perhaps he misunderstood something, as he kept his jaw open. As I said, the substance of both her and your brain surgeries is exactly the same. I wrote obedience and eliminated hostility towards me. There were few differences in the detail, but as there are some distinctions between a man's brain and a woman's, but other than that, you can say that everything else is pretty much the same. As I finished my explanation, Dao looked like a pigeon that got struck by a bean gun. That said, there are neither beans nor a thing that you can call a gun in this world yet. After all, if you tinker the brain too much, there would be more demerits, you see. Especially in Yuni's case, I went into the trouble to educate her from her childhood while raising the basic performance of her brain tissues. I can't afford to mess up with it. That's just stupid, right? Well, in the case of the mass production types, I require uniform performance from them. There's however a considerable restriction on their emotion due to that though. Then, basically, their personality is like that of the mass-produced type over there. This guy here. That's right. To simply put it, it's an archetypal character which I educated, restrained, and trained in its entirety. I can't believe it. As for me, I can't believe how insolent you are. Master, I propose another readjustment to implement alterations on his language field later. Oi, give me a break here, Senior. Give him a break, Yuni. Think about it, reservedly speaking, Du may look a bit scruffy, but he's terribly punctilious and behave with an excellent standard of conduct. I see. Indeed, someone that can still tremble in fear would be quite the spectacle. For failing to see Master's farsightedness, my humblest apologies. Don't think emotions like that as an appeal, okay. Seeing Dao splendidly playing the straight man, and Yuni being a little more talkative than usual, I felt my cheeks a little bit loosened. As he is capable to express rich emotions, it's safe to say that there's no sequelae after his surgery. It was when I indulged in that feeling. Yua, Master, whoa there. Suddenly, with the horse's loud neigh, my body swayed greatly and I was thrown out from my seat. Fortunately, thanks to Yuni who quickly caught me, there's no problem here. No, even though she left it like that, I won't get injured as I'm wearing this dress. I stroked Yuni's head in exchange of a word of thanks, then I let go of her, returned to my seat and asked away. B01, what happened? There's a raid, Master. Perhaps it is a bandit troop. Bandit Raid, not at all an impossible situation. It's because of this there's the escort business between adventurers and individuals in this world. For a moment, I thought that this might have been instigated by my brother, but considering yesterday and today, this hastiness just doesn't suit his preference nor his principle. It'd be reasonable to consider this as a coincidence. Even though we're still very close to the kingdom's capital, they sure are brave. Do they fear not the night orders patrol? The royal capital is just around the corner, and we're within the reach of the royal guard, the kingdom's finest. Their force can cut off the likes of a bandit hands down. Perhaps it's the type of bandit that regularly move their base. Yuni supplemented a conscientious remark as a response to my monologue, as expected from a titled adventurer. Up until a few years ago, she must have done this kind of thing with her clients. I see. So they quickly rob valuable things and depart as quickly before they can get caught by the authorities. I suppose they'd repeat this in every place they go. Indeed, in order to maintain simplicity, they typically wouldn't negotiate or abduct for ransom. In their case, they would simply kill everyone and take away the goods. Damn you, historical plays. A murder robbery like in my previous world. Certainly, if there's an emphasis on time constraints, it is quicker to kill everyone and take their goods away. As expected, I just can't keep my calm when dealing with these kind of people. In a fit of annoyance, I scratched my head a little roughly. To think this'd happen on my day of departure. Sigh. Is this luck or misfortune? With that implicit remarks in mind, I looked at the untested product, who currently is standing by for orders and is raring to go. Chapter 7, The Contractor's Price. The sky was clear blue. The sun was in its highest altitude in the sky. It was noontime. A major highway that spread all over from the kingdom's capital, Browson. The jurisdiction of the Royal Guard, the finest knight order in the country, honored with the duty to defend the royal capital. With them being a stone's throw away, who the hell would do something like a robbery? Nonetheless, there's an exception to everything. To put it the other way, on this arterial road that's responsible for good circulation in the kingdom, prosperous trade caravans with great appearance come and go, and thus it is a great hunting ground. While the merchants has been assured by the authority of the royal guard, if you put your fangs in an exposed, unprotected flank, you get to taste this delicious sap that you can't get anywhere else. It goes without saying, but if you just strike without giving it a thought, you'll inevitably meet the misery of being quickly dispatched by the royal guards, and you'll have no time to flee. Therefore, one would have to combine the intellect to understand how things work in the vicinity of the royal capital, to avoid the present threat that is the royal guard's patrol time, the patience to wait for the gaps, and the passing of a prey to overlap, and the swiftness to finish the act before the authorities' notices and reinforcement arrives. Chief. Along with an agitated call for their chief, the bandits begun their work. While threading through the woods along the highway, the scouts responsible for observing the royal capital's vicinity raised their voices and cantered their steeds. They were lacking strength and bravery, but they were tactful, on top of being well-versed in horse riding. It was actually because of this that they were able to breeze through the off-roads. Truly, they were men who were born to do reconnaissance work. Yeah, what is it? The horsed scout's call was met with the chief's deep bass voice. The scout was grouped with a cowardly and crude bunch within the troop, but the chief was highly appreciative of this man. The man was originally a slave that was bought by a rancher. But after his master's sudden death, he struck his collar and fled on horseback before his master's successor could get a hold on him. The chief thought that he might turn out to be the bravest man in his troop, so he picked him up. So this'd be a report from this dear, still incompetent but shows promise, subordinate of him. Maybe he caught a big one or something. The chief thought so in anticipation without showing it on his face. "Chief, there's a prey. A nobleman's carriage is passing through the nearby highway. There are 2 freight wagons. They are coming this way." The answer was beyond the chief's expectations. While holding his cheek, which was seemingly about to fall off with one hand, he asked him one more time just in case. "A nobleman's carriage? You sure? And they have no cavalry escorting them?" "Yes, there's only the carriage. The FRGHT wagons are loaded with cargo, and even if there's people in there, their number should be few. Their number wouldn't exceed 10. The chief could not suppress his smile anymore at that time. A nobleman was rushing through the highway without being guarded by a cavalry, and there's a lot of cargo in its freight wagons tagging along. It's pretty much like a beautiful lady walking naked by the pool. It's a marvelous prey. Other members were also excited. "OOOH, 3 days after holding it off on the highways, today's finally the day we get to hunt our prey. Moreover, it's a shitty nobleman. This is just the best. We sure do have a lot of grudges stacking up against him." The members were imploring the chief to start the raid. But there was one newcomer amongst them who quietly said, "But if it's really that loaded, I just can't believe it's so lightly guarded. Can it be that they just hired an incredibly skilled adventurer?" To that word, the troop went silent at that very moment. The ones they call adventurers are some sort of a bunch of lunatics. They are the ones who fight monsters who are deemed to be a threat to humanity, and as they train themselves with those battles, the battles shape them up. Some of them can single-handedly eradicate a small-time bandit troop. And if someone so skilled were really present there, it'd be a very difficult task, but... They were all old-timers who managed to live through battles against those kind of people. Ha! If you don't know a thing about adventurers, then don't say it. Yeah, their strength depends a lot on their party's cooperation, right? If the scouts weren't mistaken, the amount of people there is only 10 at most. But these noblemen sure are pretentious. They sure do bring a lot of vassals with them. If we take those people out from the 10, then there are probably 2 or 3 adventurers with them. No matter how strong they are, our numbers are far superior. Even if we can't win on numbers alone, we can just wring them out and nail them down by targeting their escort objective. That's how it is. There certainly are adventurers who could crush a band of bandits with just a handful of people. There's also amongst them who could do it solitarily. But that's only true if it were a situation like subjugation, where they are in the offensive. But since they'd be in an escort mission, they would be forced into a defensive position. And unless they are a party of at least 5 or 6, they would have a hard time noticing everything. Even if there were adventurers who would accept an escort mission with such a small party, they must be either a bounded fool who would have thought that they wouldn't get robbed if they passed through road, or an unqualified outcast. No threats there. Then, what if it was an adventurer that actually has the confidence to pull the job off? It's common sense that they would receive more favorable quests from the guild in the first place. That's why there's a rank system for adventurers anyway. A prized nobleman and a menacing adventurer. For the old-timer troop who have the complete knowledge of their habits, even for those who fancy themselves as a very cautious person, it would be the height of folly if they were to let this chance slip by. It would be nothing but sheer stupidity. The chief thought so as well. Yeah, that's why this is a rare chance. This'll be one hell of a job. That's why to any extent I can't forgive any error here. Why don't you quietly observe how us old-timers do it and learn properly? Watching the youngsters innocently voice their stiff replies was like staring at the sun that was hanging on the sky at that time. The time was just after noon. According to the information bought from the frequenting peddlers, the knights were about to take their lunch. No one would disturb them for a while. It's time. Time limit is exactly half. Anything more than that means the knights' patrol would come. Quickly kill them and take their stuff. As to vent out their frustration after having had to wait repeatedly for their big heist in the capital's vicinity, the band raised a shout to voice their desire to get the loot they would get after the job. Well then, we'll be killing a nobleman, and later their vassal's response will be scary. I must carefully decide an escape route now. While watching his subordinate jumping out to the highway like a pack of wolves, the chief was full of such calculations. The unprotected party that was heading over would surely enough have something ridiculous with them. Section. Ora, get the hell out, you worthless noblemen. You guys, don't get dazzled by those horses. Kill it, stop it from its track. Take out your precious stuff quickly. They could hear incessant calls of intimidation from outside the carriage window. The numbers of bandits that attacked them seemed to be considerably large. There were at the very least no less than 20 people. If they can pull an ambush with a large number of people like this, what has become of the security here near the capital? There are about 30 of them, right? 32, to be exact. Correction, due to B01's counterattack, they are now reduced to 31. So calmly stated by the two escorts. Yes, unfortunately my analysis doesn't seem to be reliable in battlefields. Well, it's not like I'm not ashamed of the fact, but to put it into words, you should get machi in a machi store. I should pull myself together and ask Du, who seems to be brimming with motivation. By the way, how confident are you? He fearlessly smiled. Oi, my lord. Even if I look like this, I'm actually on top of rank B, you know? As long as your remodeling doesn't get in the way, handling bandits of this degree would be just like a walk in the park. He gave me a reassuring word. Now that I reflect upon it, it was a stupid question. Bandit subjugation is a typical quest given to parties ranked E to C. The reason why the quest is given to a wide range of ranks is because the non-uniformity of a bandit troop's size and nature. But putting it away on that part. And there's rank B. Amongst them, there are those who are very close to be ranked as A-class adventurers, and these people can undertake subjugation requests that normally would require a few rank C-class adventurers all alone. In the discovered data, before Du's remodeling in the laboratory, Du was evaluated as indeed belonging to the top tier in the B rank. There were neither exaggerations nor fabrications in his words. So that means, despite there being the disadvantage of being on escort duty, this degree of enemies is nonetheless ideal for the test. I humbly agree with your highly reliable judgment. Yuni issued her endorsement too. Then there's no problem. No reason to hold the green light off now. Fine, Du. It's a bit sudden, but this'll be your real battle test. While guarding our horses and luggages, eliminate all of the enemies. The mass-produced ones can fend for themselves, so you can leave them as they are. Are you going to use these guys as materials for your experiment? Thank you for your thoughtfulness, but I'm afraid there's no means to transport them. Besides, if I, a new lord, were to bring these bandits into my territory, that wouldn't look good now, would it? No doubt there, well then. The nature of Du's smile changed. Added to his fearless and confident mad smile were murderous intent and battle spirit. Just as you ordered, you want total annihilation, right? While carrying a two-handed sword that gave him his nickname in his hands, wrapped in black armor and tattered mantle, my second masterpiece jumped off the carriage. Well then, what will the end game be? Let me carefully observe. Section. The bandits were bewildered. They should have attacked an unescorted, carefree aristocrat, but the reality was out of line with their preconceived outcome. First of all, they have sent several people to stop the horse's feet. They stretched a rope as a trap to stop the horse's movement on its tracks. But the driver of the leading carriage apparently saw through it and stopped immediately. The following freight wagons also stopped immediately, as if they were in sync. It was a splendid show of preemptive evasion there. In addition, the drivers of the carriages were all curious existences. Despite their road being blocked and being surrounded by more than 30 people, they didn't show any emotion. But that was still fine. Before, they had demonstrated the capability to see through the bandits' traps, avoided it, and handled it immediately. So such was to be expected from these definitely not ordinary people. But their appearances were strange. They were dressed in those fine black butler clothes, and that was fine, but winded on fixed on their necks was a silver collar. It was a cursed trinket, commonly known throughout the continent as a slave symbol. Slave coachmen. All the bandits who saw that had a question mark over their heads. Naturally, aristocrats are creatures that wear vanity like some sort of a cloth and walk around with it. For positions like coachmen or butlers that are typically seen as the face of a noble house, It's customary for junior noblemen to employ commoners or their affiliates. But when you're going to other noble houses, you can't do that. In other words, your surroundings will despise and reject you. It's almost as if it can be said that you're betraying origins. To put it shortly, for aristocratic societies that deem pride and tradition as their bill of exchange, it was a serious fault that could be a blunder. Oi, can it be that? A poor noble's daytime flight, because they couldn't flee by nighttime. Now that is just a masterpiece, isn't it? But that means I can't get shit from this job. With that conversation opened, their confusion turned into contempt. And as if to make things worse. Look, that one other wagon there, they made a maid to hold its reins. She's a slave too. Oh hell, there ain't no money to find here. Hee, her face sure gets me going though. Such conversation came from those who were heading to the back rows. As it turned out like that, no one was able to keep their spirit after they felt that they had been tricked. A nobleman, accompanied by only slaves, was leaving the capital without being guarded by cavalry. Someone like that must have fallen from grace and hence fled from the capital. The gains from the operation would be much lower from prior expectations, but there was another freight wagon that seemed to be fully loaded even when seen from a distance. Perhaps it was the last of the noble's properties. If they were noblemen's furnitures, even the lowest grade amongst them would have a significant value. There were also slave maids that can't be sold without much problem. It was certainly a disappointment. While it wasn't exactly a big loss, it was pretty close to that. That was the inference that the bandits drew. Ora, what are you standing there for, you bastards? Things we must do here don't change much. Kill the men, deal with the horses, tie up the maids. Chief, what if there were other women inside? If she's a maid, then take her to sell. If she's the nobleman's wife or daughter, they'd probably be heavy, and there's no way to take them, so just kill them on the spot. Then you get to fuck women or taste some goods with the money from the gain of selling them. Got it. Yeah. These women would normally be called as unattainable flowers. But even if you try to sell them, no store would take them, and even when they do, that's when you'll get traced. Even if you try to take them as a hostage for ransom, most noblemen wouldn't sit down and negotiate with the likes of bandits. With that also, taking them would take too much time, and they wouldn't successfully flee if their vassals decided to give a chase. Consequently, you should just take only the things you can deal with. If you can't, then cut them off. You wouldn't be able to escape easily with excessive baggage on your back. A woman is a particular reason for an inferior troop to destroy itself. If you can't sell the woman, don't lose to your desires and don't kidnap them, you should man up and kill them there. That was the secret to remain in the robbery business for a long time. The one-stamped bandits rekindled their desires and started to attack the carriages. Their first target would be the horses. Their feet must be struck in order to let no one escape. Led by a hunter wannabe in the troop, they readied their bow hand, pulled their bowstrings, and released their arrows. It was at that time. B01, now entering self-defense mode. B02, now entering self-defense mode. M01, now entering self-defense mode. M02, allied engagement into combat confirmed. Commencing support. M03, allied engagement into combat confirmed. Commencing support. The slaves began their counterattack. Again, confusion and bewilderment struck the bandits. As they thought that the driver's arms looked hazy, the arrows that were released to shoot down the horses and the men were all knocked down. They used their second, then third arrow, but the result was the same. All of them were warded off. As if it was a magic trick. The first amongst the bandits that realized what the drivers held in their hands widened his eyes in surprise. They ward off the arrows with a whip. A long whip to hit the horse from the driving seat. That was the identity of what intercepted the arrows. But sure enough, their common sense couldn't take it as how it is. Don't be stupid. It's a bloody whip. Just by using a thing to hit a horse, they can stop this number of arrows. Who the hell can do such a thing? You just saw someone did it. Heck, it can't be, all three of them can do it. Archers aim more, you guys haven't ran out right. Such a thing couldn't have happened. As they turned their eyes from reality, the bandits again ordered their archers to ready their bows. But then, B01, commencing counterattack. The couchman of the first carriage threw something from inside pocket in advance. Something flew with a speed that couldn't be perceived by naked eyes. Yua, og, ga. Oi, what happened? Something stuck on of the archer's skull. It was a throwing knife. The fact that most of blade was stuck inside gave off how quick it was when it flew. Its damage had surely reached the brain. It was an instant death. The dead body, with a slight delay, slowly fell to the ground, as if it had just realized it was already dead. Now you did it, you bastard. Shit, if projectiles can't do the job, then just behead him to kill him. Strike him to kill him. The death of their fellow member had an impact on them. And now to turn that impact into an impulse to attack, the bandit chief shouted so. But it was too late. The door of the carriage opens. WH. Before the questioning voice could finish itself, blood splashed up. The highway dust was blown away by a black gust. At the time it jumped off the carriage, another one died. That was the limit of their understanding. They couldn't perceive the moment of attack this time, too. It wasn't reflected in any of the 30 pairs of 60 eyes. When they finally able to realize it, there was a man clad in black. He was still in the posture of having just swung his sword. As if to check its response, the man fixed the sword's grip 2-3 times. It was as if he wasn't at all concerned that he could be slashed or hit from the back. Was it this guy who killed him? The bandits had just perceived it only now. Not enough warm-up. Looks like the adjustments weren't that effective. When he killed one of them as he appeared, it was as if he had cut a bundle of straw. As if being struck by fear, the besieging encirclement was pushed from the inside. The man who appeared seemed to be an adventurer. He was a tall man. His build, rather than simply big, seemed to be irresistibly tough. A black mantle, a black cuirass, and a long two-handed sword. Everything of him was crude. Just now, something peeled off from the remains of his weather-beaten attire. But the bloodlust that seeps from the cracked black iron was something else. As if he was an evil dead spirit that roams around old battlefields. They finally understood that it was someone they shouldn't have encountered. Jaya. Stop. Strange shouts, unbecoming of a man, broke the stagnation as they echo. And they were coming the bandits. If you see it now, even the slaves that were dressed in butlers' and maids' uniform were handling some of the bandits. The man noticed that and clicked his tongue. Hold it. With just that one command, he stopped anyone who had the intent to pursue the bandits. Why? Such question branched out before any sense of relief. He daringly ordered a halt before those who were raiding them and out for their blood. What was the reason for that? Was it to negotiate? Did he show his power to use it as a leverage and force them to withdraw that way? If so, for those who were being dominated by terror and confusion beyond what they could accept, this was a supreme glad tiding. However, I'll be using these guys to warm up. You guys, just quietly stand back and protect the carriages. The reality of it was heartless. The man pretty much said that he'll be their match. In other words, he was out to kill them. As the bandits trembled before his declaration, the slaves dropped their stance. B01 confirmed the commencement of battle test for Superior Unit, Opus 02, now shifting to passive defense mode. B02. Likewise. M01-3, likewise, over. Yeah, over. After he uninterestedly finished his incomprehensible exchanges with the slaves, the man raised his sword for the second time. The bandits were all bent back in hesitance. As the man slightly advanced and took a step, the bandits took another 10 back. Looking at that, the man sighed in disappointment. Oi, can't help it, huh? Guess I'll just slash your fleeing backs as a warm-up. Oh, that's right. As if he came up with something crafty, the man raised the edges of his mouth. He raised his voice so everyone in the field could hear him. Oi, you people, why don't we do this instead? If you can kill me, you can safely leave this place. You can take the slaves with you while you're at it. Hi. What did you say? The bandits were again confused, but the man uncaringly carried on. This time, he turned his face towards the carriage from whence he came out. You're okay with that, right, my lord? It's only this much. You're asking for an ex post facto approval, and I can't be pleased with it. From the door of the carriage, another slave maid appeared. Some people forgot that they were in the brink of their life and held their breath. The slave was that sort of beauty. The maid carried on. However, the master has generously forgiven you and said, I'll leave it to you, so feel free to do your test. Please be sure to seek approval first next time. Thought so. The maid who was finished talking returned to the carriage. The man intensified his smile. The bandits were all. Get HIA. I am. With the chief's inside-out scream as their order, they went for the man. There were 24 of the bandits remaining. The nobles' party consisted of 7 people as far as they could confirm, but only one would participate in the battle. It was the beginning of a curb-stomp battle. It was for the fewer against the many instead, however. Section. Here, let us move to the point of view of one of the bandits. He was the first one who discovered Tullius Group, the one with the magnificent riding skills. Why? He held his head as he crouched inside the bushes. He had disobeyed the chief's order. He secretly hid without challenging the man, and now he found himself frightened. Why? In the first place, he never wanted to be a bandit. It all began when his family sold him as a slave. Then, due to miraculous luck, he could free himself from his slave status. However, even when he was finally free, for him there were no place to go. So he got picked up by a troop of bandits while he was wandering around with the horse he took when he escaped. The chief took him in for his riding skills and his eyesight. But for him, such expectations were nothing but a seed of trouble that have made his surroundings to be jealous of him. Nonetheless, he chose to follow them anyway because he had no other means to live. He knew that his orders would make him die in his teens, so he didn't really want to obey. Why? In his sight, as he looked up, the sight of a bandit attacking the man in black only to die instead was repeating itself. No matter how many of their colleagues die, the others would continue to do the same thing and follow after their dead colleague. The scene was beyond what the boy could ever imagine, and he refused to try to understand it as well. He once heard that in a land further south, once in a dozen of years, a group of rats who ate too much bait would somehow eventually go insane due to extreme starvation and drown themselves in the seas or the lakes. Now he couldn't help but to recall that rhetoric which he hadn't actually seen for himself. Why? One of the bandits jumped at the swordsman in black, like cutting a bamboo apart. His dead body was cleanly split apart from his head to his crotch into 2, his innards scattered and fell to the ground. One of the bandits jumped at the swordsman in black. A cut slantwise to his shoulder. The contents of his bisected corpse, like that of a crushed pillow, flew somewhere else. One of the bandits jumped at the swordsman in black. His abdomen. His corpse was divided from his belly, his intestines jumped out and wrapped itself on his companion's body. The man, the swordsman in black, was indeed on a trial, and true to that word, one by one. Carefully. To affirm his varied set of skills, he slashed and killed everyone in a different manner. And each time he killed another one, his skillful swing was nothing but a nightmare fuel. Why? For what reason did he continue to kill? For what reason did the others continue to try just to get killed? The answerless questions kept going around and around inside the boy's head. But the biggest question was not of the swordsman, who kept killing, nor his companions, who kept getting killed. Truthfully, he didn't care much for either. The question that confused him so was, why? As things stood, the man continued to slaughter the bandits. There, standing by the side of the wagons, were the slaves who would beat down those who occasionally were trying to flee and send them to the man to be dealt with. And amongst them, why are you there? Was his younger sister, who got separated from him when they were sold as slaves. Section. It began 5 years ago. This country, the land of black soil and fine arts, the kingdom of Arkwell, the continent's largest agricultural power, is by no means free from cold and drought. No, if you go to the rural areas, you'd find that the nobles, who are mostly far away from the capital's control, run their territories arbitrarily. Heavy tax, forced labor, neglected home affairs. Something like a peasant famine can happen over and over again. The boys' village was in one of such territories that the corrupt lords govern. That year, cold summer struck, and as a result, barley yields have fallen to an unprecedented degree. Impacted by that event, the boy's house was forced to pay a tax while they were themselves in a troubled position. His poor parents sold 2 of their children, who were guaranteed to be able to work, and were around the ideal age that could sell the highest as a slave to a slave merchant. These 2 children were him and his sister. As they were crammed into a wagon on their shaky journey, the boy and his sister kept encouraging each other, "If our luck is good, then we'd be bought by the same master." But once they reached the capital Browson's slave market, the siblings were heartlessly separated into different departments. She has had a rare magic latency, and appearance-wise, she has good looks, even from the biased eye of his as her brother. He, meanwhile, seemed frail for a boy, so he was sent to a certain narrow strip on the storefront to be sold as cheap as possible due to his circumstances. He was later told by his jailer that his sister was bought by a certain count house at a surprisingly good price. The jailer, who apparently found his purpose of life in torturing the helpless, told him that the children in that count house were sick bastards that kill their slaves every so often, and that while his sister was dragged by another slave from that house, she was crying and calling for me until the very end. The jailer let him hear such narration with great joy on his part. The boy was enraged and began to uncontrollably hit his cage door. He got himself beaten by a whip repeatedly after that. Shortly after that, he was sold to the owner of a large ranch. His master pretty much loved him, just in the way that would make oneself hold their breath in nausea, however. In the days, he would take care of the livestock's day from dawn to dusk, and in the nights, he would be taken to his master's bedroom. Every night, he would be dirtied by the same smell that stained the sheets. He would be ordered, with the force of his obedience seal, to lick a certain bitter liquid, along with every finger on both of his master's hands and feet, countless times. That master of his was suddenly struck by intense agony during his nightly routine and died all too soon. Despite being so out of shape, he continued to unreasonably exert himself, and so he was caught by a heart attack he secretly had. He pretty much asked for it. The boy realized that the clamp of his collar went loose soon after his master's death, and so he struggled to get rid of it, and then his body was finally free. The first thing he did when he achieved his freedom was to spit on his terrible master's corpse. Then he took a horse that he had under his care and set off from the ranch. While he was wandering, he was later picked up by the head of a bandit troop by chance, which led to the present. He thought his sister was already dead. Considering the place she was sold to, she was bought by a noble who was known to engage in slave killing, and he had no choice but to think that she must have been exposed to a crueler fate than he had. Unlike other people who sold themselves and said it was for the sake of their family or their village. For him, his sister, who spent rough and painful times and shed the same tears together with him, was his only genuine family. And that boy, with a weary heart, paralyzed by intense feeling of sadness, had finally accepted her passing. That is how it was supposed to be. And yet there she was, his sister, who he thought was already dead, with her body still alive and well, staring at him with her deathly eyes. Section. The battle, no, the massacre was finally over. Human remains were scattered under the clear, noon sky. The swordsman in black had suppressed all of the bandits without getting a single wound. Anyone who tried to escape was either taken down by the slaves or slain from the front as the swordsman overtook them. The only one left was the boy. The swordsman was staring at the boy. Although he had crouched himself in the bushes, for some reason he was looking straight at him. There were no killing intent nor fighting spirit from him, but there were no signs of mercy or tolerance that could be sensed from him either. The slaves were also looking at him. If he tries to run away, he'd be cut down. He unconsciously realized that, but he didn't know what might become of him if he decided to come out right there. He was at loss as to how to advance at this point. His mind was loaded by the fact that his life was now on the hands of the unknown slaughterers. There was no space for him to try out what he could do with his own powers. Then, at the very least, with his feet trembling, he stepped into the highway. The swordsman kept his eyes on him still. His eyes were somewhat lethargic. The exhilaration he had when he struck the bandits have already went elsewhere, and now it seemed to be embracing some sort of emptiness. There was no tension that would make him strike the boy and kill him right now. But that was no time to be relieved, and then the boy approached one of the collared maids. No attack was directed against him. Emily. For the first time in what had been a long span of years, he muttered his sister's name. He called the inorganic person with her former name without all that M03 thing. There was a slight reaction. The shoulder of the collared girl, dressed in maid outfit, trembled ever so slightly. "You're Emily, right?" He called the name one more time. The girl returned his gaze. With a veil covered her head. Like seeing a lie, her eyes, that were as blue as the clear skies, reflected the boy's face. Her facade was beautiful. When he was a child, he had thought that the girl would grow into a beautiful woman. She grew even prettier than what he had imagined at that time. But the light in her eyes, that was just a lie. It was so out of place in her beautiful face. That made the boy sad. "It's me, Luke." He told her his name, his voice trembling. His sister's expression was as serene as a winter lake. There, he saw small ripples fluctuating about. Was it an illusion? M02 to M03. Requesting response to the following query. What is the identity of the individual presently in contact with you? One of the maids threw a question while staring at the boy. Her eyes were cold. It was almost like she was looking at an insect, and for a short moment, it seemed to be trying to figure out whether she'd better pinch and crush the insect or let it escape. Her actions had the impressions of a screw-wound clock, like a machine that only performs predetermined movements according to the force it had loaded. His sister, too, was apparently treated as that sort of mechanical, hollow tool. At that fact, the boy felt his anger and fear rushing in. Her sister didn't answer. Perhaps she couldn't answer. M02 to M03, repeating query, response requested. What is the identity of the individual presently in contact with you? Towards the repeated question, the sister's body shuddered. She corrected her posture in an attempt to subdue her shuddering and slowly opened her mouth. M03 to M2, responding to query. Emily. The boy trembled. The insides of his chest were colored with anxiety and expectation. Will she recognize him as her brother now, or will she end up like the other mechanical maid standing nearby her? And the result was, he is my older brother. She remained to be his sister, A. Tears ran over the boy's cheeks. The tears were warm, unlike the other tears he had flown before that was mixed with his cold sweat. She remembered. It never changed. That one thing, the fact that she was his sister. M03, submitting proposal. The threat level of the remaining target is estimated to be level E target deemed insufficient for a battle test. Proposing to conclude the test and collect the remaining subject. M02 to Opus 02, judgment required. Me. The swordsman, who was suddenly drawn into the problem, violently scratched his head. The boy, with his battered body, continuously shifted his gaze between the swordsman and his sister. Will you help me? Certainly he won't be much of a match, and I've grown tired of this pointless killing. Oi, my lord. What do you think? He raised his voice towards the carriage. The boy couldn't fathom how things were progressing. What happened to my sister? In the end, was I really saved? So, can I and my sister be happy now? Several thoughts ran around inside his head, and there was. Oi, why are you passing this to me there? Before him there stood true fear. Even his trembling went into a freeze. What is this? Along with the figure of the maid's head, while being carried by the slaves, a man descended from the carriage. His physique was mediocre. Nothing can be said about his face. He didn't have any frightening weapons. All he did was just stand there, and that already made the boy feeling sick. From all things that happened to him, in his mind, this was the absolute worst. The time when he was torn down by a bully in the village. When he was scolded by his parents as he wasn't able to work in the field due to his frailness. When he and his sister were sold to slavery, the abject pity and the menial sense of superiority that were directed at them. The treatment of his slaver and jailer. The parting with his sister, every single day when he was sold to the ranch. Rough life after the bandits picked him up. Add them all up and multiply them by 100. It was that sort of an overwhelmingly terrible feeling. HIH. Let me see. Without minding the frozen boy, the man quietly observed him. As he looked at the man's eyes, he realized it. This guy is actually a monster. The village bully, adults, officials, nobles, merchants, his former master, the bandit troop, they had always been trampling on him from as long as he could remember. But at the very least, his guts could recognize that they were really themselves. It's a monster that couldn't live unless it is trampling down on something. Even if the world is completely filled to the brim with wealth, honor, power, knowledge, love, dreams, hope, it's still a creature that couldn't live unless it makes a sacrifice out of something. A genuine scum. Such was his true identity. The only people who could accept this thing would only be its victims, which it had twisted around so they belonged to it. The boy couldn't put what he felt into words. But he could still understand it. He must came to terms with this blasphemous, human-shaped, speaking piece of shit. Well, I don't really mind. Words he couldn't understand flew over his head. I've gathered enough relevant data, and killing him isn't the only way to seal his mouth. If you're not in the mood to kill, then I don't mind if it's just taking this one you left alive. It's troubling that he stands out, but if you can take care of the trouble before his treatment, then I don't really care, okay, M03. With that said, the man gave his sister his permission. The sister responded with some sort of salute. Thank you so much for your leniency, master. M02 to M03. Congratulations. Thank the master, for he has bestowed mercy upon petty beings like us. M01 likewise. B01 likewise. B02 likewise. Clap, 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 clap. What is this dry noise? Applause. The slaves' applause. He felt like throwing up. It was almost like a vulgar puppet show. The dolls, that were made of humans, were honoring their shithead of a creator for its erratic favor, and the farce was carried out in the worst possible way. The boy couldn't hold off from vomiting. What is it, Luke Nielsen? Emily. When in front of the staff, please call me M03. Are you feeling sick somewhere? The hand that was touching his back was gentle and warm. And with that hand, his sister had killed. The ones she killed were the bandits who, from his point of view, were his companion. They were rascals who wouldn't complain even when they're dead. But as long as that bastard orders it, even if it's the savior who gives his blessings to all beings, even if it's newborn baby, she would without a doubt do the same thing. He made you do this much. Nay, San. If you stay with that guy, there's no way for you to recover. It's already the worst for you now, but surely it'll get even terrible in the future. Other slaves have started to clean up the corpses that was slain by the swordsman. While looking at it from his side glance, he pleaded to his sister. If it's now, surely, if it's now we can still fix this. Make me remember, if you make me remember that I need to help you, then we still can. But if we were to stay on that thing's side, even that would surely be erased. By that, are Nixan referring to the master? Ah yeah, that's why let's run just the two of us. I conclude that to be impossible. The tracking ability of the superior unit exceeds your survival ability. Oh, of course it won't be now. Surely we'll see a gap someday. See, I don't have my collar with me. There's a way out from the obedience seal. While he said so, he showed his neck which had collar marks on its skin. As she looked at it, there were no emotions in her eyes, as if she didn't believe it. Warning, remarks close to an act of treachery confirmed. Requesting withdrawal of remarks. M03 is the master's property, Nixan. That's not your name. You are Emily, my sister, right? Indeed, however, M03 considers that as a concurrent concept. No, don't. If you acknowledge that you belong to him, you'll eventually think that I'm not your brother. Insults against the master is not permitted. Swear your allegiance to the master. That way, together we. The sister repeated her mechanical refutations on her true brother's plea. Each time she repeated it, he was filled with despair. Had his sister's soul been fiddled around until the point that nothing could be done about it? That noble was nicknamed as a slave killer. But did that refer not to the killing of his sister's body, but of his sister's heart? Tears blurred his vision. That is why, right? Towards the living organism that was showing hostility against its master before its eyes. The doll, which had sworn its loyalty to its master, towards the potential enemy body that had overlooked its persistent plea to change its mind. Never, to that man, you think I'd ever submit to that guy who never thought slaves as human. Understood. Stab, from his chest, he could hear a casual sound that was so faint that he could have missed it. A. The boy's knees fell to the ground. His heart is hot, his body is cold. His field of vision that was blurred by his tears became even fainter. He held a hand on his chest, there was a hard thing stabbed there. Is this a knife? Who did it? My sister. Meslai. Oi, what are you doing? He could hear the swordsman in black, his footsteps were getting closer. His sister faced him to give him a hint. M03, reporting to Superior Unit, Opus 02. Enmity from the target towards the master confirmed. Persuasion to reconsider was concluded to be impossible. Appropriate measure. That I can tell just by looking. Tell me you didn't do that, tell me you didn't do that. He heard a strange conversation. The man who seemed to take pleasure when he killed a while back somehow seemed to be upset at the fact that the boy got stabbed. The edges of the boy's mouth tightened. Did he find the contradiction of the man's action to be amusing and tried to laugh, or was it just spasms to show that his body was dying? He himself didn't know. Appropriate measure taken is the problem. Problem, hell, there sure is a lot of them. Wasn't it you who said help him out? That is correct. I thought that, if I and the target, Nick-sa Nick-chan can serve master well, together, he would, finally give, my beloved Nick-chan happiness too. The boy finally realized. My sister was trying hard to help me. She did it desperately, her face was suffering. But how could he mistake it as an expressionless face of a doll? Oi, you're sweating terribly. What's wrong you? AE-M03. Urgent report. Abnormalities detected in heart rate, body temperature, sweating rate. Body, trembling, autonomous behavior, problematic. Requesting relief from nearby units, help master, help Anisha. He couldn't hear the end of that voice. His consciousness, he could feel that his self was fading away. Is that so? Had I believed in my sister, could I get to live with her? To think that he overlooked that in his stupidity, the boy laughed. At the same time, he thought. For that sake, they would have had to worship that monster as their lord. Let their hearts fiddled with, live as a doll, or reject it, and then get killed by the hands of someone who has turned into a doll. Cursing the world that only allowed such two options. The boy was swallowed by the darkness of death. Section, have you come to regret it? From the seat across, the maid, who was lending her shoulder to her lord who had fallen asleep, asked. Du did not respond quickly to the question. The carriage have since moved again. Tullius Albenul have conducted initial treatments for Unit M03 who was struck by a panic attack. After he finished the treatments, he complained a few times about a series of accidents before he decided to snooze. Having gazed upon that sleeping face, Du had several doubts. Regret, what regret? The question's premise was ambiguous. My apologies. Have you come to regret being saved by the master? As she lowered her head a little bit, Yuni repeated his question. For Du, it was the top question he didn't want to hear at this moment. If I were to answer yes, then what would you do? Would you eliminate me for, potential enmity? Du asked Yuni back as if to jeer at her. This Albenul's maid was one who would go as far as to exterminate your immediate family if you were to show harmful intention towards her master. If you value your own life, then shouldn't you answer her question with a no, though? It was uncharacteristic of him to vent out his anger like that. Du himself realized that, but his irritation was ever so increasing. What a nonsensical question. We do not possess such functions. Discontent, distrust, disgust. While these emotions can still happen, they have all been adjusted so that they may not lead to a hostile action against the master. Her answer made Du shudder in revulsion. So once Tullius gets to mess with your head, even if you came to mourn and hate his snaky guts, those feelings would not fade away, and they would still serve him anyway. Of course, by him, he meant this efficiency advocate. Although if the impact he inflicted upon his subjects goes beyond a certain negative threshold, that might not still be the case. What a troublesome thing. If you have no capabilities to express dissatisfaction or desire towards a certain status quo, then even if you advise or remonstrate the master, what you wish wouldn't be granted. Yeah, but that only applies for us. Didn't he say he removed emotions from the mass-produced type? Yuni sighed. She didn't show a particular emotion, but it felt like she was treating him like a little idiot. The master said that he restricted it, not removed it. I require uniform performance from them. There's however a considerable restriction on their emotion due to that though. Indeed, the Lord indeed said so. There is this story. Master had once created slaves that have went through complete elimination of emotions in his experiments, but it was too poor of a workmanship for the master to actually use. He left the slaves 5 senses as they were, but even when he gave them pain, they would not respond. Even when they feel pain, they wouldn't do anything about it. So that even though the senses remain, if there's no emotion attached to it, it would not lead to an action. Of course, you can still set instructions in advance to deal with the resulting sense, but do you get what I mean? Yeah, as much as I loathe it. A doll that would avoid pain. A doll that would eat when it is hungry. In order for them to do such ordinary operation, on these puppet dolls instructions needed to be written one by one. Rather than making such a thing, rather than having to do such a troublesome thing, it's better to use their emotions in the first place. Something like that. Yes, that is correct. By leaving emotions tied to their senses, their emotions would be maintained, in turn, motivated by their emotions, actions would occur. So instead of excluding their emotions, a system method that limits their autonomy and fidelity to the extremes was adopted. However, this also inevitably impairs the flexibility of their self-action and thoughts. For that reason, as we would deal with situations that would require more discretion from our part, for us superior units, such method cannot be utilized. So it's just like how soldiers work, he added. Du is a former adventurer. Solo was his creed, but he knew how to be a leader. If he couldn't think on his own and follow a single pattern of predetermined thoughts, the party would have no future. Himself or Yuni would therefore assume the leadership role, and the mass-produced type would be the members of the party who receive instructions. Tullius would be the guild or the client who would send themselves in harm's way, probably. Then, why didn't he just simply write obedience and eliminate hostility towards him like what he did to me? It seems that a surgery like that would easier, and their heads won't get all stiff like that, right? You're already stiff as you are anyway, he couldn't say that though. Besides, that way they wouldn't do something so unreasonable like trying to save someone at one time, then stab them at the very next moment. That sort of deliberate method of treatment. Please do not misunderstand. Our process was much more complicated. The master had to keep a large portion of our emotion intact while ensuring our obedience and eliminate our hostilities towards him. To put it in an example, it's like picking bad eggs from 2 baskets of eggs. It would take a lot of time, but a very large omelet could be made that way. The mass-produced type, on the other hand, is like picking a fresh egg out of the baskets, then throwing all the basket's content away. The omelet would be smaller, but it'll save a lot of time. It was a very maid-like parable. If Du had to make a parable on his own, then it'd be like this. Like that of a bag and gold coins. The powerful units such as their own would be a big bag filled with money. In order to settle a large amount of transaction at once, the bag must be overturned first to separate the bad coins from the good coins that had mixed together in it. The mass-produced slaves are like a wallet used for smaller transactions. Even when bad coins are mixed in, one can simply get the good ones at the time of payments, and you can avoid issuing bad coins to the other party. You can't spend a lot, but it sure is easier. That sure was a revolting metaphor, even though there's still a heart in their body, that'll just be thrown away in the name of efficiency, huh? That is quite the late remark. After all, will be our master's possession for a long, long time. Then, Yuni repeated her question. I will return to the earlier question, have you come to regret it? In exchange for keeping on living, you have become the master's possession. A bit late to talk about that. He tilted his head and shifted his gaze to the scenery outside the window. There was no figure of the boy in that passing scenery, nor of the bandits he had cut off. Before they rot and spread diseases over, and before they got reanimated and become undeads, they were all properly already treated and buried. Even if you deduct that last one, that act of slaughter in the name of test wasn't a pleasant one. He did get drunk on euphoria in the first half of the battle due to the feeling of moving his enhanced body, and there were some sense of achievement as well. But after that he got bored with the lack of response, and he held his sword only by inertia. It's like a handicap for a bully. He didn't even know for what he wielded his sword for. To live for the sword and the sake of become stronger were his purpose of life. But now, as Tullius had said, in exchange for life, he had to give everything. He had to swing his sword for the sake of his lord. The contract with the devil has begun to reveal its price, a price that he begun to think he couldn't bear. Well now, I'm regretting this, but... He cut apart his regret out of the window and faced the passenger seat. The thing I have now is my life right. I believe it'll cancel out someday, as long as I can continue to live. It was a casual answer unbecoming of the boorish Du. It was unbecoming in the sense that he was playing it tough. But it was hard to say that it was a complete lie. If you're alive, then you're being lucky. That's not an uncommon way of thinking for an adventurer. But if Du had to die, then he'd want to die a satisfying death as a swordsman. He wasn't going to get it. So he accepted the invitation of the devilish alchemist. That way he can live long enough to get that. As long as I can continue to live, I believe it'll cancel out someday, really. Even so, all that Du could do was to continue to swing his sword. As long as he lives, even if he has to deceive his conscience and cut his honor down. Is that so? As she listened to the response to her answer, Yuni sent a gentle look on the Lord who was resting on her shoulder. Although she was expressionless, her eyes reminded him a lot of his mother. Was it out of adoration for Albaniel, or was it out of the fact that she saw through Du's bluff? The reason why the master noticed you, I think I finally understand. Surely, somewhere, he felt in you a part similar to himself. Her expression still didn't change, but the way she breathed had some sort of special emotion in it. Apparently, his reply was favorable for her and her subject of loyalty. He would never meekly pleased with this, and with that pain in the neck, the swordsman who fooled death shrugged his shoulders. To be likened to the Lord of the Silver Wolf, that's quite the honor. You misunderstood something, two-handed sword. When I say you're similar to him, it was in a different sense of word. Even if you and the master have some degree of resemblance, you can never be him. With that, their conversation stopped. The sound of the horseshoe that echoes regularly, the sound of the wheel that shakes occasionally, and the quiet breathing of the Lord dominated the narrow space. Can we get there a little bit faster, though I don't feel that I'm exactly looking forward to it. Next, experiment. As he heard that sleep talk, his anxiety grew even larger. Chapter 8, Albaniel, the Invader. The time I spent traveling with a carriage took longer than I had initially thought. Unlike modern cars, its source of power is a living thing. If its source of power gets tired, then it'd have to eat fodder. Well, since I am me, I can actually alter my horse to improve its speed, horsepower, and endurance. But publicly possessing an animal with abnormal ability has the risk of me being suspected of unlawful possession of magical beasts. Basically, when it comes to magical beasts, such as unicorns, I don't know how they tell them apart from normal monsters though. One can't simply possess them without the consent of the royal family. However, it was because of that long travel duration that I was able to carefully readjust M03, who went haywire due to an unexpected incident. So I suppose it was a blessing in disguise. Currently, she's in the recovery phase, and it'll take some moments for her until she can work like the other slaves. Later, after I open another lab in my land, I'll have to do a thorough examination on her again. While thinking deeply about such matter, I look at the outside views from the window of the carriage. We have finally entered the Viscounty of Marlin, our destination. As far as I can see, there's only weary peasants with their desolate fields. Are we really in the land of fine arts and black earth, Arkwell? In addition, apparently monster subjugation has gone into a halt around this area. Yuni and Du had to work not quite a few times on the way here. I saw this coming, but to think he'd push me a land this horrible. My lord, that older brother of yours sure hates you. Seems like it. In order to harass his little brother, he gave me these farmers who were neglected by their lord. It's unbearable, don't you think? Totally, Du said as he shrugs. He's the only person in my carriage for now. Usually Yuni is the one who would never leave my side. Knock! There was a sound from the roof of the carriage, but when Du unconsciously reaches for his two-handed sword. Knock, 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 knock. I heard a peculiar rhythmic knocking from above. It was a predetermined cue. While I raised my hand to restrain Du, I called up towards to the carriage's roof. Welcome back, Yuni. And then she opened the moving carriage's door and went inside. I've told Yuni to go on ahead to collect some information. She does have some ranger skills for her investigative quests. Something like investigating idle petty officials should be easy peasy. I have returned, Master. As expected, the governance in this place seems to be blatantly flawed. She presented me a document regarding local deputy houses that divided the rule of this viscounty into 3. Of course, the document that Yuni brought is the copy instead of the original. Thank you for your hard work. Let me see. This is just terrible. Illegal control of grain distributions and embezzlement of irrigation expenditures. Leaving bribes for water rights disputes aside, they also bribe the kingdom's auditors in order to misrepresent the audit on them. The tax rate is 90%. Oi, doesn't that mean the folks below will always be in a state of famine? Many farmers seems to have financed their livelihoods by selling their family members as slaves. So that means I might have had some guests from here too. I wonder if this is what they call punitive justice. How come did you find this much in less than a day? That's because I'm a maid. Mansion infiltration is our specialty. That's not quite normal, though. And so my opuses made merry about miscellaneous things. I didn't participate in their conversation as I was busy thinking of things to do with this devastated territory. In any case, I've decided my first move. Section. Am I glad to finally see you, new Viscount Sama? The man who seems to be the deputy that reigns the town from its government building extended his hands widely to express his welcome to me. Behind him are two men that seems to be the other deputies. They are making this obsequious, sycophantic smile at me, but there's also this feeling of jealousy towards the first man oozing out from them. Probably they feel that the first man has stolen a march on them as he gets to host me at this time. Perhaps to prick the men behind him, and moreover, as he reminds himself of his sense of superiority, the man was unusually in high spirits. It was a long journey for you, and I dare say you must be tired. Today I have prepared a bath and other things for you. Well, please come to our humble abode. It does not compare with my lord's mansion back in the capital, but please make yourself at home. His disposition was truly unctuous, even though now that I'm posted here, and consequently, he can no longer freely do things he had been doing around this place up until now. I see he's still quite the sly raccoon dog. Most likely, he's scheming to undermine me by playing things nicely to win my favor. In turn, that would get him appointed as my right-hand man. But against his move, All right, I'm not that used to traveling. And frankly, I am exhausted. There's a bath ready for me, you say? That sounds good. Let us go then. I'll take him on. All that shaking for days in the carriage has been rough for me. I've improved the carriages of the Albanil house by installing suspensions on them, but as expected, if I were to compare the carriage's seat with that of cars or trains in my previous world, then it wasn't at all a comfortable ride. The deputy's eyes bulged in a snap as I appear to be even more dim-witted than he had initially thought. Is that so, indeed? Then let me guide my lord to our bath right away. Please take my hand. Is it okay? Sorry about this then, feels like I'm imposing on you. No, not at all. Since the Count expects me to serve the new lord with my whole heart in all sincerity as well. My brother expects that. You see, I hate that man. He was always grumbling and complaining. Have you heard of this story before? There was this once, during a meal, he was being all noisy just because I asked which to take first between a fork and a knife. Yes. We will serve you with all sincerity, because you're our new lord, that's why. Never thought that flattery could be this crafty. Still, this aggressiveness. Even if he was born in my previous world, his skills as a sales can get this man go to places. When it comes to his management skills, though, he's definitely not a person I would want in the managerial positions. While minding those matters, I check the people around me. The deputy's officials aren't even trying to hide their scorn at me, even way before I show them that incompetent noble brat act. And with a few retainers, that said, most of them are slaves save for one. I followed along, as I make this soon-in-the-20s face as bratty and as chi-sira as it can. These officials have also been gazing lustfully at the maids, especially Yuni. There are also some frightened face as these bunch glare at Du, who evidently has a rough appearance, probably confused whether he's an aide or a brigand. While grinning, he responds by making a provocative face. As I've come to learn how the people on the top thinks, and now that I've seen the attitude of the people below them, then apparently this is just like an enemy territory. To think that I have to manage this fief for my first time, only reputable officials and ministers can successfully turn things around here. Well, it doesn't matter. Thanks to that, I can do things thoroughly without being easy on them. Section, the bath in the deputy's manor, which will be my temporary residence at this time, has quite the luxurious build. The bathtub is amply wide enough for 3 adults to enter together while still giving them room to stretch their limbs. Most definitely, multiple people would enter this bath together to have various fun. It seems that it's safe to assume that these people have been living in extravagance. Thanks to that, though, I can now take it slowly for the time being. Is the bath temperature to your liking, master? Yuni's voice echoes in the stone bathroom. Of course, this was not the typical greeting in a peculiar bathhouse where she'd wait for me in her birthday suit. Yuni is currently guarding the bathroom's entrance. For the timid me who would wear a completely protective dress whenever I go out, bathing time is my most defenseless moment as I remove all my clothing when I enter the bath. If I were to ask a certain legendary dual-wielding swordsman, he'd tell me not to take a bath. But I was originally a Japanese who lived in the 21st century. Even if I don't drink or smoke now, entering the bath is the only thing I can't give up. Therefore, to guard in the vicinity so I can take my bath leisurely like this is one of Yuni's daily job. Ah, well, it's lukewarm, but it's not unbearable. Since I'll get out before dinner time, it's not a problem. If it pleases you, should I warm the bath more? It's fine. Being like this once in a while has its own charms too. More importantly, please focus more on your guard duty. Yes, Mast. Abruptly, Yuni's reply was interrupted. I wonder what happened. She was trained as a maid and has been one since she was 6, and thus I don't think she would intentionally do something that's akin to a blunder like that. That means, M03 to Chief Maid. There is a figure presently approaching the bath. Appears to be a woman, apparent age is mid-20s to early 30s. Very lightly dressed. No weapons nor magical powers detected from the individual. Chance of concealing such items is also minimal, over. From Yuni's maid uniform's pocket, I heard a muffled voice. It's from an apparel used for communication purposes. Think of it as a magical gimmick that works like transceiver. I see, apparently she had already sensed that someone was coming over, even before the report. Chief Maid to M02. We will handle the subject in your report from here, continue to watch over the surroundings. Over. I don't think it's an assassin, then in that case Yuni. Yes. Will you be using the perfume? Apparently, she already understood my intentions, even before I have the chance to finish my sentence. Her being my assistant for all these long years sure wasn't just for show. Right, it's in the back pocket of Master's trousers, left side is not it. I found it. Excuse me, Yuni says as she throws the retrieved vial over. It's an emergency, so there's no time for her to give the vial by hand. I open the vial's lid and put it on a suitable place. It has a densely sweet aroma, but it's a sickly scent. My preparation is complete. Soon after, there was a knock on the door of the dressing room leading to the bath. May I know who you are? My master ordered me to take care of the new lord. I have come to scrub the dirt and the likes from him. Send a woman like this towards the weak-willed noble son. This truly is one of the most standard strategies ever. The master prefers to bathe alone and leave a lady just next to him aside. Please wait for a moment. I will take your message to him. As if I didn't hear their exchange, I let out a small whistle. I say Yuni is quite the actress too. She left her to sweat in suspense. Master, you have a guest. She said she was here to take care of your bath. Yes, got it. Tell her that she may enter. Receiving her is the polite thing to do, isn't it? Certainly. Master has granted you his permission. Please enter. As she opens the bathroom door, it came down to me that it appears that she had been catching her breath. Was it due to surprise because she saw Yuni was carrying a sword, or was there any other elements at play? However, even if she hesitated, it was just for a moment, as now before my eyes a woman with troubled look stands. Good evening, new Lord Sama. With my eyes that's a bit out of it, I observe her. Her skin color is good, and there's no speck of dirt on her. In a backwater countryside like this, there's only a few, if any, shops that hold women that can satisfy the nobility. So, perhaps she's kept by the master of this house. Did he turn his own woman, or did she come sneakingly by her own volition to snuggle up against the new lord? If it's the former, then it's just his character. But if it's the latter, I'd say in addition to his character, he apparently doesn't keep a good eye on his surroundings. Did she perceive my gaze? She seems to be somewhat smiling. Perhaps you've already heard me before, but I'm going to say it again anyway. I'm here to wash your back in the royal capital. Have you had the pleasure before? Not really, no. I find being preoccupied with my own hobby to be more enjoyable. Oh, that's no good. You're a noble, so your body must experience various plays, especially that one between men and women, okay. She presses her body against me as she talks. Boldness sure is a good thing. Though I'm a bit anxious that she's not in my sight, I know that Yuni is just around the corner. Or perhaps I've stayed too long in the bath and I'm losing my attentiveness. Do you really mind? For now, I just want to know you a little bit closer. If that's the case then. A white hand takes my hand, and before it draws my hand to her chest. Please have this first. My homemade perfume. Originally, the perfume has to be diluted with water, but I just went ahead and thrust it at her tip of the nose without reservation. The bathroom is damp, so unless I do this, I wouldn't know the extent of its effect. The smell, which I supposedly had developed a resistance to and still managed to get me a bit, swept away the light of consciousness from the woman's eyes. Section. The man who offered lodging to Tullius Aubenial, one of the 3 deputies, was lying in his bedroom as he immersed himself in contentment. After witnessing Tullius' behavior at his welcome dinner table, it became apparent to his eyes that Tullius is helplessly average. He tried to ask him in a roundabout way for just a bit of his impressions after he saw the domain for himself. But as a response, he only whined about the fact that he got kicked from the royal capital to the countryside. On top of that, even though he didn't drink that much alcohol, his face went all red, and the end result was he excused himself in the middle of the dinner. In the letter from Aubenial's new family head Linus, it was written that he was a devil who skewed his family, but what he probably meant was that he made a hole in their finances after spending a great deal of money on alchemy. Every now and then you'd find people who'd believe the tall tale that lead can be turned into gold, and people who'd exhaust up more gold coins than what they can get in their hands. At this rate, it'd be very easy to coax Tullius to let him continue to do as he pleases. The man laughed a shadowy laugh. "What's on your mind?" asked his mistress mischievously to pull his thoughts back to reality. "Isn't it obvious? I'm thinking about what to do next." "You mean, what would you do about that boy?" "Yeah, how did things go from your side?" As he tried to draw the details from her, she laughed in a contemptuous way. "No good. He didn't satisfy me at all, that boy. For a boy his age, he sure was too indifferent. And because of that, now you're snuggling on me." Yes, he was ridiculously curt. He also went as far as giving me this. She said as she rubbed her body, there was a scent of flower he had no memory of. Perfume. Probably something he got in the royal capital. Really, I don't understand. I wonder if he felt that countryside women would be obsessed with things that's popular in the capital. The man laughed as the woman complained. Certainly, the scent was a little too strong. It probably wasn't to her liking. That said, however, despite of him being supposedly indifferent, his gift was a passionate one. When it comes to relationship between men and women, there is a type of people who are indifferent when it comes to sexual pleasures, but are actually interested in their minds. It's likely that the young fellow is one of those people. If that's the case, even if he gets the big clue that I'm trying to coax him, it'd be the same. Men will learn what stimulates them along with pleasure. I'll save him the trouble by taking him to the bed and let him embrace women. What are you trying to do? Didn't you say you didn't get to be satisfied a while back? What, even though you just turned me to another man? It's a while to keep my rights in this place. Sorry. Nope, I don't forgive you. Let's have a bargain instead. So demanded the woman while graciously smiling. This lady sure is a greedy one. Well, what is it that you want? The man thought so as he sunk his head on her ample bosom. Hey, you'll listen to my request, right? The scent of flower was dizzying. Sweet, the scent smelt like a heavenly wine, all of his thoughts were melting. Yeah, I'm listening. Everything was fading away. The fair skin in front of his eyes, other than that, nothing else mattered. You'll really listen? Yeah, really. Told you that already. Anything. Of course. He didn't even know what he was talking about. He seemed to hear the words along the lines of anything, really. The man was bewildered. Really, what was it about this woman that enticed him so? Certainly, her looks was excellent and her skills weren't so bad, but that was about it. In the nightlife world, you'd be able to find at least one woman of this level in every shop. Besides, if she wasn't a woman of that level, she wouldn't be a kept woman of some deputy in a backwater territory. But that question eventually faded and vanished too. What remained was the dubious desire that melted him. Quick, lie, I'll hear it out. Anything, I'll give anything. The woman laughed at his reply. It was a laugh unfitting of her, one that was like a baby's. And as if her eyes were covered by a film, there was no light that came out of it. The light of one's will, there was none. If that's so, shall I have your brain tissue then? A boyish voice took over and continued the woman's words. Section. What to say, apparently this is easier than I initially thought. It seems that the perfume took into effect very quickly, but I wonder if the concentration was a bit too high. I hope it won't leave any weird after effects later. I don't think that'll be a problem. We won't be using their talents anyway. Yuni and I talked as we looked down on the unflattering appearance of the hugging pair. The scent of the homemade perfume hangs thickly within the room. Just like what I used on the High Court Investigator a while ago, it is a strange scent that makes one easier to manipulate once they smell it. Compared to the earlier version, however, this one works quicker, but correspondingly, its side effects is also stronger. Last time, I could prepare it in my room in advance, and even if I'd end up being suspected by the Kingdom's investigation agency later, I can always use the weaker one. But this side was the one breaking in, and I suddenly had an uninvited visitor back in the bath, so I had to resort to the emergency measure. Excuse me, M01, reporting to the master. Set up for temporary facilities for emergency surgery procedure in the halls have been completed. In addition, Opus 02 and the B-Series have successfully taken control of the guard posts. It may be concluded that there is no problem in the advancements of Phase 1. Well done. All right then, it'll be an all-nighter today too. We'll take over the center of this manor this very night. You all too do your best, okay? I generously nod in approval to the maid who gave me the report. Yes, master. Us slaves swear to work ever harder in zeal. The maid gave me a bow and left. Since this is a temporary facility, I won't be able to make elaborate adjustments like that of the mass-produced type. But since this will be a simple lobotomy operation, then there's no problem. As Yuni said, after witnessing the state of the territory for myself, they do seem to be quite incompetent, so, even if I make all of them to stand by for my instructions, like standby dolls, I don't think there'd be any changes. Rather, I suppose the state of the fief's population as a whole will improve as they can no longer exert their tyranny on them. Okay, I can't keep taking my time forever. There's a lot of things I have to do, so let's just do this quickly, Yuni. Yes, master, answered Yuni as she prepares to inject anesthetics into the deputy and his lover. She took away their resistance, and as if she were carrying a small thing, she lifted both of them together with each of her hands. Seeing Yuni carrying those two as if they were light with that kind of slender body was pretty surreal. Section. Revamps on my vassals were completed in less than a week. The other two deputies also immediately responded after I asked them for their hospitality, and in the end, they also swore their loyalty the same way as the first deputy did. Though I was prepared for a little more trouble or incident along the way, presently no such problems happened. At most, due to the sluggish movement of the guards, the ability to mediate the commoners' conflicts declined and security around the area, which had been low in the first place, suffered even more. Presently for us, we are governing the territory and proceeding with the preparations of the new lab in parallel. And as busy as I am, during this time I have to properly readjust M03 who broke around this time. Then, at last, all the general preparations have been completed today. Ah, I'm tired. To do jobs other than research, isn't this my first time doing so after I was born in this world, I wonder? In the former manor of the deputy's basement that was refurnished as a lab, I stretch myself as I sit slovenly on my chair. As expected, it'll surely be good if my facilities are in place. Even when I do the same job, there's a remarkable difference in efficiency. Yeah, I'm also overworked, but it's worthwhile so. So grumbled Do. At that time, he let go of an inferior material when we left the royal capital, but he redeemed himself by collecting the monsters which happened to infest the area that were attacking him to some extent. He, a battle type, masterpiece, isn't suited for this line of work, which I'm currently putting my hands on, so he's doing his best in his area of aptitude instead. If he fights, he'd be able to familiarize himself with his new body, which was adjusted for battle. Thus it's supposed to be a pleasing thing for him. And then Yuni comes with some documents. I'm very sorry to bring this while you're being tired. Petitions have been sent here from all over the territory. Arbitration of water rights, resumption of disrupted irrigation works, measures against neglected dungeon, and etc. Here. Just when I thought one work was over, here it comes. When will it be until I can continue with my research, I wonder? Well, my older brother sent me here for that very purpose of keeping me away from my research. Perhaps what's going on here is just as he wished for. Except that I seized those old raccoons within a week. Measures against the dungeon? I thought there was a lot of stray monsters, but as it turns out, it was because the dungeon has been overflowing. Then, request to the Adventurers Guild. There's no reason for the former deputies to not issue a request, is there? That said, is there even a guild here? There is only one Adventurers Guild in this territory, since the level of requests is low and the number of cases is not that much, so our much-needed adventurers don't even come here. That is just horrible. Thought so, the monsters around here might be a lot when it comes to their numbers, but their level is low. That means their drops will also be low in quality, and apparently that doesn't look appetizing at all for D-ranked adventurers and beyond. Having said that, those fledgling low-ranked adventurers, they wouldn't have the funds to come to this remote place, so they won't come in the first place. Well, let's save what to do with the dungeons for later. It's not like I have no idea about it, but let's start from treatments for agriculture-related matters. However, I don't have the right kind of wisdom in me. I'm neither a politician nor a bureaucrat, I'm a researcher. Even if you ask Einstein, Gauss, or Newman to deal with home affairs, it's not possible for them to make effective arrangements. Even in the world of simulation games, intelligence, int, and politics, Paul, are usually different abilities. So, I can only do things to the extent what an amateur in politics can do. Fortunately, the factions of this Viscounty of Marlin is now unified under me. There's none of this complex thing such as faction this and faction that. And more than any other territory, the Lord of Marlin can actually do whatever he wants. Though I must be extra careful from meddling too much in a weird way and make a mess out of it. Let's declare a tax cut for the time being. The current tax rate is just too terrible. As for the water rights, let's wait for later investigations. Oh, the basics. How should the merchants be dealt with? It seems that they had a shady relationship with the deputies in regard of the illegal distribution of the grains. Ah, yes, there's also that, huh? Just right, let's take them into our fold and sell them our potions. I happen to be familiar with herbs that can grow even on a rough land like this. This is totally troublesome. It'd be a mistake to brainwash people like these. If their dealing partners abruptly change in behavior, there is the risk that the other merchants would come to distrust us. Well, I'll just bait them with a more interesting deals to silence them. At the very worst, when it comes to things that can be done about them, there's no other measures available. But even if we manage to transact with people that frequents the royal capital, there's not enough manpower in the industrial sector of this territory. I'd like to propose an increase in the mass-produced type slaves. Indeed. You're the least standing out when it comes to buying slaves. Please go with B01 and B02. Fortunately, we have enough budget thanks to these assets those guys have saved up. Go ahead and splurge on it as you wish. Truly, this is one classic case of turning misfortune into fortune. They had been hoarding wealth for some time now, and on top of it, they won't be paid salary in the future. And more than that, they won't raise a labor dispute. Truly a coveted talents for your typical black company. Their abilities are fine as well, though such have been severely reduced due to their readjustments. Yeah, got it. So, it'll be fine for me to return to the royal capital. No, if you do that, Annie, you will take notice of my movements. Besides, if you cross the border from here, Canals is much closer. It's the largest slave-trading city in the continent. Since the population parameter for sale is rather large, you should be able to buy products with the normal quality at a cheaper price. As I give him the name of the place, lets out a whistle. Commercial capital Canals, a free city independent from the kingdom. It's a merchant city where you can get a hold of anything if you have the money. The headquarters of the Adventurers Guild is also there. Was an adventurer originally. I don't know if he's been there, but it's surely a place that rouses his interest. If you're so inclined, you may make arrangements for your equipment as well. I will leave your new armor at your discretion as well, since it's too early for me to earnestly get into research. Quite the lavish budget, my mouth is watering. Yes, and also, I'll give him another advice while he's still in high spirits. Is there anything else? It's not really a big deal. It's just, if you want to buy a woman, then I won't stop you. However, if you bring her here, that means you won't mind if I tinker with her. That's all I wanted to say. It's actually important. If my secrets leak out, then I'd be in trouble. Here I am planning to start an experiment on a larger scale than ever, and I will not let other person to roam about in this place freely. As expected, Du seems to flinch at that. Roger. Then he turned around and left. As Yuni saw that, she lets out a small sigh. How unsophisticated. It seems that he still isn't quite aware that he is Master's tool. Well, not even a month has passed, you see. He'll eventually get used to it. More importantly, I look at the samples that were lined up on my working desk. Recently, fiddling with people's head is all what I do. And while I'm used to it, I must say that if that's the only thing I do, it does actually make quite the depressing story. Now, after a long while, I actually want to prepare for other tasks than that, since they went with the trouble of giving me a territory. For once, let's do something befitting of a lord for a while. Chapter 9, The Third Woman. The City of Freedom and Commerce, or the capital of chaos and decadence. Those were the words to plainly express what the free city of canals was. Various things would come from various places to canals, which occupied a strategic point of the Grand Canal in the southern parts of the continent, through its waterways. Gold coins, jewelry, ingredients, weapons and armor, and people. An infinite variety of people would come and visit the city. Merchants would come to trade. Sailors would come to bring goods. Nobles of other countries would come to seek rare, unusual wares. Adventurers would stop by in search for major quests. Criminals would come to seek asylum in its underworld as they were chased by their original countries. And of course, slaves would come. And to this place, the man who sold his soul to the devil, Du Schwarz, came with the intent to buy some slaves. Slaves who, like himself, would dedicate not only their lives but also their will to their lord. This guy looks quite fine too. How much is he? Gee, sire, you sure buy a lot. This makes it your 10th, I suppose. Very well, let me look at it for a bit. How about this much? The slave merchant, with an overdone call, showed Du the amount he'd require as he observantly pointed at a boy with magic potential. He rubbed his palms and swiftly fiddled with the beads of his counting tray. He was deft to the point that even if he stopped being a merchant, he could easily fit in as a ranger in the adventurer's ranks. Why, quite the discount you gave me there. Right then, hey. While playing around with such trifling ideas, he issued an order to his actually borrowed slave who was waiting in standby. Yes, sire. Everything has already been prepared. The slave in the butler's clothes presented him a bag that was graciously filled with silver coins. As he took out its contents and put them on the scale to confirm its weight, the merchant nodded repeatedly. Right, I've confirmed your payment. My, you really are splendid. You bought this many all at the same time, and you're also sincere in your dealings. We hope to receive your continued patronage in the future, too. I'll do just that. Can we continue then? Unfortunately, I still need a bit more people. The slaves in the cage stopped dead at those words. There was a buyer that would buy a very large amount of slaves without even bargaining. And since the buyer had been buying so much, then it'd be most likely that the buyer was not a decent person when it comes to slaves. They probably were being afraid that they'd be sent to a no-good place, like a plantation or a mine. Well, certainly their buyer is pretty scary. Du let out a bitter smile at the slave's expressions. Tullius Shernan Aubenul, infamously known in the Browson's slave market as the slave slayer. A weak person would commit suicide on the spot had they known that they'd be brought to his place. However, slaves that were sold in this place wouldn't know that. By the way, sire, might I interest you with the auctions? Unexpectedly, the slave merchant turned the conversation, attempting to draw Du's interests. Auction, it was an invitation he was disinclined to accept. Slaves that are sold in a way that multiple participants would compete and bid over certainly must be quality slaves. But those featured in such a way were mostly slaves for night duties only. Tullius had instructed him to buy slaves with reasonable magic potential that could serve as his alchemy assistants, and within such constraint, to gather a decent number of them. Buying a woman for her appearance only would be the true definition of foolishness. Sorry, my rough tongue might give you ideas, but I'm actually here as my lord's representative, and to participate in the bids without his permission is. No. If anything, it'd be in your lord's best interest. That lord told you to buy all these slaves at once, and it's easy to discern that he's a man of extraordinary wealth and rank. And for those people, you get me. In addition to the laborers, I know he'd require an aptly fine slave for his other needs. It was an invitation that made Du wanted to laugh involuntarily. An aptly fine slave. To that Tullius who collared that renowned silver wolf. Even buying slaves that others would go as far as compete over now would contrarily be a downgrade to what he had. You probably wouldn't find a product that could rival that one even if you uproot every root and overturn every leaf in the continent. Even if there were elven slaves, unless you round 5 or 6 of them up, they still wouldn't be matched to her. It'll be fine since we'll only be looking around, okay? I won't even say things to force you to have a go and bid. And besides, the auction will conclude before this marketplace closes. Since he put it that way, it was hard for Du to decline. He also remembered that Tullius allowed him to buy a woman, though he also said he'd tamper with the insides of her head later. Well, if you so insist. It wasn't like that he decided to participate in the biddings. It was, as the merchant said, he'd be there only to look. Du thought it was important to save his face, as it was likely that he'd be doing business with merchant in the future too. If the situation dictates so, he might try bidding so long as the woman's price was still reasonable. Is that so? Then, please come this way. The merchant went ahead of him, his hands rubbing each other. As Du walked, he took a glance at B01, who was following after him, and indeed, as he had predicted, his expression was as deadpan as a puppet. Is there a problem? No, none from the master either. He apparently harbored no other intentions. Then, when Albaniel said, "Go ahead and buy one," it was meant to be taken in the literal sense. That said, it had been a while since Du had any contact with another woman. If it was just a woman he had recently seen face to face, then it'd be that slave maid of whom he shared a lord with. And while she was fine-looking, all Du felt from being in contact with her was this suffocating feeling. Let's put an end to my woman drought, though I ought to avoid spending too much. Du reflected on his frustration and self-control and steeled himself. Section. Year, and for the next item we have this one over here. The auction had already begun when Du reached the venue. With the emphasis that she was sold while remained a virgin, a good-looking girl was up to be auctioned. 50 gold coins. 60. 75, I say. 100. The glaring men did not attempt to hide their vulgar desires, as they were being pestered by the auctioneer to raise her value even further. Du quickly found himself unamused. The prices that the surrounding men blurted out, even if one were to consider it from outside the scope of budget that was given to Du, was not in any way high. However, the amount of money they were willing to spend on one woman alone was truly foolish. If he were to consider the amount of equipment he could get with that amount of gold, while it wouldn't be much, it would still be an awkward amount to let go of. If you are willing to pay to satisfy your desires, then it's much cheaper to go to a brothel. You can still have your fun there. Even if you get a slave to be your woman, think of how long it would take until she can get as skilled as a prostitute. Perhaps the bidders must have thought something along the lines of, "Hey, there's where the fun lies," but it wasn't something that Du could agree with. Occasionally, then, some women would be put up with such skills as their main selling point, but if it's just for a woman to screw, he wasn't willing to spend that kind of money at all. And then it came to him. There'd be labor and costs attached when taking care of a woman. If he'd take that, then would it make him the same as Albaniel, he thought. Certainly, that kind of thing would make him similar to his lord. Perhaps at some point of time, Silver Wolf's remarks had turned out to be pertinent. Several slaves were put up for bids then after. There was a girl that was known to be the prettiest in a certain village somewhere. There was a daughter of merchant who's gone bankrupt last month. There was a daughter of a poor baron. There was a fallen sex slave who was once a madam reputable for her training skills, and none of them piqued Du's interest. Seeing such Du, the merchant who invited him wryly smiled. "I see that you're quite the finicky one, sir, or by any chance, perhaps the lord has the more experienced eye." "True that," he replied as the faces of the maids in Albaniel's place floated into his thoughts. It was said that they were bought solely based on their magic potential, but at a glance, none of them were unattractive. And on top of them as their head, always there on Tullius' side, was that one. Frankly, compared to slaves who could be bought with a little money, she must have been on an entirely different playing field. If this was all they got, then it'd probably be better for him to leave quickly and resume his hunt for assistant slaves. But as he thought of that, and now for the next product. Here we have, though she has a few scars, a truly unusual item. Scars, he felt like he was caught by the auctioneer's words. Normally, it was the custom to keep slaves that goes up for auctions without blemishes. It'd be in their best interest to refrain from any conduct that could lower the value of the slave, as they'd need them to be able to show their most beautiful face as far as circumstances allowed it, so that customers would raise their bids in the auctions. What are they trying to achieve by putting up a scarred woman for the auction? Soon, however, his question was answered as the product's appearance came into sight. Oh, I see. The surrounding guests leaked a sigh of understanding. While being pulled by a chain that was connected to her collar, the woman was brought up to the stage, still resisting and staggering about. Silvery hair, brown skin, amber eyes. Top-notch plumpness, fine curved waist, well-endowed, elevated bosoms. Temptingly, her body was one that would inflame others' lust. But the most important point was her upright, sharp-pointed ears. The dark elf, They were a race of long-lived demi-human that inhabits deserts, rocky mountains, and the likes, in contrast to the white elves that prefer to live in the forests. Even though the color of their skin would suggest that they belong to the hateful, evil kind of elves that would normally be classified as demonic beings, it was actually nothing of that sort. It was just a name given to them out of the sake of convenience for humans, as they were easier to hunt compared to the other kind of elves that would keep themselves hidden in the forests. Oh my. There are some flashy scars on her, but demi-human slaves are expensive, so the buyers are likely to overlook this much. It was as the merchant said, that dark elf was riddled with scars. Her defiant attitude was showing when she was pulled up. Perhaps she had rampaged savagely when she was captured too. There were faint scratches all over her limbs, and there was a roundish scar, an arrow mark, on the tip of her shoulder. The most remarkable was the one on her face. There was a trace of a slash wound, probably from a knife, that runs over from her forehead to her left cheek. In lieu of an eye patch, a bandage covered one of her eyes. From the size of the wound, and seeing from the size of the scar that was mostly covered, under that bandage her left eye was most likely not intact. Demi-human slaves were expensive. Elves and dark elves were particularly expensive. Originally, she should have been the main and final item up for sale in this action, but probably her scars made her to be brought up somewhat earlier than that. Well, first, we shall start the bidding at 300 gold coins. Cheap, Du remarked as he stared at her. No, that amount was still expensive for just one slave, but she should have been as expensive as a castle. Even if she was injured to the point that she lost one of her eyes, elven slaves really were worth that much. Their high magic potency made them excellent magicians, elves would make good hunters, and dark elves would make excellent rangers due to their skills. And on top of that, they are a long-lived race. Unlike the continuously depreciating humans, he thought through them all the way before he suddenly realized it. It was his adventurer's way of thinking in action. Most of the people gathered here are either merchants or aristocrats, and a large portion of them were women. And in this place, they would be willing to spend a fortune, but only if the slave was excellent looking. The dark elf certainly had the looks, but her scars were too conspicuous. Her price should have been dropped greatly at this point. She excelled in magical prowess, but that also meant that she'd be resistant to the obedience seal that would normally bind other slaves. Even when she had gotten injured to that degree, she still managed to show her enmity towards humans. That mean you'd never know if she'd stab you in your sleep one day. In order to make her perfectly safe, a large sum must be paid for additional restraining apparels. She had become rather niche as a slave for a lot of buyers. And that was why it was possible for Du to buy her even with the money he had now. 320, 330, 350. Some customers with more eccentric tastes were beginning to raise their hands. And as expected, perhaps it should be said that most of their gazes were filled a sadistic light. A long-lived kind. While time would age, wane, and rot humans away, they would remain living while retaining their youthfulness. For those who had for themselves wealth and power, they would find these beings as most impertinent. They'd humble that slave body of hers, desecrate it, abuse it, beat it as the subject of their twisted desires. For someone with that sort of preferences, they'd consider that some scars would instead add to her value. Still, a long-lived demi-human, huh? Immortality and longevity. Two of the main goals of alchemy. A non-human that tasted a drop of them from the time of their births. Of course, they can still be killed, and they still have this yoke called lifespan, but they were still closer to immortality than a human ever could. Perhaps she could bring a new light to the Lord's research. 500. For the first time ever since he entered the venue, Du's hand was raised. The eyes of the merchant who was standing next to him turned round in surprise. The slave who was assigned as his attendant showed no reaction at all. The surrounding guests began to make a stir. The 10s, 20s interested parties that were standing sparsely all over the venue shifted their attention to him. "My, who was it?" they asked as they flooded their gaze upon him, and those eyes turned from that of curiosity to that of contempt quickly. It should have been impossible. Even though he was dressed for business negotiations in the town, he still didn't seem like a merchant or an aristocrat. No matter how you see it, he looked like a warrior. Moreover, he was a fresh face in the auction. An adventurer who just fulfilled a well-paying quest got carried away and now got himself lost in here. Perhaps he gave off such impression. Humph, 1,000. In gold coins, of course. The man, who seemed to a merchant, declared so, with scoff apparent from him. 1,000 gold coins, not silver or bronze coins. You can't pay that much now, can you? Don't ruin the bids, just stand there, watch and be silent. That must have been his intention. He was trying to teach restraint to a frolicking country bumpkin who didn't know his place in such an unfamiliar place for him. Perhaps that was the way for him to satisfy his hunger for pride. His pride was a little bit hurt. Why, 1,000 gold coins, the bid has just been doubled. Any other offers? The auctioneer was screaming about in excitement. While listening from somewhere far away, Du let out a laugh of self-mockery. What? You think I'm angry? Being looked down by that hideous, fat merchant? Like a single human would. I may have sold my pride and soul in exchange for my life, but I can still get angry if you slight at me. Perhaps taking Du's wry smile that was mingled with embarrassment as a declaration of defeat, the bidder showed his satisfaction on his face. As Du looked at it, his smile deepened into a ferocious one. Looks like you misunderstood something. Du had made up his mind. Originally, he didn't think much of this and wasn't planning to participate, but now that it had come to this then, there was no other way. If he were to stretch his hand and continue to bid to obtain this long-lived woman, how far would it go? Let's do this through until the very end. He steeled himself and raised his hand another time. 1,500. Thanks for your heads up, but I already know that from the start. After sending a provocative sidelong glance at him, Du rather regretted it that he added some unnecessary words in his reply. Now the other party would get obstinate as well. He still had a plenty of room in his budget, but how much more would this take? We have 1.5. Any other offers? GRRR, 1,800. 2,000. 2,200. Du's spirit was lessening. He must refrain from spending too much after this. Considering that, Du thought briefly. The deciding point should be just around the corner. 3,000. Murmurs. The venue was enveloped in commotion. While it was true that she was a demi-human, why would someone bid so much for someone so scarred like that? Was it out of his whimsical interest? Bewilderment and a tinge of fear from somewhere engulfed the venue then. 3,000. Not 300, we are now at 3,000. Any other offers? I'm out. The middle-aged man with the appearance of a merchant, who was competing with him, snorted loudly and apparently went away. No matter how you hear it, it was nothing but sour grapes. It's finally been decided. The dark elven slave goes to the gentleman over there. GRRRRs. That opponent of Du gritted his teeth. A newcomer and someone with an apparent lack of gold had just beaten him. He could feel people's gaze ridiculing and mocking him from here and there. That guy sure did whatever he liked. Before Du raised his hand and raised the bid to 500 gold coins, that slave was set for him. Du won, but he didn't feel like he won anything at all. In the first place, he was using other person's wallet in the match. If anything, he felt a petty, miserable feeling from inside of him somewhere. These days, ever since he accepted Tullius' hand, this kind of thing had been continuing for some time now. Would a fine day come to me someday? As long as I continue living, probably. While he thought so, he took a glance at the slave he just bought. Being one of the long-lived, it'd be likely for her to live longer than him if nothing happens to her, though, of course, that was not going to happen. The dark elf returned his glance with a cold look, as if she was saying, like I care. Section, what are you planning to do now, Do-sama? The budget from the master has almost run out. There was no sign that B01 was trying to blame him in his voice. It was just a simple question of what to do after this. By the way, Do was not to be referred as Opus 02 here. As they were now in the outside world and not Tullius Dominion, it was deemed that that strange way of referring people should be avoided from strangers' ears. Well, one thing for certain is our shopping trip ends here. Of course, Do had to call him by his human name too. Jack, sir. And while it is fine to end it here, I'm afraid we do not have enough funds for the return carriage fare. Even in a rented carriage. Here we have 11 new slaves. Even if you rent one, it would be expensive to carry this number of people. Oh, crap, he said as he scratched his head. Although he had unexpectedly valuable samples with him, the number of assistant slaves he had procured was 1/3 of what he originally planned. In addition, they were hit by the lack of funds for their return trip. The carriage which they originally used was too small. Even if they were to decide to make separate trips back to Marlin, the amount of round trips that needed to be taken would be too much. It was urgent for them to replenish the mass-produced slaves. They just didn't have that sort of time. Fortunately, we're in Canals. The guild's headquarters is here, and my license is still valid. If I take a B-ranked quest, that return carriage far shouldn't be an issue. You people are appalling. The dark elf woman who had kept her silence until then opened her mouth, her face wholeheartedly making fool of them. Her voice was low, but it was a voice titillating to the ear. Her voice was devoid of any feelings, but it had an intoxicating charm that would make any man who heard her drunk without fail. It was almost like a strong wine. You know it'd cloud your mind and get you hooked, but you just couldn't help but to reach for it. If her body was in the perfect state, her price would have jumped 20 times. Finally, you're in the mood, talk, huh? He hid his fascination in his laid-back tone. Other slaves were kept caged in the market until he had the means to transport them, but this one, whom he spent a fortune on, was different. It was the safest choice to keep her by Do's side in order to avoid mischief-makers from making a mess out of her. On top of being bought by dirty money, now I find myself lost on the roadside. I don't have the energy to put a word in, you see. Anyhow, I'm thankful that you're now starting to voice your thoughts. By the way, I haven't heard your name yet. Normally, one wouldn't know the name of a slave. Even their seller wouldn't. Of course, if their name could act as an added value, such as in the case of a daughter of a prominent family, then it'd be a different story entirely. The woman's reply, however, was brusque. A despicable shaved ape like you is not worthy to be entrusted with my prided name. If you wish to hear it that much, why don't you use the thing you learned from the bastard that collared me? Of course, I'll be resisting you with every fiber of my being, though. She thoughtfully added that to her remarks. Do shrugged his shoulders. He had zero knowledge of magic, and while he knew how to use the obedience spell, he also knew that the quantity and quality of his magic would be pertinent when casting such spell. Long-lived kind would naturally resist the spell, as their command of magic was far superior. If he were to repeat the command again and again, then his spell might bypass her resistance, but it might require him to squeeze all his mana to the point that it'd be painful for him just to open the indices for once. Doing all this just because he was interested to know her name was just stupid. Well, fine, there's plenty of time for us to know each other later anyway. There's a more pressing problem now, and in for today. With the money we have left, we probably won't get much of a bed. Aren't you a bit too carefree about this? Can't be helped, but before he could make the words, a voice filled with malice overwhelmed him. And as he looked, there from the dark shade of a building was his opponent from the auctions a while back. And some of his henchmen were swarming around him. I was wondering what kind of person who took what's supposed to become mine was, but to think that he doesn't even have a place to sleep for the night, with that kind of financial condition. Are you trying to disgrace my possession from the sideways? His mouth was distorted in a way to expose his hatred as he said so. His tattered clothes was reflected on his eyes, in which fervor filled his stare. It was apparent that he wished to retrieve what he wanted from a while back. A sigh escaped Do's mouth at the encounter of this unexpected problem. You sure are picking a fight. Huh, she's mine now, just so you know. Though she'll be that Alchemist's guinea pig soon enough. And not only that. Thanks to the fact that I gave her up to you, the people around me made light of my financial prowess. I had to bid the final item at a higher price than I expected. Do you understand how much I had to bid? Huh? So in short, you're just venting your anger. You just got your just desserts. The dark elf was spectating how things progressed as if she was having fun. It was clear that she didn't regard the man who merely bought her as her master. Was it because she had plenty of guts, or was it merely because she was desperate? Anyhow, hearing her sure was more pleasant than hearing this turtle-stomached, pig-like fatso. Some men are now squabbling over you, even if it's just a bit. Do you feel like a princess now? Some male and heat are now gnashing at each other. Feels like watching a dogfight. You have plenty of guts, I'll give you that. What an interesting woman, he thought. Humans had made numerous cuts on that body and enslaved her, but her boldness remained. Had he met a woman like her back in his adventuring days, he probably wouldn't act like a lone wolf, so he felt. And while it was regrettable for him to hand this gem over to Aubeniel, Du was unfortunately not so different from the slaves in the way that his head had been tampered with as well. When the time comes for him to hand her over, there'd be no way for him to stop it. Quite composed, aren't you, you lowly cave-diving adventurer? Is it because you have confidence in that arm, or is that mouth? Humph. I thought you were that sort of person from what I see, so I have come up with this idea. At the merchant-looking man's cue, one of the henchmen unsteadily stepped forward. Is he his bodyguard? He seemed strange. He was staggering about as if he were drunk. To the puzzled Du, the man floated a smile as he carried on. A death was inflicted during a conflict between adventurers. Even if it'll seem like a murder or whatever, there won't be an indictment. Is that right? It's the principle of the Adventurers Guild. Your safety is your own responsibility. Which seemed to be just that, but it was actually a shitty rule that legitimized some people to crush the newcomers, or at least Du thought so. If the number of people can be reduced by eating each other, then the remaining will get more for themselves. It was a regulation to protect such mercenarism. As he almost died once due to the abuse of that rule, it was a clause he didn't want to recall. Though if you're being too conspicuous, the headquarters would bring along their thugs to reproach you later. What's your point? I told you, that is why this plan is designed for adventurers like you. Go ahead and give your name. As he said so, the reeling man opened his mouth. I see, two-handed sword Du. Du knitted his eyebrows as he heard the man called his second name articulately. Are you an ex-adventurer? Even I'm like this, I am still one, flying swallow sword molto. B rank witness my moves. There was no indication that a razor ever touched his unshaved, stretched beard. He was so skinny that his eye bag sunk on his overhanging cheekbones. He looked like a typical vagrant, but there was an eerie glint on his eyes when he gave his name. Hanging on his waist was the exotic sword named Katana, a sword from a country in the Far East which lied across the dangerous oceans. The sword, which was brought by the explorers several decades ago, boasted magnificent sharpness and was known for its delicateness, which required exquisite skills. In other words, it chooses its wielder. On top of having survived such requirements, it seemed that he was an extraordinary wielder of that sword. What a mess, you drunk. Alcohol probably sent him off the rails, Du guessed. Surprisingly, it was the dark elf who denied it. No, it's a drug. On his nose, I can see a definite rash only found on those who inhaled it. Aren't you quite specific, you a fellow user? Don't say foolish things. The shamans in my hometown used to use them for long session of prayers. It would abnormally invigorate and sharpen the nerves of its users, making them able to go on for 2 or 3 days without sleep. Though I suppose it's quite the strong stuff for humans. Kyuhuhu, it's the filtered powder of Kanagajinu's essence. The darkness in this city is deep. I'm surprised that he was a famous adventurer once, but he's dependent on me, and now he's like this. He proudly said so, as he let go a packet of medicine he took from his pocket to the ground. The swordsman, who named himself as Molto, picked it up as her bloodshot eyes was reddening even further. Oh, D drug, mine me and ye. Kahaha, you want this thing, huh? You want this. If you slash that guy, I can give you more of it, you know. Freshly refined one with even better purity. As slash I will slash, sniff, sniff, sniff. Molto crouched and took his medicine like a dog. With each inhalation, he convulsed in ecstasy. After he saw his sorry state, Du turned his indifferent gaze to the merchant. Isn't that supposed to be illegal? Here, gold is the law. If you have that kind of money, then you don't have to bring up a settled issue, then. Du wanted to say that, but before he had the chance to, Molto stood up. His atmosphere had been changed completely. Phew. He took a long breath. Pressure in the air thickened, bloodlust was filling in. The tremor on his limbs went away. His figure completely transformed as he stood there serenely, as if his own self were a single sword. He wiped off the droll from his euphoria with a sleeve, and as his dignity was restored, he opened his mouth. I've shown you something unsightly. Let me compensate my rudeness with the spirit of my sword. As he spoke, he dropped his waist slightly and pushed the guard of his katana up with his left hand's thumb. The clank of the sword guard as it parted with the sheath resounded clearly in the stagnant darkness of the city. His right hand was clenching its handle, but he had yet to unsheath its blade. His posture is far from ready and his sword is still sheathed, but what is this cold feeling? Feels like its white blade had already struck me. As if at that next moment, his sense of crisis had already been doubled. Now, he heard the dark elf ask him back. What is that? It was something familiar to him. The art of sword drawing, from what I've been told, once that blade leaves its sheath, at that same time its opponent would be cut down. It was the first time for Du to have a practitioner of that art as his opponent. Originally, it seems to be merely a technique to counter against unexpected attacks, but a school where one would accumulate their advantage, then unsheathe their blade with godly speed to strike, also apparently exists too. You seem to have learned a lot about swordsmanship. Molto floated a cracked smile. But even if you know about it, you still won't be able to dodge this. What was there were a swordsman's pride and self-confidence. Even if his body and his mind was contradictorily being ruined by the white powder, his blade alone would not rust nor cloud. That's right. Now his senses are being enhanced by the high he got from the drug. His extent of ability, not to mention when he was off the drug before I meddled with him, is now far better. A while back, there was this rude person who claimed he was A-ranked, but he cut him like a fish with just a single stroke. Are you done with your big talk? As Du said so, he pulled out his two-handed sword. If what he said was true, the man who was standing before him had the skills to slaughter even a Ranke. He was different from the pathetic thieves, the wild monsters, and the unskilled traitors who attacked him in surprise. Although he had been threading the wrong path, he would truly make a formidable enemy. As his bloodlust made his skin throb, he remembered that sensation. His title was on par with him. The drug had doubled his ability, or perhaps it did more than that. With what little pride he had left and his instinct, his remaining inner flame tingled still. Well then, let's begin without further ado. They say time is money, right, Sir Merchant? It goes without saying, as you wish then, Kai. Before he finished his words, Molto had moved. His lean figure was hazy. As Du's eyes were trying to capture it, he could feel time being stretched in his vision. He stepped forward. His speed was ungodly. As if there were two of him, his momentum was like that of a flying sparrow's. When he noticed he had already exceeded one step and one cut away from him, the blade parted from its sheath. The blade's glint apparent from it, it swung upwards. It approached his right flank. And then it was slashed to reach as far as his left shoulder. He dodged, took a half step to the left. He dashed through the blade's edge at a paper's distance. His posture was still in a swing. A side of his body was exposed. It was a good opportunity. He took the post initiative. He aimed and raised the tip of his sword. Got him. However, he saw Molto smiled. His look was elated. Why is he happy? He wondered. As if to answer him, the enemy's left hand jumped upwards. What he's holding is a sheath. Is he wielding the sheath? But there's no blade. However, he drew it and twisted it like a sword, adding its speed. It had an ironwork's weight. The sheath was a blunt weapon. It was enough to kill. Am I going to be killed? His thoughts accelerated. His reaction speed increased. The stretched time slowed even further. Trigged by his sense of crisis and survival instinct, Du's switch had been flipped. He changed from the swordsman named Du Schwarz to a weapon of slaughter that the alchemist had engineered. Rather than feeling awakened, he felt like he was falling into a nightmare. He caught the weapon with his eye, then gripped the swinging sheath. His opponent's thin arm was like a dead tree. It was the drug's harmful effect. What a sorry sight. But he wasn't in the position to comment on other people. His own body was now a human weapon, tampered with by that alchemist. Both of us obtained power from a demon, so in that way we're the same, huh? Molto has worn away his pride along with his life. Then what about me? I exchanged my pride for my life and power. What about the other price? Du thought about such. He could still afford to think. Having paid the price, albeit temporarily, he was now as skilled as an A-rank adventurer. Could I afford to do this before? He wondered. Nevertheless, had he got lost in his thoughts, he'd be slammed by the sheath from the left, or he'd receive the returning blade's second slash from the right. That's why he ended his thoughts at that point. All he had to do was to continue living and work forward through what he had got himself into, follow the orders thrown by that demon, and swing his two-handed sword through. And now he had to strike both the approaching iron stealth and the enemy before his eyes. The iron chunks crossed with each other. The resulting sound was closer to a scrape rather than a crash. And then, the wind blew through the mass beside his body. A long moment had passed. The thin, slender body looked once again as if it were a dead tree. LL him. Splendid. Drug-stained, fresh blood flew to the untroubled merchant's face as he finally finished his speech. Molto's body, which had been cut off slantwise from his left shoulder to his right flank, split into two and then flew off elsewhere. There was a sound of an impact. The remnants of the katana wielder which flew off hit a magic-powered streetlight. The post pierced him, his body sunk as together they turned into a tasteless object dart. This outer road was not the right path, huh? As the lamp's magical light flickered and disappeared, Molto's eyes, too, were closed. At the same time, the part from the chest down which still stood crumbled as if its strings were cut. The dumbfounded merchant's gang finally began to show their dismay. Molto. Du passed through the merchant and his surrounding henchmen and crouched beside Molto, who had breathed his last in the darkness. His dead face was tranquil. He remained a swordsman until the very end, and he was an opponent he recognized until he met his death. And as he embraced his flood of emotions, he passed away just like that. You were such a fool. A trembling whisper leaked out. He embraced the wrong kind of satisfaction and selfishly kicked the bucket. That was the true nature of the katana wielder's death. Right path, he said. If this was about going off one's path, then compared to him Du was way out. His muscles had been rebuilt, his skeleton reinforced, his neural network reconstructed, even his brain tissue had been tampered with. Molto, who did one drug only, was much closer to this right path. The high he got from the forbidden medicine at the end of the day was like a far-off pandemonium inside his clear mirror. After all, until the end, the swordsman's eyes remained clouded as he passed. H. Thud, the merchant fell but first. Probably he didn't think that he was about to be killed with a single slash from the opponent whose prized possession he had casually, though, with enough intent to kill, incited. In his distress, something warm soiled the front of his trousers. Run. But the boss, you imbecile, being alive is more important. The henchmen who surrounded the man escaped, and the fat middle-aged merchant was left alone. It felt stupid. This time, it was almost like then when he slaughtered the bandits. The other party started a fight without thinking, he killed some, and then he'd feel his hand being lazy as he grew tired of his gained power. How many times must this repeat? Help. With a tone begging for mercy, the pig cried. Mo money, I'll give you as much as you want. Don't need it. He was just paying back the sparks that was sent down to him. Although he didn't hesitate when he had to kill the escaping bandits, here he wasn't ready to cross the line yet. Please don't kill me. Ain't gonna kill you either. This two-handed sword is not a tool for pointless murder. Then, what is it for? To the anguish in that question, a click of tongue leaked. Run along then, jog on before I change my mind and do away with you. H. While his wet trousers would still make it hard for him to walk, the merchant aimlessly ran away. It was a disgraceful sight, both for himself and Du. You, what kind of face you're making there? The dark elf asked. Bleeding from her voice were bewilderment and pity. Was it because she didn't know what was in the mind of her temporary master who bought him, or was it because she understood that something was bothering him? But that particularly was a trifling conjecture. The woman carried on. You have that kind of sword skill, and though I loathe it, you are wealthy enough to redeem me. So why is your face so empty? Because everything of it were just borrowed. Instead of pouring out his true thoughts, he decided to confess another thing. He silently embraced her. And for some reason, the woman, who could even resist the magic of her collar, hesitantly accepted it. Section. And so, on top of you being forced to return much later than planned, you have spent a large portion of the budget on the dark elf. I paused my hand, which was approving some documents, and gazed Du's way. As for him, he's scratching his head. I really feel bad though, my lord. And he said that, he seems to be reflecting, though whether he can be forgiven or not, that is a different matter entirely. No, I'm not the one who isn't forgiving him. Sheesh, just what are you doing? You. Yuni is so angry to the point that her anger could strain the air. Her expression doesn't change as usual. But even I, as her master, can feel a cold feeling in my spine. She's not showing it, but as a reaction to what Du bought, it seems that she's strongly feeling that this matter cannot be forgiven as it is. Yuni. My apologies, master. She apologized for leaking that malicious bloodlust and took a step backwards. Most likely, she's still angry. Let's prescribe something for it later. Well, this time I'm partly at fault too. I did carelessly leave too much things at your discretion. And the budget had also been excessive. Had I done otherwise, there was no way for him to buy a dark elf, scar or no scar. I handed over a giant amount of the hidden money enclosed by the Frontier's deputies with sloppy bookkeeping. That was the indirect cause of this issue. It's true that it was Du who mainly did it, but if you were to blame someone for their carelessness, then I wouldn't be able to escape the censure. Besides, we've unexpectedly gotten ourselves a precious dark elf. So let's just be careful regarding this matter from now on. Is it really fine? You see, I did issue a fuzzy order like go ahead and splurge on slaves. Right. I didn't let him know how much I needed until their number meets my requirement. I also allowed him to buy a woman, though I never thought he'd buy a woman this flashy and expensive. And that means the root of the cause is the mistake in my order setup. If that is the case, when Master was making that mistake, I was also at fault as I did not rectify you. I see, it seems that I am in no position to blame him. That apparently was Yuni's way to forgive him, while maintaining her integrity. I know it's the result of my education, but she sure is serious to a fault. All right, then let's wrap this matter up here. I'm really sorry, okay. Du laudably lowers his head. Somehow he seems more down in the dumps than ever. As I think about that, I gazed at the dark elf that he bought. Could it be that he was moved by his emotion? Well, he bought this slave with such a large sum, he must have thought of it to some degree. Even so, to pour the whole budget for a wounded slave, I don't think anyone else would have done that. For some reason, the dark elf is staring at Yuni, of whom is standing by behind my chair. Woman. Are you really human? And then she made something rude to say. Well, in terms of treatment, she's my masterpiece of a tool, though. Biologically, I am judged to be so. The Galerian Magic Academy certified it. So, she's human, but she's not really one. Even though she's suppressing her magic, this amount is just in what way and how far did you tamper with her? The dark elf's eyes are filled with suspicion and dread. Yuni accepted that stare without shaking one bit. Though she said that, compared to do I have yet to tamper with Yuni that much. It's because she, as a raw material, was good. With continuous medication and effective training, the result is, well, she made it this far. Everything is due to Master's guidance. Do your puppet play somewhere else? You're making me sick. Even if she told us to do that elsewhere, I find it a bit troubling. Even though here is just a temporary residence until my new home is made, this is still my manor. In that insecure atmosphere, Du interjected without waiting. Quiet. Why are you stopping me? No, why are you obeying a man like this in the first place? With that ability of yours, there's no reason for you to be a piece of this lowlife of a noble. Be quiet, I told you. It was as if he was screaming. With that ability of yours, huh? Thinking about the root of that power, those words might be hard on Du. Well, let's not quarrel here. Surely, everyone will be able to get along, yes. Who would get along with someone like? Can you do it? The dark elf saw Du, as if she couldn't believe what he had muttered. They've been together only for a few days, but it seems that they've developed quite the close relationship. Rest assured, I'll make sure to keep it so you'll always be together. It'll be the first time for me to deal with a living dark elf, though I've seen some samples of long-lived species. When Yuni was an adventurer, she sometimes would took down elves who were in the other party. I had the chance to touch a cleaner form of them under the academy. Professor Grauman had given me a variety of valuable experiences when I was under him. I'm familiar with elves. Well, their body structure is not so different than one of a human's. In all likelihood, I can do something even with a dark elf. Are you going to do only that? Ahahahaha, do you think I'm just going to dissect her? Unfortunately, a long-lived demi-human can't help me approach my goal of immortality. First of all, the mechanism of their longevity is, oh well, let's just end it there. The important thing is, what I am going to do with this rare body. Stop, you bastards, what are you? Hold her down, Do. Yeah, got it. Do followed my order and gently restrained her. On her face, with her only remaining eyes wide open, I can see the embodiment of the very word of despair. Hey, you're joking, right? Too bad, we're for real. By the way, I forgot to ask you an important question. In a trembling voice, I asked the woman whose hands were still restrained. What is your name? I'll never tell you my name. That's so. Her answer was that of a refusal. I did expect her to say that, but well, can't be helped. I'm not that interested anyway. Well, no matter, I'll just think an appropriate new name for you. Section, Name. A Night in Canals. As she wrapped her sweat-laden body with a sheet, she said so. What was that? It's my name, have you been listening? Nope, the man answered. On a narrow bed of a cheap hotel, while holding a pillow, they were cuddling up. He couldn't have missed the words that were whispered to his ears. What has gotten into you? Just before, you said you would never mention your name to an ape. What? It was just simply a whim. As she said so, the woman smiled lightly. It looked like a mirage in the desert. It was a faint smile that would disappear should one decided to approach. It's just a sudden thought. I feel like no one will call me with my name ever again. Thinking that not one person would remember it feels a little lonely. So at the very least, I want someone to know. The man drew his breath at her words. The innumerable wounds engraved on the woman's body were a testament of the severity of affliction that had befallen into her. A battle that wounded a rare existence like her that far, considering so, perhaps her clan no longer existed. The woman, as if to protect herself from an unfamiliar pain, turned her body sideways. As expected, it was just a delusion. I won't say it a second time. I won't hear it a second time. The man, as he leans on his arm pillow, gazed upwards. Because if you say it the second time, I won't be able to forget it. It was an oath that was heard only by the moon outside their window. True to those words, the woman's name would remain only in the man's chest. Chapter 10. The Alchemist's Theory of State Enrichment. The dark elven woman has had a body material that can only be rarely seen in these recent years. Her high magical power was remarkable, her tough and tempered body was outstanding, and her racial skills were splendid, as expected. Compared to these, the 3,000 gold coins spent on her was nothing at all. The loss of one of her eyes would usually count as a flaw, but fortunately, a material I've brought from the family mansion in the capital was enough to make up for it. Thanks to this, it seems that my frustration that was building up due to the unsatisfying amount of research activity in this place could be resolved to a large extent. How are you feeling, Opus 03? Yes, I feel most invigorated. At the same time, I feel the past me who resisted Master was truly preposterous. While dignifiedly tightening her unblemished face, the woman said so. Her left eye is covered with an eye patch adorned with a magic pattern. After all, exposing her new left eye to the public eye wouldn't be a good thing. If you work earnestly for me from now on, then I don't mind it. It would be my humble pleasure. Her brain remodeling seems to have gone well. I tried to suppress her enmity by brainwashing, but it was too strong. So I had to resort to irregular treatment, but seeing this result, apparently it was the right course of action. Apparently this method can be used for my next masterpiece too. She's changed quite a lot, so what did you do? At her, who replied me briskly and showed me her loyalty unhesitatingly, Du's feelings seems to be mixed. From the perspective of Du, who fancied her from a while ago, this sight must have been not really amusing. For now, let me answer his question. This child, her enmity towards me before her remodeling was too strong, you see. I couldn't eliminate her hostility the way I did yours, or restrict it the way I usually do those mass-produced type, for the risk that her rapid personality change may lead her mental condition to self-destruction. That's why I tried to change my approach. Even if it was changed, in any case it seems that it is a satisfactory approach. Then I thought something along these lines. The main root that caused her hostility. If that could be rewired, wouldn't the matter be settled agreeably? I thought. The factors that inhibited her obedience towards me were her sense of belonging and pride of being one of a dark elf, her own tribe. And because those senses see me with contempt, she would continue to resist, be angry at, and hate me. As my explanation reached that point, it seemed that Du has grasped the gist of it too. He seems to be even bitterer than before. Ah, is that so? So that means that cognition. Correct, her reason was changed to the fact that she was my masterpiece. Because there was minimal interference to the concerned limbic system, and her reason in her cognition area as a root was altered, the risk of mental collapse was greatly reduced. Her personality has changed for a tiny bit as a side effect, but her capacities of autonomous action and decision-making could be kept intact. As I had to mess with delicate areas, the process takes time, and it may not be suitable to apply to a large number of subjects. But when it comes to masterpieces that would require these details, applying this method would be the best. Yuni was all. It's wonderful, master. If you have the opportunity to readjust me in the future, by all means please introduce that method on me too. Praises like that. Well, as she went as far as volunteering herself for it, that stuff is quite pointless for her though. All right, Opus 03, your individual name is Dre. From this time onward, you shall identify yourself with that name. Yes, I will devote myself, so as not to sully the new name Master has kindly granted me. No objection to the new name, then. As I take a backward glance at her, who is now proudly puffed up, I record that name in the medical records. Section. Although I've been engrossed with making a masterpiece out of that rare body that I've unexpectedly obtained, it goes without saying that I still don't forget my job as a lord. If I don't govern this area steadily, the funds for my research will discontinue as well, and I don't know what that brother of mine would accuse me of later. Besides, this is the land where I'm planning to build a laboratory on a scale larger than ever in the future. I have no plans of letting any oversight in my care. We have finished adjusting the mass-produced slaves M03 to B07. They are now waiting for Master's orders. Then shall we begin? Accompanied by Yuni and the slaves under her command, I set out from the mansion. Our destination is the farmlands that has been devastated and thinned. I've been delaying to take measures to tackle the farmland issue ever since I've arrived with this and that excuse, but it seems that the common folk are at their wits' end. And when a revolt breaks out somewhere, it tends to spread to the rest of the country. If that happens, my brother would surely echo my misdeed with joy and attempt to murder me socially. Doesn't it cross his mind that if things go poorly, there is a risk that the problem would spill over to his lands and territory? And that circumstance is pretty much the weak point of my brother's gambit. It's the Lord has come. Oh, is he finally somehow going to do something about this land? HMPH, why is he nonchalantly here all of a sudden? When I arrived at the farmland, folks in ragged clothing were crowding around me. On their faces, half appears to be hopeful, and half appears to be anxious. No, is it about 3 to 7? Even if these people rely and lean on the nobility, they've had been continuously treated curtly up until now. Now that I've shown my face, they won't easily trust me right away. Indeed, some people are steeped with hostility as they see their noble oppressor, and even those who don't are gazing me with suspicion as I'm accompanied by slaves only. Why, hello there. On this occasion, please accept my sincerest apologies for delaying to take action for this farmland since I took office as the Lord. For the time being, I lower my head lightly. Ooh, so the people surrounding me were stirred. Probably the idea that a noble would apologize to the common folk is beyond the pale of their imagination. In fact, no matter how debt-ridden a noble be, very few would humble themselves in front of a commoner. Regardless, please be assured, Until this very day, we've had continuous discussion to devise a course of action that would satisfy all of you. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Let us restore this desolate field to its splendor once again. Ew. What confidence? Hey, how can I be confident? Ouch. You, even though the noble one went as far as lowering his head, what are you saying? All right, I get off to a satisfactory start. Although I couldn't wipe out the distrust in some people, I can confirm the sight that they were being admonished by their surrounding for it. The nobleman went as far as lowering his head as he voluntarily did it. What's with your reaction? That sort of psychology would naturally work. Something like just lowering your head won't solve anything, only works when there is no gap between the statuses of both parties. In the medieval-themed world, a noble's head would be deemed highly. As long as I don't mistake the timing as to when I should sell the idea, I can profit from it. Well then, let us get started. Yuni. Yes, master. On Yuni's cue, all the mass-produced slaves began to move at once. While carrying a jute bag that was uniformly prepared from the mansion on their shoulders, they went into the field. And after they were lined up at equal distances, they scatter its contents all at once. The move would certainly alarm the farmers. Even though they belong to the lord, the slaves that make up the lowest social strata have marched into their fields, their greatest asset, and scattered something unknown. If I were to look this calmly, it's almost as if I'm giving them some sort of a warning. Yo, you people, what are you? Please calm down. You'll understand when you look at it. Those who were trying to rush in were stopped in their tracks by my voice. It was a direct order from their lord. No matter how bad it is for the people, they had no choice but to wait. As the villagers watched with their eyes tightened, the scattering job finally ended. I waited as all the slaves restore their uniform distance. Then I issue an order. GHT, very well then, do it as I've arranged before. Transmutate. M01, affirmative. Transmutate. 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 Dozens of the mass-produced slaves invoked the transmutation incantation in unison. A magic circle enveloped the wide field, and the thing they scattered, seashells, fish bones, vegetable scraps, all sorts of fertilizer material, rapidly returned to the soil. By the time the light emitted by the magic circle fades, the soil in the field has been turned into exquisitely, rich-looking, black and brown in color. Is this? Am I dreaming? The state of this soil, I haven't seen something like this for the last 20 years. One of the aged farmers gingerly descends to the field and put a mouthful of soil into his mouth. It has been said that some of the skilled farmers would sometimes measure the quality of their field by putting its soil into their mouth. Though in my previous world, as it was in the modern times, pesticides and chemical fertilizers may also be mixed into the soil, so they kind of stopped. It's good, lively soil. It's the same soil during the last great harvest of this land, long, long ago. Really, Gramps? Yo, you're lying, right? The villagers who surround the crying elderly found themselves in delight, and more than that, bewilderment as they gaze at each other's face. Now, what I did wasn't at all complex. As you might have imagined, soil of a desolated field was refined by fertilizer materials and was converted into good quality soil by the process of alchemy. One of the goals of alchemy is to refine precious metals from base metals. The difficulty of this goal is nigh impossible, as even I could never successfully do it. Take lead, a base metal, for example. No matter what you do to it, it'll remain as lead. It'd never change into gold, a precious metal. Scientifically, turning lead into gold would require nuclear fusion. Though, I wonder, since in this world magic can be brought into the process, could it be that the process here would be more labor-saving compared to the one in my previous world? Though this is merely my hypothesis. Well, to put it in shorter words, compared to that tremendously difficult task, making a fertilizer from food waste and mix those into the soil can be said to be completely inconsequential. After all, even if you leave the fertilizers be, the soil would naturally turn like this. It is not difficult to accelerate the process with alchemical application. Anyhow, at the age of 8, I've successfully created artificial skin and artificial muscle as a transplant for Yuni's face. The base materials for those were chicken and pork for cooking. Even children aged 10 or less can do simple tasks like those. The fact is, alchemy is too convenient, though people's evaluation of it is unreasonably low. There is this idea of transplanting artificial flesh and blood into a living body using alchemy, but apparently even in the academic field of alchemy, this concept is regarded as heresy, so I couldn't make a formal evaluation. Even that professor never thought of it until I brought it up. Oh well, enough of that. How is it, everyone? Now, the tired soil that bothered you so much has been taken care of. Feel free to plow this land to your heart's content, and let us reclaim the golden fields of wheat was once upon the land of Marlin once again. YAH. YAH. Long live the new lord. Golden fields upon Marlin. I stirred them up and raised their excitement, and moments later they unanimously chanted words to praise me by their own accord. Alchemy has embraced the reputation of being dubious, but these poverty-stricken farmers are no-nonsense people. If they can get the soil of their wheat fields that feed them back to its fertile state, then they just shut their eyes to no matter what. All I have to do is to repeat this method in the other fields later, and then I suppose I can manage this issue for the time being. Besides, more than anything else, this agricultural adjustment would make the soil at its best condition, so there's no need to worry about repeated cultivation damage. Even if they don't use the Norfolk farming method, there shouldn't be any fallow land. In the first place, I still yet to know how many years would take to reform agriculture in the most perfect way. What I'm afraid of are actually pests and crop diseases, but I'll handle those issues separately, by making pesticides harmless to the human body if possible. From an average alchemist's point of view, this agricultural adjustment is not a big deal at all. It's like a Columbus egg. It's something that anyone can do. It's just that there's no technology that can help them to do that exist yet. That is why, if I do this showily, other quick-witted, intelligent nobles might begin their attempt to imitate the method. Though I'll think about it when the time comes. I don't have the means to stop them anyway. It's not like there's a patent office in this world. Nonetheless, considering that in this era cold weather and drought could cause famine in a flash, there's nothing wrong if food production regions were to increase. Besides, as we're the forerunners here, we'll be able to accumulate intensive use know-hows of alchemy faster. If we can fully exploit the advantage of being the pioneer, the things that would most likely trouble us won't happen. As I finish one of my jobs, I raise my gaze to the slaves and brightly say, "All right, shall we depart to the next destination then? There are still plenty of other fields, and there's a mountain of other things to do. There's no choice but to use time efficiently here. Section, a little to the left, very well there." While looking constantly at the written plan on a time-eat parchment, I issue my orders. The one who moves according to my orders is a mud giant that probably reached 3 meters in height, a magical beast, Mud Golem. Ha, they're indeed convenient. As he watches the golem carrying out the construction works by using its huge body, Du muttered. In terms of simple combat strength, and especially physical strength, he who was greatly strengthened by the adjustment surgery is much stronger than this giant. However, when it comes to the volume of things that one can transport in a go, it would surely the giant's part. Compared to a thing made of mud, earth, and sand, no matter how strong you are as a human, your human arm can only carry so much at once. My peerage comes with a great deal of trouble. I can't do this if I don't at least have this sort of privilege. I looked up at the mud golem as I said so. Having a peerage and ruling a territory also means that the royal family recognizes your military authority in order to maintain your territory. Thereby, one of the exempted matters is the possession of magical beasts. Magical beasts like Unicorn or Pegasus is akin to tanks or fighter aircraft in my previous world. Of course, it is not allowed to personally possess them, but when you hold a territory, the story is a rather different. As a pacification force in the territory, and as war reserves to serve the royal family in case of emergency, a landlord may reasonably arm themselves with considerable degree of freedom. Of course, this includes possession of powerful magical creatures as well. Though, it goes without saying the High Court's inspections would restrict a landlord from gathering enough arms that may be directed to overthrow the royal house. But it doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing now, so I'll stop here. Still, what a rich story this is. To think you'd use a magical beast to do something like repair work. Not at all. I feel that this is in fact the proper way to use it. A mud golem of this level, assuming we're talking the Adventurers Guild subjugation grade, would belong to the likes of D class to C class. It's on the category where you can beat it with a huge margin even before your adjustment. This means even against my combat potential, its class is considerably inferior. It may be a harsh remark, but it's the truth. My masterpiece, Yuni, has the ability that surpasses at least that of A-class adventurers. The mass-produced slaves, degraded as they are, were adjusted based on Yuni's data. Their ability matches that of a C-class, and possibly B-class if the individual is exceptional. And as we can use basic low-level magic against a mud golem that is specialized only in physical strength while having low magic resistance, a barrage of attack magic would be enough to end it. In other words, the only pieces I have that is weaker than this golem is probably those former officials who tried to undermine me a while back, and their subordinates. That said, there are many parts in this plan that differs from the actual topography. Of course that be the case. I can tell that the parchment is bloody old just by looking at it. Just what year was it from? I wonder. Certainly, just as Du said, this parchment is too old. I've got this one from the archives of that former deputy's mansion where I'm staying right now. From what age does this stuff came from, I have no idea, but the farmers need their irrigation quickly, so I have no choice but to use it. Shall we make a new irrigation plan then? That sounds like a good idea. Except for the fact that I do not have a talent that can do this amongst my ranks. Unfortunately, all that I am is an alchemist. It's possible for me to provide technologies and tools that will be useful to do this irrigation job, but I have no skill to devise an irrigation plan myself. That brother of mine, who's now sitting in the royal capital and is still unwilling to send me human resources that may assist me, made the point that I received an education so I can do a job like this. Well, I don't want any part of it, so I just thrust it back to him though. Yuni is a maid cum escort cum assistant cum explorer. She performs a wide variety of roles that is enough for her. Besides, it would be a great folly for her to be doing politics would be as it wastes a lot of her resources, and she has no one show her the ropes from anyway. Du is an adventurer that has been living only on his sword, and Dre apparently had led a nomadic life in the desert like a dark elf would. It's not that they both can't really do it, but they can't afford to work for home affairs. This area, for the camp that is headed by my researcher self, is indeed a weak point. We excel in technical capabilities and combat prowess, but we lack the political ability that would utilize these potentials organically. Everyone in my ranks has undergone a brain adjustment, and the risk of rebellion is extremely small. But if I, as the person on the top, were to make a mistake, the problems would remain unfixed, and it's likely that we wouldn't get anywhere. To put it in other words, it's like a startup company headed by an engineer as its president. For now, as we're doing little things here, and no major problem has happened. But in the near future, the population of this Marlin Viscounty will increase. And while I don't wish this to happen, what would I do if my territory were to increase due to some mistake? There's the risk that I might not be able to cope with newly occurring problems. I should also say that relying on a plan written on a map that looks like it were a map of Tokugawa's buried gold that is most definitely outdated and lacks reliability is a big problem at this time. Just from when was this from? Let me check for a bit. Detect. I try to measure its age with a simple appraisal magic. My readings show that the plan was made approximately no less than 150 years ago. The Aubigneul family was raised to aristocracy 200 years ago, so this plan was made roughly during the second or the third generation. Oh, well. Luckily, or unluckily, since this world is reliant on magic, technological advancements have come to a standstill. The range of error should be only to the extent the topographic difference, and there shouldn't be any other thing to correct. Shouldn't be, but... As I thought, in order to rule this land properly, new personnel must be scouted. Do you want another run to the slave market again? Du's face was a bit averse to the idea. Dre, whom he fancied personally, turned out that way a while back. Apparently for the time being he wouldn't want to step his foot into a slave market anytime soon. You're having a needless fear. Even in a slave-trading city, there's no way a shop may risk selling a befitting person with enough aptitude in home affairs to shape up the land, while there's a risk that they may be bought and sold out to other countries to a local viscounty. When your house collapses, either you'll find yourself in another house, or you'll be an unemployed waiting to be appointed to another post. Worst case is you'll be executed. If that's how it goes, why don't you fish those talents from the unemployed? No way. My Viscounty is under the umbrella of my brother's county. They wouldn't want to deal with dubious people that show up in the circular between the nobles. The official letter was passed to your older brother. Shouldn't you, as his little brother, know what's inside too? Like that. Well then, my brother is waiting me to make a blunder like that, as he's helplessly waiting me to give him an opportunity to crush me. And then the crushed me would be amongst the ostracized in the noble society. As an alchemist, my research funding source would disappear. But more than anything, the wall that is my dignity as a noble that shields me from being murdered outright by my brother would disappear too. My brother may have caused me a great deal of troubles, but the reason why he hasn't erased me up until now was that he doesn't want to cross the final line as I'm being protected by the society as a noble. He's presently slandering me as a slave murderer to the extent that some would see me with disdain. But while he finds me disgusting, I can't be killed for that reason. Killing me now would be akin to saying, I killed him because he disgusts me. He's so annoying. Consuming slaves as experiment materials would be considered as a troublesome hobby, but you can't be attacked for it. But if I were to make a mistake that couldn't be overlooked in my territory management, I'd be labeled as incompetent and immediately lose my position. The murdered thing here would be something intangible, which is my position as a noble. The treatment from society would degrade as they'd see me as an insect instead of a human. Then, if one were to say they killed an insect because it disgusted them, no one would bat an eye. I've prepared Yuni in case something like that happens, but I'd like to avoid that if possible. So, we're in a deadlock then. No, we're not. I show a grin to the irritated do. Actually, there's a way out. Or rather, that way out is actually the usual way to do things, but I don't want the trouble, so I didn't do it. Seriously now, my lord. You don't have to be that menacing. It's a truly laborious and troublesome method. I guess we're working like this right now to make room for us to be able to use it. That's right. That's the reason why I, who pride myself on hating inefficiently, can't come to an agreement with this kingdom of Arkwell. If we're not prepared to a certain extent, not only that we'd waste all the efforts we've made up until this point, we might come into harm's way. Well, it's really a common-sense method. As you can see with the Aubenil family, for noble houses the eldest son isn't the only one there is. Should an emergency befall the heir of the family, the eldest son, there'll be always the second and third son as reserves, and then there's the bastard son. Perhaps I should add that when I said bastard, I mean it in the sense that it's the antithesis of the family heir. It's not like I was recognized by my dead father. In fact, in later years before his death, he doesn't even want to acknowledge me as his son. In that case, it's unusual that he'd grant someone like me a territory without any reason whatsoever. I see, if granting territory to every child besides the eldest son is the general practice, then the map store would be very busy right now, as they'd have to redraw the territorial borders here and there every time there's an inheritance. Even the tough guy do apparently understands the reason to that extent. Right, that's why there's many of these bastards are being kept in their residences without given any chance to show what they've got. They're really unfortunate in that way. The way for them to prosper is roughly divided into 5. First, there's no other successor next in line as the family fortune turns around and all the legitimate sons are suddenly dead. Second, they're adopted into another family whose line of succession is going to extinct. Third, they join the Night Corps. And fourth, they join the court as a court magician, those sorts of careers. And fifth is that, well, have you ever wondered why among the adventurers, there'd be a kid of a noble every so often? Most of them are there in order to start an enterprise to escape from their house confinement, as they throw themselves out to the world of outlaws with their own ambitions in mind. Even a noble house would not afford itself to feed an idle good-for-nothing, and if they're dead, at least they're one less mouth to feed. It's just a boring, mundane exposure behind those noble stories the bards usually recount. I continued my explanation with my faraway look. No dreams or hope whatsoever for them, huh? So complained do. Perhaps many of the former noble adventurers that he knew were fleetingly gone before any chance for them to grab their glory. Originally, a noble that would choose the path as an adventurer is one who doesn't have the ability or connection to become a knight. If the only thing they don't have is the connection, then they may flourish as an adventurer. But what if they don't have the ability? I don't have to recount what might become of them. If you have no luck or talent, even if the blue blood of nobility flows inside you, you'll just end up like that. Our talk has been derailed. The fifth is to become a vassal of a house somewhere, and then advance from there. They find a nobleman with the lack of vassals like me, and take care of their job as a subordinate. They'd be able to earn their keep compared in a safer way compared to becoming an adventurer without any skills. And to one end, it's possible for them to put on an air of being one of the nobility as well. The employer would also be able to obtain an educated vassal that is still a noble in some degree. This would be an ideal win-win symbiosis, but you seem quite hesitant though. Is there a problem with that? There's a big one. Their ideals and their common sense as to how they do things, most likely, my brother has already anticipated this from a long time ago. He has the geographical advantage as he's now in the royal capital anyway. Maybe he'd do something along the lines of lobbying the bastards who are now living in the family mansion to be his spy if his little brother were to invite them as a vassal. I wonder if he promised that they'd be treated by their family well if they do a great job at it. For a dependent noble confined to their rooms, there'd be no means to resist the offer. At any rate, the other side is the head of a count family, and in contrast, I'm just a viscount under his umbrella. An unemployed guy who's having a hard time to find a job is being asked by a president of a head office to investigate a branch office for the defiant attitude. And depending on the situation, interfere with them. The situation would be similar to that. On top of being promised with enticing employment conditions after the act, as he may think that his future would be rough, he wouldn't refuse the offer at first. Though I don't think there's a company in my previous world that would do that, there's none, right? That aside, the reason as to why he's taking the risk of granting me a rank and a territory as a viscount, and letting me do as I please with it is because he has this means available. Else he'd kill me upon knowing that I am unnecessarily looking into other nobles, or he'd tacitly keep me in that mansion to continue my experiment until I'm dead. As of the former case, Yuni would be able to prevent it, but while I thought the latter should have been his default choice, it's actually the cause of my present situation. As I've said a few times earlier, nobles who fail in their territory management would be killed without a care, because they'd be judged of having no value to other nobles. But only other nobles would fear that sort of blatant move. Not me. I know, right? Because of the unexpected lavish spending that is Dre, the amount of mass-produced slaves that can be procured is less than I originally planned. But I was still able to replenish their amount. Besides, Dre herself has become rather the valuable tool. All preparation is in place. As of now, the Viscounty of Marlin has become my nest. If my brother thought he can probe around this place just by reaching out from far away, somewhere like the royal capital, then that'd be the extremity of outrageousness. On the contrary, I'll make it so that his hands will be badly bitten and poison will seep into his fingers. Yuni, are you here? Yes, I'm by your side. When I spoke out, Yuni immediately appeared next to me out of nowhere. To that sight, Du wearily says, there was no sign of her at all. That's because I was erasing my presence. And to think I'm deceived by that, I'm losing my self-confidence here, you know. Then please be more diligent from now on, she curtly replied. I gave her a letter that I've kept in advance. It's a procedural document for official recruitment to be submitted to the royal palace. Although he might take notice of my move, I have no obligation of sending this through my brother, even though he's my superior. Mail this for me. If you ask the Adventurers Guild, I believe it'll be delivered to the royal capital in no time. As you wish, master. After I saw her disappearing without a sound, I returned my gaze to the mud golem that's still carrying on with the construction job. That giant of a magical beast is doing its duty autonomously, according to its master's order. Chapter 11, An Afternoon in Brauson. It was on a certain day when the young head of the Count family of Aubigny, Linus Strain Aubigny, had an unexpected visitor. Pardon me for the sudden visit, Count. Not at all, humble as I am, I still have the honor of being one of the kingdom's noble. And as someone like me have generously been granted the post of a count, to prepare for sudden arrivals is among my routine obligations, Marquis-sama. While hiding his reservations in his softly wrapped words, Linus generously bowed to that person. The guest's name was Marquis Lavallee. He was an old man whose face had already wrinkled and whose pony had already turned completely gray. Despite being a great noble who boasted a large fief, he had been preaching the threats of foreign countries and had been appealing for unity under the royal family. So to speak, he was the distinguished head figure of a faction known as the Centralists. Who are the Centralists, you might ask? They were those who believed that in order to keep the stability of their appointed territories, safeguarding the royal family should be the first priority of the nobility. In regard to that belief, Linus himself was a thorough opposition. But whatever thoughts he had inside his belly, the other party was a rank higher than him. For the young Linus who was lower in position, he couldn't help but to humble himself before him. Just so happens, I've gotten quite the fine tea. If it pleases you, please have some. Oh, aren't you kind? Let us have some then. Linus somehow managed to hold the sound of his clicking tongue from leaking. Truthfully, he had wanted to enjoy the prime tea for himself. Even if he couldn't, at least he wanted to drink it with a person his heart would permit. He didn't want to give the ghastly geezer, who was attempting to repress the lords by using the influence of the royal family, a drop of his premium tea at all. But in the unlikely event that if a story of him hogging quality tea from his visitor were to leak out, and when people learn of it, it'd be inevitable that he'd get to be the laughingstock of the noble society. And his reputation, which is already low due to that idiotic little brother of his, would fall even further. Thanks to that monster, even that I'm the head of a count family now, I can't even enjoy a cup of tea freely. Holding his abashed inner thoughts in secret, he ordered the butler to prepare the tea. Linus guided the Marquis to a terrace that faced the streets. There were still cremated traces of the experimental bodies that his brother incinerated in his gardens. He didn't want the Marquis to see that. Oh, we're having tea while gazing the capital's cityscape, huh? I humbly thought you'd prefer so. As he felt like he was being pried as to why they didn't go to the gardens instead, he went as far as speaking unnecessary words to the Marquis. I don't suppose you'd be interested in gardens which boast the glory of the feudal lords, do you? Since you frantically scrape our territories and present them to the royal family, at most, you take comfort in gazing at this city's scenery, your owner, the king's own backyard. It was a remark that may be interpreted as so. To put it in a remark that doesn't put the fault on anyone else, it was, in other words, a slip of the tongue. As he gave Linus, who realized such and covered his mouth with his hand, a sideward glance, Marquis Lavallee graciously brought the black tea to his mouth. Did he fail to realize it, or did he turn a blind eye to it? When he thought of how many years the other party had dabbled in the world of politics, he felt that it must have been the latter. The Marquis savored 2-3 sips of the ruby-colored liquid without a sound and raised his face. It has the flavor of the southern lands. These leaves had been planted in a place with plenty of sun. Did it come from Omnia? And it was picked during the early days of summer. You have quite the fine taste, Count. Thank you for your kind words. As annoying as it was the correct reply. Had he gave an absurd reply here, as he remarked before, he'd be made a laughing-stock later. With his eyes bent to the shape of a smile, Linus veiled his hostility. Before him, the Marquis was leisurely grabbing sweets and enjoying his black tea. You thought of these things that go well with the tea too, huh? You're still young, but you're well-versed in hospitality. Well then, I've had the treat to my heart's content. Shall I go to the main issue behind my visit today, then? Yes, let me hear so. Linus gave a resolute reply to the smiling, good-natured old man as he put his cup. The Marquis had completely taken control of the pace. The Marquis' approach was thoroughly gentle, but he couldn't explain the stiffness he was feeling. It was as if the youngster was being twisted around the old politician's fingers. So what, he thought? In the first place, for him to be dragged away by the flow that this middle-aged schemer had created was a mistake from the very beginning. For a greenhorn like him, of course no matter what he does he'd be swept away anyway. So he daringly steeled himself. At any rate, he hardened his defenses, for now he could only hope he didn't end up completely in the other party's control. To him who was stealing his thoughts, the Marquis showed him a paper as he spread it on the table. The other day, there was this notification that arrived in the court. The sender is your brother. This is a petition for open recruitment in the royal capital in order to employ new vassals. He thought his brother would do that. His brother was sent out without even a decent assistant in order to ensure that he would take that step. He had intended to take advantage of this and send people he had taken a hold on to conduct secret investigations and seize something that could choke the life out of Tullius. But of all things, to think that it'd cross over to someone like Marquis Lavallee. That fool, don't you realize this geezer is an enemy to you too? A bloodthirsty old wolf that had been doing literally everything in his capacity to shave away the other noble's territory. Such was the true identity of the Marquis. A newly appointed viscount that was sent to a newly established territory was nothing but an easy prey. But why must Linus' weakness be exposed in the process as well? He was truly behaving like a moron. If he did this without any intention whatsoever, then this was truly preposterous. If Tullius managed to figure out Linus' plan, then plan to hand Linus over to his political opponent as a response, then he could only think that Tullius had a poor sense in politics. Once more, the old nobleman is not only a potential enemy to Linus, but to Tullius too. Successfully turning an enemy of an enemy as an ally is just a temporary thing. Perhaps it only exists in the dramas of fabricated heroic tales. In reality, the most it'll go is to follow the parable that the hunting dog would be cooked after the nimble rabbit is dead. In this case, it was like Tullius was attacking Linus with fire, and in the process lit the fire that actually boil himself in the stove later. Still, this was about that mad alchemist. There was also the possibility that he just casually sent the petition to the royal capital while knowing nothing about politics. Either way, he was just beyond help. Linus didn't plan to help him from the beginning, but if Tullius wished for ruin, Linus wished that it'd be for Tullius alone. This is truly embarrassing. I'm sorry that the shame of this house has stained your ears. I suggest you stop referring it as such. This was out of your hatred against your little brother, yes. What audacious words, he thought to himself. If he were to affirm those words, it'd mean that he admitted that he did not do enough for the territory that was bestowed by the king out of his personal feelings. Although that was indeed a fact, it wasn't a fact Linus could honestly confirm in front of the opponent before him. In front of his biggest enemy in this city, he had no choice but to suffer the pains of praising the man he hated the most in the world. Even I'm dazzled with my brother's ingenuity. I wondered if, with that talent, even with this sort of vassals, it'd still be sufficient for him to manage his territory. The corner of his mouth formed an amiable smile, but he could feel that it was now convulsing as it cramped. It was as if his mouth was rotting. The Marquis laughed pleasantly. Ho 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 ho, is that so, is that so? Well, people management is indeed a hard thing. It's usual to try and get used to it, Count. Yes, it's as you say. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill this man after I'm done with Tullius. While strengthening such intention in secret, he tried to look normal and asked, Then, it's my idiotic brother's petition, but what are you planning to do with it? Did he take the trouble to bring this here personally, just to say that he was going to kill the petition? Or was he planning to let Linus send his men to Tullius and settle the recruitment at Linus' initiative? That way, he could sell his favor to the young member of the opposing faction, and plan to estrange him from his faction then. That seemed to be possible, but what do you mean, what am I planning to do with it? To Linus, whose eyes and mouth went round at that unexpected answer, the old noble leaked out a terrible smile. The approval has already been issued. The young count finally couldn't keep his appearance and sprung up. To him, the old Marquis pointed at the spread document. Take a closer look, this document is a copy. The original document has already been approved, and the open recruitment will commence in no time. In the near days, the news will arrive to you too in some way. I'm actually here today to tell you beforehand so that it won't needlessly embarrass you later on. WHWHY. Now that he mentioned it, the ink smelt like new, and there was no sign that the paper had endured rain or wind. The contents had been written recently on a brand new paper. In the first place, how come did he not realize that it was written on paper? As the kingdom's nobility valued tradition and formalities, formal documents would usually be parchments. No matter how Tullius treat the common sense of the nobility with disdain, he would at least adhere to that, and even if he didn't, the geezer didn't comment on it. The fact that he couldn't even notice that, Linus couldn't stop his face from going red. Marquis Lavallee gently said, I coincidentally happened to know about the open recruitment before the announcement. As so, I've put forward the children of some of my acquaintances. What did you say? While he put a question mark on his words, as expected his thoughts were stiff. At the same time as Linus had exposed his weak point to the centralist, it'd be inevitable that the Marquis would send his protégé, whom he had taken a hold on, to Tullius as well. As he thought, the old man would not casually do things like leaving Tullius to his own devices. Then, why were he telling Linus all this? Don't you have to choose talents for your little brother, too? Make early response to the open recruitment. Zai, let us bring the lovely brothers together, shall we count? Ah, so that's it. Linus finally understood. The discord between Linus and Tullius, de facto expulsion from the royal capital to Marlin, the Marquis, who saw the full picture, had also predicted that Linus would take advantage of the employee procurement and send a spy to investigate Tullius. And by showing that their movements were in sync, he aimed so that other people thought that he had joined hands with Linus. That way, people would see that the house of Count Albanil had given in to the centralist faction. Not only that the house would completely lose its influence on the faction hostile to the Marquis, he would also forfeit Linus' authority by branding him as a defector. Then won't Linus, who was to be incorporated unwillingly to the faction, be a treacherous ally to the centralists? It ought to be so. However, if things were to proceed according to this scenario, the established fact would remain that Linus, as much as he didn't want to, had borrowed the help of the Marquis and conspired against his brother. It'd be an enormous debt to the centralists. If he were to ignore this debt, it would mean that he ignored a debt so large the other house would never associate with him out of his ingratitude. From here on after, the house of Albanil was about to be forced into a situation that he wouldn't be able to keep up with. And should he fail to keep up, no one would help him. The centralists would see him as a tossed-over newcomer, and the lords who opposed the centralists would see him as an irredeemable traitor. And even when someone were to grant him a hand, they'd just use the new debt as a pretext in order to devour him whole. If he didn't want things to go that way, he had no choice but to obey this old politician. Linus was stunned as he realized those facts. The Marquis gave him a sidelong glance and then steadily stood up. Excuse me, apparently I have stayed for a little too long. I have an appointment to meet with others after this too. Let us end it here for today. His words and deeds implied the association between them from there on. As expected, Linus didn't guess wrong. However, he couldn't do anything about it nonetheless. Please wait for a moment, Your Excellency. To Linus, who stood up discourteously as he kicked up the chair when he stood up, Marquis Lavallee smiled. I'll introduce you plenty to a friend I'll meet later. He's a bit of a late bloomer, but he's clever young man, like that. Ika. The meaning of those words were actually like these. You're not stupid, but against conspiracies you're too passive. You're not diligent enough, youngster. I'll give you a passing mark for noticing the plan at the very, very end, but other than that there are a lot of shortages. Especially against this gimmick, as you couldn't come up with an effective method right away, and such is unsatisfactory. That sort of harsh evaluation, I've been had. On top of completely being swayed by the other party, his caliber was also seen through as well. Perhaps the spread copied paper before him was also a test as well. The fact that Linus could see through him in the end wasn't at all a big blow. After all, the old man had set a likely winning plan long before he visited the mansion. Ah, that's right. His tastes when it comes to tea was good, I'll tell him that too. In the end, with that declaration of victory, the Marquis left the terrace. Linus didn't follow him. He couldn't even figure out what to do after this. It was a complete defeat. A little after Lavallee's figure disappeared. Oh shit. There was a loud sound as the teaware on the table was broken. Cups, saucers, pots that the hands of master craftsmen have fashioned, everything was broken. He stomped on the broken pieces with the heel of his shoes over and over again. Until everything was broken into small fragments, his anger won't be settled. It won't be sorted out. HIH. Suddenly, he turned to the voice from behind him in reflex. There stood a shabby-looking woman, though not to the extent of looking filthy, barely. The housekeeping slave screamed at the appearance of Linus, who furiously damned the wares. The slave, who appeared there to tidy up, was looking at him as if she was looking at a monster. What's with those eyes? And no ears. As he stared back, the slave shivered as she retreated. What's with that? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Is it because this mansion had that slave murderer monster once? And because of that, you're looking at me with that same eye as if you're looking at that monster. Don't look at me with those eyes. He reflexively casted the obedience magic and caught the slave's body. As his magic force came into effect, her eyelids were forcibly shut tight. Please stop, master. While being confused by the sudden closed sight, the slave prostrated and begged for forgiveness. Her pitiable voice was making him grow in irritation. In the past, this kind of voice used to come from this mansion's basement. The man who should have been expelled to the far lands of Marlin at this time, the second son, Tullius. It was the same voice they raised as he tortured the slaves. You're noisy, shut up, why must I listen to such a voice right now? Why must I look at such a face right now? While screaming, he straddled the woman and hit her cheeks. He hit her over and over. Every time he hit her, the slave would beg forgiveness with her pathetic voice. In the midst of the beating, as she wasn't being heard, her voice went blur in resignation. This slave is unpleasant in every sense of the word. As I keep her around me, she should have been chosen because her looks were good, but the sycophantic face she's giving me right now is just nauseating. Her swollen-up face after I hit her, it reminds me of that first slave my brother picked up. I seem to have gone insane. This frustration, this anger, this revulsion, I must discharge them at once. As if he were diligently following something similar to an obligation, Linus grabbed the slave's clothes. Stop, water, stop, Sint. Even she forbade him to see, she had already instinctively realized what was going to happen to her. The slave was just attempting a vain refusal. However, as in worn-out stories, the sound of her clothes ripping resembled a certain shriek somewhere. Hiya, hiya, hiya. When he realized it, it was already nighttime. The anger in his belly had greatly subsided. The steward seemed to be in an awkward state. It was actually fine if they want to speak. As he thought so, Linus realized. Given the condition, a person with tact would hesitate from talking to him right now. The slave that was the object to vent his anger stretched the remains of her clothes to the utmost so as to cover her body, though barely. She was crying. She was crying as if she couldn't believe her lord could sow something so cruel to her. Now that he thought it, even as a slave, he had treated the woman well. Even though in the old days the house would go as far as killing slaves guilty of misconduct. This, too, was also because of Tullius. Because he killed slaves often, his father and he had ceased to raise our hands against the slaves out of fear of our image in public. And yet, this woman did not distinguish him from that devil. He hadn't raised his hands against her until this very day, and yet she still looked at him with those eyes. You look unsightly, slave. I'm done with you, get lost. As she was coldly threatened, the slave tremblingly crawled away from her spot and left. Probably she couldn't feel her waist and thus couldn't stand. It was truly an ugly sight. The handprints that were still vivid even in the moonlight on her pathetically exposed butt were probably from him. The memory when he did it was vague. What on earth am I doing? Out of humility and sense of defeat after the Marquis had gotten him good, his conducts were utterly unspeakable as a head of a count family, like destroying expensive teaware or hitting slaves after his anger couldn't be settled. Worst of it all was that he had crossed the final line. If things were to go awry, it may result in Linus' first child. The child would be a bastard with slave blood mixed in them. And if that happens, it'd be the choice between the purity of blood that the noble society put an emphasis of value on, or the taboo of killing slaves. Should I kill her? The thought ran in Linus' mind at this time. But that was no good for him. To kill a slave after treating it arbitrarily. It was as if, won't it make me the same as Tullius? The fact that we shared the same blood is a heresy I couldn't bear to think of. Besides, I don't want to fall to his level. His perception was warped, but in the end Linus was able to keep his decency. But still, Tullius had been such an annoying brother. The cause of the issue this time, too, was stemmed from the fact that he sent the petition in a way that was most likely to be perceived by Marquis Lavallee. No matter how much he didn't want to hand the petition over to Linus, he should have given it to any other party but him. He could have handed it over to a member of the opposing decentralist faction, or even if he chose to hand it over to a member of the centralists, the person on their lowest seat could handle his case too. Had he simply wanted to harass his older brother, he could have chosen plenty of people that are more reasonable. But why of all people would he choose the worst among them? Again, Linus reaffirmed that that thing was indeed a demon, Tullius Shernan Aubenul. That man, as long as he exists in the world, he'll continue to be the cause that inclines this house of Aubenul into disaster, like that. Now that he thought about it, ever since he was born, he was always like that. When Tullius was born, his mother passed away. From what he could recall, his mother was a timid woman. When it came to their father, she couldn't take the high hand. She always had this face that as if she had wanted to say something to him. However, she was always kind to Linus. While he didn't have a particular drawback, he was rather the mediocre child, and so he was severely disciplined by his father, whom had been impatient to produce an excellent heir. While it was thanks to him that he was in his position now, his father, who ignored his own foolishness while forcing unreasonable things to him even when he was a child, was no favorite of his. Linus believed he could endure those days because his mother in her two-facedness had protected him and comforted him. It was Tullius who killed his mother. Although she passed away during her postpartum recovery, it still didn't change the fact that his mother was gone for the sake of the existence of that thing. As father grew older, he began to favor Tullius, who had been shrewd even during his childhood. He treated Linus coldly and abandoned him like a toy he had gotten tired of, as he spent most of his childhood and grew up watching his little brother getting spoiled by his father. Now that he recalled those times, his brother had been abnormal since then. Although he learned his words late, by the time when he was 4-year-old he had begun to use speech that could put adults to shame, and in the blink of an eye he mastered elementary magic. Their father applauded him as a prodigy and a genius, but Tullius himself had always had this cold face. Rather than calling him a child, he was like a young devil with an adult's eyes. His father, who had casted away his firstborn son out of disappointment, would have the expectation that he had on his little brother betrayed too. Alchemy, something that even lowly tricksters would steer clear from. For some reason, he had become engrossed in it. Their father, who tried to divert my brother's interest away from alchemy, allowed him to buy a slave for him to learn about people management, but the one he chose was a dying child with a crushed face. Linus thought he was insane. His father thought so as well. But the most insane thing out of it was his abilities. By self-taught alchemy and simple recovery magic, he had restored someone who was half dead to life. His father, though with a stiff face, rewarded Tullius, then took a distance and let him do whatever he wanted for a while. It was probably done out of the balance between his revulsion and his concern of his child's talent as a father. Although it turned out to be the biggest mistake ever. He probably took his father's tacit approval of alchemy into consideration. From then on, Tullius began to be completely absorbed in erratic research. He skillfully charged his first slave as his assistant, and then he began to sell original potions, and with that, he obtained a source of funding independent of the house. With those funds, he started to buy one slave after another, then he killed them under the pretext of experiment. At the time when everything was discovered, just how many had he killed? To his father, who lost his complexion as he inquired Tullius, he impudently replied, "Father, doesn't the law state, the master is allowed to anything to their slave? If that's the case, then I suppose there's no problem here. And, also, most noblemen kill their slaves out of their tantrum, but here they were dead because of a promising experiment. Oh, and as an additional remark, it's not like they were dead because I wanted to kill them. It's just that most of them die when I conduct my experiment. There's plenty of slaves that are still alive too, like Yuni, see." He thought that it was the very words of the devil. His father probably thought so too, as his face went green while he grabbed Tullius' hand, and then dragged him to the shrine and cried to the priest, "Please expel the devil from my child." However, unbelievably, the devil didn't possess him. Neither the detection magic nor the sacred relics were able to find the presence of evil from him. The shocking thing was when Tullius, as if he was making sure himself, began to recite the words of the scripture from his memory, and in turn won the favor of the priest. That dog of a priest must have been a sham, and until now Linus still thought so. If that wasn't a trick of the devil, then where in the world does the devil reside? No, the priest judged that he wasn't possessed. That probably meant Tullius himself was the devil. And since then, every day was hell for the house of Aubeniel. Experiments using the slaves in the basement continued, and the dead slaves were frequently cremated in the gardens. The putrid smell of dead bodies, along with the smell of burning flesh stuck here and there, vassals found their minds deteriorating, and later there was no end to people who elected to resign and leave. Not once or twice had Linus himself heard young, low-ranked nobles who were supposed to be lower than him in rank sneering. The surroundings of that Aubeniel's mansion always smell. When doing transactions with the merchants in town, he'd hear people disparagingly begin their words with that Aubeniel house. The tradition and dignity of the Count House of Aubeniel were ruined by the existence of Tullius alone. When their father fell ill, and a number of slaves that survived the experiments began to imitate the mansion's housekeeping servants, Linus, who could no longer contain himself, drove his brother out to the neighboring country. His destination was the Magic Academy. If you want to research things, then feel free to do so as much as you want, but at least do it far away from our sight. But that was a vain wish. The fiend came back to the mansion in just a year. He made this fuss about dueling and smeared the name of his house yet again. Shortly after Tullius returned home, their father died. Their father, who was frightened of Tullius up until then, couldn't even leave an articulate will. Linus hated his father, but more so, he pitied him. No, it was terrible. With their father gone, that would mean that slave murderer who went insane because of alchemy would be his only immediate family. And now, Tullius was running upon the path of ruin and dragged Linus to accompany him in the process. They were completely caught in spider web weaved by Marquis Lavallee. Shit, again and again that devil. As he shouted to himself, he scratched his head with both of his hands. After he recalled half of his lifetime, he was convinced. The cause of all the mess in Linus Strain Aubeniel's life was none other but his little brother, Tullius. Had he not existed, the conflict between him and his father would be inevitable, but it'd be more peaceful than what he was having now. At the very least, the other noble houses would perceive them properly as a noble. And had that fiend wasn't harbored in his mother's womb, she'd be still alive right now. As I thought, I have to kill him. Otherwise, this house couldn't be saved. Now it would perhaps be hard to avoid the House of Aubeniel from being incorporated into the centralist faction of Marquis Lavallee. Some of the house's territory might be taken away as well, but in exchange, Tullius will be killed. He had been the root of evil in the family. If he didn't cut that off, there'll be no survival nor a damned thing for the house. Since it had come to this, be it the Marquis or anyone else, if they could help him, then he'd take their help. He couldn't choose the method. Of course, if he were to refuse the offer out of solicitude, then the centralist factions would crush him as well. After Tullius is crushed, the faction would use him until he's crushed as well, and thus either way the end would still be the same. Still, until he could get rid of that helplessly idiotic brother, he had no choice but join his hands with theirs. Ah, yes indeed. To turn the devil himself into an enemy, if it wasn't him, I'd be gladly to join my hands with anyone. Even monsters like Lavallee would be better than the devil. When he thought so, he felt his mind cleared up a bit. If Tullius was to be killed, he thought that the current situation was not a pessimistic one. He could increase his pieces, as he could now use the talents in the Marquis camp. Of course, he'll rack up quite the severe debt, but fortunately Linus was still young. That old fox of a Marquis, old fox as he was, have piled up quite the months and years. As if he was to die young, as long as he wasn't a real monster, he'd definitely die sooner than him. If he can endure until then, it'll be Linus' victory. What is it that made me so disarrayed? Had his accumulated anger been completely cleared away? Somehow, he felt strangely jolly. Now that he thought of what happened before, he felt a little sorry for that slave. But, well, isn't it fine? At most, let's just pay her a sum for some time as an apology later. More or less, if you were to think about, the fact that the Count had joined hands with others wouldn't be spread too far to the public. Rather than such a thing, Linus couldn't bear to wait until he could quickly grab a hold on his brother's secret and kill him. Suddenly, the night wind stroked his cheek. As he gazed outside the window, there was crescent hanging on the sky. The young count's lips was distorted as if to follow that shape. Tullius, you are, after all, a mere naked king attended by those slaves. Before the ploy of true nobility, I'll let you and your lowly slaves know how helpless you are. Chapter 12, Gleaning Former Part. The mornings of an unemployed had always been early. At the very least, that case was true for Jean-Jacques Lobert, the fourth son of a certain baron house. In his house, where her older and younger sisters had already been married off, and his illegitimate brothers had already joined the lowest rank of the Knight's Order, men without a job were seen in a stern manner. Day after day, from early morning he would go around and make visits to find a lord to serve, and when he got rejected, he'd go to an eatery and eat cheap lunch that commoners would usually eat. Then he'd go to the library to study in order to prepare for that someday when he finally gets employed. And then he'd return home to his parents' disappointment. Every day was like that. The number of fellow young nobles his age who were in similar circumstances as him was unexpectedly large. Some of his acquaintances pointlessly gave up their urban lives, like going to the countryside in search for a lord, or training in order to become a knight, or apparently leaving in order to become an adventurer. But mostly, these people would choose to resign themselves to a life where they were uselessly kept and idly spend their days from dawn to dusk. And then, there's the latter group who would begin to hang around with some people from the underworld that were out looking for noble connections, and then they'd commit crime with their privilege, which the commoners don't have. In the beginning, they'd usually abuse their family name to extort people. But when they get worse, the kind of business where they'd set the good-looking women among their servants and accuse them of a crime to enslave them also existed as well. Jean-Jacques Lobert had seen plenty of his peers who went along that course ultimately smeared mud upon their family name as they to prison and then disappeared. He mustn't end up like that, no, he didn't want to end up like that. And with that wholehearted intent, he was walking around that day too in order to find a house that would be willing to employ him. Lobert thought that the royal capital would be the most ideal place in order to do such activities, even if one would to go to the rural nobles. At the end of the day, the territory, which had been developed for generations, would form a wall, and there'd be very little room for the new vassals to enter. For that matter, as an extension of court politics, not a few noble in the royal capital would seek to be placed in the rural areas. Take the following example: when a certain feudal lord's house got crushed, their vassals would also be implicated and punished as well. For newly titled nobles, it would surely be in their nature to seek out vassals who don't carry guilty conscience with them, as they were stained by other houses' colors. He anticipated such demand. And that was why Lobert had a weakness for rumors. He'd keep track of such and such feudal lord that were known to be dealing in suspicious practices, which would most likely be hunted down by their political enemy. And based on information, he'd guess which house was going to get crushed, and take a note of the name of the noble that would most likely be replacing their post. He did all that so he could get a job. In a sense, it was quite the wicked habit, because that would mean that every day he was waiting for a noble house to destroy itself by misfortune. And so, when the young noble that was Jean-Jacques saw the bulletin board when he was making his regular rounds to look for a job after he left his house early in the morning as usual, his eyes went round. Urgent recruitment. Vassal employment notice. Newly established territory of a Viscount house, Marlin Viscounty, Walden Province. We are recruiting personnel to be involved with the new administration in this territory. Are you interested to work in a picturesque, naturally rich land? Experienced personnel are preferred, but those without experience are welcome to apply. Ours is a homely workplace where you can consult with your superiors in ease. And so on and so on. For a summons from a titled noble, the wording was unbelievably humble, and at the same time, it also gave an indescribably cheap impression. Hey, fourth son of the Lobert house. You saw that too, huh? The one who called Lobert out to ask Lobert was a fellow unemployed illegitimate son. He had been looking for a job in the royal capital as well, and they had been competing through several recruitment quota. Well, as a result, these two were still in that state of affairs together. Yes, well, since I look for a job every day, but still, this bulletin is odd, yeah, though the benefits offered seemed to be good enough. As that acquaintance of him said, The amount of salary written on the lower part of the bulletin was quite decent. While it wasn't a spectacular amount, it was still a fair one. After living expenses, you can still spend for your hobby and save. And depending on how you plan it, you might get some women too. I haven't heard of this Marlin. I know that Walden province is to the far southeast of the capital, but where in Walden is it? Even for you, who read books every day, it still doesn't ring a bell. How come I'd know about it? So he told him, and he agreed so. At any rate, from the catchphrase picturesque, naturally rich land, it'd probably be somewhere deep in the countryside. The acquaintance sighed deeply. Even if we got accepted, we'd be living in the countryside, Hus. Don't ask for too much. Even if you keep dragging yourself around the capital, it'll just be hardship for you. Lobert told him, so as if he was telling that to himself. Every day his parents would look at his face and the contents of their purse successively. His sisters, who had already gotten married into other houses in their various fussy habits, kept telling him to get a job. And on top of those, his younger brothers had recently begun to see him as some sort of a competitor. Rather than remaining there where there was no prospect for him, he wondered whether he should take the plunge and get on with the offer. While thinking so, he read the continuation of the bulletin. Lord of Marlin Viscounty, Royal Viscount Tullius Shernan Aubenial. It was an unpleasant name he hadn't heard for a while. Perhaps his face was rather full of suspicion, as his acquaintance puzzledly asked him, "Are you familiar with that name? Come to think of it, you don't just study, you also listen to rumors too, Well, more or less. These stories rather lacked credibility, though. With those words as a preface, he summarized it for him. Tullius Shernan Aubenial, the second son of the Aubenial house. He was a man with quite the unfavorable rumor. When he was younger, he was known for his intelligence, but later he was instead known for his eccentricity as he indulged himself in alchemy. It was said that he bought a number of slaves all at once, killed them all, and called their murder an experiment. It was also said that the maid who was always seen serving beside him was actually a corpse he revived. He was sort of a mystery man with those kinds of absurd rumors surrounding him. But while the authenticity of such information was unclear, it was indeed true that he bought slaves at an unusual pace and a dubious light from his residence's garden, which was said from the flame that was used to incinerate the dead slaves, was often witnessed. At the very least, I'm sure that he's an eccentric one. He rarely shows up in social occasions, and I haven't heard him getting engaged with any daughter of any other houses. Although he's a second son, he's still in the bloodline of a count family. It's rather weird that he doesn't look for a bride at all. That's what I heard. Even now, his older brother, the head of the family, is still struggling to find a marriage candidate due to his younger brother's poor reputation. But I digress. In short, he wasn't a respectable noble. Lobert concluded so. His acquaintance groaned as he folded his arms. And while that kind of guy is a viscount, we're unemployed. Stop it, don't say something so saddening like that. In short, it was just a matter of lineage. The second child of the Aubenial family in question, even with his problematic personality, was still a son of a powerful family, and thus there was a proper path for him to progress there. The illegitimate sons of a baron, a baronet, or a knight, no matter how respectable they were, would have nothing but an uphill struggle for them. Still, their conditions were still more considerably preferable compared to commoners who hardly received any education at all. So, Lobert, what are you going to do? What do you mean? Don't play dumb now. Are you taking this on or not? As he said that to him, Lobert pondered. It was for certain that the Viscount, the second son of Aubenial house, was an infamous noble. If he was asked to swear loyalty to him, the answer would be none other than no. However, he did find the charm in the task to turn the Viscounty around for the better. Lobert thought that he was more suitable to do official work rather than being a knight or an adventurer. And opportunities for illegitimate children of poor nobles to have such a job were scarcer than he thought. Practically, there was only one answer. I'm not happy with the Lord's hobby, but I can't afford to be picky here. Even if it's in the countryside in the far southeast or wherever, I'll have a go at it. I suppose so. Well, I have the same sentiment. Let's put our all this time too, so his acquaintance said as he tapped his shoulder. It'll be another competition with him. There'll be no grudge as to whoever would be employed in the end. It was their pact when they see each other for the first time, and it was still continuing then. Both of them were in this predicament. How will it turn out this time? Tullius Shernan Aubenil couldn't leave his territory, and so the interviews for his vassal recruitment would be held there. Generously, his party would be the one covering their travel expenses. Lobert's acquaintance was pleased that they'd be paid in gold, but that made Lobert to form a different opinion. He promised a good salary, and he covered the costs of this journey. Apparently he's not good at counting money. While being rocked in the large horse-drawn omnibus, Lobert murmured. He was riding a carriage bound for Marlin from the royal capital. All of the candidates were divided and placed in several large carriages that will take them to the site. So far there had been no noble who would spend so much for interview candidates whose employment was still undecided. If the number of candidates were this much, then it'd be fine for him to let the candidates pay for their own travel expenses and high-handedly wait them there. Had Aubenil was blessed by a wealthy land, then this'd make more sense to Lobert, but the Walden province supposedly wasn't that very rich of a territory. In other words, such facts implied that Viscount Aubenil knew nothing about bookkeeping or labor management. As his sharp ears caught that remark, his acquaintance, who was sitting beside him, snapped into the conversation. But why would you find it strange? From what I've heard, hasn't he been earning from the sales of his own potions? Accounting for personal business and the economy of a territory are two different things. For a long time, the Viscount has been employing only slaves, hasn't he? They don't need salary or good treatment. So it's different from us, who, despite being lower in rank than him, still belong to the nobility. That is why it would probably be correct to deem him naive, though I don't know to what extent. Certainly, in order to learn about people management, some nobles would grant their children slaves first. But the lesson that one can take from it, like from a children's textbook, would be the first step among the first steps. Normally, as they grow older, they would be entrusted with the children of their commoner vassals, then someone of their same age from the lower-ranked nobility, and then a senior assistant would be assigned to their side. That way to learn about managing people would be the usual way for a noble to study to be a good leader. Lobert had yet to meet Aubenil, but from his point of view, Tullius Aubenil apparently was missing such experience entirely. It was then, oh, aren't you talking about quite the interesting thing? A well-dressed young man cut into their conversation. The acquaintance was making rather the suspicious face. Who are you? Apologies. I am. Apparently the young man was the youngest, and furthermore, an illegitimate child of a certain count. He had a lot of siblings, so a job was very hard to come by for him. He said he responded to this recruitment opportunity because had already ran out of patience. You're one of the sons of Baron Lobert's house. Yes. I've been listening to your eye-opening analysis since a while back now. No, it was just a mere conjecture. No need to be humble about it. Your analysis was rational, and it was truly magnificent. It's just that. The young man glanced over his surroundings. All these people riding this carriage with us are competitors for the official posts. If you talk too much, they might use it to slander you. As he told him so, Lobert realized his fault. They were now heading for Tullius Shernan Aubenil's place in order to implore him to accept them into his service. So to backbite him there, by spouting forth conjectures regarding the man, would be a careless thing. If by any chance his remarks were to reach Viscount's ears, it'd surely invite his displeasure. It would be as if they were narrowing a gate that was already narrow in the first place by their very own hands. I'm thankful for your advice. Not at all, don't mind it. The young man smiled. He had a good lineage, and surely his hope of being on official would be granted first. In the noble society that put a heavy emphasis on pedigree, even if he was illegitimate, the fact that he lineage was that of a count would tally heavily in his favor. Probably he kindly advised his competitors to show that margin between them. Now that I gave you my advice, mind if we talk? I don't know a lot of faces here. I suppose. A lot of people in the carriage were children of low-ranked nobles. For him who came from the house of a count, surely he'd not be acquainted with most of them. There was no reservation in Lobert's speech, but the young man was laughing and smiling as if his curtness didn't offend him. I'm thankful. It's a long road ahead, but with you people I don't think I'd be bored. Thank you for that. His acquaintance seemed to be a little sullen. His house was that of knights, which mean he was barely a nobleman. From his point of view, the young man, who could be discerned as being one from a count's family just by looking, surely was a strong stimulus to the cold gait that was his inferiority complex. And with those young noblemen inside, the carriage proceeded slowly through the road to Marlin. I heard that it'd be in the countryside, but it exceeds my expectation as to how there's absolutely nothing in here. The young man and the acquaintance sighed as they saw the scenery shown by the window. Outside their carriage was a forest, or a meadow, or a mountain, or a field. Most of the fields only produce staple food, such as wheat. They couldn't see any of them producing special products, such as vineyards for wine. Even if they were just fields, there were some fields that would be pleasing to the eye either because of their produce or their form. But apparently none of it could be expected here in this side of the country. Compared to the land they entered just before this place, it was hard to tell whether they were still in the same province, no, in the same country at all. Is this land the one that got entrusted to the Viscount? Yes, normally dividing the role of government to several deputies would be a more efficient approach to rule this land. But Lobert took a glance at the farmers, who were plowing their fields outside the carriage's window. Sweat was flowing down their forehead as they were working hard, but they were still singing happily, and there seemed to be a cheerful atmosphere about them. The faces of those farmers are unusually lively, and there's water throughout the farmlands. It seems that they have taken several approaches to take care of their people. Oh, as expected from Lobert, what a different view of things. Stop it, sir. He smiled as he waved his hands at the young man's words. Well, it's true that we're in the countryside, but I think there is a room to grow. If a new industry were to develop here, it's possible for this land to prosper even more. For example, mining. From the light investigation he did before he left, it seemed that copper mines once flourished in Marlin. However, most of the mountains were already abandoned then, and people kept away from it as their number dwindled. Liquor, how about liquor? Brewery seems good to me. Walden Province used to be famed for its wine, didn't it? No, that's not for us to decide. In the first place, it's not decided yet whether we'd be working here or not. He smiled wryly at his companions. Certainly, Walden was a wine-producing region. At the same time, however, other regions in this province had already taken a hold of the share to cultivate them. There was very little room to cultivate them in Marlin, as its utmost utility was to produce staple crops, such as wheat. But if one were to close their eyes to the fact that this countryside lacked entertainment, and that its lord was ill-famed back in the royal capital, he thought it was actually not that bad of a land. Anyway, it's not fair if I'm the only one talking here. Have you two noticed anything else? Yeah, now that you mention it. Indeed, there's something that left me rather wondering. The young man said so as he put on some airs. Up until this point, I haven't seen any structure that resembles a fortress on the way. Even if there was, they were hardly maintained at all. Ah, come to think of it, that's true. The acquaintance nodded as well. In order to protect the land from thieves, bandits, and monsters, development of fortresses as the base where Knight's Order would be stationed in should have been a necessity. Especially for Marlin, as the size of the territory far exceeded its population density. There were supposed to be more bases for the knights to inspect the territory. In other words, I wonder if that means the size of the Knight's Order here isn't that big. If their number were lacking, of course the number of forts would also decrease. As the number of people to maintain and defend the fortresses would be insufficient as well, there would be the risk that they might be taken over and abused as the base of bandits or the likes. The number of the fortresses would be decreased in order to avoid such situation. That's good news. I don't have your lineage, and I can't study like Lobert. If their Knight's Order is lacking in hands, there's a room for me to enter. True that, well, it'd be easier than being a knight in the capital. I think it'd be a much busier job, though. Well, it's much preferable than no job at all. It might be a petty post, but it's still an opportunity to get myself knighted. I'll have a go at it. While they talked about other things, the carriage had finally arrived at the town that served as the center of the Viscounty. It was a rustic town with a population of 3,000 or 4,000 people at the very most. The town landscape was pretty much a number of houses huddled together on the center top of a small hill like a flock of sheep, surrounded by a battered wall around it. It was an awfully common small walled town that may find itself tremble from the threat of monsters or bandits. Gentlemen, welcome to Marlin. The one who welcomed the candidates, as they alighted from the carriages, was a small man whose voice was devoid of any intonation whatsoever. Judging from his appearance alone, he was a small-time nobleman, but his dull expression and his pale complexion made his presence absolutely unnoticeable. If they were to pass each other in the town, it was possible for them to mistake him for a commoner. "His face looks like a doll's, huh? Spooky." The acquaintance whisperingly voiced his impression. Yes, a doll. He was so inanimate it was hard to tell whether he really was a living human being at all. Even slaves who got overworked for years wouldn't have a face, which seemed to have already worn out of emotions like this far. The surrounding noblemen children probably held the same sentiment as well, as the gaze they casted upon the man were without any favorable light on them. But as if he were paying no mind to it, the flat voice continued. "After having all of you gentlemen stay in this town for one night, you will be taking another examination tomorrow. After that, you will be interviewed by the Lord in order to decide on the possibility of your admittance. Such will be the program. May I ask you a question?" The young man promptly raised his hand. "By all means. I suppose that we'll be guided to our lodging in a moment, but I'd like to inquire about that in advance. With all due respect, this is a small town, and thus there should only be a few facilities that can host this number of adults all at once. So I'd like to know, how is your lord going to treat us considering that?" It was a daring question. The point that could be heard from the question was, does your lord know how to treat a noble? Lobert couldn't figure out the meaning behind such question that might invite the displeasure of the lord if things were to go wrong. Considering the personality of the young man he had been speaking with along the journey so far, he couldn't understand the reason of such conduct. Instead of being baffled, the man replied, "The Lord has instructed us to treat you according to your families beforehand." And that instruction was, "For those who came from a viscount house and above, while it is a bit far away, we have prepared for you a refurbished lodging place in the deputy's manor. For those who came from a baron house, please use the lodging house in this town. As for those who came from a baronet and a knight house, we apologize for your inconvenience, but you will be staying at the house of the town's volunteers for tonight." His reply was curiously still, without any intonation at all, as if he were reading it aloud from a paper. With a the young man nodded. "Excuse me for that. Although it might be possible that I may have offended you, recently there are a lot of people who would ignore the convention that is the hierarchy among the nobles of the kingdom. Well, I believed that the Viscount isn't one among them, though." So he courtly concluded the matter. The guide gazed at everyone with his emotionally indecipherable eyes and said, "Then please come this way." With a gloomy tune, he began to lead the candidates on their way. The young man shrugged. He's unexpectedly shrewd. "You gave me the chills there, you said before. Let's get accepted now, so why did you become belligerent all of a sudden? What you did was so unlike you." The young man waved his hands lightly at Jean's and the acquaintance's vigorous argument. My bad. I just wanted to probe around the situation for a bit." His excuse was that it was just out of childish rashness of his, but Lobert could intuitively tell that he was lying. "Well, now the one with the least prospect to get employed would be you, I guess. Hey, you're being cruel with your remarks." And so he let it be bygones. Although they had grown closer, they just casually knew each other. He felt that he might have some hidden circumstances, but he might get into trouble if he poked too deep, so he kept away from doing so. Still, the three of us got splendidly split apart, I'll be borrowing the townsman's house, From the start, the status of our families is different so. Strange, though I don't feel that difference at all. Hopefully, all three of us can be accepted together. And so the young man of the count house concluded their conversation. It was certain that he had a secret with him, but he was a pleasant partner for intelligent exchanges. Indeed, it would be nice if everyone could be accepted without a hitch. The next day, Lobert, who had spent the whole night without a wink of sleep, was taking his exam while still feeling a bit tired from the journey. The contents of the exam were not at all difficult. There were some simple math word problems as a warm-up, some liberal arts questions on history and manners which he smoothly answered, and then a bit of general knowledge subjects such as civil and criminal law. Finally, the exam was tied up by some essay questions, and then that was it. For Jean, who had been studying in the library on a daily basis, save for a few careless mistakes, the questions were so simple to the point that he might not lose any marks at all. Similarly, other candidates who had some sense with them would probably find it not particularly difficult as well. Conversely, however, those who spend their days idling about and pass through life just with their noble status would most likely find the questions tough. It's time, the examination is over. As the sound of a bell was heard from the distance, a slave dressed in maid attire heartlessly declared so. At those words, some of the examinees that still had yet to fill in the blanks made desperate faces. Wait, I'm still on it. No, the exam is over. I said, wait, slave, I'm a noble, okay? I don't remember that lowly people like you can order me a roux. One examinee tried to vehemently argue with her, in an unsightly way. However, the slave maid didn't give in. Yes, I'm a slave, however, you're not my master. Exactly, a slave is their master's possession. And her master was Albeniel, the owner of the Marlin Viscounty. As long as the maid-slave was moving under the instructions of her lord, even if he was a noble's child, the man, in his position as someone wishing to be employed as an official by the Viscount, did not have the right to hinder the task entrusted to her. But then again, had he understood that, he wouldn't make such a fuss in the first place. For a mere lowly slave, you're cheeky. A dry sound echoed within the test venue. The infuriated examinee had just hit the slave. As expected, this was crudely. Jean-Jacques Lobert reflexively covered his face. On top of having refused to submit his answer after the exam had already been over, he also resorted to an act of violence. From his attitude, apparently his house was quite a renowned one, but he caused a commotion in another house's residence, and surely no house would want to take in a bastard like him. Even if one were to accept him, he probably couldn't do enough and would just be a source of embarrassment for them. He'd end up disinherited or sent off to a monastery. Accepting him would be a mess like gulping down the worst wine that somehow got mixed in. While failing to notice such a thing, that examinee smiled triumphantly at the staggered maid. Listen, do you know who am I? Yes, I know who you are. You are examinee number 14, surname is. I'm not asking that. And then another slap. Jean could not bear it any longer. You, stop it. Hey, let go, you dreg of the Loberts. What are you doing to me? He also used the same way of speech to Lobert, who was now restraining his hands. There was no saving him. But Lobert had to finish what he had already started. For now, he had to calm him down. If he could lay down his arms and apologize here, it shouldn't end up as that serious of a matter. But that was only if he could do that. Please just listen up, all right? Slaves are their owner's property. If you hurt them without a care, that's just the same as smearing mud on the Lord's face, okay? He wouldn't mind if I punish a rude slave who does her job improperly, would he? No, if you say improperly. Wouldn't that remark apply more to you? But before he could argue so, the examinee broke free from Lebert's arms. He didn't have enough strength to restrain him. And it was then. Hey, what's this ruckus all about? A tall man that seemed to be a swordsman entered the room where the examination was held. The examinee that raised the commotion shakingly raised his voice as well. WH, what are you? Retainer to the Viscount, du Schwarz. Until a moment ago, I was in the other venue testing candidates for the military posts. The man who introduced himself as the Viscount's vassal said so in a rough manner of speech. From his formal attire, apparently he was a military officer serving the Viscount, but his speech and conduct, his disposition, his facial expression, no matter from where you look at him, he exuded an uncouth atmosphere about him. Is he perhaps from the lower nobility, or raised from being a commoner? Jean surmised so. It seemed that the problematic examinee concluded so as well, as he suddenly started to float the color of contempt on his face. That's so. Well, great timing then. Your house's slave has greatly injured my feeling. It's necessary for you to punish her accordingly here. Not very bright, are you? You can't understand unless I speak it in a vulgar manner. Fine, let me put it this way. Show me that you'll at least clean up that bloody slave's mess, all right. He said so, with a look of utmost pride on his face. The man who introduced himself as Du turned around to the slave woman that took a pratfall on the floor. You're. I am Susan Du Sama. Right, that was your name, huh? What happened here? In her emotionally cryptic voice, the slave said, I was attempting to collect the answer sheets, as the time-indicating bell had already rung, as the master instructed me, to when examinee number 014 claimed he was still on it, and resisted. I see. With a revolted look, Du shifted his gaze to the other examinees that were Jean and his co. It's this guy, right? Just wanted to confirm it from the neutral standpoint of other examinees. Right. Lobert unintentionally nodded. His eyes were calm, but there was an enigmatic force in it that told him he wouldn't tolerate a lie. Also, there was no gain for him even if he told him one. The other examinees followed after Jean and nodded as well. Well then, number 014, you're disqualified. Let's obediently go back to the capital now. If you have no traveling funds with you, I can give you an interest-free loan. What? What do you mean go back? And what do you mean by an interest-free loan? You mean you're not paying me reparations, but giving me a loan. If you get it, then our matter is quickly settled. Then, please leave immediately. Or perhaps, with a glint in his eyes, Du glared down at the examinee. You can't walk unless I lend you a hand, huh? If you don't want to get beaten up, then beat it with your own legs. He was saying that. Ever since I was born, this is the first time I'm insulted like this. I'm leaving. So he said, and the problematic individual in this incident left. Du let out a deep sigh that was full of his exasperation. Ever since I was born, this is the first time I'm insulted like this, huh? He sure was living quite the happy life. All examinees, we apologize for the trouble caused. I will now resume collecting your answer. I'll see myself out too, then. Examinees, if you get accepted, apparently will be in each other's care for a very long time, looking forward to working with you. Leaving the answer sheet collection to the slave maid, Du made his exit. Soon after, she finished collecting them. At the same time, some of the examinees had this "I did it" face on them. Were they filling in the blanks during the commotion? Or perhaps there was also the possibility that their cheating was even more explicit. How shrewd, Lobert lamented. In the worst case, these guys might become his colleague instead of the guys who did the tests by themselves. Will I be able to cope well with this kind of people? As he thought so, he could feel that he was getting depressed. Then, after the scoring is finished, the successful applicants shall enter into an interview with the Lord. As this will take some time, lunch is already served for you in the dining hall in the meantime, so please take your time until then. That is all. After she said so, the maid left as well. It was as if she had already forgotten that an examinee had slapped her a while ago. Quite the well-educated maid. Don't you think? The young man he had just acquainted the other day talked to Lobert. So, the exam, how was it for you? Well, all the answer columns were filled. That means no problem for me, Lobert thought to himself. If he could do all of it, then the difficulty level was low enough for him to exceed the pass zone comfortably. Though there were a few things outside of the exam questions themselves that he couldn't figure out got mixed in as well. More importantly, Jean-Jacques Lobert, what do you think of that maid? Hey, you're asking that as soon as the exam's finished. You fancy someone like that. As might be expected from an attending maid, even as a slave she was well kept. However, her features were not among the best. Among their generation, she'd be the number 3 beauty of a random small village, and that would be the highest valuation that she could get. And he couldn't get past that cold attitude of hers either. As a woman she would be dull, and as a slave she would come out to be a bit arrogant. At that, the young man made a wry smile. Not that. Did you notice it while you were looking at her? That maid clothes is quite the magic equipment, you know. What was that? Jean unconsciously asked him back. Magic equipment. The words referred to magically enhanced articles crafted by a mage's hand. It would be considerably expensive to attribute magic in normal tailoring. These weren't that uncommon in the noble society, but it was unheard for a slave to be wearing one on them. I've heard that the Viscount was an alchemy fanatic, but perhaps he produced them on his own and then granted to his men and slaves. Even that swordsman who showed up in this place, just now, I can see that even the royal guard wouldn't be entrusted with what he had as his equipment. No, that's not possible now, is it? I mean, the royal guard is the kingdom's most elite. And if it was that hard for even them to get their hands on one, so how come a single military officer of a viscount could have it? That was impossible. After procuring such things, there was no way he could have a leeway to pay up such lavish salary like the one written on the bulletin. Just how much wealth would it take to pull that off? No, those property themselves didn't come by because he was a viscount. I think it was probably handmade by the viscount himself. Hang on, I couldn't quite catch up. Handmade. He could make equipment that are superior in comparison to the ones that the most elite in the kingdom have. Is that it? Well, that's because he's an alchemy fanatic. Wouldn't be enough of an explanation now, would it? Even I'm a little taken aback as well. I've had taken the rumors about Viscount Albenil with a grain of salt until I came to this place. However, today, I was convinced for the first time. The man we will be meeting soon is a maestro alchemist, to the extent that he's probably in the entire continent's top 5. I still don't quite understand even if you say so. Jean said so as he shook his head. In the first place, the subject of alchemy itself had very little connection with the nobility. It was a trick of fraudsters who would straight-facedly speak of bedtime stories like turning lead into gold or achieving immortality. Even some people would hesitate from putting them in the category of magic. The subject was recognized as such. Even if he said that he was probably in the continent's top 5, he couldn't perceive how big of a deal that was. A mage with a certain extent of ability would be enough to create the kind of remedy or attire that the royal family uses, and if you desire more than that, that would be where the dwarven smiths come in. The merit of studying a subject like alchemy had been held in doubt in its entirety. He thought, just what kind of drunk madman would pay attention to something like that, but the interview will be after lunch, huh? Let's change the place for a bit. There's something I want to talk about, just for the two of us. As he said so, the young man took Jean out. Their destination was an unpopular spot behind the mansion. So, what's this all about? For you to need a place like this to talk. Naturally, his words became harsh. He was forcibly dragged there because some sort of a secret talk. It was a nuisance no matter how one looks at it. The young man, with the preamble of before that, began to talk. Jean-Jacques Lobert, did you not ever find it suspicious? Find what suspicious? The fact as to how Tullius Shernan Albenil was made as a viscount in this territory, to begin with. It was indeed a curious turn of events. While still being wary, Lobert prompted him to continue. While you were looking for official jobs, you should have collected rumors about various noblemen. Among them, of course, there should have been a story about the discord between the two Albenil brothers. Certainly, there was. Long ago, it was said that the Albenil's second son was a prodigy that would surpass the first son. But after his reputation fell to the ground, it was said that the younger brother's notoriety held the older brother back. I've heard that kind of a story now and then. There it is, the young man sighed. And that older brother, who is now the current head of the family, went and appealed to the court to grant that little brother a viscountcy and gave him this territory. Why so, do you think? If the rumors about the discord were true, then it was to keep him away from the capital. There's that too. Although the younger brother couldn't be charged for his slave-murdering conducts, the older brother couldn't bear to let the young brother's questionable research to continue in the capital. But there's one other reason. Reason? As he was told so, Jean pondered about it. The reason why the older brother might give his younger brother, who was alchemy-crazed, murdering slaves with cruel methods, and a disrespectable noble, position, and power. There was one unpleasant guess crossed his mind. Wait, don't tell me. It's exactly as you guessed. The young man bitterly affirmed. Set him up for misgovernance as a lord, and then use that wrongdoing in order to put his brother in blood to death. That's ridiculous. It was really a ridiculous narrative. Kill his own brother, and he gave him a viscountcy, just for that. On top of being too elaborate for just a small gain, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to avoid unfavorable criticism for it. Before he could ask him about that, the young man added, of course, staining the name of the Count House of Albenil would be a foolish undertaking he wouldn't be able to avoid. However, as of now, the head of the house could not kill his brother, as the younger brother were still being protected under the noble society's principles. Killing his younger brother in blood for the sake of self-protection, because he was being a threat to his position as the next person in the line of their succession, would penalize him. But what if he were to kill him because of territory mismanagement? The narrative will change like this. As he said that, he began to emulate a play as he spoke with swagger. Alas, the lord of the count's house hath sent down punishment even upon the brother he shared his blood with in order to reformeth his politics. Partiality as a sibling hath blindeth him to commit an error when he hath his brother appointed, but for the count's was ashameth of it, while he kneweth he hath to vindicate his honor, he still did so in order to maketh it right? Like that. It wouldn't change the fact that he killed his own brother, but this way the damage it would do to the house's reputation would be kept to a minimum. He gave him a territory, so he could pull off that cheap trick on him. Even if it was out of self-love, it was such a terrible deed, right? He abused the trust His Majesty has given him to govern his lands, and used it as a pretext in order to solve his sibling rivalry. On top of that, he even got the court involved when he gave his brother his peerage. What a big deal of a count. Though a viscount that deals with his political affairs nonchalantly while he amuses himself with alchemy is no better than him too. The young man did not attempt to hide his contempt as he spat out. Lobert could finally see what he was talking about. Of course, the young man would also tell him that he had a solution to that issue. He talked about both of the Aubigny brothers with disgust, and though dim, fervent loyalty towards the royal family could be seen from him. Take these two together, then it was clear as to where it all came down to. That means you came here to secretly investigate the Viscount's house. Moreover, you also grabbed the Count by the tail before you did so with the Viscounts. Thus your true lord is probably one of the Centralists. I knew it, you're quick-witted. Those fellows who let you be an unemployed up until now just don't have keen eyes. Thanks for that. Well, that talk you want to have, so you brought me here was. I want you to help me in my secret investigation. I don't think that this operation will go wrong, but if they were to look into me for a bit, they'd know right away that I'm connected to the Centralists. You, on the other hand, have a clear personal record. There was a selfish reason in that. After all, it would be like saying that he'd be dragged into a political strife that was so far up beyond the reach of a barren house like Lobert's. But at the same time, he could also understand the following things. There was no changing the fact that Viscount Aubigny does rule Marlin. And for him, in addition to having his brother as an enemy, he also got the Centralists, which was the natural enemy of the local lords, to keep a close eye on him. That means, even if by chance he got through the interview later that afternoon and joined in as a vassal, his future would still be bleak. You had this high opinion that I was quick-witted, right? Then, shouldn't you know the answer already? Even so, I'd still like to hear it from your own mouth. So you want to take my word for it, sigh. Can't be helped, he shrugged. I'll do it. Considering which would be the winning plot here, there's no choice but to do it. But after we got him crushed, don't go poof on me. That would depend on the way we work. Not just you, me too. And then, as a proof of contract, they shook their hands. The young man's hand was cold, but it was said that only those with cold hands could excel in politics. If the young man could acquire the intelligence that could determine the Viscounts, and his older brother, the Count's lives, the Centralists would surely arrange a reasonable post for him. Serving under him after he got placed up there might not be so bad as well. By the way, what will you do about that acquaintance of yours? I think it's better to talk to him about this as well, though. Let's not. Spouting lies while keeping a straight face is not in his disposition. He's not suitable for a covert job like this, but he's quite stubborn. If there's something that may benefit from the strength of his sense of justice, we should be able to pick him up later. And then it felt like the man's cold hand wasn't the only ones there. As if there was a transparent hand joining them. To fulfill a stated intention is also a thing among the relationship between nobles. Even Jean could understand such way of living. Well then, let's both be careful during the interview in the afternoon later. As I said before, the Viscount is an extraordinary alchemist. We don't know what kind of preparations he had made. Right. They didn't quite know what kind of preparations the alchemist had made, but one can't be too careful. As a noble, the Viscount stood out as someone who lacked common sense, but on the other hand, Jean heard that he was top-notch in his field. They must be careful so as not to get drawn into their opponent's field. Lobert engraved that in his mind, but all that was for naught. Chapter 13, Gleaning, latter part. Good afternoon, I am Tullius Shernan Aubigny. In a certain office, that was the interview venue. The impression of the person, Tullius Shernan Aubigny, who was expecting Jean there was more mediocre than Jean initially thought. He was several years younger than Lobert. Probably he was not 20 yet. All his facial features were in order, but perhaps it would be easier to understand if one were to say that there were no ugly aspects there instead of the other way. Like a bland bisque doll, such was the only impression his cold face left on him. If there were indeed a beautiful aspect in his look, then the maid who was attending beside him would be far more superior in that matter. Her face looked like that of a doll's as well, but it was more like a sculpture carved by a chisel which a master artisan put all his soul into. Her mold had that feeling of exquisiteness. This maid was also fitted with a silver collar, the proof of slavery. But the most curious presence there was the person standing on the other side of the maid and the Viscount. The person was dressed in a thick robe, their face hidden by its hood. From the protrusions on the person's chest, Lobert thought that the person might be a woman, though for what purpose did this person, who wasn't showing their face to be there waiting besides the noble as well? While burying such question, for the time being Lobert lowered his head. "It's an honor to be in your presence, Lord Viscount. I am examinee number 20, Jean-Jacques." "Ah, wait, you don't have to introduce yourself. I can see the number in your name tag, and with that I can look your name up in the document I have here. At any rate, since we have a lot of people at this time, I have to save time here." And so, he was interrupted by the Viscount. How outrageous. To a nobleman, their name is like a face or like their tools of trade. It must be treated with due respect. He regarded it not in the slightest, and in addition he spewed that it was because he didn't have the time for it. As he thought, as a nobleman his lacking points were conspicuous. Taking up on the young man's offer was the correct choice. So Lobert thought as he glanced at the young man who was summoned to the room as well. He also had this somehow astounded face. There were 6 candidates, including himself, currently in the room. They were all sitting on chairs that were lined up in a row. There was a considerable gap between their position and the Viscount's desk, about 3 meters. It was indeed wide, but that was a reasonable distance in a landed noble's office. "Well, shall we get over with this quickly? Stand up." "Yes." 3 steps forward. "Yes." "You didn't hear that. Take 3 steps forward." It was a strange instruction. What is his intention? Lobert thought as he couldn't surmise anything from it. Did he want to see the way they walk, or perhaps their conduct? If that was the case, then it was Lobert himself who was wondering whether this Viscount could understand proper conduct or not. Nonetheless, the highest-ranked person in the room was the young Viscount. Thus confused as they were, all of the candidates took 3 steps. Viscount Albanil let out a smile filled with satisfaction. "Right, thank you." "Well then, don't move, do it, Yuni." "Yes, earthbound." Heavy pressure, with that all 6 of them were floored at once. "WHTH this is." What is the meaning of this? It felt like being held down by a giant palm of hand from above. Heavy, his whole body was heavy, and he couldn't stand. Something was crushing his body down. For someone powerless like Lobert, it was something unbearable, not even for a short while. He couldn't move a muscle, and he couldn't understand what was happening as he fell into a state of confusion. Impossible, this can't be." He heard the young man painfully cried. At that, the Viscount went, "Good grief," as he shook his head. "If you're like that, as I thought, did you bring a protective amulet with you, I wonder? Because if you have one, it'll be difficult for the brainwashing magic to take into effect. I struck ahead, and I have prevented you from stirring about, so I'll be taking that away." "What did you say?" While still being nailed to the floor, he could somehow still say that much. Does that mean he had expected that someone among the candidates were trying to set him up from the very beginning? All the more bewildered as he was, the young man said, Then, just what is this magic?" To think the amulet didn't react. "Yes, about that, you're probably wondering. You're the second person who asked me that. The other one asked me a while ago, too." Viscount Albanil let out a stifled chuckle. "Well then, I'll explain it with a simple lecture. Take the fire magic as an example. Fireball, a spell used by those with low magical power. If you try to stop the spell from hitting you using that amulet, what would happen? Of course, before it hits you, the amulet will trigger a barrier and the spell will be rebuffed. However, the Viscount snapped his finger as he said so. Immediately after that, the chair where the young man just sat a while ago burned. No, it exploded. That was a chantless fire magic. All of a sudden, the heat wave generated from his back started to attack the young man. Of course, its force was averted by the amulet. A piece of the chair debris that was broken by the spell hit his forehead. In this case, the amulet could not defend you from things that were moved by magic. I'm sorry. Did it hurt? I'll patch you up now, so you'll forgive me for that. He snapped his fingers again, and the wounds on the young man's forehead quickly faded away. But the pressure that restrained him was still there. So offensive magic can't pass through the barrier, but recovery magic can. How odd, anyway. Let us return to the original topic. So, the earthbound spell isn't like those spheres of fires that were conjured by Fireball spell, as it wasn't meant to restrain you directly. It only used the gravitational force, which is keeping you on the ground, that was there in the first place, and doubled it. Thus, you won't be able to avert it by using a simple magical tool, because the force exists already, and it already affects you, and we're just strengthening that force with magicka, you understand now. Of course the answer would be no. Gravitational force? What is that? Some sort of terminology in alchemy? Just who would understand that load of nonsense? Others looked similar as well. They were either the color of confusion or hatred in their eyes, but none had the light of comprehension in them. But one thing could be understood. This mad alchemist certainly had a malicious agenda. Now, Yuni, disarm these men. As you ordered, master, excuse me. After she received her master's order, the slave maid who casted the spell approached the men. She patted them down and confiscated their magical armaments. Then, the young man, who was trying to do something, was overpowered by the maid at a speed unperceivable to the eyes. It seems he was going to make the amulet self-destruct. I see. So if he were to return alive but with his amulet destroyed, it'd mean to his superior that he received some sort of treatment here. Did he manage to do so? No, it's safe. As she said so, she retrieved an amulet that was fashioned as a rosario from his chest. Well, even if he managed to do that, I'll just simply repair it. But since you saved me the labor and resource for doing so, this is better. Well done, Yuni. It's an honor to receive your praise. Then the maid bowed reverently. It was unbelievable. From what Jean saw, this unknown pressure was occurring in a scope that enveloped all 6 of them. Its effect should have been indiscriminate, as there was clear indentation on the surrounding carpet. But still, the maid moved around without difficulty and quickly confiscated their magical equipment. Oh, there's a communication device here. How foolish, did you think I wasn't that prepared? One of the candidates, who wasn't well acquainted with Jean, proudly said so, while still gasping from the pressure. I've heard of your crooked dealings from the Count. The conversation in this room is already. It's already been interfered with. Albaniel casually declared so. Where do you think you are? You're in my stronghold, you know. Soundproof to jam communications, impact disabler, teleportation magic barricade, etc., etc., etc. Of course we are prepared at least to that degree. While saying so, he toyed around with the communication device in his hands. This size, the minimal amount of material, I suppose this device's effective communication distance is limited only within the mansion's premises. I suppose you have a friend among the other candidates too. Surely they began to move as soon as the communication was cut off, but I've stationed you there. There are not many people who can get away from him, not even top-notch adventurers. Too bad, Though you do have a good perception. If they were to reach the capital, or even if they didn't, assuming there were other collaborators in their vicinity, it would have been dangerous. He concluded his evaluation as so, although he thought that such a scheme couldn't be done in the first place. Lobert didn't know much about the variety of magical tools, but at least he knew that one would need a large-sized device had they wanted to communicate long distance. It was impossible to bring such a thing without being seen. Even so, the examinee changed completely as color was drained from his face. You're bluffing, there's just no way. It's not like I'm asking you to believe me. There's no inconvenience for me even if you don't. Well then, Dre. I've kept you waiting, Time to do your job. Yes, master. With a short reply, the woman who was standing beside the Viscount took off her robe. From what was exposed, there were long silver hair, brown skin, unworldly beautiful face, and a pointed long ear. Within Jean's knowledge, there was only one kind that met all such characteristics. Dark elf. Someone among the examinees raised their voice in surprise. Dark elves, known with their other name, dark fairies. For its ties with demons, they were officially recognized as an enemy of mankind by the Church. All citizens had been notified to neutralize them, dead or alive, if they were to run into one. Barely a single one of them were living in the areas inhabited by humans, as all of them had fallen into slavery, a damned race they were. However, it was said that their magical latency and the prowess of their arts were not inferior to the forest elves. You have this kind of thing too. In addition to the maid who casted the restraining magic without a chant, a literally inhuman magus, a dark elf, appeared as well. As Jean and his fellows were squirming in despair, the woman named Dre let out a dark laugh. Q-hoo-hoo-hoo, I find it troubling if you were to mistake this body with the lot of my former brethren. As she said so, she put her hand on the eye patch covering the upper left portion of her face. Eye patch? Yes, she was hiding her left eye. Why did she hide it? And why was she going to reveal it now? And as he saw her unblemished face after the black eye patch was removed, he knew the answer to those questions right away. Clearly, the violet-colored iris on her left eye differed in color from her right eye. There was a dangerous magical power swirling in there. It was enough for Jean, who wasn't even a magus, to perceive so. The demon eye. It was mentioned in an illustrated book he had read once in the library to kill time. Gorgon, catapulpas, basilisk, gazer. It was said that the devilish eye, which a lot of dangerous monsters inherently possess, could inflict a spell to others just with an eye contact. The woman named Dre snorted. Even among the lowly apes, it seems that there's someone who knows a bit too, huh? Indeed, this eye is a demon eye bestowed to me by our master. The extent of its effect, I shall let your body experience it for yourself. I can't, but there was no time to think so. Even when Jean knew that it was indeed a demon eye, its effect was getting into him just by seeing it. For Jean, who only had the magical capacity of an ordinary person, there was no avenue for him to resist. Ah, gah. His consciousness was dyed in the violet color. His thoughts were diluted and his reason was melting, as if he were getting drunk from a bad alcohol. Meanwhile, Tullius Aubenial smiled in satisfaction. In the past, Yuni picked up the body of a young gazer in the dungeon. I preserved it and later, I transplanted its eye to her. There's a lot of subspecies of the demon called gazer, and the effect of their demon eyes is also vastly different. Ah, you. Ig-J. My head is fuzzy, every voice is distant. What is this place? Who am I? So, what I transplanted in Dre was a kind that specialized in brainwashing. Apparently they get their food by manipulating the other party to hunt it for them. There are sure some strange creatures in this world, right? No matter how many times I see it, I still find its immediate effect to be wonderful. As long as she's here, we won't need the brainwashing incense anymore. No, it's hasty to conclude so, Yuni. While rare, warriors who can fight off the eye's effect do exist, and on the other hand, no men can keep themselves from breathing. Besides, the effect of the demon eye is limited to things within Dre's line of sight. The incense would be better if we wanted to brainwash even more people at once. I can hear a voice eloquently explaining something. So what should I do? Please, someone quickly tell me. Otherwise, my thoughts will go insane. In addition to that, in exchange of its high power and immediate effect, it eats away her magical power to a ridiculous extent. Hence the eye patch acts as a seal. When its power gets too strong, cases like the self-destructing amulet that almost occurred earlier may happen as well. My point here is, put the right person in the right place. Indeed, I feel a little fatigued. But it'll be enough to deal with everyone. Right, there's the factor of Dre's body too. Let's do this quickly then. Yuni, you may release their restraint. Yes, immediately. As he said so, Viscount Aubenial stooped low in front of Jean and the other men. The pressure that nailed them on the ground had already disappeared. Instruction, please give me instruction, quickly. Jean's thoughts were stained in one color only. Something like escaping didn't even cross his mind. All right then, first of all, among you who cheated during the exam. This includes stealing other people's answers and bringing unauthorized note into the exam venue. Everyone shook their head. Of course, Jean too denied it without delay. His mood was superb. To have everything to be dominated by others, what a wonderfully comfortable feeling. Next, is there anyone among you who dishonestly filled out the papers even after the test was declared to be over? Me. One person raised his hands, as he said so with a small voice. Examinee number 25, disqualified. Viscount Aubenial crossed out one of the documents with a feather pen. Well then, let's move on to individual questions. Examinee, number 23. Yes. The man answered back as his number was called. Who are you? Victor Delacroix Lavallee, youngest son of the Marquis Lavallee's house. That's strange, Jean's consciousness declared so in suspicion. He himself, should have identified himself as being the youngest son of a count house. In my document here, you're from a count house, and your family name is different though. It was a lies to keep my cover intact. Who is this Marquis Lavallee to you? My father. I haven't met with Marquis Lavallee in person, but isn't he supposedly quite aged? From what I heard from my mother, my father sired me when he was 52. Ah, I see. By now I probably can figure it out. As he said so, Viscount Albanil scratched his cheeks. Were you possibly put out for adoption? And the house that adopted you, is the count house written here, correct? No, I am, one of the proud Marquis houses. Was your mother a concubine? No, my mother was betrayed. My father went over to his second wife. And still, she was passed to the count house, while she was still harboring you. Though on her way there, you were born. Yes. Does Marquis Lavallee acknowledge you as his own son? He does not, even though I have the same birthmark as him on my back. Why do you insist that you're one of the Marquis house? They betrayed your mother and cast her away, right? My talents will stagnate in a pathetic count's house, like passing a woman over. In addition, my mother's honor, my mother, didn't have a place even in the count's house. That was why you participated in the plot, to set me up. If you were to succeed, you'll be appointed to an appropriate position for you, and your mother's honor will be restored too. Did the Marquis say so? Yes. I see, Albanil said so as he shrugged. As his thoughts were still paralyzed, Lobert couldn't figure out the meaning of that question and answer session. That Marquis Lavallee person played quite the vulgar hand here. If Victor were to grab a hold of my weakness, then all's good. If the covert operation were deemed to be exposed, he could accuse me of killing his estranged son. So no matter what the outcome was, I would still be driven into a corner, right? Crap, I just got a troublesome opponent to keep tabs on me. To drag the Marquis into this is a blunder, huh? But we still learned something good, Master. It was a blunder, but there's enough room to recover. Oh well. This time it was due to my blind adherence to the theory that stated that the enemy of an enemy is an ally. I'll be sure to make the best out of this contemplation from now on. Besides, the Marquis also made some mistakes. First, that he underestimated Master's skill. And while this one was disposable to him, he just relinquished his son from right under his nose. Let's work on that later. For now, I have to go through this quick interrogation and administer provisional treatment on them. Lobert still couldn't think of anything. While remaining under the influence of the demon eye, he kept his silence as he waited for an instruction. Then you're next. What is your name? Jean-Jacques Lobert. Oi Lobert, Jean-Jacques Lobert. Yes. As his acquaintance struck his shoulder, he came back to his senses. He looked around his surroundings, then he realized he was in a hallway of the Lord's manor. It seemed that the audience was over before he realized it. Why did you space out? Haha, were you that tense? That laughing face of his acquaintance, he sure was carefree. Lobert sighed. It's an interview that will determine my life from now on, all right. There's just something wrong with people who aren't nervous when it comes to this. Don't say that, it's not like I'm relaxed. I didn't score that well in the military officer exam, so it'll all depend on the next interview. Ah, is that so? Finally, he realized that his acquaintance was sweating a lot. In other words, if he didn't tease Lobert here, it'd mean that he was driven into an unprecedented extent of mental strain. Yes, that is so. And for that reason, I'd like to take a peek into some of your responses, because you finished the interview earlier than me. Even if you say so. To tell the truth, what he said in the interview was all vague. It was a hazy memory, and no matter what he did, he couldn't grasp it for certain. At that hesitation, his acquaintance thought, Ah, is that so? So you didn't respond well too, huh? That kind of oddly grave thought. Now that he said that, Lobert felt that perhaps he didn't do well at all. Might be so. For some reason my mind went blank, and I can't recall what I said. Hey Lobert, don't put that face like you're going to vanish somewhere now. Ah, that's right. Let's sneak out from the inn tonight and have some drink in the town's bar. Yes, it's a gloomy countryside, but there should be a place where we can get a drink. Perhaps because his face was so grievous, his acquaintance did so to encourage him. I also called that Victor guy out, but he said he was feeling ill, so he passed on that. Victor. It was the young man whom he got acquainted with in the carriage. He felt like he made an important promise with him, but he couldn't remember that too. Well, let's just go to our customary self-pity party, just you and me. There were so many applicants, and the Viscount paid for traveling and lodging expenses. There sure were a substantial amount of applications. It's impossible for people who have been unemployed for 10,000 years like us to be accepted. Yes. He wondered what the acquaintance picked up from his remarks, so that he was now saying all these sorts of encouragement in particular. Lobert did have a problem with his acquaintance's pessimistic response, but going out for a drink might be a good idea. Regardless of the results, he felt like he couldn't help but to drink. Tonight, be sure. But isn't something already scheduled for tonight? To come to my place to receive your surgery. That's right. In any case, he couldn't go for a drink tonight. Sorry, to make merry before the result comes out is a bit. What is that? How cold. Ha ha ha, don't sulk like that. As I said, I'm not confident whether I did well in the interview, so if I was right on the line between being accepted and rejected, my behavior tonight might be the determining factor. At least that's what I think. That's right. So I can't see anyone tonight. And when the time comes, what to do? Well, there's that way of thinking too, huh? I guess I should keep my behavior in check too. Yeah, do that. Surely, you'll do well that way. He cut off the thoughts that he couldn't put into words, and then he spouted an unfounded encouragement. Lobert's self-awareness was there, but he couldn't find anything else to say but that. At that time, the doors of the office used for the interviews were opened. From it, examinees were coming out, their faces were pale. Next batch, please come in. The collared maid invited the next round of people to enter. Next batch's examinee numbers will be, that's our number. Still, why do you look so scared? Is it because of that rumored Viscount? Those guys who just went out now, you guys too, all of you had the face of a dead man. Yeah, that's right. Lobert nodded. Viscount Albenil was dreadful. All his memories about the interview were hazy, but at least he felt that such was certain. Even as he held on to his vague fear, for some reason, he legs wasn't moving to take him to his escape. And so, Jean-Jacques Lobert silently watched his acquaintance as the door swallowed him in. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 14, The Fourth Misfit. All right, I'm done with today's job. Having so little to approve sure feels wonderful. As I throw the checked and signed documents on the desk, I, Tullius Shernan Albenil, stretch my arms widely. Light drops of snow flicker outside the window. It's the beginning of winter. Seeing as Marlin lies in the inner part of the land, and as the territory has a lot of mountains, winter is tough here. That is what I heard, and I am indeed actually sensing it from the cold drafts in this manner. Let alone petrol or gas, in the Ithusela continent, where coal hasn't been put into practical use, the coldness of its winter is a subject of fear by itself. There are cases of people freezing to death just like every other year, and there's even fear of annihilation among the poorer villages. While these are rare occurrences in the areas near the coast, Marlin is an inland, mountainous area, and thus it's like being in a direct collision course with general frost. Of course, I've been spending a large portion of the budget to tackle this issue. Though it would be difficult to reduce the number of casualties to zero, at least it would be much better for the people, compared to the years when those 3 deputies were running the territory chaotically. Still, I'm glad that we could employ the new vassals in time. Had we been just a little bit late, we would have been forced to think about winter countermeasures for the people all by ourselves. As the thought comes into mind, the chill from the cold temperature creeps even further down my spine. That older brother of mine would surely attribute any minor faults to my territory management skills, if the number of people that got frozen to death were terribly large. Of course, it would be difficult to declass me based on that one fault only, but my stress seems to be piling up just by imagining it. Yes, master, their work has been truly remarkable. So she said, as she added, "Here you are, master," and passed me a steaming cup of tea. I lightly made a gesture to thank her, and let the tea's steam moisten my lips. It sure is troubling that the air is so dry during winter. Really, though, tax collection, bookkeeping, construction, management of people's petitions, they do handle those matters well. Lobert and Victor Delacroix Lorge, the self-proclaimed Lavallee, were especially among the most excellent finds. On one hand, I have a well-knowing man who, despite of having led an adverse life of being an unemployed, didn't neglect to improve himself. On the other hand, I have an ambitious man who is eager to have his talents acknowledged, driven by the thoughts of his late mother. Although both of them are lacking in experience, their skills as internal administrators far surpass the likes of me. Had they been not around, the most part of the increased crop yield that I birthed with great pains would just sit there to rot, as I couldn't do tax collection satisfactorily, and it would be one hell of a mess. Apart from the new industry formation, they've also been more or less carrying out great deals of the potion business as well. Territory management is truly a difficult thing. Compared to the personal business I've undertaken in the capital, it is as if the attitude of the merchants here are completely different, so I'm done with them. As expected, if one wants machi, then to the machi store they should go. While I do my job properly as a noble, there is a limit as to how much a person can handle by themselves. Since I have augmented their brain so that they can absolutely never betray me, let me work them some more. As for me, I'll devote myself to my research. Well then, shall we head over to our primary job, shall we? Yes, the arrangements have already been made. Like always, with Yuni accompanying me, I head to the lab while holding the teacup and saucer. On my way there, a passing officer gave me a slap on the wrist. "Your manners are bad," he said, "but that's actually the charm here. I'll pull myself together outside, so give me a break now." Say I'm just thinking Yuni. Yes. I feel that this residence is steadily getting more cramped. Well, this manor is only designed to be a temporary residence in the first place. That's what it is. Even now that it has come to this, the residence of the Lord of Marlin, my residence, has yet to be completed. And by this I mean, I have reorganized my vassals and I have finished my tax collection job, but even now that winter is coming, I still have yet to establish my own territory at present. Your vassals have also requested to commence the construction of the principal residence ahead of time as well. After all, it's a public project to maintain your appearance. Well, seeing as it will be a residence for the Viscount to dwell in. As such, I suppose it'll be quite the large mansion. So I said, as if I was commenting about other people's affairs. It's just that I can't quite imagine myself to live in an excessively spacious mansion. Indeed, before I expanded the amount of my vassals, this temporary residence was satisfactory enough for me. Compared to my extravagant expenditure for Dew and Co., I sure am stingy in some strange places. What a laughing material. However, even if I maintain my queer selfishness, it is currently reaching its limit. Currently, my busy vassals are constantly coming and going through the corridors of this manor. Residences of nobles in this era have dual purposes as both the Lord's official residence and the government office. In my case, there's an alchemy lab in addition to that. As this mansion is designated only for a baronet at most, of course it'll quickly cause problems. Once the snow melts, we should start the construction of the new residence immediately. But still, a public project. How we sure have came up with quite the advanced plan. I found myself impressed yet again, as I said so. In order to solicit able workers, the feudal lord offers a suitable wage in exchange for the levied manual labor. In this continent where feudalism goes unchallenged, it is an eye-catchingly advanced proposition. I don't know how it goes in the other places, but the noblemen in this country, extravagant as they are, pay their subordinates poorly. They would put the commoners to work in order to construct their residences, and they would settle it with the words, "Serving the nobility is the people's duty." Explicitly stated, institutionalized systems of compulsory service also exists as well. In the case of farmers, the system would have their annual land tax reduced in exchange for their participation in large-scale constructions. But as I see it, I don't think that systems of that kind would work properly. After all, on top of the fact that the farmers would be forced to engage in the construction jobs, which would be outside their skill set, the nobles' side would work them really hard in order to get the original amounts worth of the land tax that would be reduced in exchange for their compulsory service. And as a result, accidents are a frequent occurrence. If the project would be a big one, like building the new lord's manor, deaths in the double digits would be prepared for. Also, since their jobs would be excessively rigorous, there are cases where they would simply turn the spades and picks for the construction into weapons and start a riot there. Even though the facts that the farmers have their tax reduced and the nobles get a lot of workers don't change, it is possible for the fields to be ruined as a result, ending up as a deficit for both the nobles and the farmers. Then why don't you use slaves? You might ask. Well, for me who have 20 magic users among my slaves, it might seem that I won't hesitate to do so here. However, I'm an exception. Since slaves are basically those who fail to establish themselves in the society, only a few of them would have exceptional abilities. The reason why my slaves are so competent in terms of magic is because I reused Yuni's data when I tampered their brain tissues. There's no chance for talented slaves to be sold so easily. If they had construction skills only, that alone would be a reasonable selling point. The slave merchant would evoke a high price when they sold them, as one can't always buy them because of them being the rare existence that they are. And even if one were to send cheap, more or less mediocre slaves, their incompetence disregarded, to the construction site, what they would get would be the result of a job of amateurs who were insufficiently trained. And it would be worse from what they would get from the farmers' compulsory service. Rather, let me put it this way, farmers have a considerably better aptitude when it comes to keeping farms or undertaking cooperative work. The number of deaths due to accidents will increase further as the construction progresses, rendering them a no longer usable force. And to add to the injury, one cannot buy another farmer to replenish the workforce. And that is why most nobles would only occasionally utilize the compulsory service system for provisional construction works. Of course, in cases where they would need to keep long-term laborers, like in mines or the odd fruit plantation, slaves would be worked to the bone instead. I digressed. Well, in this country where this system is the common practice, the concept of public project is unheard of. While Yuni said the words herself back then, she still seems to be wondering about it. I am afraid that I'm not quite familiar with the concept. Why don't we use magic and quickly finish the job instead? Yes, there's that too. So I said as I ponder, lowering my pace. I do very, very much want to eliminate Yuni's doubts here, but unfortunately alchemy is my only expertise. Politics, especially internal affairs, are hardly my concern at all, so I don't think I can explain it well. Let's see. This is just my interpretation, but for now I'll try to explain it. We're killing time as we walk anyway, and it will be a waste to try to explain it seriously. If I'm wrong here, a kind soul will correct me, like Lobert or Victor. I don't think they're aiming to mobilize the people of the territory with the expectations that they will make the construction works prosper. I think that they are giving money away to the people in the form of construction wages. They are giving money away. Yes. After all, Marlin is in the countryside, and the tax rate has been terribly rough on the people until this year. Of course, that means that the people's purses would be filled with not a single cent. There are no special products here, so there's nothing worth buying or selling. You would think that there is no way that this is a territory where the merchants would be interested to operate in, yes. Nope, all sorts of no. Merchants who come here either don't have a market share in any other places, or they're just really whimsical. And if that isn't the case, then they might be among the ones who colluded with the former deputies. However, the situation changed this year. Indeed, we changed it, didn't we? We issued a declaration of tax reduction, we treated the fields with alchemy, and we also brought the new business that is the medicinal herb cultivation industry. The merchant traffic should be a lot more active than ever compared to the previous state. And with those changes, the people of Marlin will soon be swept into it as well. Think about it, when the merchants come, they'll bring with them the products that the people might want. And when that happens, what do you think would happen if they didn't have enough money in their hands? Do you think they'll just swallow their tears and give up? As I asked, Yuni thought about it for a little bit. No, I suppose not. She decisively answered. I thought so as well, I remarked to return her affirmation. If we're talking about this very moment, then of course the people of Marlin are grateful to me. The misgovernment of the deputies was reformed, and their lands and the irrigation were restored. They have been saved from the hell they've been living in up until recently, and of course they'd be content with my rule. For now. However, human beings are greedy creatures. There is no way that the masses are sheep that would be satisfied with eating grass alone. As these people have led a life below the standard of living, they will be satisfied with living on that standard line for the time being. Given time, however, they will grow weary of it and start to demand other things. In the old Rome, the words bread and circuses were a representation of the masses' demand. However, they were in fact truthful to the teaching that human can't live on bread alone, and they got tired of the circuses when they kept showing the same thing. In reality, unsatisfied with only bread as they were, they stuffed their stomachs with rare delicacies until they vomited, a peculiar thing, and they didn't find acrobatics enough either, as they made the gladiators fight in the Colosseum. Well, I'm the only person in this world who knows about that history, so let's leave it at that. So, in short, once the people have a stable life, then they will search for amusement. And providing them with that amusement while keeping that standard of keeping would cost a lot of money. When that time comes, if they don't have enough money when they want to satisfy those desires, what would the people think? In most cases, they would express their discontent. It's the government's fault, they would say. And that is why they gave the people the opportunity to earn money so they could buy things, since if we would hand out the money for free, the people would grow to make light of us, and the other nobles would look at me with suspicion. The merchants would never trust people who throw their money around as if they were joking. If one is lenient with other people, then they will be liked in return, is a self-serving thought. In most cases, people who do so would not be branded as a good people, but as convenient people instead. If one gives money without something in exchange, it will spoil most people. Since they can eat without having to work, their desire to work will be dampened and their motivation will be eliminated. And when they have spent all of it, they will demand for more money, and if they don't get it, they will complain. Like spoiled children, they will throw tantrums as soon as one stops indulging them. In addition, at that time, even people who didn't get their share of leniency would start to distrust that lenient person too. It goes without saying that even nobles want money as well. And if one peer of theirs was to start giving out money unconditionally to people with lower status than them, it would be very unlikely for this peer to be seen favorably. Furthermore, in no way can people trust a person who treats their valuables slovenly. Merchants will never bare their hearts to people with a poor sense of spending money. The merchants would try to open these people's purses as much as they could, but that would be about it. They would never trust these people in their dealings, they would sell as much as they could sell, and then they would say, goodbye. There is no hope to establish a long-term relationship with them that way. And that is why, at a glance, this public project is a roundabout way to distribute money. This way, it will appear as if we were compensating the people for their labor. It is consistent with the concept of the carrot and the stick. While preserving the authority and face of the Lord, and without recklessly dampening the people's motivation, it is a means to distribute money to necessary spots. In addition, various orders related to the project will be the honey that would again lure the merchants to return. After I explained it like so, she nodded in comprehension. I finally understand. As expected from Master. No, well, in the end it was just my interpretation. I could be wrong here, so if you want to know the exact answer, you can ask Lobert later. I attached an acute precaution to my words. What I had said a while back was outside my original expertise. Even though I am a lord, my principal occupation is an alchemist, and my true wish is to realize immortality. I don't have the motivation to think about home affairs, and that is why I arranged for myself a brainwashed rank of vassals. If she wants a lecture about the pros and cons of public projects, then I suppose she should ask an expert in that field. As I thought along those lines, she let out a light sigh. But still, dealing with politics sure is troublesome. Would it not be better to perform the surgery to all of the citizens? I spontaneously raised my voice and laughed. While her words was a subtle sign of her disinterest, apparently Yuni has a sense of humor as well. Don't say unreasonable things now. Surgery isn't free, and it takes time too. As I thought, performing them on the whole of Marlin is just impossible. Is that so? Please pardon me for my foolish remarks. And she apologized with that serious face of hers, so I couldn't make this any more interesting. Seriously though, she already knew that it was impossible from the start. Thanks to that, I had no choice but to fervently stifle my laughter until we reached the lab. I'm in my lab, which I've grown completely accustomed to, as I've been here for months after I took the position as a viscount. But during when I employed the vassals a while back, its capacity was about to burst, and it did trouble the mass-produced slaves a great deal. The lab is the basement of a tiny manor that is smaller than what I had in the main residence of the Aubenil house in the capital. It has supported my research well until now, but the time to part with it is surely drawing near. Before anything else, I have to augment and readjust Opus equals 04. Oh, Aubenil, are my augmentations not over yet? Restrained on the lab's operating table is a half-naked young man. That's right. I didn't leave most of my political affairs to my vassals in order to merely spend my time in idle amusement. I have been conducting experiments to gather necessary data to create this Opus 04. I've been through multiple trial and errors for my next masterpiece. Well, please calm down, Charles. The augmentations that will be applied to you are on a larger scale than ever before. It will take some time. I spoke with a gentle tone to calm Opus for Charles Franz Schmidt, whose emotions were unstable. I'm looking forward to it, since your experiments have always yielded wonderful results. Surely, I too, will turn out to be a great masterpiece. And so Charles spoke to me with an intimate tone. There may be people who are able to discern from our situation what it looks like, but just to make it clear, he is an old acquaintance of mine. Charles Franz Schmidt. He was a fellow student before I was incited into the duel that got me kicked out of the Magic Academy in St. Gallen's capital, Galerion. That being said, Charles and I enrolled in different departments. As you know, I was in the alchemy department. He was from the necromancy department, which specializes in death magic. Death magic. It's a subject that is as minor as alchemy, and at the same time, a subject people look down upon even more than alchemy. No, perhaps it would be more accurate if I say that it was more hated instead. It is the magic to manipulate the spirits of the dead. After all, because what it does is impure and blasphemous against the dead, a dark image follows it. In fact, fundamentalist elements in the church have recommended that the subject should be immediately branded as heresy and have it eradicated, among other types of stirring around. But even when the faculty is currently failing its quota, just like every other year, the subject remains to be offered in the Magic Academy, scraping along and holding on to its thread of life as it is. Why, one might ask? Because it's a useful subject, that's why. As you might know, in this Ithusela continent, aside from humans and demi-humans, monsters exist here as well. And of course, among them exist the fantasy genre staple, the undead. Zombies and ghouls, skeletons and ghosts, and on top of that, liches and vampires. These eyes of mine have caught their existence several times, and some of them have been made into materials and are now placed in the cabinet of this lab. Necromancers are the experts when it comes to these undead. As expected, the best kinds of opponents to handle them are the priests with their holy magic, but most of them are needed as healers to treat the people instead, and there are not many combat exorcists around. The Empire of Omnia, which possesses the orders of the Holy Knights and the warrior monks, is an exception, but there is always a shortage of them in other countries. And so, by the process of elimination, the necromancers, as the superiors in regard of the undead, are useful as a countermeasure against this shortage. As the necromancers are intruding in the niche industry that should have been their field of expertise, the church doesn't find them amusing. But if they were to eliminate them completely, then they would get themselves overworked. Therefore, the ones that are making noises in the sidelines are only a small group of fundamentalists. The more upright priests, meanwhile, are giving them their half-hearted tacit approval. Of course, the value of their ability, communicating with the dead, is not low. Since the printing technology is underdeveloped in this world, duplication of documents is also inefficient. When an original document is lost, the valuable technologies and information written on it would also be immediately lost. When that happens, a necromancer may communicate with the spirit of the past, which makes it possible to restore the lost information. However, this too isn't a universal case. After death, there are cases of those who would turn into undead after their soul lapses because of their grudges, but there are also cases of those who don't, and their souls disappear somewhere. The church claimed these disappearances to be ascension. However, I find this claim dubious. It is possible that they may be reincarnated somewhere like in my case, and they may have disappeared with the same sense of loss I felt at that time. After all, I had no idea where I was until my soul was called upon, and after all communications were cut, I had no idea where I was going as well. This affair is indeed full of mysteries. Though the professor that I studied under did loudly criticize me for treating things that I couldn't understand as things that I could never understand. Well, bear in mind that this is the reason why there are souls that cannot be called back, or rather, in most cases, spirits can't be called back. In general, if all souls could be called back, there wouldn't be a maze of unsolved murders, nor would there be any unresolved mysteries left in history. Living in that kind of world may sound convenient, but it must be a rather dull world indeed. Besides, the mystery of so what exactly is a soul is what we're researching from now on so that we may shed light upon it. That's what I believe. That aside. Of course, Charles. After all, you are the expert in the field that forms the base of my research. Indeed, the one in charge of your augmentation is me, but seeing as I'm giving my all, the result will be special. Yes, you words SS soothe me. I put my trust in your skills, Albaniel. Charles spoke, while stuttering greatly while he responded, during our conversation. As I said before, he's an important person for my research. Immortality. To realize that goal, it is essential to investigate the soul, which is the basis of intelligent life. However, I am only apt in governing over material substances, whether organic or inorganic. Death magic is a different matter entirely. Although I may be able to use it to a certain extent if I desperately train, it wouldn't be much of a use, and if I'm too busy with it, it may impede my principal occupation, as I'm an alchemist. For Yuni and Dre too, their kind finds a better use of their magic in battle and exploration instead. That's where he, who has majored in necromancy for all this time in the academy, would be a great help to this challenging study of the enigma-riddled concept that is the soul. I'll be the one who will rely on your skills instead. This sure takes me back, Charles. Do you still remember about the academy? Why, yes. Even now I can still vividly remember. I helped why your research it was fun. The professor also held that experiment in high regard. The experiment to investigate the correlation between the soul and the brain. It was impossible to conduct that experiment without him. Due to the number of experimental bodies consumed and humanitarian issues, it wasn't a particularly reputable experiment, but the data taken from it occupied a particularly important position in my study of immortality too. Well then, let's wrap up our talk here. Shall we begin today's augmentation as well? Yuni, anesthetize him and prepare him for blood transfusion. Yes, master. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuni quickly injected anesthetics and put transfusion tubes in. In the past, I used to work around it by using hematopoietic drugs, but now it's possible to use alchemy-cultured, pre-collected blood in transfusion. Even though this sort of technology is difficult to realize even with the scientific power of my previous world, it's available as a cheat since this is a world of magic. Good night, Albaniel. Carl fell asleep in a clap. As she gazes upon his peaceful sleeping face, Yuni sighs, he sure has changed a lot. When he was brought here, he cursed a great deal. That's because I have tampered with his brain so that it works that way. I shrugged as I replied her. Charles held a grudge against me. As to how grudgeful he was, he loathed me as an enemy to the very marrow of his bones. When he arrived here after I ordered due to haul Opus 04 as of experiment material off, he was putting on an absurdly threatening look. According to what I heard, after I left the academy, it seems that he was terribly bullied because he cooperated with me in that aforementioned experiment. He also said that he was forced to drop out from the academy himself. That was why he had a grudge against me. So, if he was to be left that way, there was no way for me to augment him peacefully. So first I let Dre use her evil eye to calm him down, and then I treated him the way I treated Dre. Because of that, he has since become a lot more cooperative, and he's now gladly receiving the surgery he once hated so much. I personally think I did something good. Nothing good ever comes out of hatred. In order to create novel things, love and respect are needed first. Well then, let us do this carefully. It will be quite the difficult treatment, after all. It's still effective to use as long as it takes until he's perfect, so that we may utilize him safely later. Yes, understood. Almost a month has passed since then. Final adjustment completed. Recovery from surgical scars confirmed. Master, Opus 04 will open his eyes in a moment. I gave my nod to Yuni, who had been entrusted to do the finishing touches. It took a long while. It didn't take as long as when I worked on Yuni, but it's not often that I spend so much time working on one masterpiece only. Indeed, considering that Dues and Dre's operation, which focused only on simple ability strengthening, took roughly 1 or 2 weeks, it would be easy to understand the amount of time and effort I spent for Charles. Finally, 4 is going to wake up, is he? We sure took our time working on him, though. His refinement is different than ours, though. What plans do you have for him? The masterpieces, who have gathered in the lab to meet up, have shown their interest in him as well. After all, from now on he'll be their equal colleague. Of course they'd be interested. Well, about that. You'll understand when you see him, is what I wanted to say, but before I had the chance to say that. 4. Yuni raised a surprised shriek that was unlike her. At the same time, something cut through the air with a dreadful speed. How quick was it? Well, when it was moving, a shock wave reverberated throughout the lab, and bundles of papers of written data and surgical instruments were scattered all over. And in the center of the lab, with its stretched, hanging hair covering its face, a ghost-like shadow descends. It's Opus 4 Charles France Schmidt. Hey, could it be he's running amok? Impossible, Master had him restricted. Du and Dre put themselves on guard. Yuni and her fellows have already drawn their blades. As I did not expect this situation, my eyes went round. Interesting. I'm finally seeing a reaction that I haven't seen from when I performed similar brain augmentations up until now, and in addition, from when I created all those prototypes on the test bed as well. Just what in the world is the cause that is making him running amok like this? Psychological factor? Accidental effect? Or perhaps, in front of us, where we are staring at him attentively to observe his next move, Charles' shoulders are shaking. Ka-hu-hu-hu-hu. He's laughing, ignoring our bewilderment. His fit of laughter is intensifying. Hu-ha, F-U-H-A-H-A-H-H-H-A. This madness, I know it, he's running amok. Master, your approval to dispose of him, please. That show of insanity seems to have strengthened Yuni and her fellows' thoughts to eliminate him. However, I carefully signaled them to wait with my hands. If he really went crazy and is now running amok, I would like to observe what he would do in that insane state of his. Sure enough, in the next moment, magnificent, Charles spread both of his hands with a thud, his black robe spread out. Naturally, his front bangs fluttered away, and with it, his expression was exposed. That face, you would know that it was an ecstatic one, even from a side glance. This overflowing power in my body, this enriched magical power, this is the new me. Truly magnificent. Magnificent. With a sideway glance, I look at the first, masterpiece, whose wild speech and conduct is out of rhythm since due, as he started to speak as if he was singing while he was spinning on the floor using one foot as his axis. He sure is high in spirits. As a result, his speech is turning inside out, and he's rolling his tongue as he speaks. What a mess. Around the enriched magical power, I also heard something about overflowing soma power. What is soma anyway? Some sort of a horsepower? This is just a guess, but perhaps due to the excitement associated with the improvement of his ability, he temporarily loses his reasoning. Yuni muttered in a daze. Well, I suppose that everyone knows that without being told. Over there, his sharp hearing picked up her words to rebuke her, and with a vigorous thwack he pointed his finger. Ooh, how can you not be excited? I've changed, the world has changed, everything has changed. This exaltation can't be held down. This excitement, how shall I express it? By a song, can I see-eyeing. For the moment, calm down. Right. He calmed down for now, after I ordered him to do so. It seems that there is no problem in the asserting obedience part of the brain surgery. But looking at that blown-up state, I feel like I lost a bit of my confidence. Say, my lord, for that gloomy bastard to become like this, just how, and what part of his brain did you tamper with? Says Du, while he looks like he's trying to endure a headache. As he was the one responsible for securing Charles, this complete change might be a little bit too much for him. No, he probably finds the change to be unexpected. Even I feel so as well. In order to eliminate the enmity that he held against me, I integrated and converted that to vexation towards his self-powerlessness and anger towards his unsympathetic surroundings. Perhaps, now that he has acquired intensified power, it also has doubled his euphoria as well. Technically, what I did to him was the same as what I have done to Dre. As I explain this, Dre has an extremely upset look resting on her face. Perhaps she doesn't want to consider the fact that her treatment was the same as that. Though, according to Du, she herself has changed a lot as well. But still, this is too much of a change, too suddenly. It's good that his speech impediment is gone, but he's far from what I have imagined, and his appearance seems to have changed too. So he says while observing Charles. His previous self was pathologically slim, and his cheekbones were jutting out. He looked like an unhealthy young man. There were hollow dark circles around his eyes, and without that timid disposition that he had, he looked like how the world imagines someone like an evil necromancer might look like. However, it was all changed after the operation. His slender figure remains unchanged, but his body is now compactly well-proportioned. His slit eyes looks completely refreshed, and now his facial features looks like that of a good-looking young nobleman. It's just that he's a lot whiter than he was. No, it's just that he's a lot paler now. Perhaps it's a racial effect. Race, you say? Dre blinks, since he's no longer human, you see. Now Charles is a high undead, an artificial vampire lord. Vampire lord. Isn't that the monster that has the highest rank of risk as a subjugation target, even for a quest circulated to A-ranked adventurers? Du bursts out spontaneously. To that astonished look of his, Charles snorts in pride. That is correct. With the assistance of my master Albeniel, I have now transcended from being a lowly human to the side that tramples over it. In other words, the Lord of Thnight. He flutters his black robe each time he emphasizes anything. I know that he's feeling good, but our conversation will go nowhere this way. By the way, even if he refers himself as the Lord of the Night, one might understand from the fact that there's no von attached to his name, while he came from St. Gallen, that he's actually of common birth. He's not that much different from Du. Sorry, can you tone it down a little bit more? My apologies, I got too carried away. All right, I got him to be quiet. Dre slips in a word while holding her temple. However, is this fine, master? I'm a dark elf, but my existence is tolerated in the human's domain as long as I'm a slave. But this thing over here is a vampire, a lord on top of that. What might happen if his existence were exposed? Indeed, her apprehension is reasonable. Even though as a viscount I'm allowed to keep demi-human slaves and magical creatures that humans can tame, vampires are counted among the dangerous monsters, and even a king would not be allowed to keep them around. After all, it is one of the strongest adversaries against mankind. On top of that, they have the ability to rule over a person whom blood they have sucked and can create kin from that. Of course, such dangerous living, or dead, beings would be suppressed the moment people stumbled upon them. Creating and concealing him, even when I consider the works I've done so far, is my absolute heaviest illegal deed against the law. But I'm not bothered by it. I don't have to be bothered by it. Indeed, it would be a problem if he gets discovered, but from where and how can he get exposed? The vassals working for this Viscountcy of Albeniel are absolutely obedient to me. It's impossible to extract any secret information from them. Rather, in their thoughts, I've made it so that their instincts keep my interests as their top priority. They won't talk even if you torture them. This has already been experimented with the slaves. But vampires suck blood, don't they? Humans' blood at that. They might discover him during the process of procuring it. So said Du. That opinion was so becoming of him, as an adventurer who had hunted a lot of monsters. In truth, while vampires can hide themselves skillfully, seeing as they sometimes don't erase the trace after they suck people's blood, a lot of them get discovered that way. However, hey, did you forget, Du? What's in this lab? Now that you say that. Yes, there's an ideal thing in my lab that can conceal the blood-sucking sessions of the vampire. I lightly tap the thing with pride. Blood packs for transfusions, with a culturing vessel. As you see for yourself, if it's blood, I can use this to make as much as I want. If it's only the amount for a vampire's meal, then it's as easy as pie. 'Cause I'm a nocturnal, I basically only eat at night, though. Charles puffs his chest up. Is this perhaps his attempt to make some sort of kindred joke? And by the way, I mean to keep myself from sending him out as much as I can. His combat capability is high, but his main appeals are his superior aptitude for death magic and his strengthened magic capacity to cast high-level spells. Basically, both will be utilized in my research. What? Are you spilling my potential away? Aren't you being a bit mean, Albaniel? By the way, Master, putting aside the fact that he's a necromancer, how did you prepare him so far to the point that he's a lord now? Well, so there's that kind of raw material too. As Dre comes to me with a question, I ignore Charles, who came with something on his mind, and answer her. Now that you ask, there's actually a trick here. Oh. To her, who seems to be immensely interested, I threw her the documents that had fallen to the floor. They were scattered about when Charles was being hyper a while back. The details of his augmentation is written there. Let's see. Altered skeletal structure step by step to that of a lich. Heart and muscle tissue altered to that of a Dullahans. Liver of a Kelpie transplanted in order to make the subject resistant to running water. That's the gist of it. I replaced his body components to that of the undead step by step, and let his body adapt with them over time. And with that, I gradually increased his compatibility with a vampire's blood. It had an immediate effect, as he became a lord class upon swapping his blood to that of a vampire's right away. This is thanks to all the materials that everyone has gathered. In other words, he's an undead chimera that was built from a human as the base material. Well, a Kelpie is a monster that's closer to a magical beast than an undead, though. Among other things, it was good that we were able to procure the lich bones. Vampire blood can be increased by using the culture machine for blood transfusion, but bones can't. The fact that I could procure a lich bone this superior in quality was a windfall in itself. As expected, Dre begins to sweat as she skims through the document. How can you come up with all these? No, how can you actually execute what's in here? That's a late remark. If it makes me closer to my goal of reaching immortality, I'll twist my head around no matter how much. I'll do everything too. Albaniel has always been like that, even when he was in the academy. Charles nods. But thanks to that, I've become beautiful now. And I've become strong too. And with the power of the Kelpie's organ, I'm not obstructed by running water like normal vampires do. By the way, how tolerant am I against the sunlight? And he said such a thing, though I thought that that point was already explained before the operation. Could it be that he wanted to let Dew and Dre to hear about it? On the basis of estimation, you'll be a bit weakened, but it's still possible for you to do activities even in the sunlight. In addition to the Lord class durability and resilience, you have physical fitness that exceeds common vampires. Though I couldn't do anything about your resistance against holy magic. After all, you're a number of undead jumbled together. I guess this is where the magic equipment comes in. Thank you for your explanation, Master. That means even among the VAMPIRES, am the elite of the elite. Not only for MYABILITIS, but MY lack of WACANISSES as well, you see. Sure enough, he boasts, as he grows even more energetic. Well, even among my masterpieces, Charles is the one I have made most changes to. The power he has obtained is huge, so it can't be helped that he gets excited about it. So, do you understand what exactly is he now? Yes, in a lot of different ways. Truthfully, if it goes on like this, I'll get tired. Master, when you create the next masterpiece, please make it so that it'll be a bit more quiet. Commented Dew and Dre from the actual condition. It'll be exhausting to interact with Charles. For me as well. Considering his personality before his augmentation, I thought that he'd be a bit quieter. It was unexpected that he would change that much. And deal with it. I limited my answer to that and dissolved the meeting. Master, about Opus 04. As soon as it's only the two of us, Yuni begins to talk. Well, I suppose, considering what kind of person she is, she would definitely have a problem with Charles. I answer her proactively. Because of the instability of his mental state, you can't tell whether the obedience part of the surgery is working properly. Wouldn't it be dangerous to put my trust to him? Is your question along those lines? I see that you have already noticed. My apologies for my impertinent remarks. Not at all, your concern is understandable. The bodies of the previous Opus series were kept as humans or demi-humans, according to what they originally were. Now that Charl is classified as a monster instead, how far will the methods go beyond this? Of course, one can't help but to think about it. Transforming humans into monsters. That would mean that there would be a lot of change in quality of the soul, say. For an example, that villager A was bitten by a vampire, they would turn into a lesser vampire in an instant, and it would come to harm people. It may be said that the change in quality of the soul to that of a monster's can be attributed to the loss of its human ethics. Even in this world of magic, the thing called soul is still in existence, shrouded in mystery. No matter what kind of effect it might cause, it still wouldn't be a strange thing. And more so, the monster he has turned into is a vampire. Vampires can raise soldiers under their control by their own will by sucking the victim's blood. Leave him unchecked, and there's the fear that he will catch me off guard while I'm sleeping, and this is where the other masterpieces are not a match to him. But knowing that, I still turned Charl into a vampire. As for me, I see that the possibility for him to betray me is minimal. The result of the trial assigned to the slave specimen before him indicated that almost all of their functions went under the brain augmentation surgery. I suppose that the principal cause of this exception was also after the operation to turn him into a vampire. His behavior is a tad queer, but among the expected pattern of personality change, I think his case counts as a moderate one. That means, the data says that the risk is low. By the way, Yuni, do you still remember the experiment I did with him back in the Magic Academy? Yes, I believe it was. The correlation between brain functions of an organism and its living soul. Basically, you treat a slave's brain, and you kill them after that. What will become of their soul post-mortem? It was that sort of experiment. And that result of the experiment was that the cognition of the brain changes in line every time the soul changes in quality. So far, ever since the time when I captured him to the final point when I treated him in order to change him into a vampire, I have always induced obedience towards me when I tampered with his brain, every single day. Also, from the result of the experiments conducted on the slaves on his test bed, we understand that a vampire's regenerative ability is derived directly from the soul. The body restores itself according to the information regarding that body that is engraved on their souls. Then, we understand that the point of reference for that matter generally is largely dependent to the immediate state before and after their vampirization. Basically, this is what I mean. Cut the limbs of slave A and turn them into a vampire after that. Vampire A will then start to restore their body according to the carved information on their souls, and their limbs will be restored. On the other hand, cut the limbs of slave B, let them heal and turn them into a vampire after that. In that case, their limbs will not be reattached upon their vampirization, nor will they grow back from the cut surface. It will simply be a limbless vampire. It appears that the difference between those two was caused by the state their own limbs was supposed to recognize. Immediately after their limbs was cut, slave A still thinks they'll grow back when it's healed upon the vampirization. Whereas in the case of B, it is recognized that the limbs have healed without them growing back upon their treatment. Such was the evidence that a vampire's paranormal self-healing ability was caused directly by the self-awareness that was affixed to their soul. The same thing can be said for Charl. And that means that Charl was augmented with absolute obedience towards me fixed in his head. It is highly possible that his brain tissue remains at it is after his vampirization. Obedience towards me has been functionally imprinted in him. Yuni should have already understood if it's only about that. Hasn't she been my assistant for the last 10 years? Which means there's another reason behind her concern that was beyond that. Indeed, she makes a rebuttal for herself. But I still think that there's a lot of unknowns in regard to his transformation to a monster. In fact, in the case of Opus 04, there have been changes beyond his physical appearance that were not intended in the treatment. That's correct, there is still little data in regard of transforming a human into a monster. Since the consumption of body and other materials is something that isn't insignificant, the numbers of experiment in regard to this matter is limited. And the data outside my experiment can only be classified as anecdotal lore that can't be relied as a reference. Even though we have done a number of experiments beforehand, and even if 100 of experiments yielded no problem, it may not necessarily be the case for the 101st time. In order to avoid that, it's necessary to repeat the experiment 1,000 or 10,000 times to increase the accuracy of the data. Moreover, the changes that happened to Charles were dramatic. His looks and personality have been completely changed. It would be impossible to not be alarmed against these irregularities. However, say, Yuni. Yes. Do you think I trust uncollared slaves? At the end of the day, that's my situation. I don't want to die. Even if the chance is only 1 out of 10,000, I still don't want to die. That's why I'm studying immortality. And for me, there's no reason to leave any room for betrayal in the masterpieces that are ultimately my tool. And to that, no, I think such would be impossible. My magnum opus sure understands me well. The Opus series and the brainwashed vassals are just highly capable slaves. At first glance, they seem to possess free will. After all, if you perfectly turn them into a doll, their ability to make decision will decrease. It would be a vexing thing to have the number of instructions necessary to direct them multiplied. So in the end, it's only a matter of efficiency. Also, in case that I make a mistake in my judgment, if their point of view becomes too uniform, there's the risk that there would just be a chain of failures after that. And so there's also the purpose to prevent that from happening. I have said this many times before. In Du's case, I basically removed the function that may cause him to oppose or defy me from his brain. I've also made similar adjustments to Yuni. In Dre's case, she was made obedient after I reattributed the subject of her sense of belonging from her clan to that being a slave of mine. As an additional safety measure, I also kept her collar intact. Then, what about Charles? In his case, in addition to the psychological surgery that was similar to what I did to Dre, I've incorporated several fail-safes as well. And what are those? I asked Yuni to inquire me of the matter, but she's a clever one. Perhaps this is just a measure of modesty towards her lord. So first, I'd like to hear her answer first. Well then, take a guess, Yuni. There would be re-augmentations to ensure complete restraints on a regular basis. Oh then, the interior of the lab is Master's absolute territory. So to deduce whether it is possible to entrust everything to the restraint that has the ultimate power over him or not, we will test his loyalty and measure his degree of obedience at a regular interval. In addition, in order to ensure that he will not make unintended movements within such periods, a magical equipment have been attached to For's vitals to track his location. And there's a kind of a magical tool that can be activated remotely inserted inside his body as well. Was that correct? Asked Yuni, and wondered whether it was true or false. I loosened my cheeks. Correct. As expected from Yuni, you sure understand well. It's an honor to have you praise me. However, this was all due to Master's guidance. She gently bows as she says so. That is how it is. No matter how much I tamper with the insides of his head, there's no way I would leave the man who held a grudge against me until a while ago with his powers unchecked. He will be my dog for the rest of his life. Even though I had kept him, what would happen by the time he could stand it no longer? At that time, since he's an undead, he will turn into a mere corpse. No, since he's a vampire, he'll turn into ashes instead, I guess. Well, that's how it goes. As long as he behaves as I have intended, you can calm down. But in the case that he deviates from that criterion, understood, that means that Yuni will eliminate him without hesitation. Although Charles' ability seems to be considerably high for a Lord-class vampire, on the flip side, that is all there is to him. Originally, he was just a student in the academy. Yuni, who has accumulated a lot of combat experience, is still superior in battle potential, as one of my pieces. In addition to that, his specific weak point as an undead against the holy attribute remains still in place. Though, in addition, I have covered that with the magical equipment I've mentioned before. After all, to be frank, I have no obligation to give him a perfect magical equipment. It is easy to have him to self-destruct, should I will it. In addition to that, the remotely activatable tool against the undead that Yuni considered has already been inserted in his body as well. Though it would be the best if it didn't come to that, I said as I took a seat to take a break. Well, that's that. While he might be an undead, he's not perfectly immortal as he can be killed if I feel like it. Moreover, he has already made most of the world his enemy just by existing. Though he will do well as a secret piece of mine. If that's how it is, he's still far from the point that Master desires. Right, I might have no other choice to do so to myself, should death approach me. For that reason, I had you remember the surgery method as well. Hopefully, your wish to attain the perfect form will be granted. I too am willing to commit all I have for that. Of course, that's what I hope too. As I reply to her, I tap the armrest of the chair with my fingers. She promptly grasped my intention and brewed me a warm cup of tea. Chapter 15, Roars of Laughter from Beneath the Grounds. In the gloomy tunnel, fresh blood flutters. Blood, meat, bones. In the twinkling of an eye, the scenery that the lantern scantily illuminated is dyed in a grotesque color. In spite of this amount of gruesomeness, no screams are heard. Why indeed? That is because this massacre was done all too quickly. In exchange of the screams, the loud laughter of the perpetrator resounded all over the tunnel. Cuckoo, ha 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 ha, fragile, fragile, too fragile. What's this? They're not responding at all. If this is all they've got, it wouldn't even be enough as a warm-up now, would it? The figure of the person that raised this voice was someone with a matching top and bottom suit, a blood-red scarf, and a black mantle coiling around his body. A youth with a noble air. Though his elegance did not match the darkness under the damp soil in itself, there was one eye-catchingly strange thing about him. It was his hand. The nails had grown and crooked in a bizarre way, as if it was an instrument of torture or execution. Those outlandish nails seemed to outline the ruthless nature within him. It was the very weapon that massacred the true inhabitants of this dark dannel. Jia. Perhaps it was so much of a surprise that even their survival instinct couldn't help them from being frozen in their spot, as those who was left behind raised their screams of amazement a little too late. As one might have known from their cries, both of them weren't humans. There were a number of follower goblins, along with an orc, as the leader of the flock. Both were the types of monsters which would normally make caves their primary residence. Be that as it may, that the only merits that the goblins had were their numbers, and their intelligence that was akin to that of a child's. The orcs had a degree of physical ability that most common adults wouldn't be able to match. However, that was about it. For the starring actor of this massacre that, more or less, to some extent, possessed superhuman strength, these beings were not fit to be his match. Maybe the young man thought so as soon as his laughter subsided, his expression turned gloomy. Boring? How boring? As I thought, if this is all it takes, this is boring. As he said so, he drew his blood-drenched claws closer to his lips, and then licked it, and then immediately spit it out. Awful, they're weak, they're boring, and their blood tastes awful. Just why were you guys alive anyway? To think that there's an existence so worthless like you lot. While he distorted his face in his unpleasantness, the young man shook his arms lightly. Then lo, they watched as that claw of a weapon shrinked, and then, sure enough, his hands regained its elegant form. As their opponent put his weapon away, the monsters breathed a sigh of relief. However, you aren't worth my claws. So die quickly, sudden death in sight. What was delivered was none other than the cruel verdict of death. It was a curse of instant death with everyone in his sight as the target. The freezing hands of death invaded the hearts of the monsters and promptly seized them. For this repeated mass murder, as one might have thought, there were no screams raised this time either. When it came to, all of the monsters fell to the ground as if they were dolls whose strings were cuts. As he found his satisfaction from watching the scene, the youth once again floated a smile. It didn't take long until his smile turned into a mad, loud laughter. Hoo, to think that I was able to cast this high-grade curse without chanting ahahahahahahah. As I thought, I'm amazing, this new body. It's so mag, and I ice and I can't stop laughing. By all means, please stop. Your laughter echoes throughout the caves and it gets noisy in here. I couldn't resist and called him out from his back. Then he Charles Franz Schmidt, ceased his laughter at once and went into prostration at lightning speed. Yes, I'm sorry, Master. I got carried away, yes, my apologies. When I saw this change, I didn't think that he'd been in his perfect form just now. I involuntarily put my hand to my temples. The difference in your spirits is way too extreme, Charles. We are at present advancing through the old Lobert mine, one of the dungeons in Marlin. The purpose of this expedition was to limber Charles up, to verify the profitability of the abandoned veins, and on the same occasion, to fulfill the request of monster extermination in the area that was raised by the common folk. And since that was the case, one of my intention was to try Charles' ability out, but ain't gonna say anything about vampires being intoxicated when it comes to blood and all that. But there was way too much fooling around in your movements there. Remarked Dew. So, imbeciles who'd cast an instant death spell on small fries like those do exist after all. What a waste of mana. Remarked Dre. Against monsters with that sort of intellect and strength. Surely words are unnecessary here. Remarked Yuni. Like that, the evaluation given by his seniors was terrible. Yes, my apologies, dear esteemed seniors, yes. And the vampire lord was earnestly apologizing. He is possibly the first high-ranked vampire lord ever since the dawn of history to prostrate on the grounds of a mine while apologizing over and over again, huh? So I suppose in a sense, this is quite the remarkable feat. Looking at that curling figure as it begs for pity makes me think that all those talks with Yuni regarding methods to deal with him the other day were all but needless anxiety. No. Complacency is something that I absolutely must avoid here. After all, he was still a prodigy that could be counted among the top 5 in the necromancy department back in the academy, and he's an inherently evil vampire now. The possibility that this pathetic figure of his might just be an act in order for him to be slighted by his surroundings is not zero. While appropriate measures have been undertaken, he would definitely be a substantial menace if he actually went rogue. In the previous world, there's this story called Brushwood and Gall, and then there's Han Zin's tale as well. Just because he's putting up this unsightly figure on display today, if the tusk that could be used to turn against me in the future isn't taken away, then his threat level will not change. Let's handle him carefully from now on as well, shall we? For the moment, just so he doesn't hold pointless animosity, let's patch things up a bit here. Under that prudential consideration, I open my mouth. Charles, there's no need to be that ashamed. It's fine to try to do what you couldn't do this time later. Besides, you're primarily here as my fellow researcher, yes. You don't have to feel down when people are finding fault in your battles, which is outside your expertise anyway. Come on now, you're my masterpiece, act like one. Oh, Master Albaniel is truly magnanimous. I'm so touched I can't hold off my tears. And as he found consolation in that, he vigorously rose up, and then he stroked his own shoulders as he embraced his own body, wiggling while he was at it. Just how earnest is he here anyway? Well, whatever. There's no need to put my thoughts into something that's useless to be pondering about. At any rate, the first objective, which was to warm Charles up, is complete. Shall we move on to the next objective? Dre. Yes. As soon as she received my instruction, Dre starts her preparation immediately. The second objective is to re-examine the veins. Oh, Spirit of the Earth, answer this query of mine. What might the mysteries thy concealeth be? Where might the riches thy storeth be? Wide detect. Along with her chance, the orderly mana released from Dre's body changes into a spell that runs through the surroundings. It's a wide-range exploration spell that borrows the power of the Spirit of the Earth attribute. Due to Dre's unique affinity as a dark elf with the spirits, the synergistic effect it generates greatly improves the range and the precision of the exploration spell. Let alone this abandoned mountain mine, the spell should be able to locate resources in the surrounding underground area as well. After a silence of a few tens of seconds, she raised her face. The deposits here are no good. The excavated area and its vicinity has already been mined to depletion. Saw that coming. No matter how little profit the mine had left, those greedy former deputies would still never let it alone. Abandoning the mines so that it became a nest for monster, and then leaving it alone must have had a cause. Well, it doesn't matter. I never expected much in the first place anyway. However, please rejoice, Master. There was an indication that there's a large copper deposit 15 kilometers to the northeast from here. Oh, that's wonderful. Copper mining, if it could be made into a large-scale operation, then Marlin's finance will greatly benefit from it. Even from my own viewpoint as an alchemist, the fact that there's a large amount of copper, which as a material may be processed into various things, available is a joyous one. While it is indeed 15 kilometers to the northeast, it's within a rugged mountainous area. The forests along the way are also thick, so it's not feasible even if we were to open a path. realize that my joy slips away as I hear Yuni's remark. That's right. As it is, this place is deep within the mountains. If I were to proceed further from here, just what kind of an unexplored region would I find? Regardless of how promising the deposit is, in order to mine the copper, transport it, and put it into circulation, there must be a way to get there, and without it the whole deal is out of the question. I wonder how much gold it would cost me in order to expand the roads all the way there. I'm not that knowledgeable in this field of expertise, but I know that this'll cost me a fortune. At least, for the current budget of my territory, there's fundamentally not enough strength to bear that kind of a burden. My apologies, Master. It seems that I've agitated your heart with that needless information of mine. Ah, no. Eventually, Marlin will develop, and surely a time will come when it will be possible to expand the roads to go all the way there. There's no loss in bearing this in mind, in order to prepare when the time comes. If all goes well, it'll probably take 10 or 20 years. If it doesn't, we're probably talking about a century. Say, if my lord were to prepare huge golems to deploy there, wouldn't we able to excavate it right away? Dew chimed in. Charles made an exaggerated sigh before answering him. Good grief, just what are you saying? It'll have to knock the forest down, dig the mountain out, carry the mined copper. A golem that can carry out such large-scale work, wouldn't it be already at the scale of a superweapon that the country does not allow possession of? The extent of use of the mud golem in the irrigation job was a different story altogether. They did observe it, but in the end, a summons came from the imperial court for an inquiry into it anyway. He let out a broad grin. It probably was payback for his criticism regarding the battle earlier. Bearing the brunt of that, Dew's face became stiff. What you're saying is reasonable, but why is it so frustrating that you're the one pointing it out? HIH. No violence, please. As Charles reflexively hid behind Dre's back, he got a "don't touch my butt" from her before being kicked, rolling all over the tunnel as he tumbled. Leaving out the skit that this statement started, for the most part, what Charles said was correct. If I were to make that sort of thing, the neighboring residents who might witness that would go into a panic, and then someone would inform the Adventurers Guild, and from there, the story would go around the country. I have been contributing various things to Marlin through alchemy, but I don't think that I'm revered enough for the country to let me off in that serious of a matter. If that's the case, then there's no way but for me and my masterpieces to manually mine it, or so I thought, since that would be a bad move as well. If it just were soil and irrigation improvements in a scale that we did before, then any other lord could do it, provided they had a fairly skilled alchemist around them. But the degree of difficulty differs when it comes to developing a mine in the mountains. If the news that the operation could be carried out with just a few people were to come out, then it would make the centralists and the surrounding lords to be greatly wary of me. I already have a bad reputation in hand, and my brother along with the centralists are keeping an eye on me. I'm not in the mood to be involved in more unnecessary problems than I currently am. Well, there's no choice but to slowly and steadily explore the places around the mine. The fact that we can't do anything unless we do so can't be helped anyway. Yes. Besides, Master's main purpose is to research immortality after all, said Yuni. Just as she said, for me territory management is, to put it nicely, a source of funding for my research, or to put it badly, it's nothing more but an unnecessary diversion. Besides, as I was being too obsessive about it, I invited trouble here in the process, and that was me pulling the cart before the horse. In other words, as I'm now under the watch of Marquis Lavallee and being sent Victor and his company, I had made a huge mistake. It was something to reflect over. Then, we're mostly done here. Shall we do the last finishing touches and then go home? Charles, do one more thing for me, please. Yes. Charles, who wobblingly came near after being called, was covered with mud after he had rolled over here and there. Rather than a vampire lord, he looks like a freshly resurrected zombie from the bottom of the earth. However, his skill as a necromancer, being an undead himself now, is one of the best in the continent. I'd say he's probably among the top 3 now. Well, from now on I'm just going to squander that talent in wasteful jobs, though. Well then, please begin to set it up. 5 high skeletons, was it not? If it's only that much, there's still plenty of leeway even without me chanting. So he said as he snapped his right hand finger that was out of his mantle. Instantly, a sudden change occurred. The corpses of the monsters that he slaughtered along the way began to gather in one spot. And then they were compressed by an otherworldly force, losing their material form in the process as they turned into black particles. The particles were a form of negative energy, also dubbed as miasma. Although it is harmful to ordinary life forms, long-time practitioners of dark magic and monsters of darkness can manipulate it to cause various phenomenon. O brethren in the dark, my kinsmen, serve this beautiful and noble self, serve with bravery in your devotion. Create skeleton. Charles was floating a menacingly exalted smile, perhaps from the ecstasy of being in touch with the miasma as an undead, as he was casting his spell. That sight of his was truly becoming of a vampire lord, the wretched king of the undead. However, hey, didn't this guy say something about not going to chant a while back? If memory serves, the words for the spell, create skeleton, isn't anything like that. Perhaps it's an improvised poem, though I will refrain from commenting about it. The other three just had to say their riposte like that, though. In the meantime, the miasma had cleared up, and the end product of Charles' spell appeared. For some reason, the bluish skeletons were bleached in atrocity, and each of these monsters were carrying a rough-looking sword and shield that appeared out of nowhere. The so-called skeleton, or perhaps calling them high skeleton, the superior species among them, would be more appropriate. There's exactly 5 of them, just as I ordered. How strange, though. The corpses were those of goblins and orcs, but no matter how I look at it, I don't see anything but human skeleton. That's a given. Rather than keeping the deceased soul inside the dead body and turning it into an undead, I turn the dead body into a material and grant it a temporary life instead. Thus it is a completely new undead. For a practitioner my level, doing something like changing the shape of their bones is EASY. This guy's mood surely fluctuates too much for every little thing. The other masterpieces gazed at the dancing Charles with exasperation in their eyes. If it goes this far, then I suppose that this is his inherent nature. It appears to be so. He always was a timid one during his time in the academy, but when he's intimidated or being ordered, he still curls himself up even now. He stuttered slightly in the past, so I couldn't get it, but apparently there were times when he might have been in high spirits as well. Hey, pay attention to the job until the very end. Be sure to set up instructions for them too, okay. That's an easy task. Though it wasn't much of a job, perhaps because he got to show off his specialty, he sure is in a good mood. Since it's better for him to be feeling happy when doing jobs, I'll just leave him alone. Hear me here, okay, you people. Draw whoever that trespasses into this cave into the interiors and then kill them. You don't have to chase anyone who escapes, and thus the high skeletons are set in these caverns. I suppose it'll get rid of goblins and other wild monsters. That's how it is. Normally that would be the adventurer's job, but unfortunately, on top of having poor transportation links, this Marlin is a land with only a few things going on in it. There's no reason for the middle class and upper adventurers to come here. And there's no way a fledgling adventurer would have the funds to go all the way here in the first place. There's one guild branch established here, but that's just one single branch in a large countryside where there's comparatively no people in it, and virtually no business is going on in there. Their primary job is mainly receiving and sending stuff like letters. It gets to the point where they're probably better off putting the post office sign there. Of course, there's no adventurer that'll accept subjugation quests there. So if you want to get rid of a monster in the Marlin Viscountcy, you'll have to take the trouble to ask the guilds in the neighboring counties, or the citizens will do it themselves, or the Lord, that's me, will suppress them personally. However, the first option costs too much money. The second option has the risk to make the vigilante groups into rebel groups if they're left alone, and thus there's a security concern there. The last option, the third, is troublesome for us. No, it isn't because I'm lazy. The problem is that the monsters around here are low-leveled, and thus there are no decent drops that may compensate me for the labor of going around here and there. If I use the military under my control, if I move them around poorly, I may incur the costs of procuring provisions, weapons, and other various troublesome costs. So I decided to place some familiars in the dungeon, which was the monsters' colony, to exterminate them. Once they are set up, they will automatically hunt the wild monsters for a long period of time. Also, if I were to keep the familiar's degree of usage as it is right now, there wouldn't be a fuss, even in the one of a million chance that the common folk, or, as if they'd have the interest to come this far into the sticks, some adventurers with idle curiosity were to discover them. I'm able to make adequate familiars using alchemy, but as I thought, in the end, that would just reek of being the job of an alchemist somewhere. And surely someone would eventually link me with the monsters that would appear in the caverns. Among the most promising candidates to do so, though I won't mention any names, would be a certain immature count when compared to his little brother, or a certain marquis who happened to sire a bastard in his old age. And that's why I asked Charles, a genuine necromancer, to create high skeletons, which may naturally occur and are possible to control. Of course, if it's just for the create skeleton spell, then Yuni or Dre can do it. Heck, even I can do at least that much. But leaving goblins aside, it's hard to make a skeleton that can win against orcs. In addition, as we're weak in the subject of handling spirits, the accuracy of our instructions would also decrease, and a real human corpse would be needed to create one of them as well. It's not about the ability of the spellcaster, it's about the spellcaster's affinity to death magic. If I need a corpse as a material, then won't I be able to get no matter how much I need from the lab, you say? Please stop joking. Even by chance, I can't leave any traces of my experiment outside. It's not because I'm afraid that I left some traces of surgery there, it's just that being careful where I should be is my principle. Ever since I still was in the capital, other than valuable samples of the corpses that came out of the experiments, I properly will burn all corpses until their bones break. Though, when I had to leave for Marlin, I couldn't take the samples with me, so I had to burn them as well. It seems like Charles will finish his job soon. Right, that's the end of it. I'm done setting up instructions, Kun. Well done, shall we return then? As soon as I said so, everyone else gathered around Dre. Using the space transition magic, greater teleportation, we would be able to arrive to the mansion we've grown familiar of in an instant. Such a convenient thing, this transition magic is. Thanks to it, even under these winter skies, we still can fly back home. Remarked Du keenly. That's right, it's winter now, Charles' augmentation has just been completed. Though I suppose a reasonable person would have figured that out. In exchange of that, the spell eats away my mana, and if it fails, will fly straight into the walls. Don't let go of my hand, all right. The farther away you are from me, the more likely you'll run into a transition accident. Master, your hand, please. I took a pawn on her words and grabbed her hand. Du is holding her other hand. Yuni and Charles are nearby. If it's those two, even if there's a mistake by chance, their surgery would interfere and readjust their position as to prevent them from running into an accident. As for me, magic suppression skill aside, because the problems of absolute quantity are involved, it's hard for me to step in when it comes to transition. After Dre was done chanting a drawn-out chant so as to execute the spell perfectly, she closed her eyes and called the name of the spell in the end. Greater teleportation. The providence of nature distorts, and through the dimensional wall, we leave the abandoned tunnel. As long as the remaining skeletons do their job properly, we won't return here for a while. I see, and so, at this stage, mining the likely deposits will be quite extortive. After he marked the map, based from the information received from Dre's investigation in red, Victor raised his face. Due to his ability and his status, he now occupies the position that's akin to the chief of the domestic officials. Well, his predecessors was morally compromised and weren't that skilled in the first place, though. Contrary to my expectation, with his known merits, the whole deal should not be a trouble for him. Although the amount of materials are more abundant than expected, it's a shame that because of the cost and current technology, their practical uses is unexpectedly few. Good grief, though, even if it can be excavated, mineral poisoning will appear here and there, and it will be quite tough to deal with. So, on the contrary, the fact that it has extortive cost seems to be a good thing, I said while relaxing on the office's chair. Even though I have wholly delegated most of the job, I'm still obligated to put out a word when it comes to deciding important matters and anything related to alchemy, especially in this subject, which revolves around the mine as a source of valuable material. If I can't be serious at times like these, there'll be quite the noise after this. Although their brain augmentation prevents them from betraying me, it won't stop them from reprimanding me. You have a point. Well, in light of our current financial position, I'm afraid that we can't afford to invest in mines. So, from your viewpoint, what is the ideal spot for you? This spot, it's where copper, tin, and lead overlaps. There are also mountains where gold and silver can be mined, but I'm worried that the country will butt in if we were to dig those out. Right, it's never that simple, huh? To put it the other way, a mountain of gold or silver would be put directly under the king. How unfortunate. If we could dig out that gold and silver ourselves, I'd be able to make as much magic equipment as I'd like. Your Excellency. Ah, yes. Got it, I'm properly listening. You recommended this triple deposit, yes. I'll also make estimates for the pollution control facility later, so let me consult the person in charge. I responded hurriedly to his unexpectedly piercing reaction. Victor and Lobert, these people surprisingly don't pamper me. Though that part was my doing, times like these would make me think that it would be better for me if I were to make them a bit more reasonable. I'm really asking you here. Mineral poisoning is a serious case. Well then, on to the next issue. It's about the construction of your formal mansion that was entrusted to Lobert. As I thought, was the land I wanted no good? I asked proactively. The matter in question was about the planned construction site for my residence. I've selected myself a place where the land's spiritual power is good, which is suitable for building an alchemy lab. However, there's some problems there. Of course, it's no good. The designated land was far too detached from the town. It can't be used as an administrative center that way. The one you proposed within the town is also out of the question. Isn't that the place where the church currently is? You're going to destroy a church in order to build your residence. Even your low reputation will go rock bottom this time around, you know. Victor's reply was within my expectations. The land where the spiritual power is strong and within the boundary of the town is mostly dominated by the church. Its purpose is so that the priests may use it as a ritual ground in order to cast large-scale holy magic. If I were to forcibly take the land from them, it would mean that I would be adding even religion into the long list of my enemies. Besides, as recovery magic is practiced there, the church of this world also functions as a hospital. If the Lord were to destroy it out of his own selfishness, it would be inevitable that the support of the people would plummet. On the other hand, if the administrative processing capability were to decline because the residence was built far from the town, then my problems, in the eyes of the lot from the capital, would soar as well. How troubling. Better yet, can't you just make your laboratory separate from the residence? I wouldn't be troubled if that's possible. But think about it. Every single day, the Lord is seen to be entering and leaving a mysterious facility in a place out of town. If my brother and your father were to hear about it, they would gleefully come to investigate. To make matters worse, ever since I got here, my research has become too radical. That's your just deserts, though. As if a dark elven slave wasn't enough, now you went as far as dragging a vampire into this. Had I not been brainwashed, I'd find myself running to the church, the high court, or the adventurers' guild. Even though his lord is venting about his problems, that's what this vassal is concerned about. I reflexively looked up to the heavens. Ah, good grief, I thought that I just got back from a dim underground dungeon, and now there's this. Sigh, can't I ever catch a break? At that time, there was something flashing in my mind. Better yet, can't you just make your laboratory separate from the residence? I thought that I just got back from a dim underground dungeon. If we could dig out that gold and silver ourselves, I'd be able to make as much magic equipment as I'd like. Huge golems to deploy there, wouldn't we able to excavate it right away? Such a convenient thing, this transition magic is. Those words became a dot, and then a line was created between them. As they linked with each other, they built a picture. This is, by any chance, could this idea be viable? Or rather, how come I couldn't figure out something this simple? Your Excellency, are you okay? That's right, yes. If it's like that, then won't it all be okay? In the unlikely event where their investigating hands were to break into the residence, with this move, it wouldn't be a problem. Paying no attention to Victor's words, I was piecing the plan together. After I finished my trial calculations, I rose from my chair and called her. Yuni. Yes, by your side. Victor's eyes went round as he saw that Yuni appeared without a sound. but I ignored him. I don't do it so much now, and besides, Yuni appearing as soon as I call her should already be a common knowledge around these parts. The construction of the lab will be moved ahead of schedule. We can't afford to leisurely wait until the snow thaws. Let's start right now. As you wish. Please wait, Your Excellency. Lab construction right now, you said. Where would that be? And what about the new residence? Victor's somewhat noisy. But well, if he hears this idea, he will be silent and go along with it. As for the plans for the new residence, I'll leave it to Lobert and you. Build it wherever you wish. If you're the one building it, even if it's seen from a nobleman's perspective, you won't build that much of a weird building now, will you? That goes without saying, though. But you'll have to make a mansion with a large basement in it. You can build it under the pretext of storage or a wine cellar. Will that be fine for the lab? As you suggested, I decided to build it apart from the living quarters. The place is right. After thinking for a moment, I pointed to a spot in the map. Let's build it here, it's decided. As he saw the spot that I pointed at, Victor's mouth hung open without his usual grace of a young nobleman. It's probably because of the construction site I proposed. On top of being too far detached from the town, no matter how one might think about it, it would be impossible to make something like a lab there. But that's where this idea is brilliant. Just what are thinking, Your Excellency? Your Excellency. As I heard his confused voice, which I haven't heard for quite a while, Yuni and I left the office. I walked in an excited, exhilarated manner that was so unlike me. Although one of the vassals who passed me in the hallway found it creepy, I didn't pay it any mind. It's good that Master's happy. Well then, what might you be thinking of? Yes, well, hear me out. To Yuni, who boldly asked me, I confided her in this idea that I just thought of. As if she had just heard something impossible, she blinked her eyes several times over. That is quite the outrageous idea. Are you opposed to it? No, I do not mean it that way. Yuni seemed to be taken aback, but she soon gave me her seal of approval. Like during that time with Charles, she said so without overlooking her apprehension, no matter how small. I'm becoming more and more confident in this idea. Chapter 16, Party Night. Construction of the Lord of Marlin's new residence, which was started during the arrival of spring, advanced at an astonishing rate and has now been completed. Because the territory was a remote land, they couldn't be elaborate with the mansion's decorative side. Thus the construction progressed in favor of the mansion's functional aspects only. As the Viscount's golems were put into work, and as the population was mobilized, the foundation works were finished at a considerably rapid pace. The mansion was built as the base of the Viscount's sitting administration, but unlike the deputy's manor which laid in the center of the town, it was located outside of the fortified town. As the mansion served to manage the administration of the entire Viscountcy, and not only the county town of Marlin, it was located near to the intersection of the highway which extended throughout the region. At the same time, the deputy's manor, which was once the Viscount's temporary residence, was left as an office for vassals responsible for the town's administration. The newly built residence was more like a small castle rather than a mansion. The mansion is surrounded by a bailey, which itself is enclosed by a deep moat, and watchtowers are affixed to the main building. Since the mansion lies outside the fortification that protects the town, their presence is a given as a countermeasure against bandits or monsters. However, for a building that claims to have disregarded appearance in pursuit of its utility, its hard, rugged appearance casts an intimidating impression to its surrounding, in a different sense than the deputy's manor, which lords over the townscape. If a stray traveler were to see the figure of this residence illuminated by the flashes during a thunderstorm, they'd go, "Good Lord, is this the demon lord's castle, where evil spirits dwell?" As they went to be frightened out of their wits. Really, what a pretentious piece of structure. What an eerie-looking dwelling. I'd say that it is just so like that little brother of his, though. There was a building that couldn't be called as a mansion, nor a castle that sat on top of a small hill at a distance from the Viscount's residence. From there, a man muttered this ironically. The man was dressed in starched formal clothes, and there were no sunburns on his skin. His beard was well kept. From the way he dressed, he probably was a noble, but from the quality of his clothes, it could be surmised that he was a humble subordinate of another house. The man haughtily took a glance backwards. "Listen well, you people. We will now head for the Viscount's residence, but I'll say this over and over again. Yes, over and over again. Make sure you don't draw any attention to yourself, okay? He was talking to the four figures who held themselves at a distance behind him. Their attire were completely different to the man who dressed like a nobleman, in the way that they seemed to be boorish. While they kept their appearance as tidy as they could so as to keep their appearance proper for a visit to the Viscount's residence, they only wore things like chain mail, breastplate, and clearly, weapons. And even when dirt and filth had been brushed away from them, it was still obvious from their appearances that those things had been accumulating quite the damage from battles, as small scratches were engraved here and there. For a band of escorting knights, their arms had no sense of unity, and the things they wore as decorations seemed to be unrelated with each other as well. And a group of people who could still move alongside the nobles while having such characteristics. In this Ithusela continent, there was only one possibility as to who they might be. They were adventurers. I said we got it. You expect us to be on our best behavior, like a temporarily hired escort should, right? Said the lightly equipped swordsman, that seemed to be the leader among the four men. While he indeed wore a breastplate, and his armor covered his elbow, knee, and shin, one may see that they weren't designed to protect his body. They were equipment made for the classes of vanguard that go on the offensive, in order to protect those areas from being hit by the sword while they nimbly move around. But you won't mind if we were to indulge in the feast's leftovers, yes. It's not often for us to partake in a noble's banquet. I wish you'd give us that leeway at least. Do whatever you want. Though I myself will try to keep whatever they're serving from entering my mouth as much as possible, said the noble-styled man as he snorted. After all, the other party is that notorious slave murderer. Today, at the new residence of Lord of Marlin, Tullius Shernan Aubenial, a banquet to celebrate the residence's completion is being held. Various stakeholders have been invited to this feast. The main participants were the neighboring lords, the Viscountcy's upper class, regular and irregular merchant, and the head of the noble house of Aubenial, which entrusted the land to him. However, the Viscount's brother, the Count and the head of that family, was being occupied by a business he couldn't let go of at that time in the capital, and his delegates had been sent to attend instead. Everyone knew that it was only an excuse, though. The true reason, which is the discord between the two brothers, had been a public secret after all. The Browson-based adventurer party, Green Squad, had come to this place under the pretext of being the escort to that said Count's delegate. Still, the place is more bleak than I imagined, or rather, the plainness of this residence, said Gale, the Green Squad leader, as he glanced around the entrance hall. Red carpet was laid on the floor, and since the place was newly constructed, not a single speck of dust had fallen from the ceiling. But there was a scarcity of things like arts or decorations, which usually could be found in a wealthy people's house. The only painting there was a reproduced portrait of the first head of the House of Aubenial on the landing of the staircase leading to the second floor, which was connected by a stairwell. Things like statues in the center hall, or the vases or pedestals that usually were at the ends of the corridors. It could be said that the things that Gale thought should belong in a nobleman's residence was extremely few. He's living really modestly, isn't he? So he asked to his client, the delegate, with a low voice. He thought that he'd be ignored, but instead the man replied as he turned his head. Well, I suppose he's forced to do it. After all, like what you saw along the way here, this territory lies far in the countryside. The color of apparent scorn and contempt lurked within his tone of voice. Being an aristocrat means being involved in the business of selling appearance. Putting expensive art objects and furniture at one's home is a great opportunity to show one's status to their visitors. So what happens in this mansion's case, where expensive things like that are scarce? The answer is as one may see. The owner would be made light of by the other nobles. At the very least, people would think that the owner couldn't even afford to deck out their own property. Of course, if one were to continue to spend high on things that didn't match their wealth, then people would deem that person as a squanderer, and in cases where the furniture did not follow a certain style, then, yet again, the person would be made light of as a tasteless one. Considering those areas skillfully was supposedly what the respected nobles in high societies do. However, in Tullius Aubenial's case, it was as if giving that thing over is out of the question. Guessing from the look of things around him, Gale thought to himself, man, being a nobleman is tough. Too bad, I thought I could see the so-called treasures of the nobility. The warrior, which was the youngest among the party, grumbled as he wriggled his hands around casually. His fellow magician poked his head lightly with his cane. Ouch. Please stop it, you're being rude. It's because you say things like that people are spreading nasty gossip that we're thieves behind our backs. The guild has been dubbing the job of unlocking keys, disarming traps, scouting, and the sorts as what the rangers did. Actually, the outdated custom was to call the person doing these tasks as a thief. But currently, the word thief means exactly what it is. However, the changed form of the job title is only occasionally used, so that people do not confuse these people with the target of their subjugation quest. The custom to call them that took root, and once a thing has taken root, it will not easily go away. In fact, currently a lot of former thieves have turned over a new leaf to be rangers. Cease the skit. We're currently the guard escort of this noble gentleman over here. Indeed. Let's not do anything unsightly. We should be careful so as not to hurt our client's honor, and ours as well. Gale chimed in to agree with his fellow vanguard heavy warrior. Having witnessed that, the noble client diverted his line of sight from them and sighed. If Gale and his other man didn't advise their fellow people, surely they would get a handful from himself. It was at that time. Oh, well, well, well. A young noble was descending the stairs of the hall, and he was accompanied by a blond man that seemed to be his vassal. His facial features, they look young. I'd say he's probably not in his 20s yet. His attire was strenuous. Over the gold-embroidered deep crimson justacorps was a silver-embroidered black vest that accentuated the former. A shiny white cravat adorned the bottom of his neck. He dressed like a dandy that would stand out in the capital's evening party, though regrettably his face was too plain to wear that clothing in a stylish manner. He did by no means look ugly. To the contrary, he was rather well-proportioned, but somehow there was not enough of air of magnificence about him. That gently smiling face, too, was, for some reason, vaguely giving the impression that he was feeling troubled because he was suddenly forced into what he was wearing. The young vassal that was accompanying him would look better in that attire. Greetings, you are my brother's delegate, yes. Welcome to Marlin, the name's Tullius. The way he gave a slight bow, as he spoke indeed, gave the impression of a good-natured son of a nobleman who was not yet used to the ways of the aristocracy. It was almost enough for Gale to forget about various ill rumors that he heard about him. But he could not afford to forget. The young noble was the cause of House Albenyl's loss of reputation in Browson's society. He was so abhorred people went so far as to call him the slave murderer or the man-eating snake. Sure enough, the delegate floated him a smile. Goodness me, it is a great honor to be received by your excellency, the Viscount himself. And he greeted him back with teeth-grating flattery. Seeing that change, it would be hard for someone to imagine that he just spoke ill about the young man using the strongest words possible just a while ago. While being stumped by the so-called facade of the aristocratic society, Gale and his fellow, Green Squad, took to their knees to greet the noble. Oh, who might these gentlemen be? Hired men to escort me in my journey, these men are adventurers. I see. Indeed, the roads have been dangerous recently. Name yourselves, please. As he issued his permission, Gale raised his face. I lead the Green Squad party. My name is Gale. This is the first time I've heard of that party. Your rank is? Yes, we've received the C-rank rating from the guild. C-ranked? Huh, I wonder if you are in the upper tier among the middle rank. For doing something like journey escorts, you have quite the reasonable number of men. Albenyl displayed an unexpected familiarity with the adventurer's circumstances. No, considering that he's the master of that silver wolf who reigned over the capital until a few years ago, of course he'd know at least that much. The silver wolf Yuni, Gale had crossed paths with her several times. She was an eerily expressionless lady of whom not one soul knew about what was going on inside her head. She did perfectly even in quests that demanded a fair amount of skills, and despite being a solo, she was a monster who fulfilled an unusual amount of requests during a short period time. The fact that she might be somewhere in this hall made Gale couldn't help but to worry about the future of this job. As squalid as these men might be, I sincerely hope your excellency might extend his hospitality to them too. Victor. Yes, I will have someone to show them the way to the barracks at once. The blonde youth named Victor gracefully turned around and went his way to call someone. We've broken the first barrier, huh? Inside, Gale was relieved. If the Lord Viscount were to refuse the presence of these band of unknown adventurers and say something like, "Why don't you use the town's inn?" it would be a troublesome thing for him. Viscount Albenil gently smiled. "Until the time of the banquet, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Though I'm afraid this is a new residence, and so there's absolutely nothing interesting to see here." Gale and his men were guided to a barrack built in the premises. It probably was there as the lodging spot for the Viscount's soldiers in case of emergencies. They were placed in a drab room with only a pair of double bunk beds and a single table inside it. "We will bring beverages for you gentlemen in a moment. Please excuse me." The maid who guided them gave them a single bow before she left. She was wearing a silver collar on her neck. Maid uniform and slave collar, that combination reminded him of a certain face he'd rather not see if possible. As he shook the feeling off, Gale called out to his companions. "Hey, so how is it?" "There's no sign of presence around. I don't feel we're being watched," said the youngest warrior among them as he put down his hands, which he used to cover his ears. "Still, there's really a lot of slaves here in this mansion, or rather this castle." "Ha. I know, right? Usually, maids are supposedly apprentices in lessons of good manners who learn through serving a lord, but he isn't really popular, is he? I mean, the lord of this place. Rather, it's surprising that living slaves are swarming in this place. Isn't it the word of the people that Albenil's second son is someone with a bad hobby of buying slaves and later killing them? He did it as an alchemy experiment or something, that kind of rumor." Then the magician said, "That story seems fake, apparently." "Is that so? I heard that alchemists do various weird research in order to attain their goal of immortality, though. That's just crazy talk. Alchemy is actually a field of magic that concerns itself with permanent transmutations of an element that's already there in the first place, like concocting potions from medicinal herbs or enhancing weapons and armor with magic to make them into magic equipments. I suppose the reason as to why alchemy is seen as suspicious is because the job is basically about giving super mysterious attributes to such objects." The mage's words were sharp. Because he had learned magic earnestly, and he had been surviving through life because of it, he wouldn't want to believe the superstitious infamy of that one subject. Probably finding the mage's reaction amusing, the young warrior jokingly said, "So, what are you suggesting? Do you mean that the Viscount is actually a good person?" "I wouldn't say that far. It's too hasty to say that. Alchemy is a fully fledged subject of learning, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all of its learners is a good person. Whether a scoundrel who'd torture slaves and then kill them really does exist or not, the matter itself not entirely impossible. So it's not that all alchemists are degenerates, it's just that the Viscount is a special kind of degenerate scum. Is that it?" "Well, I guess you can say so. Back when he was in the capital, even with a little research you would know that he bought a lot of slaves, so much of them that it wasn't possible to pack them inside the main house of his old residence. It seems that some of them were brought here, too. And among them is that silver wolf." "Stop it, just don't make me remember that unpleasant stuff." Gale involuntarily moved his hand to his temples. The silver wolf is C-ranked, which is the same as them. However, in practice, it may be said that she might have the ability of an A-ranked adventurer. To prove the rumor, a party of B-ranked adventurers crossed her once, and she annihilated them all by herself. Moreover, there are also talks that he's got another adventurer with him too. That B-rank swordsman, two-handed sword, wasn't it? Supposedly he was from St. Gallen. Good grief. If that's true then, that adds to our problem. Yeah, so basically we'll have to slip through two adventurers, who are ranked higher than us, before we get to investigate, right? To investigate. It was the main objective of the Green Squad that had slipped themselves into this residence. The requester was none other than the head of the Viscount's family, Count Linus Strain Albenil. Go and investigate whether my brother's usual abnormal behavior has gotten worse. There hasn't been any news about him ever since he entered this territory, but on the contrary, that's suspicious to me. The probability that he might have taken hold of the officials that he recruited from the capital is high as well. And if that's true, it's possible that he hasn't ceased his usual atrocious deed of slaughtering slaves. If you were to find a proof of that, bring it to me in secret. And so on and so on. In short, they were a piece in this secret feud between the two brothers. Well, we'll just have to do it. It was not that he wasn't feeling disappointed, after being forced into accepting the fact that they were there as a nobleman's hound. However, in recent years, he felt that the Green Squad hadn't been making much of a breakthrough as adventurers. It might have been said that they had reached their limits. Although they had been drawing attention to themselves from within the middle ranked as they rose to rank C, their growth had stopped right there. For Gale, they lacked in a certain necessary thing to rise even higher as an adventurer. It might have been the talent for combat and exploration, or it might have been the adventurous spirit to challenge difficulties. He didn't know what exactly that thing was. However, it was because of those reasons that they had been remaining in a standstill before the wall that is rank B for years now. The moment he figured that out, he realized that at some point of time they had been looking for stability without even realizing it. They scraped their lives through the days, they scrambled for the pie against the similarly ranked adventurers and their seniors, and as the greenhorns rose into prominence, before long their decline surely would come. Before Gale had realized it, he had reached his 30s, and his fellow heavy warrior has reached it too. He felt troubled with those things, or perhaps it was fear, or maybe what he felt was an aversion. The mage and the warrior still were in their 20s, but they had been in this trade for over a decade now. They were aware that their growth had been slowing down as well. Even if they were to continue doing this for a long time, they wouldn't be able to rise so high up there. Then what were they to do? They may simply have no choice but to quit from being adventurers. But if they were to simply drop out like that, for them who only knew how to fight, it might be impossible for them to return to a normal life now. They might be cast out to wander the streets, or they might even go lower by making violence into their livelihood by turning into outlaws. And so, there was this matter. They were being forced to do their noble master's bidding and engage in intelligence work for a political feud. That itself was a painful road to take, but at least their opponent was a regular person. They didn't have to fight a literally inhuman monster. They didn't have to run around secluded and unexplored regions. And they didn't have to ruthlessly compete with those groups who do the previous stuff while humming a tune. For Gale and his men, it was an attractive alternative. To mention the fortunate thing about it, the still young Linus hadn't yet had any adventures for him to rear as his personal adventurer. If they were to occupy that, surely they would never miss a meal from then on. If they were to take the Count's hand now, surely they would be the most veteran among his ranks, and so they'd be useful for a long time, which would prevent them from being easily discarded. Such was his forecast. This is going to be a tough job, but this'll be the last one. If we can push through this, we'll openly be under the Count's house. We can finally say goodbye to the days where we put ourselves on the line against monsters, If everything goes well, we might even be employed as his vassal. And for that, we absolutely can't fail this time. Yeah. Gale hit his palm with his fist as he said so. Its dry sound reverberated in the barrack room. Our future depends on this. All the other people, whether it's the silver wolf or the two-handed sword. We won't let them get in our way. Later that evening, numerous round tables were arranged in the mansion's reception hall, and on top of every single table was an overwhelming amount of plates of dishes. They might have been presented by the Viscount's people, various meats such as beef, lamb, pork, chicken. All sorts of foods were aligned perfectly, and each of them were steaming fragrantly. Although Marlin is a mountainous area, dishes of seafood, which apparently was brought from canals through the border with great pains, were provided as well. The star of the show was a baked shrimp that was as large as an adult's arm. It was a banquet to celebrate the completion of the new residence of the Lord of Marlin, Tullius Shernan Aubigneul. Today, in this place where the utmost luxury was being gathered and commemorated, the lightly-groomed Gale and his men already had mixed into the crowd. In normal circumstances, commoners could never make their way into a place like this, but apparently even the farmers were also invited to the banquet. If one were to use that as a basis of their reasoning, then the delegates' escort, Green Squad, also could be included among the worthy guests. For the adventurers, the fact they were being in a place where the gusset-up noblemen and merchants gathered made them feel terribly ill at ease. Just start already, Gale thought to himself as he saw Tullius at the end of his line of sight. Finally, he was there standing on the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, I offer you my sincerest gratitude for attending this celebration to commemorate the completion of this residence." Then, the newly appointed Viscount cut his greetings short and got the ball rolling with these words. "Well, I'm afraid a greenhorn like myself is bad with tedious, dragged speech like these. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy yourselves, that is all." And thus down came the curtain quickly. Even from Gale's perspective, that conduct had to be some sort of a joke. Shouldn't a word of greetings in a place like this usually include something about gratitude to the king and the church and the like? The guests of honor in the periphery were seen to be dropping their jaw or leaking a laughter. Vassals, such as the young man called Victor, looked up to the heavens and covered their eyes in shame. This kind of behavior is unexpected from a count's pedigree. Isn't that because he didn't want to keep us waiting? Fool! Even if you wanted to be courteous, you'll still have to give a word first. I've heard that although he was granted a viscountcy, it actually was to banish him from the capital. Now I understand why. The noblemen and the elderlies blatantly expressed their annoyance in that manner. While sipping the wine that had been served to them, they uttered several words of disgust and disappointment. Of course, they didn't rudely raise their voice so much as for Tullius to hear them. Perhaps because of that, Tullius, who had already gotten off from the platform and were then greeting the guests, was tilting his head in order to see the guests of honor who were exchanging whispers. "Leader, even if we didn't investigate anything, wouldn't that young master be demoted from his post due to his ineptitude anyway?" SHHH. While rebuking the young warrior who carelessly slipped out that remark, deep down, he felt that the youth might be correct. Even from the viewpoint of Gale, who didn't know formal etiquettes, Tullius Shernan Albenyl's behavior was out of the question. Truthfully, he couldn't believe that the completely naive young man was to safely fare in the aristocratic society. After all, to his noble associates that were currently gathered in the room, the impression of Tullius was already absent-minded at best and idiotic at worst. And that information would get into the network of social circles and spread in a blink of an eye. Even that he was nothing more but an adventurer, Gale could at least understand that much. Because keeping an eye close and straining an ear for information about one's peers works pretty much the same in any kind of society. Meanwhile, at the hesitating nobleman's sidelong glance, a group of people was approaching to greet the Viscount. They were merchants. My, your excellency truly is an unique person. Indeed, just like the adage in our trade, time is money. Greetings, thank you for the deal on the distribution of your potion. We're looking forward to continuing this mutual relationship in the future. So I've heard that you're planning to open a mine nearby, yes. In that case, we too would like a share. It was a storm of such adulation. The delegate from his house snorted. Humph, what words for someone they've just met. Perhaps they are saying these things in order easily lobby him in the future. Let's get ourselves some rights and concessions is probably what they're having in mind. Gale surmised as such. Even as they were sucking up to him, there were no respect in the merchant's eyes. Rather, their glare was as if they were trying to propose a loan for their household that's currently supporting a high-class, beautiful lady. Butter the Viscount up with skillful words, stretch their roots in the domain's economy, and then seize its flow of gold. Even if the lord of the territory were to change, or even if the country were to seize the lord, as long as their invested businesses or projects continue to function well, the arrangement would mean that they still wouldn't be severed from their long-term source of revenue so quickly. Sure enough, against that scheme, the Viscount, since we're currently in a celebration, warded it off by stating so. Now, more importantly, please enjoy the dishes before they get cold. As you can see, we have a lot of items ordered from canals, though some of you might come from there, and you might have grown tired of these items already. At any rate, please feel free to relish in the flavors of this house's cooking. Indeed. If that's what your excellency recommends then. So, he was able to splendidly use his mind to evade that. Though why didn't he use that mind of his during the greeting? Even Gale was having a hard time understanding that. By the way, sir, aren't you supposed to do your delegation stuff? I know it already, I'm leaving now. To that suggestion, the delegation quickly retracted his sullen face and went away to express his greetings. As he saw that, Gale once again thought that being a noble is rough. Unlike adventurers that simply needed to be skillful to do their job, there were too much restraints in the aristocracy's line of work. But there was indeed some sort of steadiness that couldn't be found in the meritocracy of the adventurer's rough society. And while he was thinking about that, dear guests, someone called out to Gale and his men. He turned around as his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. There was the statuesque stiff beauty, the composed-looking maid whose feelings could never be guessed by anyone. And on the back of her neck was the silver collar that was the origin of her title. Silver Wolf. In the entirety of Marlin, she was someone he had wanted to meet the least. There was no mistake, it was indeed the Silver Wolf. While she was indeed still in her teens, that figure which he hadn't seen during the years have grown somewhat taller, and while she had become more feminine, there was no mistake regarding her identity. What do you want? While he promptly tried to keep a calm facade, he poked his companion who were petrified due to his shock to bring him back with his elbow. Why are you calling out to us? Could it be that she's suspecting that we're here to investigate? To Gale, who were succumbing to his uneasiness, behind his fake ordinary visage, Yuni said, "May I interest you in some beverages?" She was carrying a tray with a bottle of alcohol and a number of glasses equal to the number of Gale's party. His shoulders fell down reflexively. "Ah, no, we're good. We're in charge of guarding someone. Surely nothing will happen here in His Excellency's residence, but just in case, it'd be better for us to refrain from alcohol." "Is that so? Well then, please excuse me." Yuni bowed after she spoke, and then she walked away. While seeing her off, Gale and his fellow Green Squad gleefully breathed a sigh of relief. That surprised me. She was just offering a drink. Anyway, so she really was a maid. As an adventurer, she always wore an apron and dress. I thought she was just being eccentric, though. Normally people wouldn't think that she was really a maid, doing adventuring jobs in the sidelines. Seriously, the fact that she was only an adventurer in the sidelines and still ranked higher than them, and then the fact she was completely leading in terms of ability. When I think about it, it makes me feel that all I did in the past was in vain. Still, the mage of the party opened his mouth. It has nearly been 3 years since she received her last quest. Assuming that she had devoted herself exclusively as a maid during those years, I believe this will help us a lot. You mean that she has been on a hiatus? Indeed, that was the case. Adventurers are human too. No matter how much one were to increase their ability, if they were to lose the chance to use those abilities, then one's proficiency would surely drop. Just like how horses that are kept in their stables all day will no longer be able to gallop, adventurers who don't go on adventures will also decline as well. Hey, you. I told you my glass is empty, so bring me a larger bottle. Why took you so long? Yes, my apologies. Quickly pour it, sigh. Paying attention to nobles before commoners is supposedly a common sense. It is as you say. My apologies for my ineptitude. Gale's and his fellows' eyes went round. That girl, whose prestigious title, the Silver Wolf, resounded loudly in the capital, was lowering her head repeatedly to a vulgar nobleman who obviously was picking a fight with her. Once a bumpkin of an adventurer did a similar thing, and off with his head he went. And even though there was a story like that, what exactly was it that they were seeing? It was as if she was just that, a maid. But the surprise just grew even further. Do you want me to think that you're really sorry? HAA. As Gale saw that, he inadvertently did the reckless action of raising his voice in disbelief. At Yuni, who didn't show any intention to resist him, that quarrel-picking nobleman was currently using those hornworm-sized fingers to grope her buttocks. That buttocks of hers, which people would know how well-shaped they were even when they were covered by her skirt. He was groping it in a way that people could hear the sound of it being squeezed. Gale could only think of it as some sort of a sadistic, perverted hobby of the nobleman. He acknowledged that her bravery of not reacting so far to the tiny details was as expected of her. But in this case, for her to not be rejecting him clearly was a bad move in itself. The middle-aged noble had a vulgar smile as he applied his mouth to bite her ears. If you really wish to apologize, then let me hear it slowly later. All right. In the room your master prepared for me. All right. All right. Gale didn't actually hear that, but what he said must have been something along those lines. He could tell just from the movements of his lips. And then, he moved to pinch the soft flesh and moved his hands as he spun them around like a slug. Yuni didn't react. She must have hated it. However, her status made it impossible for her to honestly resist the noble. To wear a silver collar actually meant this kind of thing. Rather, as a slave, it was her behavior during her adventuring days that was abnormal. Gale had only realized this truth now. Should I interfere and put a stop to this? Gale thought for a moment. Even the surrounding guests who noticed this didn't try to stop them. Was it because they didn't want to get involved? Or perhaps it was because the sight of a good-looking maid being groped by a guest was a common one. In any case, there was no incentive for this bunch of people who held the Viscount in scorn to move in. There was no one but Gale and his men to stop this. Even though he felt that she was the least wanted existence in this request, he didn't want to see the silver wolf to fall even further than this. Even though he had to admit that they were no match for her even as a joke, she was still a remarkable fellow who was once in the same trade as his. Even if he didn't know about her achievements, as a fellow adventurer it was still unacceptable to see her being dishonored by a man who was acting like a horny dog. He could feel that he was reaching his limit. He could feel the last remnants of stubbornness inside the old man who didn't want to get into trouble aching. The heavy warrior who was standing next to him had his throbbing eyebrows raised as well. But just before that last thread of patience was about to snap. "What are you doing?" Her master, Tullius Shernan Albeniel, broke into the scene. The noble immediately retracted his hand, which had been fiddling around with her buttocks a moment back. Nothing, hello. This girl just made a little careless mistake." It was an ingratiating smile, as if he made it to hold his tongue from clicking. What careless mistake, thought Gale as he couldn't help but to click his tongue slightly. Wasn't it just a lecher doing the thing he had in mind by picking a quarrel with her? "Ah, is that so? Sorry for that." Albeniel, who heard his answer, immediately lowered his head. The surrounding guests went into a roar. "Oh, Lord Albeniel. It wasn't. No, it's a master's duty to train his servants. If she did indeed make a careless mistake towards a guest, then it was a common sense for me to apologize. Will you please accept my apology and give her your forgiveness?" "Yozu." Viscount Albeniel's apology warped the noble's face to a great degree. The host of the banquet had made a direct apology. Pushing this matter another time would be equal to announcing to the surrounding people that he was a man without magnanimity. As if to deliver the final blow, Yuni knelt and kowtowed to the man. Rubbing one's face against the floor is the highest degree of apology. As the master stood there and lowered his head, the slave must go lower than that. "I would like to apologize for my rudeness one more time. Please accept the master's apology." If you're willing to go that far." The noble ignored Yuni and turned to Albeniel. Please raise your head, Lord Viscount. I will accept your apology. I'd like to apologize for disturbing this auspicious occasion by picking a needless quarrel. I'm very sorry." "So you do accept? Thank you very much." Viscount Albeniel was full of smiles when he raised his face. And then the matter was settled. Although the noble was still dissatisfied with it, he left for the other seat, and the other guests of honor also turned away as they started to chat about things that wasn't related to it. Only the Viscount and Yuni, who was still kowtowing, remained. "It's fine for you to stand now, Yuni." "No, I have greatly wounded Master's honor in this auspicious occasion. And I mean that, too. I told you it's fine. I'm not angry at all. Yes, my utmost gratitude for Master's profound compassion. More importantly, please stay as you are. All right." After Yuni rose up, Albeniel personally brushed off the dirt from her skirt. In a new residence that had been meticulously cleaned, Gale thought there wouldn't be a lot of dust stuck there. However, at the end of it, he was able to finally understand the intention of the gesture. "Well then, let's finish up with this. Turn your back towards me." "My back is it?" And then he struck the place that was touched by the vulgar noble, lightly, as if he was cleaning it. His hand movements seemed to be truly gentle. "And has the dirt fallen off, Yuni?" To those words, Yuni gave her master a respectful bow with a color of understanding in her face. "Yes, thank you, master." There were an indescribable flood of emotions packed in her words of gratitude. Zai. Gale and his men were stunned by the sight. What was that voice? That faint, shivering voice that was there as if to conceal the sound of a certain fervent heart. Was it really the silver wolf who raised that voice? "Hey, leader. What is it? Did we get the wrong person? Would be great if we did." But that face is definitely her. And she certainly had the same name. The impact that he bore was different than the time when she was enduring the noble's abuses silently. If it was that, then it could still be interpreted that he held back because of his current duties. But now that was impossible. No matter how you look at it, she was gladdened by the thoughts of her master. So ardently, too. What to say, it's as if she's genuinely happy, like a normal maid does. Rather, isn't this an illicit affair with that master of hers? Please wait, if you say it that way, my image of the silver wolf is. If someone were to tell me that she was a different people with the same name who is really alike to the original, I'd have an easier time believing that. Good grief, Gale nodded. As they gazed at her again, the person in question had already returned to her duties without realizing their investigation duty. Her face was as indifferent as ever, but somehow she was making her steps lighter. It could be hard to be seen by an untrained eye. But if you were to be acquainted with what a kind of person she was after stumbling into her a few times, it was clear that the way she was walking was full of openings. The silver wolf has waned, can we see it that way? Gale couldn't find something to instantly refute the mage's remarks, and after he thought about it for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Gale opened his mouth with mixed feelings. Even so, pay in mind that she might somehow regain her old self with some impetus. More than anything, it doesn't mean anything if we were to slacken our guard even more than a waned person does. That's correct. And he still got another adventurer with him, right? The swordsman from St. Gallen, the two-handed sword. Is it possible that he was hired because the silver wolf has already become like that? Probably. Before they realized it, the hours had gone far into the night. The banquet was about to come to a close, and the time for Gale and his men to do their job was drawing near. Anyway, don't be careless. We'll see through this job until the end. As he said so, he and the others braced themselves. Estimate the sleeping hours of the people inside, then take the advantage of the dead hours of the night to investigate the nooks and crannies of the residence. Since the invited guests are hosted here, chances are that the security will be tight. And even though the biggest menace, that is, the silver wolf, has been weakened to a degree, I expect that this job won't be a breeze. Chapter 17, Tullius Aubigneul and the Key of Secrets. Gale and his green squad had come prepared for this. All sorts of precautions had been made as much as they could as well. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. Impossible, this can't be. Gale unintentionally let out a groan. They had come with layers upon layers of caution. They had been using their limited time frugally. But when the time to investigate finally came, this was the result. Really, this upset, just who could be blamed for it? Is this really okay? The heavy warrior let out a loud, trembling voice as well. It was something he ought not to do in a secret investigation quest like this. But no one stopped him from doing so, so he didn't stop. It's way beyond my expectations how these things went. The mage held his head in his hands, for he couldn't believe the sight before him. For what he saw had transcended beyond his common sense. Then, the party's vanguard, the ranger whose primary mission was to probe, muttered, "This residence." Gale already knew the words that would follow after that. Of course, the heavy warrior and the mage had already known as well. But no one would stop him from saying the rest of it, because doing so would be meaningless. The willpower to do so in the first place had already been completely exhausted anyway. The ranger went to conclude his words, is way too unguarded. He held his head as he spoke. Indeed, the residence's security was so loose to the point it was practically non-existent. As anyone would expect, sentries had been posted by the guests of honor's lodging section and the master of the houses, the Viscount's bedroom. However, since all they were doing was just standing there, they were only as good as scarecrows. Besides, since all they did was to put the slaves in a steward's uniform, it would seem that everyone there was unlikely to do their job correctly. If Gale were to make noise somewhere in a different spot to lure them out, they'd simply leave their post and head there, which in turn would allow Gale and his men safe passages as the result. To put it bluntly, as guards, they were among the worst of the worst. So it's not only limited to the furnishings, it seems that they couldn't afford to put money for security as well, Really makes me doubt whether that appalling secret that the client told us about truly exists at all. The mage said, important documents related to the administration, and the treasury was secured as expected, but the only problem they had was the locks. They let it go this time, but had they got the time, it would be easy to break through them any time they wanted. They caught the sight of a small room that seemed to be an alchemy lab, but the mage commented, "It's a facility to compound medicinal herbs. The equipment here isn't enough to make anything large-scaled." So far, their infiltration through the residence's security had been going well, however their investigation of their targets, the Viscount's, weakness had produced no result. That success was thus meaningless, but there are still sections that we haven't checked yet. Yes, the eastern wing of the main residence's first floor, though there's also a staircase leading to the dungeons in the west wing as well. Then, is there a staircase leading to the basement as well? By the way, there was nothing in the dungeon's cells. As no one was being held in those cells, it was nothing but a deserted guardroom. They were requested to carefully search the basement in particular, so they tried to affirm whether any sorts of hidden passages existed or not, but Gale hadn't been able to find anything like that. The room behind the main hall was the wine cellar, yes. Yeah, nothing's there too. Rather, there wasn't even a lot of wines there. They were mostly already served in the party, I guess. That means, if there was really something there, it would be in the unexplored eastern wing of the main residence's first floor. But, oh wait, Gale called out to his companions in a small voice. As expected from a veteran adventurer party, immediately after they observed the intention of their leader, they stopped from making any voice or movement at once. After he confirmed that they did, Gale stared at the darkness of the end of the corridor. It's there. It was there, by their destination, the east wing, at the end of its corridor. Leaning invisibly on the corner was a tall man who had no presence about him. There he quietly stood, hiding to the point that he was not sensed even by the ranger, their vanguard. It was probably Gale's sixth sense, which had been tempered through many brushes up with death, that made it possible for him to sense his presence. For the time being, they managed to perceive his presence before their encounter. Could he be the guy known as the Two-Handed Sword? I can't help but to feel terrified. From his title only, it was easy to tell that this adventurer called Do knows his way with the sword. Just how to go about him who could still remain hidden against our first-class ranger. Had we not realized it, if we just approached him carelessly, we'd surely end up being slain by that two-handed sword, which I suppose was where his title was derived from. As I thought, he's a shrewd one. After all, he's a titled adventurer whose B rank surpasses our green squad. Leader, what now? The heavy warrior asked him whether to advance or retreat by his eyes only. If they were to consider combat potential only, then surely retreating here would be the best policy. If the four of them ganged on him, they might be able to take down someone who was one rank higher than they were, but they had to take him down quickly, lest they would make an uproar. And when that happened, the guests of honor would mistake them as burglars, and the entirety of the residence would chase them out altogether. Having said that, were they really going to flee just like that? Now that they had noticed him, it was possible that he had already noticed them as well. No, if he had been watching over this passageway as a guard, then it should already be considered that he had already took notice of them, seeing that they were coming his way. As soon as they turned their back, he'd probably jump at them right there like a wolf who had found his prey. And even if they managed to escape, then what? As they contrived their escape, their client, Count Linus Albaniel, would say something like, "So you couldn't investigate enough because you were afraid of the guards." Just how could they have the face to report that? The road to be promoted, as the Count's shadow operatives, would then cease to exist as well. Desire and self-preservation was tipping each other over the scale inside his mind. But before Gale drew his conclusion, the ranger carelessly raised his voice. The shadow that seemed to be the two-handed sword began to move, but just before Gale prepared himself as he thought that they were already discovered, that man, Agriualu, let out a sleeper's breath, then fell to the floor. It took almost a minute for them to understand what exactly had happened. Could it be? One may believe it or not, but could it be that he had already fallen asleep when Gale first noticed him? When Gale mistook him to be in hiding, and the reason why his bloodthirst and his warning intention wasn't being emitted from his presence, it was all because he was asleep. Was that it? All of the Green Squad members reflexively let out a big sigh. That surprised the crap out of me, they said as they found relief. We went this far and we still aren't being spotted, huh? The flow went naturally like that. Even for a moment, they had thought, what will the guard do to us? And then the irritation that wasn't the case kicked in. That sentiment was mixed into their sigh. Zzz. The man also let out a loud snore. Leader, what do we do now? Ha, just in case, make him sniff sleeping powder, so that he won't wake up while we look around. Right. Upon being instructed, the ranger approached him with timid steps, and then he thrust a scrap of paper containing the powder under the tip of the man's nose. Indeed, his nose took the powder in, as it invited him to a further deep sleep. The mage let out a mockery at that sight. What an irony! The guard of an alchemist's house was administered with sleeping powder, itself the product of alchemy. Good grief, hey, look. There's an exaggerated-looking two-handed sword on the wall. So, the guy really is the two-handed sword. This guy, B-ranked, seriously. Nga can't drink anymore, my lord MMH nya. Unaware of the Green Squad members who were looking down on him in contempt, the two-handed sword leaked out a content-sounding sleep talk. As his astoundment grew further, Gale prompted his companions. Anyways, let's quickly look around in the area beyond this point. As expected, the stairs leading to the basement are there. For them to make a B-ranked adventurer explicitly stand guard here, I guess there's really something here, huh? The B-ranked guy didn't guard shit, though. SHH, stop the talks. We've spent a considerable amount of time. Let's pack things up before the first light, said the ranger as he descended the stairs. The mage let his mana flow into a lantern-shaped magic tool, and a faint light illuminated their way forward. There was no sign of anyone in the basement. Just like the dungeon in the western wing, no one was there. However, what the heck? An unusual wave of cold struck the group who had been negligent due to the lenient security. It sent shudders up to their spines as they felt goosebumps emerging on their arms. It's cold. Although spring nights in the inlands are somewhat cold, this is downright abnormal. There must be a source of this inexplicable cold in this basement's entirety. At the end of their descent was a short and wide passageway, and at its end, they saw a big and sturdy-looking iron double door. If one were to open it, 5 or 6 people could pass through it together, side by side. Of course, a lock was attached to it, so there was that attached to the door, and then there were 2 chain-fixed padlocks, so it was triple locked. Just, what's with this cold air? So it wasn't just my imagination. Isn't it coming from the other side of the door? That's not the only thing. There's a mana reaction. Moreover, it's quite big too. Said the mage. He didn't try to hide his nervousness. A mana reaction. A large one too. And then there was this extraordinary presence. Gale swallowed his breath and held it in anxiety. The Viscount who passed himself off as an alchemist. If he really was hiding some shady stuff, then it must be beyond this door. They couldn't find anything in the other places. Then, this time they'd get it right. All right, let's open it at once. Then let's expose whatever stuff lies beyond this door in the daylight. Ew. They let out a low-voiced cry and began to release the locks. The ranger was tasked to pick the locks, and the mage was to verify it. First would be the padlocks. Although it could be released as soon as the chains broke, when they tried to ascertain the chain's hardness by lightly brushing it with a knife, it was the knife that got scraped instead. Just what kind of metal did they make this from? Leader, can you break it? I don't know. Though I fear that its loud noise upon breaking would make us noticed. If we leave them broken as it is, they'd figure out about our intrusion too. With this sort of hardness, he didn't think that it will somehow open only by hitting it forcefully with weapons. No choice but to do it steadily. Begin. Roger. While shivering from the cold air that was leaking from the door, the mage began his unlocking attempt. Both of the padlocks went out in less than 3 minutes. The mage's eyes went round in surprise. Wow, well done. Not at all, the locks had a different model. But their mechanism was the same. The door's main lock will be the real deal, said the ranger as he thrust a lockpick in the last keyhole. As expected, it was different than some shoddy affixed padlock. He knew that it would take time. Sweat started to rush from Gale's forehead. What if the effect of the sleeping powder Dew sniffed had ran out? What if another passing guard noticed that Dew was in a deep sleep? When he thought about those things, his anxiety was getting unbearable. It's not open yet. SHHH. Please wait for a bit more. The ranger gave Gale, who could finally no longer hold his words, a single glare. For him, the youngest, to show his irritation to his leader even for an instant, it was clear that he needed a large amount of concentration for this work. It can't be helped, he went down a step and then switched his attention to the stairs up. It's quiet, there's no sign of a person at all. Now we'll just have to open the lock and reveal whatever's hidden inside. And as he braced himself once again, "All right, it's open. Good job." Gale tapped the ranger's shoulder while raising a quiet cry of joy. With this, they could finally get into the secret basement. "Right, as usual, we'll break in along with the vanguard going ahead. Hey, pass him the lamp. You'll have to be able to use magic, right?" "Yeah, got it." After he confirmed that the mage had already passed the lighting magic tool to the ranger and had equipped his cane once again, Gale exchanged a nod with the other party member, the heavy warrior. As the lock was affixed on the door, he didn't think that there was anyone inside, but just in case. The heavy warrior put his hand on the door. Gale stood in preparation in any chance of surprise attack. Later, the door was slowly pulled open. Along with that, the cold air from inside increased in strength even more. Well then, be it a demon or a snake. The secret that was tightly concealed by the noble who had never run out of strange rumors in regard of him. From the outside, it was already clear that there was a strange atmosphere about the room. Whatever came out wouldn't be much of a surprise. "HIIH." The ranger screamed out of surprise. His voice was loud, but Gale couldn't blame him. Even Gale, for when he saw that. "See corpse." There was a dismantled corpse. It was hung on a hooked rope that was affixed to the ceiling, exposing its peony-colored content of flesh and muscle to the dark, empty space. There was no stretch from it. However, there was a faint mingled smell of iron and blood that filled their nasal cavities. The corpse was fresh. No, if you were to look closer, there were several of these lump of meats hanging in the back, swinging around. "This is cruel." As I thought, the rumors were true. That nobleman really is a slave murderer. The heavy warrior groaned as the ranger cowered. Gale's mouth was involuntarily seized as well. What horrible things! Look, blood still flowing from all of them. I didn't even notice the smell back then until the doors opened. This isn't something humans do. For him to kill them like animals. Him. When he heard the ranger's words, Gale felt that he caught on to something. Kill them like animals. Ur's leader. The mage, who had kept his silence, opened his mouth in embarrassment. "Isn't this beef like for cooking?" Gale picked up the lighting tool that the ranger had dropped, and then tried to illuminate the hanging lump of meat once again. Now that you say it, it does indeed look like that. After Gale had taken a better look at it, it was too large to be a human's carcass. It did look like a dismantled corpse, but it was clear that it was far too wide and too thick to be a human's. Perhaps it was like the mage had said, it was that of a cow's. The lump of meat appeared all of a sudden, illuminated by a scanty light. And then there was the prejudice caused by the shady rumors regarding Viscount Albanel. Combine the two concepts, and then of course they'd first thought that the lump of meat they saw was a dismantled human body. Shit, we've done it now. So this place is a food storage. Ha 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 ha. Just for how many years have we been adventurers again? Though I'm not much of a C rank, did I really just scream at the sight of beef? Well, what to say? The mage, the only one who remained calm a while back, gave Gale and his men, who lost their guts at the sight of a mere piece of a hanging beef, and was now being frustrated for it, comforting words. Anyone would be surprised to find a bleeding lump of meat just beyond a door they had to struggle open. Besides, for a mere food storage, it was too tightly locked, and they had a former adventurer to guard this place, right? Perhaps there may be something hidden here. I see. Certainly this level of security should mean that something's here. He convinced himself that it was the case before he stepped into the food storage. It was really cold, after all. The interiors of the storage were filled with cold air, as if they were in the mountains during winter. They did know that, because they had hunted monsters several times in the wintry mountains. Come to think of it, you said something about feeling a force of mana here, right? I did. I can feel mana from the back of this storage. All right, let's go. Pushing their way through the forest of closely hung upside-down meat, they found another door at the back of the storage. It had no locks attached to it, though even Gale, whose senses weren't as good as the mage, could feel that there was an extraordinary amount of mana emanating from it. The green squad assumed the vigilant stance that they had just taken a while back. This mighty force of magic had a strange chill about it. Perhaps they had some kind of a powerful magical beast that could manipulate ice. If that was the case, and if he had kept it without the royal permission, then that would mean it would be considered an act that threatened the stability of the kingdom, and he would be subject to a punishment. It'd surely be the evidence that would take hold over the Viscount's fate, just like what their client had wanted. However, if there were indeed one beyond the door, then it would be dangerous for a person who stepped in the first. Listen well, we don't know what will jump out at us, all right? Be absolutely vigilant. Yeah, got it, leader. And then the door was opened. NMUH. Cold air that couldn't be compared with the one before was blowing out from it. Cold. What is this? Is this the magical beast's frozen breath? No, it's too strange for this to be that. CCC cold, what the heck is this? Trap, magic attack, or perhaps frozen breath? No, this is. The mage stepped into the room while shielding himself from the current of cold air with his robe. Hey, stop it, don't just carelessly go ahead. Even though he was feeling really uncomfortable, he'd still have to rebuke his rear guard who was projecting on ahead. Though, the mage still wouldn't stop and went into the room. While bearing the cold that was so chilling it made his upper and lower eyelashes seem to stick together, Gale glanced at back end of the room beyond the door. There was some sort of a magic device. An elaborate phosphorescent magic circle emitting bluish-white light was drawn all over the room's floor. On top of which, shining jewels which regularity could never be understood by outsiders were lined up. Supposedly, they constantly generate a sort of magic when combined. Is this the thing the Viscount wanted to hide? Hey, WH, what's this magic circle? Please wait, I'll analyze it right now. The mage said as he squatted down beside the magic circle. The construction of this circle is so precise it's almost unbelievable. He grunted and grumbled to himself while occasionally chanting spells to analyze its system. The mage was examining the device in a trance. The source of the cold air and the air current was that magic circle, so of course his whole body had to suffer those things, but he didn't seem to care. Just do something already. I'm going to freeze to death. Just hold on, I'm feeling the coldest here. Liar, you're a mage. Aren't you supposed to be the most resistant? As they exchanged those words, the analysis, which had taken well about 10 minutes, was concluded. First, he should return to the food storage, so we can have this door closed. If we keep this door open any longer like this, the interior of the residence would seem to return to the midwinters. Cold. So what was that? Was it a prototype of a dangerous magic weapon or something? It was something ridiculous. At the mage's way of speech, expectation and anxiety were welling up in the same time. Something ridiculous. If he'd go that far in his remarks, it must have been some sort of a super-tech product that would be far beyond them who weren't well-versed in magic. They swallowed their breath and waited for the continuation of the mage's reply. It was just a device to cool the temperature down and generate air current. At that frosty tone, all three of them, save for the mage, were dumbfounded. That magic circle was indeed composed of a terrifyingly advanced technology and a bunch of expensive materials, but its only function is to continuously generate cold and air current for as long as possible. Good grief, what a ridiculous thing. Here it'd be proper to say that it was a terrible waste. What the hell with that? Why would the Viscount put something like that in his basement? It was strictly guarded to that extent. Gale inadvertently let out a loud voice. It was an unseemly sight for a leader of a party in a secret investigation quest. But who can blame him? They had swept through the entire residence, and when they thought that they had finally caught on to something hidden, it turned out to be merely a crap of a tech and material waste. And now, the result of the quest of which the future of his party hangs upon was nothing more than a waste. Probably everyone could understand that feeling as well, so no one tried to blame Gale. The mage continued his remarks. I told you, didn't I? It was composed of valuable materials. The lines of the magic circle was drawn with molten silver, serving as its power source are genuine and highly pure crystals. The device used an abundant amount of it. Perhaps it's the most expensive thing inside this mansion. Besides, said the mage as he pointed at one of the hanged meats. Drops of water were dripping from the meat, as if it was sweating like when it was alive. If you look at it closely, you'll see that the meat seems to have become softer and somewhat wet, isn't it? It was frozen until a while ago. We opened this storehouse's door and cold escaped from this room, so it's thawing now. Perhaps the device was meant to keep meat fresh by freezing them. It was to preserve meat, you say. And, now that you say that, I did think that there's way too much fresh-looking meat here. Oh, blimey, this amount of meat will go bad before it's completely consumed. So to avoid that, the heavy warrior touched the meat with his hand, and indeed they felt softer compared to when they were pushing them about to pass through a while earlier. Why in the world did he not notice it when he touched them earlier? Or was it perhaps because it was his first time seeing raw beef that wasn't dry preserved? So is that it? All those heavy security the Viscount placed here was just for meat, so that the cold air wouldn't escape the room to keep the meat from thawing, and so that thieves who'd go about looking for stuff wouldn't break the device. That way of thinking is just natural, though. Unfortunately so, said the mage while casting his gaze downwards. What were they supposed to say? The secret that they had uncovered with their utmost best was only that. A pointless high-grade piece of garbage to indulge a gluttonous, peculiar young noble's wish to eat fresh meat any time he'd want it. That was all there is that they could find. But there's no way for that to be the end of it, right? After all, it's that Albaniel, you know? It's the corrupt noble who got himself the nickname, slave murderer, right? More this, surely he's hiding secrets that are more sinister than this, isn't he? There must be one, right? Right. Right, you're right. There's still time until dawn, so let's look around for a bit more. The mage responded to the quivering gale, but from the way he spoke, it was clear that he wasn't expecting any results. The next day, taking the horse carriage prepared by House Albaniel, Gale and his green squad were on their way back to the capital. The atmosphere in the carriage was heavy. The man that they had escorted as their apparent official request was being resentful for that the investigation that was carried out by the green squad didn't produce a decent result, and his mouth hadn't been saying anything from some time ago. Well, Gale was thankful for that. After hearing a tirade of verbal abuse immediately after the report, he felt that his body couldn't bear much more as well. If it was possible, he'd like the man to shut his mouth until they got back to the capital. At any rate, Gale glanced at the man he escorted. Then he imagined the figure of the Count behind him. The result of their investigation on Tullius Shernan Albaniel determined that the man was exceedingly nearly innocent on all counts. Their late-night investigation didn't get a single speck of dirt on him, and the poor security conversely left a good impression on them. They couldn't think that he was plotting something dark in the shadows. Of course, that is, unless he was doing something outside the residence, then that would be a different story altogether. And his older brother was trying to affix a crime upon him in a frenzy. In Gale's imagination, it couldn't help but to give him an image that he wasn't superior, though not so much, compared to his younger brother. Rather, the notorious younger brother seems to be better than him. The nobleman known as the slave murderer, pondering it over upon the result of his investigation, didn't seem to be someone who could do something so outrageous like that at all. While he was born as the second son to a count house, and while he did receive a peerage as a viscount, it seemed that he wasn't unacquainted with the common sense of the aristocracy. And thinking about the two famed adventurers that he enlisted into his service, being separated from the job for so long, the first had already wilted away, while the second was in the state where he could be outmaneuvered by them, who were C-ranked. Also, during the banquet, contrary to his notoriety, he went as far to lose his face just to help a slave who was being picked into a quarrel by a guest. And when they had thought that he was rigorously hiding something, it was actually just a meat storage. In the end, it was hard to think of him as anything but a simple young lord who was ignorant with the ways of the world. Instead, he felt that it was the older brother who was conspiring to kill his own younger brother who deserved the infamy more. That's probably the case. While he was killing time during his long return trip, Gale was flirting with that reasoning. The scenario would be something like this. Even though they had already investigated into it just in case, the fact that a large amount of slaves purchased under Tullius' name went MIA was already known. But what if the one who ordered it was actually the present head of the family, the older brother, Linus himself? So the older brother had the younger brother buy a slave, and he killed them. Besides, outsiders didn't actually know who was actually murdering the slaves in Albanil's house. Though, of course, the allegation of slave mass murdering and the notoriety that came along with it would go to Tullius, who went out to buy them. Of course, this was just amusing. He had only seen Tullius Albanil for only one day, which was yesterday, and their relationship with Linus was limited only through the delegate who was now assuming silence before him. Their association was basically just that, so what's there to understand? He was just musing to kill time, that was all. It was for certain that the Count would not be satisfied with the findings from this quest. After all, there was not a single piece of evidence that would point to his younger brother's mismanagement that he longed so much for. And that was saying nothing about them finding no evidence that perhaps would prove the rumor of his slave-murdering vice. On the contrary, the slaves working in the residence were dressed in fine attire and were well-educated, and they were treated better than in most places. Hence the ridiculous theory he came up with in any case, the Count would never put their trust in them who had failed to grasp Viscount Tullius' weakness. On the contrary, maybe it was for the best. Strangely, there was no disappointment in Gale's heart. Now that he had thought it over, while it was a bit late, being a spy under a nobleman's control was too much of a burden for them. This time, if the opposing party were to actually possess the war potential that was mentioned in the preliminary information, then the Green Squad wouldn't be able to get away with it. The reason that Gale was able to investigate all the way there, and still was able to return in one piece, was because the other party was the relaxed son of a distinguished house, and his similarly relaxed army. As he thought about that, he was beginning to feel that his earlier self, who wished to be associated with the Count, was a fool. Say that they did manage to obtain the position in the veteran seat under the Count's direct command as he had wanted earlier, would their retained need to brave dangers disappear? Though if they had to escape several jaws of death before they really lost it, that'd be fine as well. If things were to go well after that, would they have a chance to be appointed as regular vassals, Just what exactly could he expect from an uncompassionate person who'd harbor an intention to kill his own brother? And even if they did get themselves appointed, it would mean that they'll be co-workers with this unlikable delegate in front of him. He didn't think they'd make a good fit for that. After all, they were still adventurers. Monsters were supposed to be their opponents, and the labyrinths in the mountains, and the fields were supposed to be their place to be. They'd never fit in the dark side of the society where they'd be up against nobles, like, for example, in a scene of a secret feud. Once we get back to the capital, shall we re-establish our roots and do some adventuring? He would have to return to the days when they'd have to scramble for requests against their fellow men in trade and fight monsters for living. And while that road had been tough, at least it was a familiar one. Rather than beginning to row for another course at this late hour, it'd be better for him to earn honest money in the path familiar to him. And if they were to keep saving money little by little, surely they wouldn't miss a meal in their old age as well. Gale allowed himself to be convinced of that. As he thought of that, he took a glance at the view outside through the rear window. The residence of Tullius Albanil had now disappeared beyond the horizon. There worked the Silver Wolf, who had to lower her head before that middle-aged noble and couldn't resist even when her buttocks were being groped. And the sight of her during these, it was as if she was a different person from what she was during her time in the capital. However, he felt that she had become more human-like than what she was then. People wouldn't believe this, and they would keep jabbering as always, but that place was indeed where she had found her peace. Gale believed that there certainly was a day when the monster who had been dubbed as the cursed Silver Wolf had returned to be a human before one realized it. That shoddy two-handed sword might have been eaten by rust as he submerged himself in such lukewarm waters. Although he couldn't seem to be able to get used to that way of life, his was a precious, ordinary life he wouldn't want to intrude. Being in a line of work where I may have to destroy those things, that's definitely a no-no for me. When I get back, let's make a new start as proper adventurers once again. So Gale thought as he left himself to the sways of the carriage. I'm tired. I really can't get used to this, good grief. After I sent out the last carriage and sent home all of the guests, I let out a forceful sigh. Alongside those words were, "Yes, my utmost gratitude for your hard work, Your Excellency." Something along those lines, which Victor said without moving a muscle of his face. I suppose he's glad because he made me feel weak, because I had to put up with various things that he did however he liked. What a terrible vassal. So I thought, when I have the chance, let's thoroughly alter his brain tissue once again. For the time being, I don't want to do this anymore. This kind of ceremonious job, I mean. I am of the same opinion. We'll leave this for a while. In the meantime, let's have you properly learn the practices of the court. Please spare me the joke. I waved, my hands fluttering, as I find myself walking in the corridor of the new residence. Accompanying me are Yuni, who has been attending me from behind ever since the start, and Du, who doesn't seem to know what to do with his hands. Well then, I'm going back to my research. I can entrust the residence to you, yes. Certainly, but please return to do your official duty tomorrow. Damn you, Victor, you just had to be cranky until the very end, huh? Du laughed at that sight. Hey, my lord, are you letting the tool say that much? Don't you feel he's out of the line? Please stop, everything is due to the master's mercy. Well, if he didn't have the degree of freedom to say that, he wouldn't be able to remonstrate me for my oversight. I'm on my way to the lab. I'm heading to the eastern wing of the first floor. A passage which is a basement for food storage is there, on paper. When we're about to approach the stairs, Du shrugs. But still, what a terrible farce you had me do there, hey. Farce? You mean sleep feigning. What he talked about was something from last night. My brother's delegate had brought an adventurer's party under the pretext of them being his escort. During the time when they were running about here, I purposely overlooked them to do the former. Well, my reason to join hands with you was because I had wanted to fulfill a prideful life as a swordsman, though. And because I had to do that, that bunch made light of me, complained Du. Ah, how petty. For a man his stature, it appears that he had some woman-like qualities in him too. See, even Yuni seems to react with disgust. What are you talking about? You've agreed to exchange your everything for master in exchange for your life. Yeah, right, my bad. Du said groveringly, well, I suppose I'll have to patch things up here. Well, isn't it fine? Against an opponent who couldn't even see through your feigned sleep, it doesn't matter how much they sneered at you. What's important here is the safety you had brought in exchange for that one sneer. Wait, was just doing that really worth that much? Of course, I said as I descend the stairs. According to what Yuni said, it seems that those people also were alarmed about you. By having them see you and letting them think that you weren't much of a big deal, the effectiveness of this plan rises as well. Even when it's by chance only, we were fortunate to have them misjudged me by their own volition. Yuni said, I see that it was a good thing to have those adventurers around when I lent Yuni a helping hand, when she was being sexually harassed by the old nobleman and wasn't resisting him for it. This way, they have now undervalued her as being weakened. Oh wow, talk about a severe case of jumping to hasty conclusions. After all, Yuni was still in her early teens when she was living in the capital. She's still as deadpan now as she was at that time, but she was a lot sourer then, and she did have several cases of going into unexpected rampages. To the point that we'd occasionally have a number of the guild's staff come running into the old residence. Her mental stability is more of a recent thing. She's not weakened. It's not like a case of a once wild kid gone quieter. It's more like she grew calmer as she matured. For them to be mistaken about her, it's just an unusual blunder for veterans that seems to be in their later 30s. The fact that she serves me with joy has, as you know, always been the way she is in the first place. And for them to think that she'd have her specs down when her mood changed a little, I don't make my masterpieces in such a lax manner. Well, I don't know about Charles, though. It's probably that, right? A wishful thinking born from the desire of wanting their mission to go well, I suppose. And because they stood apart from Yuni, they couldn't hear what we were talking about there as well. They were mainly distracted by Yuni, but the ability of the mass-produced slaves were on par with C to be ranked adventurers as well. While this would depend on the individual, some of them were more skilled than the Green Squad. They also had a reasonable level of a ranger's skill set. If it's only eavesdropping on people who's talking in small voice because they're being careful of their surroundings, then they can do that too. So when they were being busy going about in the residence, the slaves that I had placed here and there had already caught the contents of their conversation. By the way, Yuni could hear them clearly as well. The ranger's skills that the mass-produced slaves possessed was originally the detuned version of Yuni's data. As she was the original owner of those skills, of course her accuracy to attentively listen would be far more superior. Well, if they were to find the place where I'm hiding things, I might as well put an act that will perfectly hide the thing they're looking for. The location of the entrance to the new lab is the information that needs to be kept confidential. If we want to hide it well, then it's best to relax the opponent's investigation first. So first, I purposely let the other party to investigate however they wish, but don't let them grab the only one fatal information. With that, the person in charge of the investigation will judge that the entrance of the lab is not in the residence. This is the initial root of the plan. There's this word of wisdom, a loach caught by chance under a willow. It means that if you caught a loach once, you won't find another one in the same spot. It is a proverb that warns against holding on to one-time success and good luck. My plan is exactly the reverse. Say that a person arrives at a spot under a certain willow with great pains, but what if there's no loach to see there? Of course they wouldn't think to search the willow. If they want the loach, then they would be better off looking somewhere else. That's what I aimed for. No matter how well you conceal something, people may still find it if they look for it over and over again. Then make people lose their motivation when they get to the place where the thing's concealed. Let them tumble for a loach under the willow as much as they want, and let them conclude that there's no loach there. However, even if I show them the way in, I'm tightly holding the thing they're looking for. And on top of that, in order to give some credibility to the result, we have to make people in our side look completely incompetent. If the information they have is taken from a dim-witted opponent, then they'd think that the information is absolutely true. It was a splendid plan, Master. That's how it goes. It is said that the time when people are most likely to be deceived is when they are looking down on their opponent. When trying to trick someone, a person who's under the impression of something along the lines of, "I won't be tricked by cheap tricks," would be in fact the easiest to trick. And thus, act as foolish as possible, and let them search a residence that has been sterilized of evidence, or rather, it's a new residence, so there's not much proof to go around. If their assessment of this side is that low, then there's no reason for them to doubt their findings. And that goes even to my brother, who's behind the ones investigating me this time. He must have regarded me as someone dangerous already, but he doesn't think I'm smart. After all, I haven't been able to learn things like the common sense of the aristocracy and all that stuff. Because he thinks that I've only had a basic education with me, his assessment of me should be pretty low. I wonder, what would that brother of mine think when he finds out that they didn't find anything even after they've investigated? The best case scenario is he would conclude that I've grown calmer, and with that he'd retract his intention to kill me. It would be a great help for me if I could have my enemies lessened. Well, considering his character and the emotions he's holding onto, the chances of that are slim. I suppose that the successful part here is that my brother will think that I'm holding my secrets outside my residence, and his next investigations will be thrown off from now on. While the other party is wasting their resources, like time and personnel, I can do whatever I want here. The worst thing that can happen is that he saw through my acts, and with that, he'd send another party to investigate the residence, though, figuring out the mechanism of the lab's entrance will not be an easy task. In the first place, the plan that tricked those adventurers was that plan that I came up with at that night. I had the confidence to do it, and Victor, who I had consulted beforehand, liked the plan well too, so that was the first thing in my mind. At most, let's hope my brother and the old Marquis would look for the lab's entrance outside of the residence. However, my favorite thing here is how the lab's entrance is concealed. I quickly unlock the key and open the door to the food storehouse. A huge amount of cold air spews out from the door. Well then, I take out the communication tool from my chest and bring it closer to my mouth. "Dre, bring the entrance to us." "Affirmative, Master." At that moment, there were changes happening in the interiors of the storage. Zap, zap, violet lightning glowed in the air, and at the center of the electric discharge, the deflected space began to twist. And from twisting, space-time fine particles of colors gushes out with a furious momentum from another dimension. And then eventually it formed a solid shape in this dimension. It's an altar. At a glance, it is shaped like a cauldron, supported by metal legs. And what it supported was engraved with complex and precisely carved magic circles. On its rim Dre shallowly sits. As soon as she finished her transition spell, she descended from there and bows. As Master have ordered, I have brought what you requested here. Yes, thank you. Just, how did you come up with the idea of hiding things this way? Du gazed at the entrance that Dre had brought and muttered amazedly. What are you talking about? One of the factors when I thought of this was a remark of yours, though. It's me. Amazingly, he seems to have forgotten about it. Good grief, if I have to make another large-scaled augmentation next time, should I tamper with his memory region a bit more? Didn't you say to me when we were getting back from the mountain mine? Such a convenient thing, this transition magic is. Did I say something like that? He said as he tilted his head in contemplation. Ah, dear me, he had more or less done a meritorious service to the plan's creation, but it seems that he wasn't aware of it. This is the idea that I came up using his remarks as an inspiration. First, the distance between the new lab and the basement of the new residence. I made it so that I can come and go between the places in an instant. By using transition magic, the physical distance can be substantially ignored. However, if I had to use transition magic every time I come and go, no matter how large the caster's mana pool is, it will never be enough to do so. In addition, the amount of mana consumed by the spell depends on the distance it has to cover and the amount of mass it has to transport, so it will be difficult to bring in large-scaled materials and bodies for experiments. Hence, the answer to that is this cauldron-shaped altar. It's one of a pair of large magic tools that connects the user to the other by using transitional magic. I named it Portal Gate. In other words, it is a teleportation device that connects a specific point in space with another determined point. Although the start and end points of the transition are limited to the physical location of these pair of devices, its safety is correspondingly high, and it's able to carry large-scaled materials between a considerably long distance. And this is the entrance to my new lab. This was the proposal that I came up with. With this teleportation device, this portal gate, it's possible to go to the lab in a blink of an eye even though it's physically far from the residence. However, if they were to search the residence and then found the device, there's the concern that they'd trespass to the lab as well, right? That's why. In case of emergency, hiding the teleportation device temporarily using bona fide transitional magic is all that needs to be done. It's like a translation magic, nestled in translation magic. Well, that's how it is. That's why instead of fixing the device to the floor, I made it shaped to be footed instead. If the caster's mana pool is as large as Dre or Yuni, then they can take the device away using transition magic. And if I have a number of the mass-produced slaves to cast the spell together, then it's possible for them to do the same thing as well. Though, on top of having to combine functionality and safety into the device, it was a struggle for me to reduce its weight so that it may be transported by teleportation magic. If there's a weakness to it, it is that a skilled mage may detect the transition magic's residual mana from it. But, for that reason that I've installed a cooling device on its back. The device discharges mana as well, so if it's only a residue of a spell, then it'll be camouflaged right away. Since the cooling device is quite the expensive item itself, people won't find it strange that I had them tightly locked in the basement. But if there's a problem with that idea, then, Master, can we please head to the lab right away? It's a little, cold here. Although she appeared in a cool manner, Dre's body is shaking all over. She's dressed in a bizarre-looking bustier and pants made of leather, and only a cloak to top it. Well, we're inside a meat freezer. She's wearing something with the degree of exposure that can usually be found in carnivals, so of course she'd feel cold. That magic equipment was made with her opinion as a reference, and the model apparently is the conventional style of dress for dark elven mages. For me, it looks like what an evil woman boss would wear in your typical fantasy show. The equipment was actually endowed with cold resistance, but like wearing a snowsuit in a snowstorm for a long time, you'll end up freezing anyway. It's not something you can do for long. Sure. Let's go right away then. I want to get on with the next research as soon as possible as well. So I said as I stepped onto the portal gate. I proceeded to its center and lightly made my mana flow into it. Immediately, the spell that was etched into its circuits was activated, and then it brought us to the other side. I let the spy catch on to some nonsense. With this, the enemy side will stop their movements for a while. In the meantime, I must proceed with my own preparations as much as I can. Of course, that includes the research for my long-desired immortality as well. There's just a lot of things I have to do. Chapter 18, Soul Mixing. What lied on the other end of the portal gate was a cavern. Although the light source wasn't a problem thanks to the magic lighting tools hanging on the wall, the damp and dusty stagnant air and the exposed bare rock that was the cavern's floor made this place more of a mining tunnel rather than an alchemist's lab. Well, truth be told, in a sense that view is correct though. Still, I don't see how humans can live comfortably in this place. I personally don't mind at all. However, since there's the risk that this place may adversely affect Master's health, it's indeed a bit worrisome. I have already visited this place several times before, but Yuni and the others still hold unfavorable views regarding the place. Though, since I was putting emphasis on the convenience and the concealed nature of the place, of course the environmental aspects had to be disregarded in exchange. By the way, Dre says, there are some among my clansmen who do live underground, but their dwelling aren't as damp and as dusty as this. Dwarves, though, might have a different idea of this. And as I thought, she isn't a fan. Well, even for me, this isn't an environment where I can engross myself in research with a good mood. If the opportunity arises, shall I make some improvements around here? Yeah, by all means, please do that. After all, in an emergency, this place is supposed to be the last bastion, right? If many people were to be crammed into this place, I'd suffocate. Only superior units like us would feel so. When it comes to that, you'll just have to put up with it. The slaves don't have the capacity to be dissatisfied, right? As a matter of fact, that is not true. Yuni raised an objection against Dre's careless remarks. While the mass-produced slaves indeed have had their emotions restricted, their emotions itself still exist. Too much accumulated stress will have a negative impact on their body and mind. Like what happened to M03 in the past. Yeah, Du said, his face sour. It was a story from last year, when a slave put down her brother, whom she had reunited with by chance due to his hostility factor against me. And due to the stress from having slain her own kin, the individual fell into an extreme panic. It was when he just had become my opus. I do remember that well. As Yuni said, although the mass-produced slaves are robot-like in nature, in order to maintain their autonomy, a reasonable amount of emotions still has to be kept in place. Though I also keep their appearance neater than the slaves in some other places, and provide them with top-quality meals in order to maintain their mental stability. Besides, compared to the superior units, the Opus series, they are physically weak. If I leave them in an unsanitary environment for a long time, they might fall ill and collapse. Should the worst happen, I'm confident that I can cure them of most diseases if I treat them. But compared to symptomatic treatments, striving for prevention costs less. Besides, it would be troublesome if I, however small the chance might be, were to contract their illness too. It is as she said. I have established a shift system for the mass-produced slaves that I have assigned to work here, to be periodically replaced by those from the main residence outside. However, this isn't much of a profound solution. Hence, I believe that improvements on the environment here indeed is a necessity. Moreover, the environment may affect the bodies for my experiments as well. That might impair the reliability of the data that I've gathered with great pains too. I was being imprudent. I'll be careful from now on, Master. Don't mind it, I replied her with a wry smile and move on from the topic. Anyway, let's talk about the future. This lab is different from those tiny basements in my residence in the capital and that former deputy's manor in Marlin. Rather, this place is a yet-to-be-completed secret base. Secret base. Even though it is something I have said myself, the words are so childish it made me want to laugh. However, it tickles my motivation, and something that seems to be excitement echoes somewhere inside of me. I recognize myself as a man of efficiency, but I'm not enough of an adult to hold this romance in disdain entirely. Otherwise, surely I'd give up a preposterous dream like attaining immortality a long time ago. It's just right for an alchemist to be somewhat childish. I thought as such when... Well, welcome back, Master. I've waited an eternity for your return. Charles, who I kept here to look after the place, cheerfully greeted me. Dre's a dark elf, but with a collar attached to her. If people were to discover her, then at worst I can defend her by claiming that she's merely my slave. But the same defense won't do for him, who's a vampire and moreover, a lord-class vampire. After all, he's an extremely dangerous entity who's able to conquer a small country just by increasing his kin. Even as a slave, he's still mankind's natural enemy whose existence cannot be tolerated even for a second. And that's why he basically is kept in this lab in secret. Ah, here comes the annoying one. I'm back, Charles, so what's changed while we were away? Charles ignores the weary-looking Do and answers my question. Ah, yes. I tried the experiment you asked me to perform. The result isn't really satisfactory, though. Ha, he sighed in a way that fits his young nobleman appearance. As this vampire's spirits fluctuates in an extreme manner, seeing as he's down like this, it seems the results are quite bad. Well, if all experiments yield success, then the word experiment doesn't have a meaning. It's fine to make the best of the data from the failure in the next experiment. By the way, can you show me how it turned out? Yes, then this way Albanyul kun. Ana ara edisi alazyara. A sitting man, whose body is covered in patches, is rambling while gazing hollowly at the empty air. There's no meaningful words coming out from his mouth. He looks like a zombie, but the truth is that the man's actually alive. In addition, his brain is also functioning normally, medically speaking. Unlike the experiment that I did in the academy, here I didn't intentionally damage any of his brain functions. With a ghastly look on his face, Do points at the man. "My lord, the heck's this? A test subject for a resuscitation experiment." "Well," Dre leaked as she flutters her eyes. Surely she's greatly surprised. After all, bringing dead men back falls more into the miracle category rather than magic territory. Necromancers may turn the living into the undead, but they can't revive the dead as living human beings that they originally were. A once dead person regains life? Such a thing can only be found in the scriptures of the church. If I'm not mistaken, the subject of this experiment is to restore a post-mortem body by having its preserved soul to repossess it. Right. Yes, that's correct. Theoretically, when the soul establishes itself in the body, then the body should be resurrected, but his body was kept intact without damage. And in addition to that, we've got all of the final parts, 21 grams of the so-called soul. With these components, he should have returned as he was, as a human, but after all, if this is about reviving a dead man by inserting their soul into a living body, then I've got an example. That example is none other than me. I died one in the previous world, and then was reborn in this world. All of my memories and my personality was kept intact, and I'm still alive for almost 20 years here. If this experiment were to follow the preceding example, then this man, who now can't do anything but to groan, should have regained his senses. He should have been hurling abuses at us, and he should have been frightened by our presence, for we had already killed him once. Let's hear your opinion on this, then, Charles. Sura, but before that, may I kill this sample once again? In order to explain what happened, I will have another look on the condition of his soul, too. Sure, permission granted. Before I get to finish my words, Charles had already promptly robbed the life from the experiment material once again by a chantless instant death spell. With a thud, the body that has become a genuine corpse once again lies back on the bed. Charles grabs the soul that came out from the poor man, which is basically invisible to living beings, and then he casts some sort of a spell to make the soul visible to me. As I thought, the size of this soul is clearly small. Even though his brain tissues that were responsible for memory storage and emotion are kept as they were, there's no information content in this soul. Which means the soul didn't establish itself in the body. The hypothesis that the cognition of the brain affects and changes one's soul has already proven in previous experiments. I already did the experiment on this, ad nauseum, with Charles in the academy. Then in this case, the soul didn't establish itself well enough in the body, and for that it couldn't receive any information from the brain, and the soul complied with that condition and turns hollow, I suppose. However, Charles shakes his head. No, that's not it, Master. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to move as he were, but in addition to that his status as a corpse should have remained intact. He shouldn't be able to groan like, "Ata, ooah," like that. and I have certainly placed the soul into this empty body in a way that it should have moved again as a normal human. Ahem. If that's the case, then I suppose I should surmise that some problems happened, because the subject's soul was placed into an empty body. I ordered Charles to put the soul inside the body once again. Since Yuni has been casting recovery on the body since a little while ago, its decay, including of the brain, should be minimal. If there's no kind of loss on the soul, then he should return to the state a while ago. Then, what'll happen now? The subject convulses once before it finally ceases to respond like a living being. I take his arm to check his pulse, but there isn't any, he's completely dead. This is impossible, his soul, it's gone, this can't be. There shouldn't be any mistake in my spell. You sure? So this isn't caused by a mistake in the process? No, I believe that possibility is minimal. I couldn't find any deficiencies in the spell's configuration. Yes, we're not experts in death magic, but we didn't see anything in the spell that would cause abnormal results to occur. This is unexpected. Could it be that a damage will occur on the soul if it's inserted into a soulless body? Well then, why was it possible for me to reincarnate? My soul was supposed to disappear, like what happened to the soul that entered the subject's body. What was the difference between this subject and me? Was it because from the viewpoint of this world, my soul came from another world? Was that the root cause? Well, that would be plausible, but there's no solid evidence to back this hypothesis, and the only sample I have to research this is me alone. This isn't a hypothesis that I can trust completely. Then, so a soul dissipates when it's inserted into a soulless body, and when the process is repeated, it'll completely disappear in the end. Then, what happens when a soul is inserted into a body that already has a soul? Dew startledly shifted his gaze on me at my murmurs. I pay him no mind and continue my thoughts. How does this theory sound? Let's go with my example. For some reason, my soul reached this world and entered into this Tullius Shernan Albanil's body. When I possessed this body, the original owner was still a baby. Considering that the soul wasn't mature, what happened then? Was there any sort of loss that occurred to a soul due to the possession which got supplanted by another soul? That sounds interesting. Let's do that. By all means, let's do that. Let's do that right now. How come did you get so eager with that kind of experiment? As I thought, Dew would be critical of an experiment that involves tampering with someone's living body or someone's soul like this. Well, this is what it means to have a diversity of opinions. If I were to make everybody a yes man that agree to everything I say, my ideas and tactics would eventually get ossified. That's why I won't repudiate this aversion of his. Nevertheless, I do limit what I imbibe, though. At any rate, Charles has quite changed too. In the past, be as it may that this sort of experiment would develop his skills as a necromancer, he used to detest this. Is this change caused by his brain augmentations, or is this caused by him turning into an undead? Then, I'll bring the slaves that will serve as the sample. Yes, please do, Yuni. Well then, what to do in this case? While seeing her off as she's leaving the room to bring some experiment materials, I muse with numerous hypotheses. Though, considering my own example, there's one strong theory. Well then. Speaking of the results, the experiment isn't successful. However, the experiment does end up with quite the interesting results. What the hell is this? Someone. There's someone inside of me. Slave B, who has the dead slave A's soul inserted in him, falls into a state of panic as soon as the operation was performed on him. The influx of information from slave A's soul couldn't be integrated, and that may have caused confusion in him. Ooh, this is interesting, Albenil Kun. The souls are vying for control. They rampage as they tear and rip about. Even though they share the same body, I can see its after effect very well. Amazing. Charles, who casted the spell, is in rapture. Perhaps because of his vampiric transformation, he's showing his fairly sadistic side towards this inferior opponent. To someone of the same stature as, or to someone who is superior to him, he still is a spineless man, though. Get out. Get out of me. No, you get out, stop. Don't speak with my mouth. You get out, stop, stop. From what I see, the dominant one here is the original owner of the body. Is that correct? Indeed, but the ones possessing him is also working hard, you know. It appears that it's eating away the original soul and supplanting its lost parts. but I don't think it can overcome the shortage that it had from the start. At this rate, the possessing soul will be eaten by the original soul and disappear completely. I wonder what kind of death cry will I hear then? Ahhhhhh. Oh, so that means, if the original soul is the weaker one, then it's possible for the possessing soul to replace it. The probability for that is high. In the next experiment, I propose a trial run on the debilitated possessed one. Yes, that be reasonable. Or if you so inclined, should we try using a baby? If the soul isn't matured enough, I suppose it'll be easier to take over too. Yuni and Dre laid out their ideas. Dre's proposal is especially good. If the experiment is successful, then I can prove the hypothesis on the mechanism of how I got reincarnated here. Why did I came into this world particularly is another matter entirely, though. The only one who doesn't look comfortable with this is Du. Well, in the first place, he wasn't provided with a function to help with these sorts of experiments, and his temperament isn't suited for this. So in the end, he opens his mouth. Say, my lord. What is it? Did you go this far, just because you want to be immortal? That's quite a late question to ask, but of course. You too, didn't you take my hands because you didn't want to die? Anyone would want to avoid death. Certainly, there are also people who'd think that death is better for them in this world too. And that's why the number of people who committed suicide here is too much to mention. But here's what I think. In case where people would, from the bottom of their hearts, think that death is better for them, it's possible that their souls are already close to dying. When people is being driven into a corner, or when their race and darter disappears, during those moments, people would wish they were dead. But on the flip side, if none of the two conditions apply, I don't think they'd wish for death themselves. So, the death of a soul, I suppose, isn't when a soul disappears to somewhere like what happened in the previous experiment. It's when one's heart gets so broken it no longer has the will to live. I don't want to be like that. In my pursuit of immortality, I'm also seeking a way to triumph against that soul-killing poison. I fear death so much that I don't want to deal with it, and so there's no way I want my heart that wishes that I'd avoid death to change. Simply desiring a long life, and so that to simply avoid death when the time comes, that is, turning into a vampire like Charles and then retiring somewhere, that's out of the question too. That's not enough for me, and that's why I'm doing this. Is that not the case for Du? Knew it, I knew you were going to say that. He shrugged his shoulders as he said so. So, what's the answer to my question? You still don't want to die, even now, yes. Yeah, that's right. Even now, I can't bear to die and leave things this way. I know at least that much. Quite the light answer, though if you work for me properly, I won't say anything about it. That's the point of this. And as long as my treatment on him is working, he will continue to work for me properly. Well, regarding this experiment, I do get where you're coming from, all right. It's not anything pleasant to look at anyway. How is it? I'm having so much fun, though. Yes, I know already, so be quiet, Charles. I shot at the person who interrupted without reading the mood and continued my speech. For me, this experiment is a job. It's just a job to earn the reward that is immortal life. I'm not doing this because it's my hobby. If you're not comfortable with this, I don't mind if you want to sit this out. There are other kinds of experiments in the other section of the lab that may suit your liking. If you want a change of pace, you may go ahead and check them out. Sorry, I'm gonna take you up on that offer. Excuse me. Du said so as he leaves the experiment room. At that sight, Dre gazes somewhere with a sullen look. He's more irresolute than I thought. Are you unhappy that the one who dragged you in the first place is in that kind of predicament? I don't mean. Then she chews her own words as he falters. Both he and Dre are in the beginning of a romance. Well, of course, there'd be at least one or two feelings that are out of the ordinary between the two. It's just that, I wish that he'd serve Master more resolutely. Is that so you two can have more fun together? Even here the vampire needlessly chimed in. Sure enough, he ends up being glared scarily by the lady. Shut up, you want to be struck by a stake. HYH. And so he ended up like that, just why couldn't he learn anything? His intelligence was supposed to be high. As I find myself exasperated, Yuni opens her mouth. Werikaru, so that means there's also the option to cast aside the rest of what one would have. While being resolute may produce good results in most conditions, in some other conditions that may not be the case. A person might cast aside something that they have, and that might turn out as a mistake that they shouldn't have overlooked. In other cases, it might be an instance of a rare luck for them. It's possible to confuse the two. What are you trying to say? For example, take Sir Victor Lorge. What might happen if he were to be brainwashed so much so that alchemy research became his top priority? At that question, Dre thinks for a bit, then answers. Home affairs and negotiations with external parties and other things that were cast away. He would end up shunning them, huh? They are nothing but trifling matters, and he's indeed being resolute. That's correct. To some extent, if we didn't keep a person's nature that would continue to let him make sensible and ordinary decisions in a closed environment like this, they will end up behaving recklessly. That was what the master had taught me. Well, you have learned well too, Yuni. Well, due sensitivity is useful in its own way. He's especially useful for someone like me who'd resort to any means necessary to attain my purpose. I redirected the sentiment and loyalty of Dre from her tribe, the Dark Elves, and the clan where she was raised towards me. Of course, I'd prefer her to undividedly, resolutely, dedicate her thoughts for her lord and this group where she belongs now. But that'd mean that her line of thoughts would become inflexible, and the ability to pay some mind to how other people may see her would be reduced as well. That is not desirable. That reasoning, I think I can understand it. That's so? Then I'll let you sink that in. All right, by the way, what's happening with the subject, Charles? I returned my attention to the experiment. This isn't the place to give a self-study philosophy lecture on organizational theory. It's a place for an alchemist to do his experiments. Yes, this is no good. Charles threw a cold gaze at the state of the subject, in which various souls vying for control of the body have already completed the initial stage. The subject sunk down, powerless. Occasionally the subject convulses and cackles randomly. Me hoo, I hoo, me hoo, ahi ha hi ha ha. Both of the soul's self-awareness was thrown into disorder, and thus his identity collapsed, Well, for an experiment I just came up with a while ago, its result is quite useful. While Master may be fine with this, for me this is far from satisfactory. He should have writhed in agony more as he loses himself. It'd be better if he'd go crazy like that. Quite the vulgar taste you have there. That's just going to be noisy. So the ego collapses. Master, let us keep the subject alive in this state for a while, and then insert another new soul. Perhaps the possessing soul will settle in well at that time. All right, I accept. Let's put him into confinement for a while as a measure to prevent him from committing suicide. Your evil eye may tamper with his mental state and compromise the result of the experiment, so don't brainwash him with it. Gag him so he won't be able to bite his tongue. As you have ordered, it shall be done immediately. As I gave Yuni, who's nimbly dealing with my orders, a sidelong glance, I record the results of the experiment. Char pokes my shoulder repeatedly. Hey, Albenulkun. Putting aside the guy who went mad, what should I do with the corpses? Now that you say that, there's that too, Charles. Can you suck their blood and make them lesser vampires, and then destroy their hearts? They'll become ash. Dealing with that is easier. Even though the blood of a corpse tastes real bad. Then. Next time, can you give me the blood of a virgin as a return? If possible, I'd like to suck it directly. And he puts out a request like that. It seems that when a virgin man or woman has their blood taken, there's a tendency for them to become a powerful kin. I don't really want them to be under Charles' control, though. Well, I guess I can manage the number under his control regularly so it doesn't expand too much. That way it'll also give Charles, who's now living in this cavern, a way to vent, and he surely needs someone to talk to. Of course, I'll have to get several preparations ready first, though. Indeed, in the near future, I'll have to buy a large number of slaves to develop the coal mine, take a cover, and I'll leave it to your discretion as to who to buy. As expected from Master, you sure understand me. I'll do my best even more. Now that I think about it, I haven't sucked a single virgin's blood. The ones I drink are cultured, and I'm strictly prohibited to lay my hands on the M series. I mean, there's not one single virgin in the Opus series. Hey, Dre's cold voice. I've just dealt with Master's orders and have now returned. You were talking quite the interesting thing there, 04. Now Yuni too. I just don't know anymore. Before I got dragged into the problem, I decided to leave the lab. There were cries of ouch. I'm sorry. That actually feels a bit good, probably. From behind my back. Good grief, that room is littered with corpses. Just what are they doing there? This underground lab also functions as a mine for materials. Mined from one of the veins that Dre discovered when we were going about the territory a while ago. After consulting with Victor and the other vassals, considering the cost of infrastructure and current political condition, I've decided to abandon mining as a policy. However, as we privately dig here to set up the lab, the result was this space in the depths of this earth. By the way, to avoid the unlikely event where an adventurer stumbles into this place, entrances into this place from the outside are securely collapsed after its insides have been excavated to a certain degree. One can only enter and leave this place through the portal gate. The air inside can be cleaned by an exclusive magic tool. It's easy for an alchemist to separate carbon dioxide into oxygen and carbon. The waste from the mining process is recycled by converting it into a golem on the spot. Still, it's dusty and water's hard to get, so in these respects, this is still an environment where people can't live comfortably. At any rate, this underground space will become even wider as the mining progresses. In a way, it may be said that this is a dungeon that extends indefinitely. In the near future, if I were to be defeated politically by my older brother or a certain marquis, this is the most promising destination for my escape. I'm planning to make some improvements in that area. I plan to arrange this place's environment so this space can be completely self-sufficient at the end of the day. Well, this underground lab has only been running for 6 months. This is just something to do much later. While thinking about that, I turn my feet towards the mineral deposit section. Well then, how far has it been dug while I was gone? Well, Your Excellency. This place is a bit sordid, but welcome anyway. Have you come for an inspection this time? The one who greeted me with a blackened face is... if it isn't Lobert. Your face is covered with dirt, so I couldn't recognize you for a moment there. Well, that's harsh. Even though you've already messed with the insides of my head so that I can admirably work like this. What are you saying? I don't remember augmenting you so that you'll be happy playing in dirt. Wasn't it you who offered to supervise this mine by yourself? When I pointed that out, with that sooty face of his, Lobert lets out an embarrassed laugh. It was himself who volunteered here, for future reference, since he's volunteering for the official duty of copper mine development that will begin soon as well. In a mine where golems would excavate without being tired, or where they would never get mineral poisoning, surely there's not much to take here. But knowing that, with avarice he'd still be like, let's learn a lot, as if what he gained here will be his flesh and blood. That's probably how Jean-Jacques Lobert does things. Well, anyways, this place is quite the treasure mountain. Gold and silver keeps coming out. Well, that's quite the blatant attempt of changing the conversation. Well, whatever, is there really a lot of them? Well, that, at worst, what we have here is enough to cover the kingdom's revenue for a year. Burning the documents regarding the survey was a correct decision. If you think about what'll happen if Marquis Lavallee were to know about this. Surely, no matter what he'd do then, he will handle the matter directly. If we handle it poorly, he might confiscate the entire territory of Marlin. No doubt about it, says Lobert in a serious manner. Though this man would gladly back the Marquis had he not been brainwashed. There's also Victor too. But both are now faithful and capable talents under my control. Occasionally, there are times where they'd nag so much so that I couldn't bear them, but I suppose that there's some charm there too. As I think about that matter, a golem is taking out a handcart loaded with lumps of ore. Illuminated by the light of the magic tool, reflected there were glimmers of gold and silver. Even though they're not refined yet, in those glimmers I can still feel their magic that melts the hearts of a lot of people. I'll say this again, Your Excellency. I got it already. Don't circulate these outside, right? It is as you say. If you were to put gold or silver with unknown source outside, it's only a matter of time until they track the source. It's all right, I'll be using them for research only. It's actually a waste to do so, though. Well, however, if the situation tilts to the point where Your Excellency would wish to have the realm under your control, I suppose there's another way to use them. Spare me the joke, even though I can finally do my research earnestly. Then, please bear in mind that this situation will not last for long. With an adversary in hand, this state of equilibrium will not last for long. Considering the Marquis, age, I don't know what he'll try to pull before he passes. This turns out to be quite the unpleasant talk. If he's so afraid of dying, I wish that he'd lend a hand to my research instead. He won't do that even if he dies. From what I see, he's already dedicated his life to his personal belief, the centralization of the country. Rather than to preserve himself so late into his life now, I suppose that he'd rather take the territories of the feudal lords from them until the end, be it a single field or a garden. Belief, huh? You can still live without them. Me, I just don't want to die, that's all. To that, Lobert responds, but isn't that a form of belief too, Your Excellency? And so he poked fun at me. If you can call the indicator to stay alive a belief, then sure. Anyway, it's good that everything seems to be going well. Lobert, why don't you finish up around here too and return to the residence for once? While you do have the magic tool to prevent you from being poisoned, this environment isn't suited for humans. And besides, I suppose it'd be better for you to take a bath very soon. Since he's been in this mining site for a while now, he's dirty all over, and there's no bath installed here yet. The fact that he's been here for quite a time, to say it mildly, shows that he's quite determined, even from the sense of a Japanese who lived in the 21st century. When he heard those words, his eyes began to shine. Bath. Ah, how pleasant. Indeed, the most pleasing thing for me being Your Excellency's vassal is that now I can use the bath every day. If you're happy with it, then that's good. In this era, it takes fuel to heat the baths, and even if you have hot water, fetching it is hard labor in itself. While it isn't as bad at the Middle Ages of my previous world, as there's magic in this world which would make the process to be more labor-saving, the opportunity to take a bath is still valuable nonetheless. In case of my Albanil house, we keep the temperature of the warm water and remove dirt and bacteria from it with a magic tool, so the bath runs for 24 hours a day. If you favor cleanliness, then surely this would be an ideal place to work for you. In order to be employed, however, it is a prerequisite to have your brain augmented first. Yes, but properly wash yourself before you get in, all right. As expected, it'll be painful to remove that amount of soot and dirt from the baths. Of course. Did he really get it? Ah, well, Lobert is an excellent official. Even if I don't nag him about it, he should understand at least that much. He's not a certain vampire who would forget to pay attention as to which side of the bath he should enter. I cut my visit of the mining deposit area short and head to the other section. If there's a problem here, surely Lobert will be the first to let me know. He's that kind of a man. The next place I stepped into is a wide cavern that's a lot different than the previous places. There's a silver-colored luster all over the place, since the walls and the floors are reinforced by the mine materials. The back of the walls are fixed with large suspensions in all directions, so even if a giant or a troll were to rampage inside, they won't sway even for a tiny bit. If it comes to dragons, I'm not that confident though. What is researched here is a bit different than the main subject of the research. This is a so-called weapon testing facility. As I am learning alchemy because I don't want to die, I am also seeking more powerful weapons so that my opponents wouldn't be able to kill me. But if I were to get myself to be occupied in this, the vital research on immortality would fall behind, so I basically left weapon development to the mass-produced series, with some rough instructions. So, if one were to ask what I was doing here, what on earth is that? Perhaps when he left the experiment room a while back for a change of pace, Dew ended up here. He gazes curiously at the man carrying a pipe thing made of metal, and then alternated his gaze to a scarecrow on the other side. The man is one of the military officers of the former deputy who had undergone simple brain augmentations when I seized Marlin. From the beginning, he wasn't that competent, and now due to further augmentations, his ability keeps on declining. As these people were rendered obsolete when Victor and Lobert were appointed, I can't leave these people to be idle like that, so I have them participate in this sort of trial run. We will commence the 34th shooting test. Ignition, check. After the slave maid gave him the signal, the man who's carrying out the trial run sets a rope that's attached on the pipe on fire, presses his shoulder against the stock installed on the back of the pipe, and then he pulls the metal trigger. So, in conjunction with the metal trigger, the The burning rope will ignite the loaded powder inside of the pipe. When Do thought that sparks will fly from it, bang, fire was blown from the tube with a roar. And as if the scarecrow was struck by something that was released by the pipe, its belly part scatter straws about. What's that tool? It's a musket. As you can see, it's a tool to shoot projectiles. A matchlock musket, or in other words, a firearm. The ores mined from the deposit contains a lot of sulfur. And thus, with the extracted sulfur from the ores and the saltpeter collected from the feces and remains of the experimental subjects, I can make gunpowder. Well, the words, if it's just decomposing a chemical compound, then alchemy can do it, is utterly true. And so that I could put the abundant gunpowder that I made into effective use, I tried to make this thing. Harper's, was it? Or was it Dash or Bosch? Well, in principle, there's also a way to make gunpowder from thin air. But well, first I should just use the materials in hand. So I passed the simple materials to the maids and had them make it, Wheelel. It turned out to be easier than I thought. I believe that it isn't because our technological strength is superior. Rather, it's because the technological level in this world is actually higher than I thought. Do, who observed the musket trial, titled his neck in bewilderment. Is it really worth it to take the trouble to make something like that? Well, I already figured that he'd say so. For adventurers who'd already get used to dealing with monsters, muskets that can only be used to shoot only once before it must be inefficiently prepared to shoot again would seem to be a picnic in their line of work. In addition, Do is an opus that I've augmented, so forget muskets, he could even endure the shots of a cannon head-on. It's not to be used against exceptions like monsters or people like you. The weapon is for war against humans. War? Stop it with the jokes, my lord. You know how far an arrow from a bow can reach? If that can only reach within the distance where you can see your opponent's face, I don't see how it can exchange shots with the archers, he said as he waved his hands near the side of his face. Indeed, the range of a bow is surprisingly long. From what I can remember from my faint memory, it took a considerably long while for guns since its advent to surpass the range of bows and arrows. However, the terrifying thing about a gun is not its range, nor its killing power. Well, they can't be completely disregarded, but the important point lies somewhere else. Do, that blockhead who used the musket a while ago. How long do you think would it take for him to hit a single target with a bow? I said as I pointed at the former officer who ran the trial. He's probably a good sample of how an imbecile would look like. Someone ordinary can use a bow in about half a year, but a dull bastard like him probably would. Probably Do has realized it too. You get it. Even he's like that, he can use the musket with only a short period of time of training. Someone ordinary would be able to use a musket after a week of training. Indeed, guns have a dramatically shorter training period compared to other weapons. How long would it take for someone to learn swordsmanship until it can really be useful in the battlefield? Then how about bows? Compared to those, firearms would allow humans to kill another as quick as possible. In the same way, among the weapons that can be used in the battlefield with a short training period is the spear. Have the soldiers carrying them line up to form a rank, and they'll be useful for the time being. But while guns have shorter range compared to bows, their range is still overwhelmingly longer than spears. So that means, by having a number of them all at once. Do it incessantly, and the spearmen and knights won't be able to get close. Doing something like one shot, one kill can be left for the snipers with their guns of the future. The job of a musketman, instead of making a rank to form a fence, is to shoot their weapons side by side. That alone can take down about half of the incoming infantries and cavalries. Oh, in my previous world the path of chivalry already has died out too. After you teach the peasants you conscripted how to shoot a gun, simply push with the number you have. That will allow you to suppress the battlefield. Of course, in this world there are also mage knights and magic beast knights, so I don't think using guns here will go smoothly as it would in my previous world. And the strong men here couldn't be considered as normal humans at all. Nonetheless, the advantage that can be gained by using superiority in numbers is overwhelming. And the stronger individuals can be dealt after the rest of the population is scattered away. Exceptions are exceptions because there are only a few of them. However, there's one problem. But I don't think I'd want to use this weapon too often. That's so. Yeah, the production of muskets is technically not so difficult. If someone were to pick one up in the battlefield, they will be quickly copied and spread in the whole continent. No, isn't that impossible? Even if you sweep the continent for it, there's no one that has merits like the alchemists we do have here, even among countries, right? You can make this even if you're not an alchemist, though. Hey, Dew's face looks like that of a pigeon that gets hit by a pea shooter. Was it really surprising? Muskets aren't made of mithrils or orichalciums. The tube is iron and the bullet is lead. Heck, the stock is wooden. A blacksmith with a bit of skill can easily learn the manufacturing method. The technology to synthesize sulfur and nitrate to make gunpowder isn't that difficult. Well, above all that though, it does take money to put them into practical use. Well, rather than us, I guess the more fortunate great other forces will use it more efficiently, huh? It's a sad thing, but an inventor doesn't necessarily gain the greatest benefit from their inventions. The Yagi-Yuta antenna is a good example. When it was initially invented, it wasn't adopted into the Army's tactical ideas, while the UK and US, on the other hand, incorporated them into their military and won World War II. Even if the Marlin military were to adopt the musket ahead of the others, at best there's the chance that other lords would, at worst there's a risk that other countries wowed, produce these in great quantities and use it to overrun this place. No, that's not a risk that will indeed happen. Marlin has only a small population. It's not a territory that can win in a battle where only numbers matter. I don't quite get it, but why did you make this then? Won't it be useless that way? Someday, somewhere, someone is bound to invent the musket in the future, and so this is to prepare when that time comes. If we accumulate the know-hows ahead of that, it will be easier to respond when the era of muskets as the main weapon of the battlefield comes. That way it'll be easier to devise measure against them and to make manuals for the soldiers who just got freshly drafted. Well, it's a classic case of better safe than sorry. The musket is still heavy, and on top of it unsafe, but it's still better than nothing. Besides, after the development department accumulates enough results from the production, they'll be able to develop more sophisticated firearms. If I can make flintlock muskets and breech-loading guns ahead of time, surely I'll be able to gain advantage in a battle, even against the muskets. However, in this world, there's also this lot called dwarves that are exceptionally good at smithing. If it's them, I fear that it's possible for them to cover the technological gap and evolve their guns right away. At the end of my line of sight, the slave maids in charge of weapon development are inspecting the gun which has cooled down post-firing. Whether any distortions have appeared in the barrel or if the mechanism, like the trigger, isn't durable enough, well, there's plenty to find out. I called out to them. Hey, how are you people doing? Master, forgive us for having you witness such a disgraceful sight. The development of the musket that Master has instructed is currently progressing at a faster pace than the previous estimates. Indeed, faster than the estimates, huh? As I thought, the degree of difficulty to create this isn't that high. The muskets, like the silver and gold found in this mine, should not be put out to the world under present circumstances. If this gets out, the world will be rebuilt with a momentum that will be so quick that it can't be undone. If I ran out of luck and a war between countries were to happen, only then, I suppose, would I use this to fully cooperate with this country. We will submit a report of existing problems and improvement plans at a later time. Well done. Once you're finished with this, return to the residence and have the other shift come here. M06, as Master wishes. M07, our gratitude to Master. Finally, it's possible to bathe. M08, our gratitude to Master. Keeping hygiene is a maid's duty. It seems that they have it rough here too. Being unable to bathe puts a heavy mental strain on them, especially since they're women. Although their emotions are restricted, that degree of sensibility exists still. There's also the possibility that problems may occur in strange places if I do not let them moderately reduce their stress. Let's have none of that and let them stretch their wings for now. Ah, by the way, there'll be another replenishment of slaves in the near future. The plan to improve the environment of this lab should make a lot of progress by then. The day when you can take a bath while you're being stuck in here is closer than ever too. Truly splendid. In any case, Master, M06 is currently interested in the bath called Hot Springs. M07 likewise. More than 90% of the M series is interested in hot springs. From M08 to M06 and M07, query, isn't hot spring water supposed to be a beverage? M08 have gathered that nobles would drink from hot spring for medicinal purpose. Oh, how unexpected that it came up now. I certainly remember talking about hot springs when I was designing the bath for the residents. Well, I gave up on it since it would be so conspicuous that it might gather unnecessary attention. And there was also the problem of time constraints when the residence was built as well. There's plenty of sulfur in the deposits here, so if it all goes well, I suppose it's possible to dig a hot spring nearby. But still, M08 sure has quite the strange knowledge. Certainly, it's customary in this country to drink from hot springs, or rather, perhaps in this world, soaking in it like the Japanese do is something unusual. Well, I'll consider it. Once I know the location of the hot spring, I can have the golems dig it up. For now, I'll include it in the future environmental improvement plan. Our utmost gratitude. I gave the bowing maids a sidelong glance as I turn around. I've grasped the progress here in general. Shall I head to the other research departments soon? I'm leaving now, but what do you plan to do now, Do? You still find it hard to meet the others. It's not that, though. Do scratches his head with a troubled look. Probably, he's concerned that things have been rather awkward with Dre. In spite of his frame, he's quite the indecisive one. I'm fine with him being irresolute in regards to the experiments, but being indecisive here isn't good. So as I leave the test site, I thought, when the hot springs found, let's have them soak there first. Apparently, Do will be staying there for a little while longer. Chapter 19, 5 Obstinate People Under the Earth. HRMM. In a private study, also commonly known as an atelier set up within the lab, I, who have just finished touring around most parts of the facility, am indulging myself in my thoughts. Save for the lacking manpower and a lot of points that need improvement in terms of sanitation, this new laboratory has been running in an extremely smooth manner. Mining, smelting, and refining activities, weapon development, pharmacology research, magic experiments, they're all going well, but it seems like that there's a bit of an excess in resources. That's right. Originally, the deposits lie far in the remote recesses of the mountains, and it would be difficult to develop them using ordinary means. In exchange, however, the reserves of ores they held were vast, to the point that Lobert wasn't at all talking big when he said about it being comparable to the average annual revenue of the country. Though that means dig too much of it and the resources will pile up too much too, which will then result in a capacity shortage in the storage facilities. Anyhow, the material known as gold is a heavy one. Like, seriously heavy. Gold is about 2 to up to 5 times the weight of iron at the same volume. Though I read it from some sort of a book in the previous life, there seems to be a case of a whole floor giving in, damaging the building in the process, due to an excessive storage of gold. I'm not so sure if that kind of thing won't happen in this underground facility, even when this place has been reinforced through alchemy here and there. I have to figure out some sort of ways to make use of them. In the first place, I made this large vein into a lab because I had wanted to make use of the various materials excavated from the place. Experiments and productions that are currently being carried out are an extension of the research that I've done up to the present. I'd like to make use of the special quality of this facility and commence some extravagant research using this abundant gold and silver anytime now. There's not one single alchemist who can conduct their research under these favorable conditions, even in the research history that I read back in the academy. Isn't it such a waste to leave these resources to rot? Well then, how should I put these gold and silver into practical use? How about arms and armor for Yuni and the Opus series? There's a lot of things I want to do in this regard, but in truth, Victor and the officials stopped me from doing so. I understand that even their present equipment rivals, or even exceeds, the equipment of the strongest Knights Order in the kingdom. As it is, it'd be inevitable that the higher-ups will carp at me if things turned out badly and they were to discover these items. And with my current political circumstances, it would be dangerous for me to be having any more of these problems. So to say, if I were to reason that the expansion of these armaments were for the sake of national defense, I'll draw the enmity of other countries instead. If I were to do this, I'll just bring ruin to myself. Then, Why don't I use them as materials to be used for the lab's environment improvement plan? No, 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 that won't do, that won't do. The place would be all glittery, and it would be hard to settle in. A lab coated with gold and silver would drive me crazy. I would die. It won't be a suitable place to live for humans with properly working nervous systems. And besides, processing stones is much more economical than using gold. It's not a problem of money, it's just the problem of labor when producing these building materials with alchemy. I had thought of making a large magic tool like the portal gate or the cooling device in the mansion, but it would be a waste of time to make these large things without a purpose in hand. The resources dedicated for my main research to probe into the concept of immortality is not to be sneezed at as well. Well, it doesn't take that much, but I don't feel like devoting the labor needed for the invention I'd fancy about. Almost there, is there really nothing I can do with them? A practical and meaningful way to use these silver and... That's it, why don't I make a golem? Inspiration suddenly came up to me. That's right, golem sounds good. There are, more or less, various ways to utilize them, and above all, I don't have that much experience when it comes to making golems out of those materials. During my time in the academy, I've tried making golems out of diverse materials, but the alchemy department there was a destitute one. And as one might expect, I don't have any experience of making golems using those precious materials. I might as well make the golem so elaborate to the point that it's ridiculous just for the kick of it. Now that I think about it, simply making them out of gold and silver would be boring. Rather, why don't I make a gold-silver-based magic alloy instead? Right, that sounds good. Let's go with that. When I decided so, for some reason there's this indescribable feeling that I used to feel back in my childhood days. Like I said, I'm an advocate of efficiency, but I'm a romanticist at the same time. If I don't have a fragment of that romance in me, then I'll end up just spending my time in vain when I reach immortality. If it's indeed possible for me to reach immortality, then I'd like to keep this pure feeling at that time, and also all the way up until that point. Right, somehow I can feel motivation and creative urge rising and stirring inside of me. So this is the so-called inspiration. Ideal materials and swell ideas, and the explosive desire for action born when both of these factors combined. In my life, this feeling has often yields me great results. It's a feeling like what I felt back when I performed my marvels on Yuni. The ingenious idea of having the potential laid in Yuni and utilizing alchemy to polish that very aspect has given me my crowning work of all. Surely, this time, I can make something magnificent. Shivering with the premonition of that masterpiece to come, I merrily work on the raw materials that will be the masterpiece's basis first. Master. This is. Perhaps out of her concern to the fact that I've shut myself in the atelier for quite a while, Yuni sticks out her face from the entrance door. That's strange. From what I know, unless I call for her directly, it isn't often for Yuni to enter without knocking. Yuni, just now did you knock? The voice that came out from my throat was hoarse, almost like it was ridden with rust. Did I catch a cold or something? Upon hearing that voice, Yuni's face quickly loses its color. Master, my apologies for replying your question with my own question, but when did you last go to sleep? And then she curiously stared my way. Could it be that I've been shutting myself here for days? Yes, today would be the 5th day. Is that so? What 5 days? Did she say it has been 5 days? I'm astounded in spite of myself. Now that she said that, I remember that I told Yuni to make me whatever meals just for me to preserve myself and stay away from this place for a while. I've been in such a rush in this creation of my personal pastime that the reality that I've been here for 5 days slipped through me. You should have called when I was midway of it. I know I'm in the wrong here, but for some reason the words of complaint were rushing through my mouth. My apologies, but I did call several times, but, every time I did so, Master replied, I'm busy. Wow, now the fault's completely mine. And now that she said that, I kind of remember that there were several exchanges with someone from the other side of the door. But, as I thought, I couldn't remember what I said then. Back then, when Yuni was recalling my replies, didn't she hesitate, like there was something she couldn't say? Could it be that I said something in a terribly harsh way that I can't seem to recall now? Something like, keep your trap shut. My hands are bloody tied right now. Just imagining it depresses me. What am I, like some kind of a shut-in useless son shouting angrily at his mother for worrying about him? Oh wait, that's exactly the case now, is it? I'm sorry. Master. I spontaneously go down on my hands and knees and lower my head. Just what is this remorseful feeling? My head's all spinning and my mood is crashing down. It feels like I want to plant my head on this very spot of the floor right now. I'm sorry for being born. I'm really sorry for being alive. Ma, Master, are you going mad? Did Opus 04 bit you? Get a hold of yourself. As she said so, she grabbed me by the nape of my neck and dragged me outside the room. She dragged me, as it is, through the teleport gate bound for the residence. As I take that feeling in, my consciousness grows hazier. And so, here we are. Are you a moron? No, Your Excellency, perchance, might you actually be intellectually challenged? Give it a rest, Victor. The Lord has already said that he's reflecting, and the fact that he's indeed sorry has already made clear. So let's stop rebuking him over and over again now. And so on, the two among the top brass of my ranks of vassals has been persistently lecturing and continuously rebuking me. These two sure have some fine personalities, especially Lobert, who smoothly delivered the killing blow while laughing. I already said sorry, all right? I'm reflecting. I won't do it again. Please say, I absolutely won't ever do it again instead. At my words, Victor makes the gesture of placing his hand on his forehead, as if he's enduring a headache. If your head hurts that much, I can fix it with lobotomy, though. To that he said, rather than a symptomatic therapy, I'd say I need a radical treatment more. And so I was cut off. After that incident, I understand that Yuni dragged me out, brought me back to the residence, washed me like how she'd washed the dishes, and left me to sleep for an entire 2 days. On paper, it seems to be quite terrible, but the fact that I got away with just that is all I could have asked for. At worst, it's not impossible for me to drop dead due to overwork after working for 5 days straight without rest. If I were to die because I got too absorbed in my hobby before I reached immortality, then why bother in the first place? As I thought so, Victor shifted his gaze from me, who didn't even grumble, to Yuni, who's refraining by my side. Madam Chief Maid, please do not spoil His Excellency too much. Surely there's at least some will left in you to say something at times like these. I am terribly sorry. Yuni obediently lowers her head. Seeing my #1 opus being talked down like this makes me a bit irritated. Hold on there. In this matter, Yuni isn't that much at a foul. Yes, the primary offender here is His Excellency. And at that very moment Lobert pursued me. What a shrewd man. Although I'm glad he didn't turn into an enemy, even as my ally he still gives me the tingles and I can't help it. No, Master isn't at fault here. The fault lies in me, who couldn't fulfill the role of remonstrating my lord. Yes, right, that's right. Please take care of His Excellency properly from this point onwards, Madam Chief Maid. As Yuni stands up to protect me, Lobert's face twitches. Just what's with this atmosphere? It's not Yuni's words, but did being around Charles really infect me with some sort of a strange disease? Well, putting that aside, please don't try to end the topic, Your Excellency. But well, certainly, this has been quite the fruitless discussion. Victor agrees, while his face seems wants to say, it can't be helped. Then let's advance the topic right away. As I thought, it's important to avoid losing the sense of time when shutting myself inside a large room where the sun doesn't shine. No, it's not only me. How was it for you when you were there, Lobert? Let's see. It feels like it's always nighttime down there. It does make me forget even things like, what day is today again? Though for a vampire like that man, it seems that he's always healthy in a place like that. Certainly, Charles would be stronger in a place in a dark and sealed environment, where the sunlight would be nothing but harmful to the inhabitants like that. But vampires are fundamentally like that no matter where. That said, I'd like to propose to adopt the sunlight to the Environmental Improvement Plan. How does that sound? Sunlight in the undergrounds. Yes, among the byproducts of our gold mining, we also have quartz too, yes. If we use that, and make them into glass tubes and stretch them, it's possible to transmit the sunlight from the ground up to the deep undergrounds through the tube. It's also commonly called as optical fiber. If this method succeeds, it'll be possible to cultivate greens, which require sunlight as a necessity in the undergrounds as well. It'll also be possible to secure the necessary amount of sunshine for human body to work properly, and will also contribute to normalize the residents' biological clock. Apparently, those advantages clicked with the clear-headed home affairs expert pair too. So even that is possible, but if the sunlight reaches the undergrounds, then it'll be hard on the vampires. Of course, I'll restrict the light to reach select sections only. Direct sunlight will damage some of the materials, and its effect on paper is not good either. Well, the current, rather humid and dusty, environment is also as bad in these regards, though. A little amount of sunlight won't put Charles in pain, but he still won't feel good about it. At the end of the day, this lighting plan is merely to refresh humans, and also agriculture. Since the plan takes time and labor, as expected, I have no intention to completely illuminate the undergrounds. It's indeed an interesting plan. If this can be realized, it won't be impossible for that underground space to attain complete self-sufficiency. By any chance, Your Excellency, have you planned this out for quite some time now? I just feel that I have to tackle things starting from this matter as early as I can. In truth, I had wanted to start by expanding the underground space first. Then why don't we start from there? If we want the environment to be more comfortable, then shouldn't we by all means do that? Besides, I think that it's easier to plan early where there's plenty of room for expansion, rather than later. Lobert said, since he knows the pain of going way under, his remarks was valid. There's just a bit of a problem there, see, we're going to bring light from the outside, yes. Which means the facility to let the sunlight in must be built on top of the lab. Ah, I see. Imagine. In the depths of a remote mountain, there lies a mysterious facility of glass tubes, piercing the earth towards the undergrounds. Due to geographical factor, people won't run into them that quickly, but when people do run into them, that sight will stand out. I mean, really stand out. Then rumors like, there must be some sort of a secret hideout below, will spread like wildfire. In the unlikely event when people actually approach them, we're out. And it just so happens that the development of the new mines for business in Marlin has just been tendered out. Depending on how much revenue they make, some prospector will want to look for a new vein throughout the region, and they will come one after another. If someone among them made the wrong turn and broke into the mountain where the lab is located, it's a given that the lab will be discovered too. And then the information will find its way to the capital, where my brother and Victor's father remains. But that'll only be a matter of time, right? And so, there's this considerably large vein in Lobert's report. This vein can also be pinpointed by the gold dust in the river bed. Let's defiantly expand the facility as much as we wish here. It lies literally in the middle of nowhere, far in the depths of the mountains. It'll take days for a small band of prospectors to discover it. But since Your Excellency took the trouble to say all these things, I suppose there's some kind of a good-for-nothing countermeasure in place there too, yes. As expected from one of the pair of famous young official who's running these frontiers. What fine decisiveness and foresight. Yeah, there's still time until the results of the mine revenue are out and prospectors begin to move. Add to that the interval between them moving and them discovering the facility. With that, there's enough cards to play in our hands. Though, as Lobert said, the plan is a good-for-nothing one. Ah, figured so. One of the pair shifts his gaze toward heaven, and the other shifts his gaze the other way. As to who did what, well, it doesn't matter. As both of them seems to have lost their will to ask further at the same time, Yuni came to ask. Then, Master, what is your plan? Yes, needless to say, Marlin is a hinterland in the frontiers. And for that, we do have an abundance of nature and plenty of pristine lands where humans' hands don't reach. Our lab is among those lands. And that's why I could do something like digging and drilling during the wintertime. I could do something like moving huge golems to excavate the grounds. Since the land is so secluded to the point, it was impossible to be found out by any single soul. However, in a pristine, secluded land like this, you'd think there should be at least 1 or 2 undiscovered dungeons, yes. Victor stood up, not realizing he was making clatters and loud noises as he rose. His face turned so pale it's almost worrying. Not minding Victor, Yuni nods. I see, so on top of the lab that's substantially similar to a dungeon, Master is planning to make another new dungeon. Another dungeon. I won't do something so stingy like that. 2. I did say 1 or 2 back then, didn't I? So the lighting facility will be placed on a dungeon. and the surrounding mountains will also help to achieve the purpose of camouflaging the facility. Madam Chief Maid, why are you being so calm here? We're talking about dungeons here. Setting aside the covert place where the underground space where the lab lies, to think the very mountain will be turned into a dungeon itself. If those people in the capital were to catch a whiff of this, it'd be good if it could end with just a summons from the High Court. At worst, a whole army of the strongest knights, order, and adventurers could come knocking, you know. Still pale, Victor keeps rattling on about his objections. Well, of course he would. What I'm proposing here is basically picking a fight with the kingdom just so the underground lab's environment can be improved. However, no, I think it's quite the good idea, though. Lobert, have you gone mad? Did he perform another readjustment on you when you were down under? Well, what he said was a bit rude. However, it seems that Lobert has noticed the merits of the plan. I'm in my right mind. Well, I wonder if someone whose head has been tampered with can be right in their mind, though. Victor, you were saying about if those in the capital were to catch a whiff of this. But like His Excellency said, Marlin is one of the most remote regions, even in the southern parts of the kingdom. If someone were to learn that there's a dungeon here, as long as they don't know that His Excellency made it himself, it won't lead to his impeachment. What did you say? Indeed, Marlin is a frontier, and the location of my lab is among its most secluded place, unprecedented by any human intelligence. If there were to be an undiscovered dungeon in such a place, it wouldn't explicitly lead people to question my management responsibility as its lord. As more people enter into mind development than ever before, they happen to stumble upon an undiscovered dungeon as well. I can do with this answer. Well, that's certainly no, but there's still a problem there, Your Excellency. Even if you manage to tell people that the dungeon you constructed yourself is an unprecedented discovery, what about the materials used to construct the dungeon itself? If you want to fortify the mountain, then it'll be fine if you deploy tree-type monster there. But the lighting facility will be placed there as well, and it'll be a considerably large artifact. If people were to use detect spell on it and figure out when it was built, then doesn't that mean that we risk losing everything here? As expected from Victor, you certainly make a good point. However, you do know that alchemists do have an alias, yes. Swindler, isn't it? No, it's not like I'm doubting Your Excellency's skills, though. No, I'm not talking about that. It's just that it's the prevailing view here, look. All of a sudden, a bundle of parchments were thrown at him. From the look of it, they look considerably aged. Oh, what is this? These seems to be 200 years old, I see. It's curious that nothing is written here, though. And he skillfully appraised the parchment's age. Actually, Victor has some magic potential with him. If it's only basic spells, even him can use it. A spell like Detect would have great use in assessing fine arts that is indispensable for those of the nobility, so of course he'd know the spell. For this time only, though, his answer was way off. Those are parchments for official document use that I bought a while ago. Ah, I see. So, you're not trying to pull one on me, yes. I know that Your Excellency is an eccentric person, but just who would buy a useless parchment like this? You still don't get it. Don't get what? I was just about to tell perplexed Victor the answer when someone interjected. No way. Did you disguise a brand new parchment as a 200 years old by using alchemy? It was Lobert. What he said was correct, but I wish he had read a bit more into it. Even though I had wanted to make a joke about it with a posed look. He got it, so your appraisal spell has just given you the wrong answer. How do you feel about it? How? The washed-up color can indeed be forged, but there's no way it could fool an appraisal spell. Somehow Victor's role is to be the surprised one here. Perhaps it's because he's just serious by nature. Well, I vamped up the parchment so it gave an impression that it is 200 years old when it's appraised by a spell. It's possible that the alchemists of old used to profit by forging fine arts. If they did that, it's possible for them to get filthy rich even if they couldn't turn lead into gold. Hence the swindler alias. I haven't heard anything that could substantiate that account, though. Well, alchemy is a minor field in this world. Just how many barristers at that time were wise enough to expertly prove that a fraud was taking place? In the first place, how many victims realized that they were scammed in the first place? Yuni gives an additional explanation to the shaking Victor. As there are many things that are irreversibly impaired over time, Renewing old things proved to be a difficult task. It is, however, surprisingly easy to make new things seem old. It's possible for another alchemist, as skilled as master, to see through the ruse, but, at the very least, you won't find anyone like that in this kingdom, and I have the confidence to insist on that. So far, the only alchemist comparable to me that I'm aware of is the professor who used to be my mentor. And there's no people with spare time who'd bother bringing an alchemist to appraise a dungeon's building material. Nor there's people who'd put their trust in this field in the first place. Besides, Professor Grauman is a foreigner. Even if someone from this country were to request him to do so, he's not obliged to comply. He's also currently busy researching immortality as well, just like me. What a staggering amount of preparation. For someone who has yet to reach 20, it's impressive that you've came so far on this path. Is there some sort of a secret behind it? Victor's words were more of an expression of astonishment rather than a praise. Perhaps he never thought that alchemy, a field that is, albeit a discipline in the arcane, minor, would have so much impact in this world, starting from the fact that he was brainwashed using knowledge from that field. And come to think of it, the fact that someone who's not even in their 20s could master that field to this extent might have been a menacing one. From my point of view, it's just that. It seems that the other alchemists are doing their research in a terribly roundabout way. There's a lot of unseparated portions between alchemy and natural sciences. For some reason, the knowledge of medicine making and chemical composition is included in the field of alchemy. In my previous world, it seems that before the age of Newton, alchemists were once viewed as scientists. It seems that this world has the same confusion as well. So, as a person who have received a basic education in a world where science has made progress, I could tell the noise in the field and concentrate only on the alchemy portion. That is why my rate of progress was different than my fellow student. If there's another factor to it, then. Also, he performs more human experimentations than any other people. That counts too, I suppose. I see. Victor nods at Lobert's words. Seems like another rude remark was thrown in there, but well, Lobert was correct. The data obtained from human experimentation has been most useful. For you see, as the outcome of the research is aimed for humans, the research should also be actually experimented on human bodies. Once, there was a certain country that turned out victorious in a war, and they took the research data obtained from human experimentation from the defeated country. They didn't take it to turn it into evidence in the court. They took it so they could make use of it and advance their own country's medicine and weapon development. That harvested data was just that valuable and helpful. Well, it's something that happened in my previous world, so my memory about it is all fuzzy. As I think about those miscellaneous things, Master, you should return to the original topic. Whoop's right, there's still that. So, the point is, even if we were to make a dungeon in the depths of the mountains, the possibility of connecting that to me is minimal. It can instead obstruct people from discovering the lab, and that there is a plus. I understand that it may be good for your excellency as an alchemist. However, as the lord who governs this land, just what kind of dungeon, which is technically a monster's den, will you personally make? If the monsters were to overflow from there, for a territory with inadequate armaments like Marlin, things will be rough. As a home affairs official, that opinion was becoming of him. However, I'm not negligent enough to forget about those parts. Since it'll be built in a remote place, I feel that the impact on the people will be minimal, though. We'll regularly thin them out so they don't increase too much. Materials that can be harvested from them are valuable, you see. It's convenient to have a ranch nearby for research purposes as well, and it'll also be a training field for the Opus series. We'll be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, what will you do when the dungeon is finally discovered? Adventurers in search of new hunting grounds will rush in there. When that happens, I think that the risk of the lab being discovered will rise. Victor. Yes. Have you been listening to me? He's not an incompetent person who is just going to act all surprised at my proposal. I've consulted my policies and strategies with him many times. He's a victim of what I'm doing here as well. Surely, when I say this, there's no reason for him to still not understand this and ask me something like, then what are you going to do with the people who's coming to investigate you? Or, how are you going to use these people? Sure enough, he sighs as he answers. The dead don't talk, and the material you were talking about is not limited to the corpse of the monsters. Am I correct? Well put. If I had to add anything to that, catching them alive would have been more preferable, right? Indeed. If people were to go missing in some kind of remote mountain while there's nothing there, others may come to suspect the incidents. But what if people were to go missing in a dungeon, or better yet, the near deepest parts of it? Well, maybe the monsters offed them. I can do whatever I please to those who can't talk. And strong experiment materials will absolutely come, so I'd say this makes me want to shout screams of joy. Even if they end up dead, I can make them into a fresh golem, or maybe do something on a grander scale with Charles' help. What do you think, Lobert? Yes, I think it's a good plan. Adventurers will come to the dungeon, so that'll be a positive impact economics-wise. It's also a good opportunity to establish new industries. Facilities they will patronize, like lodgings, smitheries, supply shops, entertainment. That idea didn't cross my mind. Ah, right, the dungeon itself is an industry. Now that I think about it, a dungeon is like a workplace for adventurers. If I make a place where they can work, then of course those seeking for work will come. This'll be the birth of a new economy. And there's also Marlin's primary trade product, potions. If the adventurers were to buy and consume them locally, it'll be considerably more profitable for us, see. There's no intermediary margins for the wholesale merchants, and there's no freight cost too. If we can get new customers ourselves, the merchants will be pressured to revise the transaction value of the potions. Ah, that's right. In addition, how does mobilizing the mass-produced slaves to manufacture equipments to be sold for the adventurer sound? With flowing eloquence, he keeps on proposing new policies. Perhaps since this man had been unemployed for so long, he becomes energetic as soon as he finds a place where he can make use of his talent. Well, if it's useful for me, I don't mind the way he is. Lobert, I see that His Excellency have mostly tainted you as well, quietly remarked Victor. At his colleague's remark, Lobert leaked out a dry laugh. Well, we won't be able to get away from the Lord so long as we live, Victor. Might as well let yourself be tainted quickly. A sensible judgment. Thank you, Chief Maid. Indeed, familiarizing yourself with your workplace is a good thing. You can work without being stressed that way. Victor, if you do a bit more of that headache of yours will considerably occur less often too. And so, in addition with the plan of the lab's environment improvements, I think that we should also press forward with the plan to develop the dungeons in the outskirts. At the same time, there's a lot of manpower required here. Pick up some people with magic potential among the new slaves bought for the copper mine development and send them my way. I will handle the construction and the structural alteration of the lab, and mobilize the Opus series to collect monsters to be released in the dungeon. Who will be the person in charge? If you're sending out someone conspicuous, your brother and my father, the Centralists' information network, will be involved. It'll be someone conspicuous, though. I'll be sending Dre out. With her evil eye, it'll be easy for her to capture her prey, and she can quickly travel long distances by using teleportation magic. Besides, I don't send her to the front stage, so even if she's spotted, there'll be nothing to tie her with me. Right. If it's a collared dark elf, then those who witness her, they'd think her to be nothing more but an outcast adventurer. Besides, people are starting to know about Madam Chief Maid and Sir Dew being your Excellency's subordinate, and Sir Vampire is, well, how should I put this? Well, Sir Vampire is a lord class. If people were to witness him, a band of A-ranked adventurers will be sent to suppress him. Even if he wouldn't be discovered, his character makes sending him out impossible. Really, how did his personality become like that? Even I, who readjusted him, am the one most baffled here. I don't have a problem if it's Dre. She looks young, but she's among the long-living species. She's at least 100 or 200 years old, and she must have already get used to acting alone in secluded lands. I strongly recommend her myself too. I was just thinking of what to do if it was 04 instead. Yuni is unexpectedly being harsh. I get where she's coming from though. Well then, this matter is concluded. Let us figure out the details for these plans at a later time. Right, well then, let's move along to the original important topic that Your Excellency pushed aside. First, about the progress of the copper mine development. So, after I finished my job above, I came back to the lab. Well, that idea is just out there now, isn't it? Making an underground dungeon isn't gonna cut it, so let's make another above ground. Just what to say about this? Still, quite an interesting job you have there, Master. I myself have been recently bored, for there's no opponent to show my strength to. Tisk, how enviable, Dre-senpai. I want to go to the outside once in a while too. Those were the Opus series' reaction to the new plan. Du doesn't seem to be very enthusiastic about it, Dre seems to be brimming with motivation, and Charles is just out of the question. Yuni is in favor, so if I'm going with the majority vote, that'll be 2 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 invalid vote. The motion is adopted. Not that it matters though, since my order takes precedence. By the way, shouldn't Charles at least mind the fact that we're going to bring sunlight into this place a bit more? But, Albenil Kun, I wonder if you're biting too much than you can chew here. Just as it is, you're wearing another hat as the feudal lord here. Adding to that, you're going to expand the lab and create dungeons. You also shut yourself in the atelier, sometimes for some reason. At this rate, our research will be put into a halt yet again. How unusual for this man to make a reasonable comment. Why, that's cruel. Just what do you think I am? Charles' opinion certainly hits the mark. However, there's the matter of necessity. I get it, however, this is a necessary investment. It'll be even more dangerous than ever if people were to discover this lab at this time. Also, as the environment of the lab interior is a rough one, wouldn't it be better for us to improve things now, instead of postponing it for later? And besides, like I've explained before, the research profits from this too. A ranch for experiment materials? Well, at least there'll be plenty of people to spar against my sword. So I guess I can be happy about it. The one who said that was Du, whose resentment has been building up for having to stay in this place. I suppose he'll be a bit sunnier if he can let off some steam. It is also my wish to be able to satisfy his peculiar preference of living on the edge as he duels people to death. I will surely get myself a lot of fine experiment materials. In addition, I'll be expanding the number of the mass-produced slaves. In the first place, compared to the originally planned number, we're pretty much really short of them right now. If possible, I'd like to at least increase them threefold. It's mainly because Du's purchase of Dre. But since I got myself an excellent piece thanks to that, it's fine. Then at my remarks, Charles' eyes shines. So you're going to get me slaves too, yes. Virgins, virgins. Ah yes, that. Of course my mood would be spoiled by that. He'd say something troublesome in an inappropriate time like this, even if he gets beaten up by Yuni and the other Opus as a result. Does he want a virgin's blood that much? Well, he probably does. He's a vampire after all. Just leave that perv of a vampire alone, by the way, Master. Hearing the new plan almost made me forget to ask this. Just what exactly did you do in the atelier the other day? You seem to be so immersed in your work, to the point you didn't reply when Yuni tried to call you. And so Dre asked me about the matter that had started all this. Well, of course she'd be wondering about it. Her lord had basically changed class and messed about for 5 consecutive days. Nah, well, about that. It's just that I was pondering about a way to use the excess material from the mineral section, and when I began the research that actually was my pastime, I unexpectedly got too immersed in it. Before I knew it, I got recklessly absorbed into it. I'm still reflecting now. Then, Master, just what exactly did you try to make back then? Attentively, Yuni smoothly advances the topic. Even though she was the one who was bothered with the most trouble in this matter, what a do-well slave. Perhaps I can understand why Victor said that she has been spoiling me too much. I'm grateful for what she has done, therefore shy as I am, let me answer her here. It's new kind of golem. Something different than those disposable golems used for civil engineering and mining works. Plenty of high-grade materials are used, and its design was made from scratch, for it was intended to be deployed permanently. Upon its completion, this golem will be Opus 05. Oh, the Opus won't be something based on a high-grade experimental material like us. It'll be literally born from nothing. There's flickering heat in Yuni's eyes. The aura of how wonderful Master is, that she emits is, how to say this, making me bashful. As a fellow mage, Dre seems to be immensely curious about the creation of this golem as well. As for the men, golems, so blood won't be flowing in its veins. I know that I'm forbidden from tasting the blood of my companions, but this is, Oi, Charles, just why are you assuming that I'll be making a female type? This Batman is seriously without manners. Well, anyway, quite the hearty story you've got them, my lord. Making a golem out of gold and silver. Ha, who said that I was going to make it from silver and gold? I tilt my head at Dew's remarks. He gave me a blank look in reply. Ha, no, didn't you say it yourself? You said you were trying to figure out a way to make use of the materials mined here. Ah, so that's it. Well, I don't plan to use the silver and gold to construct the golem's body. It's a new high-tech material that will serve as the basis for the golem. I made an alloy from those materials with alchemy and am planning to use that alloy. In any case, it's still quite the extravagant talk. So, what kind of alloy did you make from melting those gold and silver? I'm interested as well. At that time, among the specimens in the atelier, there was a metal I'm not familiar of. Yuni said, well, she's been my assistant for many years now. She's sharp-sighted, not only for the matter of the run-in-the-mill magic, but in alchemy-related matters as well. Oh, I think you've seen them before, though. Have I? Yes, when I was studying abroad at St. Gallen, we should have seen an ingot like that at the Academy's museum. I pointed that out to her. Even for me, it wasn't something that's so easy to make. I've only seen its successful synthesis once. Well, actually, I asked Yuni to sneak in with me to touch the alloy thoroughly and take a tiny sample of it. What is he talking about? Do you know anything about it, vampire? Well, I was at the Academy at that time, but a rare ingot that adorned the Academy's museum, you say? If it's something that can be made from existing material from this place, I guess he made mithril from silver or something. Don't ask me, it's something entirely out of my expertise. While the other opus couldn't reach the correct answer, as expected, Yuni, who could get near to the answer in the first place, quickly noticed. Master, what is it? That vermilion-colored metal with that rainbow-colored luster about it, that sample. Could it be an orichalcon? Her remarks made the air froze. Next thing I know, with a noise that almost seemed like a creak, Dre constrainedly faces my way. Orichalcon, could it really be that orichalcon? Maid, you're unexpectedly good with jokes. As if something like that could exist. It's annoying, but I'll have to agree. By orichalcon you mean that famous legendary metal? Yes. Even someone who's not an expert knows about that. And then, you're saying that you made that so you can use it for your golem. A fine jest, I'd say. And then these simultaneous attacks. Ah, as I thought, this kind of reaction hurts me. Well, if it can't be helped, I'd say it's indeed can't be helped. Orichalcon is that kind of metal. Its luster outperforms even gold, its elasticity is superior to silver, and it's easier to process than copper. It is a legendary material, considered stronger than anything in this world. It's an ultra-rare legacy material that can only be found in an archaeological excavation of a slightly prehistoric ruins of a civilization as weapons or small ingots, which can't be found in this era at all. That is what orichalcon is. If I were to hear that a certain alchemist somewhere managed to successfully synthesize it, I'd also not only doubt the information itself, I'd also doubt the sanity of the person who told me the information itself. Well, you might say that, but it can't be helped that I successfully synthesized it. As I said so sulkingly, the other three stopped dead in their tracks yet another time. The only calm one is Yuni, who understand my skills more than anyone else. Did you really synthesize it? Didn't I just say so? Seriously, seriously. That's impossible. I can't believe it, huh? Did you perhaps send the maid to steal it from the Academy or rob it from the treasure chest of the royal family? You want me to mess with your brain, Charles? Everyone's still half convinced, even now, that I've asserted it again. And in the chaos, a certain someone would blurt out something that's pretty much improper. Wait, isn't this just the usual? I've grown tired of this skit, so I'll continue talking. I understand what you feel, but calm down and listen to me. Orichalcon, do you understand the meaning of the word in the first place? If I were to remember correctly, it's mountain copper in ancient language, Could it be? Dre's main job is related to magic, so of course she'd know. Because she's already familiar with these things, she caught on quickly. Yes, that's it. I had a sample of copper drilled for the pilot project. I did several trials and errors. And I finally got to synthesize it. So, does it mean you can make orichalcon by mixing copper with gold? If it were that simple, people would have been able to make it ages ago. Generally, you can only make a gold-copper alloy out of that. Its appearance and characteristic is different, and there's only 5% of gold mixed in it. Gold is one of the most important substances in alchemy. Of course, it's also used to make the finest alloy that is orichalcum in large quantity. There's no way you can make that alloy with less than 10% gold in it. However, the concept is close. Using Alchemist, I was able to draw out the characteristics of copper and mixed it together with gold. By doing that, I was able to figure out that the properties similar to copper can be applied to gold. When I combined it further with silver, the silver's properties were also added to the alloy. Hence the magically melded substance from the three metals. When I examined that material, I see that it was almost identical to the orichalcum I saw in the academy once. Wait a minute, Alchemist. Did you just say Alchemist like it was nothing? Yes, I did. It's a miraculous solvent to draw out the characteristics of gold. Well, it's still not the finished product yet, so it's not yet able to do that with gold. By the way, it's staggeringly corrosive. Its reputation as a universal solvent isn't just for show, it literally can melt just about anything. When using it, you will have to apply the correct amount on top of the material you want to synthesize. Failure to do so will result on it ruining not only the material, but its container as well. People sometimes confuse it for aqua regia, but of course they're two different things. In contrast to the imperfect Alchemist I use, while it can melt gold, it can't melt silver. Alchemist does not corrode a material by oxidizing it, it instead literally just melts and dissolves the material, which itself is a mysterious phenomenon. It's a substance to draw out the spiritual essence of a material that dwells inside its physical elements. As it completely melts and dissolves anything to nothing provided that it has the same mass, rather than a chemical, Alchemist is closer to antimatter. Well, if it were to follow the principle of annihilation between matter and antimatter, then from what I've done, the whole Ithusela continent will be blown to bits without a trace. So of course it is not exactly antimatter. Dre left her trembling mouth open. Doesn't that count as one of the secrets of alchemy? I guess, so what? No, what do you mean, so what? Dre-senpai, did you forget who this man is? He's our master, Albenial, all right. He's someone who could tamper with the head of a dark elf, or artificially make a vampire lord like me, all right. It's very convincing, but it's frustrating that I have to hear it from you. And suddenly, Charles was on his knees. Was it that much of a shock? It's not something to be surprised about, yes. Alchemist is used to make the Philosopher's Stone, which is a necessary element to obtain immortality, but here we're just using it to melt gold. Philosopher's Stone is a tool that has been considered indispensable to attain the most arcane in alchemy since ancient times. I understand that it is used to create gold or the elixir of immortality. Of course, making it is also one of my goals. However, I do not know how much effect it will exert as I never see the real thing. I would be stumped if I were to manage to make the real thing and it turned to be a fluke compared to its reputation. It is also a legendary existence that the famous alchemy pioneers could not reach. It's also possible that I still won't be able to make it when my lifespan runs out. Therefore, it's essential to learn about methods to extend my life using other aspects as well. A high-level experiment in regard of vampirization, such as Charles' Augmentation, is among those efforts. Setting whether I can make Alchemist that can melt gold aside, if the failure were on this side, I'd think that it's weird even if I were to manage to successfully perfect it. I don't think that's the problem, though. Sigh, I got picked up by an utterly ridiculous lord. Du said as he scratches his head. In the other hand, Charles appears to be spellbound. Still, Master Sure is wonderful. Regardless of the Alchemist improvement, you still managed to make orichalcum. The orichalcum, you managed to make something like that. When the orichalcum golem finally can be mass-produced, you can even conquer this continent. Hey, Master. When you have finally conquered the continent, can I have at least one country? It's fine, right? It seems that for some reason he has just conjured a preposterous diagram of future plans in his head. Though Du and the rest of the Opus series commented something like, again, this guy, as they stared at him. If I leave him as he is, his imagination is likely to go to a ridiculous direction, so first, I'll correct that mistake for now. Don't say something so ridiculous, didn't I tell you? It's difficult to handle Alchemist, which is needed for a step in production of orichalcum, so I can't mass-produce it. EA. Don't EA me. What's impossible is impossible. With the exception of the high-end model, that is Opus 05, we'll be making the mass-produced version from silver-derived mithril. But what about conquering the continent? I've ran out of riposte already. Besides, I separated my words. The important thing is after this. First, what happened to that ancient civilization that was able to utilize its orichalcum abundantly? It was completely destroyed, and there's virtually no trace of it. Was it consumed by internal fighting while possessing technology that was too advanced in its age? Or perhaps it was destroyed by the demons in the crisis hundreds of years ago. Theories that explain the end of that civilization varies, but whatever the true cause was, at the end of the day, the result remains unchanged. Save for some old ruins, they're all extinct. They all died out and disappeared. It's not a joke. Yes, it's really not a joke. No matter how prosperous you get, it is all pointless if you're dead. That literally empty state where you can't feel the heat nor the cold, where you'd feel joy nor pain. That kind of fate I sincerely pass. That's why it's not enough. HYIH. Orichalcum? If it's only that, then it's far from enough. Because this is the very proof that the ancients who lived thousands and 10,000 years ago failed to attain immortality. If they managed to attain it, then wouldn't their splendor remain until this day? So, it's too early to be festive just because of this. It's nothing but a single rare metal. We're still going to die that way. What is it, Char? You look pale. I had made quite the unusual long speech, but when I realized it, Charles seems to be strange. His face, which is already pale in the first place, has become even paler now. His face is almost ashen in color. Could it be that he doesn't have enough blood? The amount of cultured blood that I gave him should be sufficient. Maybe he really needs the blood of a living virgin that he requested over and over again. I was being careless now, wasn't I? That's right. Master's purpose is to attain immortality, yes. That's correct. Don't forget that. What I'm doing here to the very end is to plan so I don't die. After that, well, I figure out a hobby so I can enjoy that life itself. I don't have the spare time for world conquest, though whether that can be achieved or not is a different matter entirely. I shifted my gaze after I said so. For some reason, Charles is currently stuttering, just like him before his operation. Apparently he's really in a bad condition. Somehow, I feel bad just by looking at him. Have I been caring too much about the probability of him rebelling against me that it gave him excessive stress? Even though I'm troubled by his insubordination, I'm certain that he's a necessary human resource for my research. As I thought, he'll need some care. Can't be helped. Maybe I'll splurge a bit and allot some slaves for him. Though if I were to say something here, he's just going to be carried away again, so I'll be silent until I actually give him what he wants. As I think about that matter, Yuni abruptly gave me a bow. It's good that Master hasn't forgotten his original purpose. Just what are you saying so suddenly, Yuni? Of course there's no way I'd forget now, is there? Then, please keep good care of yourself so that you'll be able to avoid being too absorbed in your research, harming your own body in the process. It hurts if she puts it that way. I already told Charles, but the reason why I kept going for nights until I collapsed was because I was too absorbed in my zeal when I was trying to make orichalcum. Now that my do-well follower has said that, I'll make sure that I'll be careful next time. End of Volume 1.